The sunset sinks into the distant sea of stars, evening falls upon the mortal world, and the mountains and rivers have already turned to autumn. Suchi clasped his hands behind his back, facing the setting sun, as he spoke leisurely. Beside him stood a girl in a school uniform-style outfit. At this moment, she was staring at him with infatuated eyes. "Senior Su, your literary talent is still as remarkable as ever," she said in worshipful admiration. Suchi turned around. His flawless perfect face almost makes the girl scream aloud. Suchi's deep brown pupils resemble the purest amber as he gazes at the girl with heartfelt intensity and steps forward. Mumbling, "Actually, the very next second." "Ouch!" Suchi cries out in surprise. For some reason his left foot catches his right, and he falls flat on his face. He hurriedly scans his surroundings with nervous vigilance. The area is empty with not a single person in sight. Good, no one saw that. Suchi exhales in relief. The scene just now had been nothing more than his imagination. Only the sunset before his eyes is real. This impeccably handsome face is real. Everything else was fake. Suchi climbs up from the ground frowning. "I just bought these clothes yesterday, and on the very first day of the trip, they're already dirty. Truly as unlucky as always." Suchi takes out his phone to check the time. 5:46. The last sightseeing shuttle down the mountain leaves at 6:30. He has ample time to reach the station. Following the winding road down the mountain, Suchi walks steadily downward. The surrounding scenery bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun appears almost unreal. It feels as if it has been reflected here from another world. It doesn't look quite the same as the scenery on the way up, Suchi thinks with a frown. His feet do not pause. Just then a harsh blaring horn suddenly roars from behind him. Vroom vroom. Suchi whips around to see a truck, origin unknown, already almost upon him. In that instant, Suchi's mind races through several thoughts. What the hell? What's going on? Where did this truck driver come from? I need to get out of the way. Just as Suchi is about to dodge aside, a sudden notification rings in his mind. Ding. Suitable host detected, system activating. Host Suchi. Fortune 10. Evaluation: an utterly ordinary yet unlucky pretty boy. The vehicle charging toward you is a truck responsible for delivering brave warriors to another world. However, it seems to have chosen the wrong target. Right now you have several options. 1. Accept the arrangement of fate and take the hero's place in traveling to another world. Reward: Deluxe Novice Package. 2. Stop the truck and sternly lecture the driver not to get distracted during work hours and to verify the correct target next time. Reward: Intermediate Novice Package. 3. Better less trouble than more. Hurry up and dodge. Reward: Basic Novice Package. Within a thousandth of a second, Suchi has already decided. He has no time to rejoice over awakening a system. With life and death peril rushing toward him, he roars in his heart. I'm not becoming some hero. Stop a truck? Are you kidding me? An ant trying to stop a chariot. I choose 3. Ding. Choice confirmed. Suchi feels a force yanking at him, instantly dragging him from the middle of the road to the edge of the pavement. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm safe now. Suchi lets out a breath. Inside the truck, a song blares, "Just Because You're So Beautiful, Baby." The driver shakes his head to the rhythm as he listens. The tune is addictively catchy with a graceful melody that sticks in the mind. It makes him think of the days when he trained tirelessly at dawn. Though distracted by the music, the truck driver keeps the chosen hero within the constant reach of his peripheral vision. The hero wants to run. That won't do. I'm responsible for escorting heroes to other worlds, and in 23 years, I've never failed. They call me the gold medal driver. With that thought, the truck driver executes a sudden drift, ramming toward the utterly dumbfounded Suchi. You've got to be kidding me. A truck can drift too. In Suchi's ears, the system's notification chimes again. Ding. Due to the negative blessing of the host's fortune, you have encountered the gold medal driver. Unfortunately, evasion has failed. Bang. In the next second, Suchi is sent flying by the impact. A mysterious force tugs at him, pulling him away from this world altogether. Before he loses consciousness, Suchi has only one thought. Is this some kind of sick joke? A system that can't even beat a truck driver. What a sin. When Suchi finally wakes again, the sky above him is utterly clear, a blue so transparent it seems to glow. In his ears comes the system's feeble voice. Ding. In the clash with the gold medal driver, this system and its opponent both suffered heavy damage. Fortunately, I did not fail my mission and successfully detached the host from the originally designated low martial world. At these words, Suchi immediately becomes excited. So that means we didn't actually complete the transmigration. Huh. You really are something, system. I misjudged you. To be honest, Suchi does not want to transmigrate. He has a happy family, a handsome face, and a decent mind. His luck is admittedly rather poor. For example, whenever he eats instant noodles, there is inevitably no seasoning packet. Whenever he uses the toilet, it inevitably clogs. Whenever he buys a canned drink, there is inevitably no pull tab. Whenever he buys milk tea, there is inevitably no straw. Whenever he eats watermelon, it inevitably consists entirely of seeds. Whenever he lines up, someone inevitably cuts in. He inevitably can't squeeze onto the bus. But that is not important. What matters is that he loves that land deeply. And although less important, there is still over $1 million in savings he has not yet had the chance to squander. Suchi has barely been happy for 10 seconds when the system again speaks in a dying tone. After this system's valiant intervention, the host has been successfully detached from the originally designated low martial world. However, a minor accident occurred while returning to the original world, and you have now fallen into a cultivation world. Suchi is dumbstruck. He suddenly recalls lawyer Zhang. Thanks to my tireless arguments, my client's $2 million fine has been entirely waived and replaced with 20 years of fixed-term imprisonment. Suchi reads novels often. Of course, he understands the difference between a low martial world and a cultivation world. They are utterly distinct concepts. In a low martial world, techniques like dragon subduing 18 palms or 9 bone claws, no matter how fierce, are not truly exaggerated. Even the greatest martial prodigy under heaven would still die with regret if besieged by several hundred or thousand foes. But in a cultivation world, immortals can casually burn mountains and fill seas, reverse yin and yang, demonic cultivators slaughter cities, and refine living beings. One could figure out with one's backside which world is even marginally easier to survive in. System, how about you just send me back to my original world instead? If that really won't work, could you ask the truck driver to run me over again? Suchi speaks in a tone devoid of all will to live. Warning, warning. This system has suffered an accident. The program is about to crash. From here on, everything will depend on the host alone. I can only walk a Thusanly journey with you for one segment. From now on, in wind or snow or blazing sun, I shall no longer inquire. Good luck. With that, the system's voice disappears completely from Suchi's mind. System, come back. How am I supposed to live without you, system? Yet no matter how Suchi calls, the system's voice never returns. Suchi spends 5 minutes accepting the fact that he activated a system at the start only for it to then crash. Forget it. Since I'm here, I might as well find peace in it, he mutters. Suchi calms his emotions and climbs up from the ground. Just then a dialogue box suddenly appears before his eyes. System damage severe, only basic functions retained. Host Suchi, Fortune 10. Evaluation: an utterly ordinary yet unlucky pretty boy. Due to a bug of uncertain nature, a basic novice package awaits collection. Reminder: once claimed, this function will vanish completely. Thus, Suchi makes his first arrival in the cultivation world. There is one good piece of news and one bad. The bad news: the system has crashed. The good news: it has not crashed completely. Extract. Suchi opened the novice gift pack. Immediately a line of notification popped up. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Chongqing body. Chongqing body, to share the lifespan of heaven and stand equal with earth, possessing an undying body. All so-called gifts are mere trash compared to this. You shall possess inexhaustible life. Oh, as long as you are not slain, you will not die. Right after that, Suchi felt a mysterious power surge into his body. In a way that defied ordinary logic, he clearly sensed that he now possessed endless longevity. Does this not mean that as long as I can lie low, I will be invincible? Suchi's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. At this moment, another dialogue box popped up. You who have just arrived in the cultivation world are utterly bewildered. What will you do next? 1. Join an immortal sect and formally step onto the immortal path. Reward: Foundation Establishment Pill. 2. Act with caution. First, enter the Jianghu and learn about this world. Reward: 1,000 taels of gold. 3. Do nothing. Reward: Luck 1. Price: lifespan 10 years. I didn't expect that even after the system crashed, it could still give me multiple choice questions. Suchi hesitated for only 0.1 seconds before directly choosing option 3. If it were an ordinary person, they would of course never choose option 3. How many years does a common person's lifespan? To live to 70 is already considered a rare old age. But Suchi possessed infinite lifespan. Choosing option 3 was in fact the most correct choice. The extraction function of the system has already collapsed. Even if I complete the first or second task, it's impossible to receive any reward. Besides, the greater the reward, the greater the danger. Even if the functions were normal, I still wouldn't choose 1 or 2, provided that I possess infinite lifespan. I just don't know whether this luck needs to be extracted or not. A series of thoughts flashed through Suchi's mind. He then glanced at his panel. Host Suchi. Luck 9. Evaluation: an utterly ordinary yet ill-fated handsome guy. It could be added directly to his luck. Suchi was instantly thrilled. He had been a walking jinx since childhood. But if he could raise this luck to 0, or even higher, he should finally be able to cast off that cursed label. He would transform from an utterly ordinary ill-fated handsome guy into an utterly ordinary handsome guy. I just don't know how often this quest can be triggered. Suchi was truly impatient to turn his luck into a positive number. Yet the moment he remembered that he possessed infinite lifespan, he no longer felt the need to rush. Days and nights were far too brief, but what he contended for was 10,000 years. Only now did Su Chi have the leisure to take in the scenery around him. He seemed to be standing on a mountaintop from which he could see very far. At the foot of the mountain there appeared to be a town. Su Chi then set out toward it. On his way down the mountain, he discovered a hidden cave dwelling halfway up the slope. It seemed long uninhabited, the corners were thick with spiderwebs. There were no cultivation manuals or anything of the sort, but there was a wooden bed barely adequate for sleeping. Su Chi did not linger, but he memorized this secret stronghold. In future he would come here to seclude himself in cultivation. It would not be easy for others to find. After 2 hours, Su Chi finally reached the foot of the mountain. The town lay right before his eyes, and at a glance it seemed only about an hour's walk away. As he drew nearer, Su Chi saw the town clearly. It was not large in scale, yet it looked proper enough, and even had government soldiers garrisoned at the gate. Su Chi worried that he might be stopped and questioned. After a brief hesitation, he still decided to step forward and give it a try. I must not panic. I have to stay calm. Maybe I can muddle my way through. Su Chi repeated to himself, yet before he could draw near he saw the soldiers stop a black-robed man. Stop. Pay the toll. The black-robed man let out a shrill, sinister laugh. Mere ants dare to block this seat. With a casual lift of his hand, the black-robed man caused the two soldiers to scream and shrivel into dried corpses as though something had drained them completely. Bystanders scattered in terror. The black-robed man lifted his hand once more, and dozens of people nearby screamed as they too turned into dried corpses. Hiss! Su Chi drew in a sharp breath of cold air. What kind of luck was this? To arrive and immediately encounter an evil cultivator slaughtering people. Su Chi no longer dared approach. He hurriedly hid behind a tree. Only after a long while did Su Chi dare to stick his head out, discovering that the evil cultivator had vanished. Only the rows of dried corpses remained to prove that what had just occurred was no illusion. The town is far too dangerous, well, I'd better flee back to my deep mountain forest. Once this thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. Su Chi turned and ran. He decided that before his luck was ground up to a positive value through lying low, he would not descend the mountain again. Only after returning to that hidden cave did Su Chi finally feel somewhat at ease. The cultivation world was truly far too dangerous. If his legs had been any faster, just now he might have ended up like those hapless souls reduced to a dried corpse. Su Chi lay down on the bed, officially commencing his life of lying flat. In the first month, he simply tidied the cave dwelling a bit, making it a slightly more comfortable place to live. He would often recall his life in his homeland. His sudden disappearance must have left his parents and friends terribly worried. Thinking that he might never see them again in this lifetime, Su Chi could not help slipping back into a melancholic literary mood. In an inn's cold lamplight, I lie awake alone. Oh, what thought in a traveler's heart turns it so desolate? Tonight my hometown thinks of me 1,000 miles away. Oh, by dawn with another year fresh strands of gray will mark my temples. Half a year passed. The number of times Su Chi left the cave could be counted on one hand. Each trip outside nearly cost him his life. With luck at 9, navigating the cultivation world was like walking on thin ice. After half a year of lying flat, you resolve to do something. 1. Explore the town again. Reward Foundation Establishment Pill. 2. Search the surrounding area and hunt some wild game to satisfy your cravings. Reward 3rd grade Demon Core. 3. Do nothing. Reward Luck 1. Price lifespan 10 years. Su Chi unhesitatingly chose option 3. Once every half year. In that case, I only need a mere 4 years before I can leave the mountain. Su Chi felt that life now held something to look forward to. Yet in the 2 years that followed, the system never issued another quest. In the 3rd spring, the system finally released a new quest. What it actually offered was unimportant. What mattered was that Su Chi discovered the 3rd option would never change. Thus he chose option 3 again. Spring went, and autumn came year after year. 5 years, 10, 15, 20. Su Chi lost all sense of time. The walls were covered with countless tally marks carved in the character Zheng. For 20 years he had not spoken to another person, and was on the verge of losing the ability to talk at all. His hair and beard had grown so wild as to be unpresentable from a distance. One might mistake him for an ape man. If not for the blazing flame of his inner literary soul and the 4 books and 5 classics looping daily in his mind, he might long ago have descended into madness. In 20 years the system had issued only 10 quests, and at last his luck had risen from a negative value to 0. Time flows on like a river, never resting day or night. 20 years of solitude have nearly broken you. 1. Regardless of the cost, go to the town once more. Reward 9-turn Golden Core. 2. Go out for a walk. Reward Foundation Establishment Pill. 3. Do nothing. Reward Luck 1. Price lifespan 10 years. Numbly, Su Chi chose option 3 yet again. He was almost no longer aware of what he was doing. Everything had become pure instinct. But the instant he tapped option 3, a thunderous sound erupted outside the cave. Boom. Without quite understanding how Su Chi had somehow become a Taoist priest and even acquired a bargain of a master. On the day the cavern thundered with a deafening roar, he panicked, crashed headlong into the rock wall, and fainted. When he next awoke, he was already lying within a small Taoist temple. According to the account of this discount master of his that day, he had engaged a fierce battle with a Jiaolong, ultimately defeating it. By chance he discovered the unconscious Su Qi and simply picked him up and brought him back. Su Qi regarded this story with deep skepticism, for his master Lu Chang'an truly did not resemble any lofty immortal expert. The temple was called Changxingguan, the Longevity Temple. Altogether there were only 2 people. In the past, Lu Chang'an had served as both temple master and Taoist priest. After Su Qi arrived, Lu Chang'an could finally relax and simply enjoy being the temple master. Su Qi had become the junior Taoist. Changxingguan lay 5 li north of Qingxi town, precisely the small town where Su Qi had nearly lost his life. The incense offerings at Changxingguan had never been particularly prosperous, yet ever since Su Qi arrived the temple's incense gradually flourished. The increase came almost entirely from young women. They all came for a glimpse of the rumored handsome young Taoist. Whether he was truly handsome did not matter much, or what they liked was the idea of a Taoist priest. Even Su Qi himself had no idea how he had become famous. After thinking it over, he finally attributed it to his now corrected fate. Ever since his fate was set aright, picking up money on the road had become an everyday occurrence, and all manner of mishaps that could threaten his life simply stopped appearing. His days passed in an unhurried leisure. Name Su Qi. Fortune 1. Evaluation: a somewhat lucky handsome fellow. Su Qi sat in the rear courtyard, gazing at the system panel before him. He had been at Changxingguan for a year now and had gradually grown accustomed to such an idle life. Disciple Granny Li's cat has gone missing. Go help her look for it. At that moment, Lu Chang'an's voice drifted in from the front yard. Got it, Su Qi replied lazily, then rose to his feet and walked toward the front courtyard. When he reached the front yard, a young maiden as lovely as a blossoming flower fixed her gaze on Su Qi. Then she smiled sweetly. I'll be troubling you, young Taoist Su. This is Granny Li. Su Qi glanced at Lu Chang'an, questioning him with his eyes. Lu Chang'an coughed lightly and said, this young lady is Granny Li's granddaughter. She knows where the cat was last seen before it ran off. Hello, young Taoist Su, my name is Li Xiaoxiao. The girl stepped forward, her brows and eyes filled with a smile. Hello, Su Qi answered with a friendly smile and a slight nod. Ever since his fate had been corrected, Su Qi often helped the townsfolk search for their missing cats and dogs. He was quite willing to do so. The matters were small, but they had one great virtue: absolute safety. The 2 of them walked out of the temple together. Leading toward Qingxi town from the temple gate stretched a peach grove nearly 2 li long. It was early spring, the peach blossoms were in full bloom, a sea of pink filling the eye, and the ground was carpeted with fallen petals. When all the blossoms in the human world have faded away, the peach flowers of the mountain temple begin to bloom. One laments that spring has nowhere to be found, not knowing it has turned and come to dwell here instead. A poem flashed through Su Qi's mind. Young Taoist Su, Li Xiaoxiao called softly. Su Qi turned his head to look at her. Amid the riot of peach blossoms, Li Xiaoxiao seemed even more beautiful than the flowers themselves. Your Taoist robe is dirty, Li Xiaoxiao murmured, stepping 2 paces closer, her heart pounding wildly. The nearer she came to Su Qi, the more she felt the breathtaking handsomeness he possessed. Then she gently brushed 2 fallen peach petals from his shoulder. In this romantic setting, a line of text appeared before Su Qi's eyes. What would you like to do? 1. Hook Li Xiaoxiao's chin and say, woman, you have caught my attention. Reward Foundation establishment pill. 2. Tell Li Xiaoxiao peach blossoms upon the shoulder do not count as dirt. Reward crushing heartblade. 3. Do nothing. Lifespan 10 years, a fortune 1. He grumbled inwardly, I never expected you, my supposedly honest system, to be this greasy. I'm choosing option 3 without hesitation. The moment his fortune rose to 2, Su Qi's spirit stirred. He felt as though something within him had subtly changed, though it was a transformation invisible to the naked eye. Many thanks, Miss Li, Su Qi said. To him, Li Xiaoxiao was practically a bringer of good fortune. No need to thank me, Li Xiaoxiao replied, her cheeks flushing red. Where did Granny Li's cat go missing? Su Qi asked. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a large mottled cat suddenly darted out from the trees, meowing at the 2 of them. Xiaowa! Li Xiaoxiao cried in delight, scooping the cat into her arms. So we've already found it. Su Qi grew even more convinced of how crucial fortune truly was. Though it seemed like pure superstition, it was remarkably practical. When his fortune was only at 1, he at least had to make a symbolic effort to search. Now that his fortune had reached 2, he did not even need to take a single extra step. The cat simply delivered itself to them. Since Miss Li has already found the cat, I shall take my leave, Su Qi said with a smile. Young Taoist Su, thank you. Li Xiaoxiao replied happily. No need to thank me. Su Qi turned away and departed with casual elegance. When he returned to the temple, Lu Chang'an was seated in meditation. Seeing Su Qi come back, he exclaimed in surprise, you found it so quickly. Su Qi nodded. We had barely reached the peach grove when it ran out on its own. Your luck. Lu Chang'an chuckled helplessly. Then he said, Disciple, you've been at this temple for over a year now. I've observed your temperament and find it sound. Today I shall formally impart to you the method of cultivation. Su Qi's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Thank you, master. Lu Chang'an drew out a tattered book from within his robe. On its cover were written the words Lianqi, Ju, Qi refining formula. Lu Chang'an said with solemn gravity, this heart method can assist you in cultivating to the Qi refining state. Cultivators' realms were divided as follows: Qi refining foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent, soul, spirit transformation, void, refinement, body integration, grand completion, and tribulation transcendence. And after Qi refining? Su Qi asked. Lu Chang'an replied, gravely, Qi refining is the very foundation of cultivation. Tempering that foundation is of utmost importance. Do not set your sights too high too soon. You must know that some people spend their entire lives wandering at the threshold of Qi refining alone. I understand, Master. Su Qi nodded. Then after I've thoroughly tempered my foundation in Qi refining. After that, we'll speak of it later, Lu Chang'an said, his face flushing slightly. For the moment your master has no foundation establishment heart method suitable for you. So he simply did not have one. Inwardly, Su Qi thought that his master's tale of battling a Jiaolong was most likely just bragging. With the Qi refining heart method in hand, Su Qi returned to the rear courtyard and began his very first cultivation session. From the front courtyard, Lu Chang'an's voice floated over again. It is not that your master lacks foundation establishment techniques. Even those fit for tribulation transcendence I have, but none are suitable for you yet. I will seek one out for you in due time. Got it, Su Qi replied lazily. He spent 3 days merely to get started. According to Lu Chang'an, each realm was divided into 9 levels. Su Qi now counted as first level of Qi refining. Over the course of a year, Su Qi broke through from the first to the second level of Qi refining, and in that time, he gained 2 more points of fortune. With his fortune reaching a lofty total of 4 points, his path of cultivation felt as though it were blessed by unseen gods. Seasons turned cold to warm and back again. In a blink, 5 years had passed. Su Qi's fortune had already climbed to 10 points, and he discovered that the higher his fortune, the more readily the system's missions were triggered. His cultivation had formally stepped into the 9th level of Qi refining. Fortune blessing while cultivating, you attain sudden enlightenment, cultivation 1. Su Qi examined his body in astonishment and found that he had actually leaped from the 9th to the 10th level of Qi refining. There's even a shortcut like this. Lu Chang'an had once said that each major cultivation realm held at most 9 layers. Yet now Su Qi had actually broken through to the 10th. He sensed that this 10th layer was not merely a slight improvement over the 9th, but a qualitative leap in power. Though he did not truly know how powerful a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage was, he felt that he was now not far from that level. Even though the system had collapsed, it had still proved remarkably effective. Su Qi thought with quiet delight. Thus another 3 years slipped by. His fortune had already reached a terrifying value of 20 points. The higher his fortune, the more frequently his cultivation rose. By now he had reached the 39th layer of Qi refining. Lacking any cultivation method for the foundation establishment stage, Su Qi could not break through further, yet he felt that he should already be far stronger than ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. With each additional layer, his strength multiplied. Unwittingly, Su Qi had already stayed in Changxing Temple for 9 years. In these 9 years, time had left no trace upon his face. In the first 3 years, Li Xiaoxiao would visit 4 or 5 times each year, but later her visits gradually dwindled. In the 5th year, she met Su Qi for the last time. That last time she wept as she told him she was to be married and could no longer wait for him. After that, she never appeared again. Each year, Su Qi would also make 2 or 3 trips to Qingxi Town. His popularity in Qingxi Town was high, partly because of his handsome appearance and partly because of Lu Chang'an. As the only cultivator in the vicinity of Qingxi Town, Lu Chang'an was held in great esteem by both wandering martial folk and common townspeople. Whenever malevolent spirits or demons appeared, they would have to ask Lu Chang'an to take action. Although as a remote border town, Qingxi did not suffer rampant evil spirits or demons, there were still 1 or 2 incidents each year. To Qingxi Town, Lu Chang'an was akin to a guardian deity. In 9 years, Su Qi had witnessed too many partings of life and death. He had originally been a sentimental young man prone to melancholy in the face of spring and autumn. Encountering such scenes inevitably stirred his heart. Yet having seen such things too often, he gradually grew numb. Compared to the mere century of a mortal's lifespan, the life of one who cultivates immortality is vastly longer. Perhaps in cultivating immortality, one seeks longevity on the one hand and cultivates the heart on the other. In the spring of the 10th year, Su Qi opened his eyes from meditation, just now, he had broken through to the 50th layer of Qi refining. He awoke because an uninvited guest had arrived at the temple. Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an. The caller was a man in his 50s, richly dressed, yet his face was marked by the weariness of long travel. Su Qi went to the front courtyard and saw the man. Just as he was about to ask him not to shout so loudly, Lu Chang'an emerged from the main hall. Lu Ziming, what have you come for? Lu Chang'an asked calmly. You must come back to Chang'an with me, Lu Ziming said, moving forward to grab him without giving him a chance to refuse. A man of the Tao should not be entangled in mortal dust. Please go back, Lu Chang'an replied evenly. With that he flicked his sleeve, and Lu Ziming was borne by a gentle breeze to the temple gate. Lu Chang'an, father is near death. He only wishes to see you one last time, Lu Ziming cried hoarsely. The once serene expression on Lu Chang'an's face finally changed, veins subtly bulging on the hand gripping his duster. After a long moment, he relaxed his grip on the duster and sighed softly. When do we depart? Right now, not a single moment can be delayed, Lu Ziming answered at once. Go out first. I need to explain a few things to my disciple, Lu Chang'an said. Lu Ziming glanced at Su Qi, then turned and left. Disciple, come here, Lu Chang'an called to Su Qi. Su Qi stepped forward and said, Master, rest assured and return home to visit your kin. I will take good care of the temple. Lu Chang'an's stern face relaxed into a smile. Every time I see your face it reminds me of my youth. I too was as handsome as you then. Then he added, I hope you will safeguard this temple and protect the residents of Qingxi Town. If malevolent spirits cause trouble with your current strength, you should be able to handle it. If you encounter something truly beyond you, open this brocade pouch. Su Qi received the pouch and said with gravity, I understand. Then I shall be off, Lu Chang'an replied with a smile. Su Qi watched his departing back. A sudden reluctance rose within Su Qi. After 10 years of living side by side, he had long since regarded Lu Chang'an as family. He noticed that Lu Chang'an's back seemed slightly hunched and a few strands of silver had appeared in his hair. He realized that the only thing unchanged was himself. Master, Su Qi called out loudly. Lu Chang'an turned his head. When will you return? I will prepare your favorite osmanthus cake, Su Qi asked. Lu Chang'an smiled a radiant smile. He replied, when the peach blossoms bloom next year. Lu Chang'an departed. In the vast temple, only Su Qi remained to tend to everything. Although I usually manage everything alone, Su Qi thought silently, it somehow feels different now. The incense offerings at Changxing Temple remained abundant. Almost everyone who came would ask, where's Taoist Lu? Why do we not see him today? He has gone home to visit his kin and will return soon, Su Qi would always reply. A month passed in a blur. Su Qi's fortune had risen to an impressive 28 points. His cultivation had reached the 56th layer of qi refining. He did not know exactly how strong he had become, he only felt the spiritual energy within his body surging like a vast river endlessly full. One day while Su Qi was meditating in the courtyard, urgent knocking sounded from beyond the temple gates. He opened the main door. The visitor was a man whose expression was filled with panic. At this hour of the night, why are you so alarmed? Su Qi asked. The man's face was unfamiliar. Su Qi was certain he had never seen him before. Little Taoist, there are malevolent spirits wreaking havoc in the peach grove ahead. Please save my wife and children, the man begged. Lead the way, Su Qi said. Su Qi turned and took up his peachwood sword. Very well, the man exclaimed, his face lighting up with relief as he led Su Qi straight toward the peach grove. Yet upon entering the peach grove, Su Qi saw no evil spirits harming anyone. At that moment the man who had led the way suddenly collapsed to the ground with a dull thud, his life force extinguished. A strange cackling sounded. A grotesque, ghostly creature stitched together from mismatched parts stepped out from behind a tree. Its head was that of an old woman, its torso that of a young man, its left hand a child's, its right hand a woman's, and its legs those of a grown man. An utterly bizarre sight. Little Taoist, Su, do you still remember me? The ghost spoke. It was the old woman's head that moved and uttered the words. You are Lu Pa from the town gate? Su Qi asked with a frown. Lu Pa at the town gate had died 3 years ago. He had never expected her to return in such a twisted ghost. Little Taoist, Su, I did not expect you to still remember me. I am so hungry, so terribly hungry. Let me eat your flesh and drink your blood. The ghost howled as it charged at Su Qi. Its limbs moved out of sync, yet its speed was astonishing. An ordinary person would likely be driven insane with fear at the sight. Lu Pa, since you have died, you should rest peacefully. Allow me to release you, Su Qi said. Su Qi raised the peachwood sword and casually swung it down. With a thunderous roar, though he did not channel any spiritual energy, the terrifying force of the strike cleaved forth a gale of sword wind sharper than any blade. Wherever the sword wind passed, everything was reduced to dust. No, the ghost uttered a single scream before it was instantly turned to ash. To be released by sheer physical force, such a deliverance was utterly lethal. Come out, Su Qi said calmly. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause echoed. A man in a black robe stepped out from the shadows. How did a mere qi refinement stage cultivator like you discover me? I didn't discover you, I was just bluffing. Su Qi shrugged. He found the man in front of him somewhat familiar. A scene from 30 years ago surged into his mind. This man is the evil cultivator from 30 years ago. A voice rose within Su Qi. When he first arrived in the cultivation world, he was scared by the evil cultivator at Qingxi Town hiding in the mountains for 20 years, never expecting to see him again. Hearing Su Qi's words, the evil cultivator froze. The face hidden in the darkness took on a more sinister hue. He was actually deceived by a young Taoist. You are Lu Chang'an's disciple, right? The evil cultivator sneered. Yes, what of it? Su Qi asked. That's right, 30 years ago he severely injured me. Now that I have reached the golden core stage, although he was lucky to avoid disaster by returning home for a visit, I want him to return to see his beloved Qingxi Town, his cherished disciple, and that broken temple reduced to ashes. The evil cultivator laughed maniacally. A terrifying pressure surged like a tide. Under this pressure, the peach orchard emitted a mournful wail. Yet Su Qi seemed unaffected, turning to run. Thinking of escaping, the evil cultivator grinned as he chased after him until they reached a wide, open area. Su Qi finally stopped. Why aren't you running anymore? The evil cultivator sneered. My master said he would return when the peach blossoms bloom. I'm afraid if the orchard is gone, he won't come back. Su Qi said calmly. Even at a time like this, you're thinking about such trivial matters. I won't let you die easily. I will extract your soul and burn it with alchemical fire for 91 days so that Lu Chang'an, that old man, knows the consequences of crossing me. The evil cultivator raised a hand. The heavens and earth mourned, and countless wronged souls surged from his body, charging violently towards Su Qi. Wherever the tide of wronged souls passed, all vitality was drained, vegetation withered, and birds fell from the sky. Behind Su Qi was the Tumulong peach orchard. Su Qi's spiritual energy surged wildly into the peachwood sword. The sword emitted a faint glow in the night sky. Slash. There were no flashy techniques. Su Qi struck with his sword. He had only one move and just one sword. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air rang out. A sword aura 10 zhang long surged forth. Wherever the sword aura passed, even the untouched ground cracked inch by inch. The gale from the sword aura lifted the surface of the earth, sweeping across like a mountain, crashing toward the evil cultivator. The so-called tide of wronged souls. Before it could even touch the sword aura, it had already collapsed and disintegrated. This sword aura illuminated the night sky, as well as the evil cultivator's face, filled with terror. He couldn't move his body, but his mind was exceptionally active. What the hell? What is this? Is this the Qi refinement stage? Can a nascent soul stage cultivator unleash such a sword? I should have known better than to provoke him. Now I regret it. Is it too late? Wait, I have something to say. Before the evil cultivator could finish, his body was consumed by the sword aura, turning to dust. The sword aura surged into the sky, until it was finally swallowed by the darkness and disappeared. Su Qi retrieved his sword, a look of fear on his face. That was close. I was almost swallowed by that tide of wronged souls. Just a hair's breadth away. It seems I still need to improve my strength. But that evil cultivator claimed to be at the golden core stage. I am only at the 56th level of Qi refinement. How could I possibly defeat a golden core stage cultivator? His golden core must be fake, just boasting. Sigh. I wonder when I can officially step into Foundation establishment. Unknowingly, another 3 months passed. During this time, Su Qi had not encountered any evil spirits or careless evil cultivators. Qingxi Town was peaceful and harmonious. Su Qi's cultivation level rose again, reaching the 57th level of Qi refinement. He knew he was strong now, but he had no concrete understanding of how strong he truly was. Roughly estimating, he should have the combat power of a golden core. After all, it is said that golden core cultivators can shatter mountains and rivers. It seems he could do that now. In this outlying place called Qingxi Town. Not to mention golden core stage cultivators, even Qi refinement stage ones could dominate. Su Qi finally felt a sense of security, at least around Qingxi Town, he could protect himself. In addition, Su Qi continued to help the residents with trivial matters like finding lost cats and dogs and adding bricks to their homes. Days passed by like this. In the blink of an eye, winter arrived. Every winter, Qingxi Town would be blanketed in heavy snow. Su Qi often stood in the courtyard watching the snow. He also gazed at the peach orchard outside the temple. In the past, every winter Lu Chang'an would always build 2 large snowmen at the temple entrance to act as doormen, claiming it was more impressive to have doormen. Su Qi arrived at the temple entrance and began to build a snowman. Little Su Daoist building snowmen again. At that moment, a woman came over with a little girl. Yes, Aunt Zhang. Su Qi said with a smile as he continued working. This year with Master not here, I'll take on. The woman chuckled. When will Daoist Lu return? Everyone has missed him for a long time. Soon he will be back when the peach blossoms bloom next year. Brother Su, can I help you build a snowman too? The little girl blinked her bright eyes and asked in a sweet voice. Of course. Su Qi replied with a smile. Tian, you can build a snowman with little Su Daoist while your mother goes inside to pray, okay? The woman said to the little girl. Okay, the little girl answered in a soft voice. She didn't really know how to build a snowman, she just thought it was fun. But Su Chi patiently taught her. The little girl was quite clever and quickly built a small snowman. Brother Su, look at the snowman I made, is it pretty? The little girl said in a spoiled tone. It's beautiful, Tian is really smart. Su Chi praised. Encouraged by his words, the little girl quickly built another snowman as big as herself. It did look somewhat comical. The woman soon finished her prayers and came out, chatted with Su Chi for a while, and then left with her daughter. Mom, Brother Su is so gentle, I want to be as gentle as him when I grow up, okay. The mother and daughter gradually walked away, leaving only Su Chi behind. He patiently and meticulously built 2 large snowmen. Unlike previous years, there was now a small snowman in front of the 2 large ones. Master, this year our temple has 3 doormen, I must be better than you. Su Chi chuckled. If Lu Chang'an were here, he would probably argue with him about it. Su Chi turned to look at the peach orchard cloaked in a blanket of silver. Then he walked toward the temple, where the warm furnace burned charcoal, dispersing the cold within the room. Su Chi lazily lay on the recliner that Lu Chang'an often used, feeling exceptionally comfortable. Winter has come, how far off can spring be? As the days passed, the atmosphere of the spring festival grew increasingly festive. Households began to post spring festival couplets and the character Fu on their doors. The villagers would send spring festival couplets and lanterns to the Changxing temple every year. This year was no exception. Su Chi hung 2 large red lanterns at the entrance of the temple and posted spring festival couplets and the character Fu, bringing a touch of celebration to the temple. On New Year's Eve, the sound of firecrackers was deafening. Even in the remote Qingxi town, the excitement was undiminished. Su Chi stood at the entrance of the temple gazing at the lively scene in Qingxi town, a stark contrast to the temple's tranquility. In previous years, Lu Chang'an would let off a couple of firecracker strings to liven up the temple. The sound of firecrackers continued until deep into the night. Su Chi remained standing until everything fell silent. Only then did he close the temple door and return to rest. Early the next morning, Qingxi town welcomed 2 unexpected visitors, a man and a woman. The man had a horse-like face with an air of sternness between his brows. The woman was strikingly beautiful, exuding a sense of heroism. We are from the Demon Suppression Division. The 2 went directly to the town mayor's residence. Old Mayor Kong, he looked at the badges of the 2 and in fear said, have you come here because there are demons caught? It is well known that the Demon Suppression Division is a royal establishment dedicated to suppressing evil cultivators and wicked creatures, ensuring national peace and stability. Demons that can provoke the involvement of the Demon Suppression Division must be incredibly destructive. In all the years since Qingxi town was established, the division had only visited twice. The first time was 50 years ago when a great demon fled to Qingxi town, rampantly killing and nearly annihilating the town. It was later suppressed by the Demon Suppression Division. This was the second time. Shi Xinghua, with a stern expression, asked, did you see any suspicious people or events last night? Kong, he quickly shook his head, saying, I saw nothing. Shi Xinghua frowned and said, gather all the town's residents immediately. I want to question them one by one. Okay, Kong, he nodded in agreement. He hurriedly began to gather the residents. Jiang Yu said to Shi Xinghua, senior brother Shi, please speak more gently. There's no need to rush. Shi Xinghua's expression softened a little as he sighed. Jiang Shimi, urgent matters require swift action. If we don't capture the Snow Maiden quickly, it may throw the entire Tang dynasty into chaos. Jiang Yu sighed. You are right. The residents of Qingxi town were all gathered in the square. Shi Xinghua questioned them one by one, and a little girl's words caught his attention. You said you saw a strange woman last night. Shi Xinghua asked fiercely as he approached the little girl. She seemed frightened and kept hiding behind her mother. I told you not to be so fierce. Jiang Yu pushed Shi Xinghua aside and smiled at the little girl, saying, little sister, could you tell your sister where that strange person went last night? The little girl nodded timidly and said, last night, I saw an injured sister at the town's entrance. Later, she went towards the snow mountain. Was she wearing white? Shi Xinghua asked. Yes, the little girl nodded. This is bad. Shi Xinghua's expression changed drastically. We have come too late. If the Snow Maiden recovers, neither of us will be her match. We must set off quickly. Jiang Yu also recognized the gravity of the situation, and the 2 hurried towards the direction of the snow mountain. Only after they left did the little girl breathe a sigh of relief, opening her palm to reveal a crystal-clear snowflake. This was a gift from the sister she met last night. Was that sister a bad person? The little girl murmured. Inside the Changxing temple, Su Chi was sweeping snow when suddenly a man and a woman barged in. It was Shi Xinghua and Jiang Yu. We are from the Demon Suppression Division. Shi Xinghua shouted coldly. Demon Suppression Division. Su Chi looked bewildered, clearly having never heard of it. Little Taoist, did you see a woman in white last night? Shi Xinghua asked again. Su Chi frowned, still pondering the name Demon Suppression Division. Seeing that Su Chi was ignoring him, Shi Xinghua grew furious. Little Taoist, I'm asking you a question. I'm sorry. Su Chi scratched his head awkwardly and and said I was just thinking that the name Demon Suppression Division sounds quite impressive. You don't know about the Tang Dynasty's Demon Suppression Division. Jiang Yu curiously observed the exceptionally handsome little Taoist. It was truly rare for a citizen of Tang to be unaware of the division. I don't know. Su Qi shook his head and suddenly asked, I know Chang'an. Is your Demon Suppression Division far from Chang'an? Jiang Yu smiled and said our main office is in Chang'an. So you came from Chang'an. Su Qi's eyes brightened. Don't ask what you shouldn't know, Shi Xinghua snorted coldly. I ask you, did you see a woman in white or any suspicious events last night? Su Qi felt irritated with the man before him, who had a look as if he owed him 5 million. The key was that he kept interrupting him. I didn't see anything. Su Qi replied somewhat irritably. What a waste of time. Shi Xinghua snorted coldly, sweeping his divine sense around the temple, before saying to Jiang Yue, the Snow Maiden must have escaped into the Snow Mountain. Let's hurry. Before leaving, Jiang Yu smiled and asked little Taoist, would you like to know about Chang'an? I would. Su Qi nodded. Then after I finish my business, let's have a good chat. Jiang Yu smiled sweetly. All right, Su Qi immediately said, if you encounter any difficulties, you can find me. A mere Qi refining stage cultivator dares to speak so boldly. Shi Xinghua mocked coldly, then turned to leave. On the way, Shi Xinghua asked Jiang Shimi, you aren't interested in that little Taoist, are you? Jiang Yu smiled and said, I find him quite interesting. Shi Xinghua felt a twinge of jealousy. Aside from his handsome face, his cultivation is truly unimpressive. Such a man is untrustworthy. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment and replied, you are right. Shi Xinghua smirked, but the next moment Jiang Yu added, then let him rely on me, wouldn't that be fine? Shi Xinghua was left speechless for a long while. Damn it, this kid is really something. What's with being so handsome? Who understands the pain of us ugly cultivators? The two entered the Snow Mountain. A golden core cultivator's divine sense could cover roughly 100 meters, which was indeed insufficient in such a vast snow-covered mountain. Fortunately, the Snow Maiden was severely injured, and as long as they searched carefully, they would surely find some clues. There's blood, Shi Xinghua exclaimed excitedly. The two immediately chased after the direction of the bloodstains. Half an hour later, the blood trail suddenly stopped, and the clue was cut off. How could this happen? Shi Xinghua's face darkened. Don't worry, senior brother. Jiang Yu took out a compass, saying the Snow Maiden has a mark of the Demon Suppression Division. Within a kilometer, the compass can accurately locate her position. The compass showed no response. The two's expressions changed drastically. This meant the Snow Maiden's wounds had healed. The healing of the Snow Woman's wounds signifies that her strength will swiftly be restored. In her prime, the Snow Woman was comparable to the peak of a nascent soul cultivator, making them mere trifles. Boom. Just then a deafening sound erupted from the snow-capped mountains. An avalanche of snow cascaded down from the peak like a raging river, a sight of utmost grandeur. Avalanche. Shi Xinghua's expression turned grim. It was evident that the Snow Woman was behind this mischief. The speed of the avalanche was alarming, reaching them in the blink of an eye. However, a golden core cultivator can shatter mountains and sever rivers, so a mere avalanche was nothing to fear. Shi Xinghua drew his sword. With a swing he struck. Boom. Spiritual energy surged forth, splitting the avalanche in two and revealing a safe passage in between. The avalanche rushed past them. The two standing in the middle remained unscathed. But the next moment, a woman's light laughter echoed in their ears. Their expressions changed drastically. Shi Xinghua instantly turned into an ice sculpture, while the protective talisman on Jiang Yu shattered, frost creeping like maggots into her body. Within moments, she too would become like Shi Xinghua. Crack! Jiang Yu crushed a teleportation talisman. In the next moment, she vanished from her spot. Jiang Yu escaped to the longevity view. Her body was filled with cold poison, nearly freezing her into unconsciousness. Seeing Jiang Yu in this state, Su Qi hurriedly invited her inside. The warmth inside the house did little to ease her. She trembled uncontrollably. I've been poisoned by the Snow Woman. Oh, I need to use spiritual energy to dispel it, but Jiang Yu's words were left unfinished. Su Qi suddenly grasped her wrist. Don't. Just as Jiang Yu attempted to stop him, a thick warm sensation surged into her body. The rich spiritual energy dispelled the cold poison wherever it flowed, and the comforting warmth made Jiang Yu involuntarily moan. She quickly covered her mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. This was too humiliating. In less than a minute, the cold poison was dispelled. What were you about to say? Su Qi released her hand and asked. Nothing, Jiang Yu replied, somewhat dazed. The warmth leaving her body made her feel a bit empty, longing to experience it again. What she actually wanted to say was that if her spiritual energy was insufficient, the cold poison would backfire, turning her into something like herself. Yet she hadn't anticipated that this Qi refining stage little Taoist had such rich spiritual energy. What about that man who always has a stern face? Su Qi asked. He probably died. Jiang Yu's expression darkened. The Snow Woman had evidently regained her strength. In fact, she had even progressed further. If it weren't for the teleportation talisman and protective charm given to her by her master, she would likely have met the same fate as Xinhua. Su Qi grew vigilant upon hearing this. They were facing a formidable demon. Even golden core cultivators had suffered defeat, and he too might not stand a chance. Should we open the master's pouch? Su Qi hesitated. I need to rest here for a night. Once my spiritual energy is restored, I will contact the nearest demon suppression division to send reinforcements. Jiang Yu responded. Although the cold poison had been dispelled, her spiritual energy was completely depleted, making it impossible to use special means to contact the demon suppression division. All right. Su Qi, upon hearing this, discarded the idea of opening the pouch, and then asked, can you tell me about Chang'an? Since you're so interested in Chang'an, once this matter is resolved, why not accompany me to Chang'an? Jiang Yu asked with a smile. If she could become a Tao companion with this handsome little Taoist, it seemed like a delight. I promised my master to guard the temple. Su Qi shook his head. Then why are you so interested in Chang'an? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Because my master went to Chang'an, Su Qi replied. Jiang Yu nodded, and then said, I see Chang'an is the capital of the Tang dynasty, exceedingly prosperous with everything one could desire. You can find what you want, and even what you don't expect there. Su Qi listened with a sense of longing and asked, are there many powerful cultivators there? Golden cores are as numerous as dogs, and nascent souls walk freely. Jiang Yu added, the current national master of the Tang dynasty is also in Chang'an. He is a great ascension stage cultivator likely to soon enter the tribulation transcendent stage and ascend to the immortal world. Su Qi's desire for Chang'an was instantly extinguished. It was far too dangerous. If he encountered a deranged cultivator, he would be no match. For safety's sake, it was better to remain in this remote area. Stay hidden for 1,000 years, and once he had sufficient strength, he could then go to Chang'an. So are you thinking of going to Chang'an? Not at all, Su Qi shook his head. As dusk fell and the sun set in the west, Su Qi was sweeping snow in the yard when a couple rushed in anxiously. Aunt Zhang, Uncle Zhang, what's the hurry? Su Qi asked. Little Su Taoist Tian Tian is missing. The woman was on the verge of tears. What happened? Su Qi asked. The man slapped himself in frustration. It's my fault. I was tilling the field and didn't keep an eye on Tian Tian. By the time I looked back, she was already gone. Is there any trace at the scene? Su Qi frowned. This was found at the scene. Aunt Zhang hurriedly took out a crystal-clear snowflake. Su Qi took the snowflake, feeling its icy touch. It seemed to be crafted from some kind of crystal. It's the snow woman. Just then Jiang Yu walked over, her expression grave. Little Su Taoist, you must save my daughter. Upon hearing this, the woman knelt down with a thud. The town mayor had already informed the residents of the truth. 2 officials from the Demon Suppression Division were currently hunting the demon. What hope was there for Tian Tian in the hands of a demon? The man also knelt down. Little Su Taoist, if anything happens to Tian Tian, we wouldn't know how to live. Please, I beg you to save my daughter. Su Qi quickly helped them up and said, Aunt Zhang, Uncle Zhang, don't worry, I will definitely rescue Tian Tian. After saying this, Su Qi turned and picked up his peachwood sword, heading towards the snow mountain. Jiang Yu hurriedly chased after him. She followed behind Su Qi and urged, Little Taoist, you are no match for the snow woman. Don't go. I have to go. Su Qi said. Why? If you wait until tomorrow when my spiritual energy is restored, I can contact the people from the Demon Suppression Division, and you won't have to sacrifice your life in vain. Jiang Yu questioned in confusion. Su Qi shook his head. And then what? How long will it take them to arrive? If too much time passes, will Tian Tian still be alive? Su Qi recalled the scene of the little girl building a snowman. At this moment, heavy snowflakes began to fall from the sky. But you're only at the qi refining stage. It won't be effective even if you go. Jiang Yu said helplessly. Moreover, where there is snow, the snow woman can move at will, and you won't be able to find her at all. The area of the snow mountain was vast, with snow covering millions of miles. We have to try, don't we? Su Qi raised his hand, catching a falling snowflake. Besides, I promised my master that I would protect the residents of Qingxi town. Do good deeds without asking for the future. Jiang Yu stood still, watching Su Qi step deeper into the snow-capped mountains. Do good deeds, and do not question the future. Jiang Yu felt a stir within her heart. As a member of the Demon Suppression Division, how could she be less courageous than an ordinary Taoist? With this thought, Jiang Yu chased after him, ready to use that item if necessary. She couldn't allow a mere Taoist to look down on her. Wait for me. Jiang Yu hurried after him, walking side by side with Su Qi. What are you doing here? Su Qi asked, somewhat surprised. He thought Jiang Yu would have been frightened away by the snow woman, especially since her companions had already perished. Because I am a member of the Demon Suppression Division, Jiang Yu smiled brightly. I can't let you, an ordinary person, take the lead, can I? But your legs are shaking. Su Qi pointed at Jiang Yu's legs. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she thought, why won't he just keep quiet? She quickly replied, I'm just cold. I currently don't have any spiritual energy to withstand this extreme chill. Then you should go back and not slow me down, Su Qi said. Jiang Yu's face turned red with anger. How could this guy be so lacking in understanding of a lattice feelings? If a fight really breaks out, don't expect me to save you, Jiang Yu huffed. Just take care of yourself. Su Qi said that he dared to come because he had already reached the 60th layer of Qi refinement. He felt that with every layer he ascended, his strength surged exponentially. If all went well, he should be slightly stronger than a golden core stage cultivator. Jiang Yu warned cautiously. The thought that Shi Xinghua might be buried beneath the thick snow made Jiang Yu feel suffocated. Jiang Yu warned cautiously. The thought that Shi Xinghua might be buried beneath the thick snow made Jiang Yu feel suffocated. Has an avalanche occurred here? Yes, it was caused by the snow woman, Jiang Yu replied. Boom. Just as she finished speaking, another avalanche. Like the first time, Jiang Yu's expression changed drastically as she quickly pulled out a porcelain bottle. Upon opening it, a crystal-clear pill emerged. Jiang Yu's face showed signs of pain, but for her own safety she swallowed it. What are you eating? Facing the avalanche, Su Qi seemed unfazed. Instead, he turned to ask. A 4th-grade pill. Great recovery pill, Jiang Yu explained. It allows me to temporarily boost my strength and greatly increase my spiritual power. You stay behind me. With the great recovery pill enhancing her power, Jiang Yu unleashed a talisman, throwing it out. Boom. The talisman exploded, transforming into a fire dragon that charged toward the avalanche. Wow, Su Qi exclaimed in awe. Compared to his humble sword techniques, this was far more impressive. Wherever the fire dragon passed, the snow melted away. The avalanche was forcefully halted. But just then Su Qi heard a light giggle that seemed to come from the heavens. He saw a woman in white suddenly appear before the fire dragon. With a single breath, the woman extinguished the boom. The avalanche surged even more violently, rushing toward the two like a tidal wave. Jiang Yu bit her silver teeth and unleashed 12 talismans in one breath. 12 pillars of fire shot into the sky, colliding with the overwhelming avalanche. The pillars enclosed Su Qi and Jiang Yu, holding the avalanche at bay. Yet the avalanche seemed endless. Upon closer inspection, the fire pillars were being pushed down inch by inch. I have one more teleportation talisman. I hold on to me tightly later. Jiang Yu was sweating profusely, indicating how strenuous this was for her. Why don't I take over? Su Qi pulled out his peachwood sword. If I can't handle it, you definitely won't be able to either. Jiang Yu smiled bitterly, but before she could finish, Su Qi swung his sword. Swish! The sound of breaking air echoed. A Tenjong sword light surged forth, stirring a terrifying gust of wind. Jiang Yu's eyes widened as she watched her fire pillars and the avalanche crumble beneath this sword strike, dissipating with the gust. Wherever the sword light passed, the snow evaporated as if touched by the sun, vanishing in an instant. The relentless avalanche disappeared just like that. A dark blue-black mark was left on the snow-covered mountain, as if it had been cleaved by a sword. Upon closer inspection, the snow had melted, revealing the true color of the stone beneath. Jiang Yu's mind went blank. Was this done by the Taoist? Wasn't he at the Qi refinement stage? Is there really such a powerful Qi refinement cultivator? What an impressive Taoist! A silver bell-like laughter came as Jiang Yu was still in shock. A woman in white appeared in midair, surrounded by drifting snow. The snow woman. Jiang Yu's expression changed dramatically. The snow woman had indeed recovered from her injuries. The little girl from Qingxi town is in your hands. Su Qi asked. Yes, you came for her, didn't you? The snow woman giggled foolishly. Hand her over, Su Qi said calmly. She won't be coming back because I have already killed her, the snow woman said with a silly grin as the snowfall intensified, resembling a rainstorm. Su Qi's originally calm eyes slowly turned sharp. The cute little girl from his memories was dead. Do you want to kill me so badly? The snow woman laughed louder and louder. But you can't do anything to me. This is my natural domain. Ooh, I can appear anywhere there is snow. Your sword energy may be strong, but it cannot reach me, hee hee. Is that so? Su Qi smiled as well. He was unsure if it was anger or sadness. He simply felt that the innocent little girl shouldn't have to die like this. She clearly still had a long life ahead of her. The memory of the little snowman at the entrance of the temple made Su Qi feel a wave of sorrow. Yet he had already grown accustomed to life and death. Logically, he shouldn't be this upset. Boundless spiritual energy surged into the peachwood sword. The sword shone brightly, and the sound of sword cries faintly echoed. But the spiritual energy was too overwhelming, and cracks began to appear on the peachwood sword. If there's no snow, wouldn't that be great? Su Qi said calmly. With a swing of his sword he struck. This strike was fueled by all his strength. The nearly 1,000-zhong sword light was as dazzling as the sun, reflecting the fiery sunset on the horizon. This strike was filled with rage. This strike carried the most terrifying gust of wind in the world. This strike was beyond description. Wherever the sword light went, the earth cracked and the mountains shook. The ground was lifted by the gusts, carrying the snow from the mountains into the sky. The sword light pierced through frozen rivers and towering snow mountains, soaring into the endless starry sky. That snow mountain was cut in half along with the snow covering the mountains. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The heavy snow that had been falling incessantly was blown away by the gusts swirling upward, as if it were descending from the ground to the sky. I have a sword. It can melt snow and slash through winter winds. Jiang Yu gaped her mouth wide enough to hold a duck egg. This is the qi refinement stage. If that is truly qi refinement, then has my golden core been cultivated into a dog? Then Jiang Yu understood. Su Qi could not possibly be at the qi refinement stage. He must be some reclusive, extraordinary powerhouse. It was only natural that such an exalted being would hide their true age. Only in that way could one explain why this little Taoist appeared merely at qi refinement, yet was so formidable. To reach such prowess one would need to be at least in the divine transformation stage. Xuannu, suspended in midair, felt her pupils quake. She panicked. No, was I joking? How could a single offhand remark overturn a mountain? Now is there anywhere left for you to hide? Su Qi asked, a cold spectral light flickering in his eyes. A chill ran over Xuannu's scalp. She waved her hands hurriedly. Esteemed senior, let us speak reasonably. I'm only joking. That little girl is perfectly all right now. Where is she? Upon hearing this, Su Qi's murderous intent eased somewhat. Xuannu hurried on. Come with me, I'll lead you there at once. Their forms of address shifted unconsciously. Su Qi and Jiang Yu followed Xuannu into a cave. Fortunately, Su Qi's sword had not struck this place. Had it done so, everyone inside would have been dead. Inside, Su Qi saw Zhang Tiantian, the little girl, sitting by the fire warming herself, not a scratch upon her. Beside her sat a man bound hand and foot. Senior brother Shi. Jiang Yu cried in astonishment. She had thought Shi Xinghua was dead. It seemed Xuannu had not slain him after all. Brother Su, what are you doing here? Zhang Tiantian ran over happily when she saw Su Qi. See, senior, I told you Tiantian was fine. I adore her. How could I ever harm her? Xuannu gave an embarrassed laugh. Shi Xinghua had his mouth stuffed with a pair of foul socks. Upon seeing Su Qi and Jiang Yu, he began to mumble incoherently. Jiang Yu rushed forward and tore the smelly socks from Shi Xinghua's mouth. Shi Xinghua cried out, Junior sister, you were captured as well. This Xuannu is no human. She tormented me, Wawa. A grown man wept openly. What a crushing blow he must have suffered. Yet Su Qi felt a quiet thrill. This man had been insufferably proud before, and it seemed Xuannu had considerable means. What on earth happened here? Su Qi asked, and Xuannu dutifully recounted the sequence of events from beginning to end. It turned out she had been forced to sign a master-servant contract with a powerful figure from Jinma Si, and had endured endless humiliation. One day that man suddenly died of an accident, freeing her, and she fled from Chang'an to this place. But the agents of Jinma Si would not let her go. They intended to seize Xuannu and bind her to another master. A talent as rare as hers had to be kept under firm control. Earlier, she had been struck by the Jinma sword, which severely diminished her strength. Shi Xinghua and Jiang Yu had inadvertently discovered her trail and pursued her here. Xuannu did not relish killing. She only wished to live in peace, which is why Shi Xinghua's life had been spared. The matter of abducting Zhang Tiantian was a misunderstanding. Xuannu was fond of the little girl. When she sought someone to play in the snow, Zhang Tiantian volunteered, and Xuannu brought her along. After hearing Xuannu's account, Shi Xinghua and Jiang Yu felt their worldviews shaken. The bulletin from Jinma Si headquarters had accused Xuannu of killing her master and declared her a traitor, ordering a nationwide manhunt. They had never imagined the truth was so different. Senior, I truly do not wish to return to that place full of demons wearing human skins. Please spare me, Xuannu begged. Xuannu prostrated herself on the ground and implored them. Shi Xinghua, distraught, said, the lie detection talisman shows no deception. Xuannu speaks the truth. The illustrious Jinma Si of the Great Tang hides filth and petty corruption. Shi Xinghua had always been proud of Jinma Si. This revelation left him with the sinking feeling that his faith had been shattered. Jiang Yu took a more open view and comforted him. Senior brother, sure, the world is vast. There will always be places the light does not reach. Though Jinma Si contains some rotten elements, most of its people are good. As long as they safeguard the Tang realm and ensure the people's well-being, our persistence still has meaning. As for your affairs, I will not meddle. Only do not harm the people of Qingxi town, Su Qi said. He then took Zhang Tiantian by the hand and led her out of the cave. Tiantian, your parents are worried. Do not be so playful in the future. Got it, brother Su, Zhang Tiantian replied in a childlike voice. Once Su Qi departed, Xuannu rose from the ground and glanced at Shi Xinghua and Jiang Yu. With a cold expression, she said, you must be eager to drag me back now. Secure a promotion, and you will never want for food or clothing again. Shi Xinghua forced a wry smile. Xuannu, you underestimate us. Since you are innocent, I will not insist on taking you. Let us pretend we have never met. Saying so, Shi Xinghua walked toward the cave's mouth. I sympathize with what you've endured. From now on, let us consider that we have never crossed paths. Jiang Yu expressed the same and then departed. As a woman, she understood Xuannu all too well. After everyone had left, Xuenu seemed utterly drained of strength and collapsed to the ground. Everything that had happened felt dreamlike. That suddenly appearing little Taoist had been terrifying. Fortunately, these people were reasonable, and upon hearing her plight, chose to spare her. From now on I should stop pretending to be the villain, she murmured. Xuenu smiled bitterly and spoke to herself. She had worn a villain's mask to protect herself, but now she realized that sincere hearts beget sincerity. The world, after all, still leans toward goodness. Suchi successfully brought Zhang Tiantian home. Her parents thanked him profusely and took their daughter away. Suchi urged Zhang Tiantian not to tell her parents the truth. Let it remain a little secret between them. Though Suchi had grown accustomed to farewells and death, and his heart had grown hardened at his core, he still clung to that insistence on kindness and justice. Night fell. Shi Xinghua went to Qingxi town to drown his sorrows in drink, seeking to forget the day's troubles. Jiang Yu remained behind and spoke with Su Qi by candlelight. The night was clear, and the sky glittered with stars. The two sat in the courtyard gazing at the heavens. Senior, have you truly never been to Chang'an? Jiang Yu asked. No, Su Qi replied, shaking his head. Jiang Yu mistakenly supposed him to be a Huashan cultivator, concealing his true power, feigning weakness to hide his strength. Su Qi was too indifferent to explain. After all, telling her he had reached 60 levels of qi refinement would be even more unbelievable, so he let her keep the misconception. If you ever come to Chang'an, please visit the Jiang household. I will show you all the splendors of the city. Jiang Yu produced a jade pendant and smiled. This is my personal jade pendant. I now present it to you. The people of the Jiang family will treat anyone bearing it as if they were myself. If you ever need anything, bring this pendant to the Jiang household for aid. Though I know you will likely never need this pendant in your lifetime, accept it as a token of thanks and remembrance. Thank you for acting so generously today, which has allowed this happy conclusion. Su Qi took the pendant. A line of poetry rose in his mind. Riding high in spring's favor, the horse's hooves fly. In a single day, one beholds all the flowers of Chang'an. As winter departs and spring arrives, the cold winter finally comes to an end. The snow outside the Changxing temple gradually melts away. Su Qi's cultivation is steadily improving. With the continual rise of his fortune, the incense offerings at the Changxing temple become increasingly abundant. Su Qi often pauses outside the temple, gazing at the peach orchard. In his heart, the vision of their reunion has been rehearsed countless times. The peach trees begin to sprout new buds. Watching the flower buds prepare to bloom, Su Qi thinks, hurry up just a little faster. Finally, the peach blossoms begin to bloom. The peach orchard has once again reached its most beautiful time of the year. The path through the 2 miles of peach trees resembles a sea of pink. Su Qi's mood shifts from calm to joyful. He heads to Qingxi town to buy the osmanthus cake that Lu Chang'an loves the most. He thinks to himself that his master, having been away in Chang'an for so long, must be craving the osmanthus cake from Qingxi town. After all, he used to call himself to buy it 2 or 3 times every month. Su Qi waits and waits until the peach blossoms are at their most splendid. He thinks that Lu Chang'an must be nearing Qingxi town. He continues to wait and wait until the peach blossoms are about to wither. He thinks that Lu Chang'an should have arrived by now. He waits until spring passes and summer arrives, yet Lu Chang'an still has not returned. Su Qi thinks master has ultimately broken his promise. The Changxing temple still has only Su Qi. However, Zhang Tiantian often comes to play with Su Qi, which adds some vibrancy to these lonely days. As the summer heat intensifies, news of Lu Chang'an finally arrives. It is brought by the town mayor, a handwritten letter from Lu Chang'an. Greetings, as if we were face to face. How have you been, my disciple? I often miss the osmanthus cake and the local customs of Qingxi town, feeling that I am out of place in Chang'an. But I am entangled in worldly matters and unable to extricate myself. This year I have indeed broken my promise. However, I am already preparing for my return, and I have also found a suitable foundation establishment technique for you. Await my good news. After reading the letter, Su Qi smiles to himself, saying, you old fellow, you have not forgotten that you owe me a foundation establishment technique. Another year of peach blossoms blooming. Yet Lu Chang'an still does not return. Su Qi's fortune grows ever higher, and his cultivation improves as well. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. Lu Chang'an writes to him every year. He always claims that the return is near, yet in the end, he is delayed by worldly matters. Su Qi gradually becomes accustomed to this. Over the past decade, his appearance has remained unchanged. The little girl from that year has already grown into a blossoming young woman. Brother Su, why do you still look exactly the same as when I was a child? Zhang Tiantian often asks. Because those with a good mindset appear younger. Su Qi always responds this way. Zhang Tiantian, with her stunning beauty, has suitors lining up at Aunt Zhang's doorstep. Yet Zhang Tiantian always says she won't marry, as she currently has no such thoughts. Her parents dote on her, and since the family is not short on money, they indulge her. Over the course of 10 years, everyone gradually becomes accustomed to the days without Lu Chang'an. From slaying demons to finding lost cats and dogs, Su Qi is capable of handling it all. If there's something to be done, just seek out the young Taoist Su, and you can be sure it will be resolved. Perhaps due to Su Qi's exceptionally high fortune, Qingxi Town has enjoyed peace for the past decade. Not to mention demons and monsters, even bandits and robbers have never been seen. It truly resembles a paradise. Host Su Qi, fortune 99 evaluation, a handsome man with great fortune. Su Qi looks at the system panel. He has now reached the 188th layer of Qi cultivation. It has been a long time since he triggered any events to enhance his cultivation. Su Qi does not even know what level his cultivation might be at. Anyway, he has not had a single opportunity to take action in the past decade. Brother Su, I'm here. A girl's voice comes from outside the temple. Soon a girl in a green dress bounces and she carries a lunchbox in her hand. Brother Su, come try the black-bone chicken soup I made myself. Zhang Tiantian bounces up to Su Qi. Zhang Tiantian comes to visit 3 or 4 times a week, bringing homemade delicacies each time. Su Qi opens the lunchbox, takes a sip of the rich black-bone chicken soup, nods, and says delicious. If Brother Su likes it, I will make it for you from now on. Zhang Tiantian smiles, her eyes turning into crescent moons. No need. Su Qi smiles and says even the most delicious delicacies can become tiresome after a while. Zhang Tiantian looks taken aback. Then I will vary what I bring for you, Brother Su. Tiantian. Su Qi looks at Zhang Tiantian calmly. Oh. Zhang Tiantian feels an inexplicable panic, sensing that something bad is about to happen. You shouldn't come to the temple so frequently in the future. Su Qi says lightly. People will start to talk. What others say doesn't matter to me. Zhang Tiantian grits her teeth and says what matters is that I want to be by Brother Su's side. It matters to me. Su Qi finishes speaking. He turns and goes back into the temple. Zhang Tiantian stands in place, tears welling in her eyes, but ultimately does not fall. Afterward, she tidies up the dishes and disappears into the bright spring sunshine. Su Qi sighs. How similar is Zhang Tiantian to Li Xiaoxiao back then? Su Qi remembers that he had said similar things to Li Xiaoxiao. It is unwise for an immortal to get too deeply involved with a mortal. It is not good for either party. Su Qi is a person who values emotions. He would feel sad for quite some time if the cat he had raised for 10 years passed away. Having witnessed too many farewells and deaths over the years, he understands that he should not become emotionally attached, nor can he allow himself to be. From then on, Zhang Tiantian indeed reduced her visits. From 4 or 5 times a week to once a month. Time must continue to move forward. After 3 months, a joyous announcement arrived within the borders of the Tang dynasty. The national master of the Tang dynasty ascended. Having guarded the Tang for over 300 years, he finally completed his merit and ascended through tribulation. The entire nation rejoiced. Yet amidst this celebration, turbulent winds began to stir. The royal family, having lost the protection of the national master, effectively lost their greatest support. Within half a year, the #1 family in the world, the Zhao family, rose in rebellion. The world plunged into chaos, countless citizens became homeless, and the number of bandits and robbers increased dramatically. The Tang royal family retreated step by step, with numerous prefectures falling one after another. The direct consequence of this was the paralysis of the Tang's demon suppression department, with evil cultivators and ghosts appearing everywhere, painting a picture of a world in despair. Those with clear eyes could see that the Tang's fortune was nearing its end. Yet no matter how the world outside was engulfed in flames of war, Qingxi Town, as a small border town, continued to live a peaceful and harmonious life. This small town seemed to have been forgotten. No one disturbed it. Thus another 3 years passed. Su Qi still lived a regular life every day, and it has been 3 years since Lu Chang'an's last letter. He does not know what has happened in the outside world. News has not reached Qingxi Town, and naturally no one informs him. Su Qi assumes that Lu Chang'an has once again encountered worldly matters, leaving him no time to write letters. Until this day, when a new official takes office, the news of the change of dynasty finally reaches this isolated. Dynasties rise and fall. The ebb and flow of history remains a natural process. Officials may change with the new dynasty, yet the people remain those of the old. The newly appointed official was astonished by the tranquility and harmony of Qingxi Town, having expected this remote town to be filled with suffering. Yet it seems the people live contentedly and happily. Unbothered by marauders, the new town chief Luo Kuei-jia was a man of iron, while true to his name. After assuming office, Luo Kuei-jia did not implement drastic changes in Qingxi Town. Rather, he found that maintaining the status quo was sufficient. After thoroughly learning about the town's history, he personally visited the Taoist temple to pay respects to Su Qi. Little Taoist Su, I have long admired your name. Luo Kuei-jia arrived carrying a pot of fine tea. I have not seen you before. Indeed, Su Qi replied calmly. I am the new town chief, and I hope for your guidance in the future. Luo Kuei-jia spoke with a smile, then recounted the fall of the Tang dynasty, stating that the current dynasty is Song. Upon hearing this, Su Qi's thoughts drifted far away. No wonder his master had not written in 3 years. During times of war, even a pigeon could not fly out of Chang'an, let alone a letter. How is Chang'an now? After a moment of silence, Su Qi asked. Chang'an is no longer the imperial capital. The current emperor resides in Kaifeng. Luo Kuei-jia replied. Su Qi nodded, contemplating whether his master had finished his worldly affairs. Luo Kuei-jia then left. Their conversation had been quite pleasant. As long as Qingxi Town and the Longevity Temple remained unharmed, it made no difference to Su Qi, who was emperor. Half a year later, a group of martial artists arrived in Qingxi Town. This paradise-like place delighted them greatly. After settling for 3 months, they stirred trouble. On a pitch-black night with howling winds, a lewd-looking man ventured out. He stood less than 5 feet tall, dressed in black, nearly blending into the night. No one knew he was the infamous flower picker of the martial world, Yuan Guang. Yuan Guang had harmed countless young women throughout his life, and in his urgency, he spared even old women and sows. His notorious reputation spread far, yet few had seen his true face, which spoke volumes about his caution. Yuan Guang arrived at a secluded residence, slipping in like a swallow. His target for the night was the flower of Qingxi Town, Zhang Tiantian. Little beauty, the Lord has come, Yuan Guang leered to himself as he soon found Zhang Tiantian's room. He skillfully made a small hole in the window and saw Zhang Tiantian sleeping soundly. Yuan Guang took out a drugged smoke and blew it into the room. But at that moment, a gust of wind seemingly from nowhere swept through the room, causing Yuan Guang to inhale all the smoke. It's over. Having inhaled a large amount of the drug, Yuan Guang lost his balance and fell from the roof, losing consciousness. The next day, Zhang Tiantian discovered Yuan Guang in the yard and immediately reported to the authorities. Yuan Guang's identity was quickly uncovered, and Luo Kuei-jia was overjoyed. Capturing this infamous flower thief was a significant achievement. Even when sent to prison, Yuan Guang could not comprehend why he had failed, thinking it was merely bad luck that led to his capture due to inhaling his own drug. This incident prompted Luo Kuei-jia to increase vigilance, thoroughly investigating the identities of the 10 or so martial artists who had come to town. Indeed, he uncovered some issues. Among them, 3 were fugitives. One was disguised as a man. The fugitives were all captured by Luo Kuei-jia, and the disguised martial artist revealed her delicate features once her disguise was removed. She happened to captivate Luo Kuei-jia's heart. He fell into the throes of love, though for now it was unrequited. Zhang Tiantian returned to the Longevity Temple once more. Brother Su, Zhang Tiantian called. What is it? Su Qi leisurely brewed tea. I know it was your protective talisman that saved me. Zhang Tiantian held the talisman around her neck and said. This talisman was given to her by Su Qi, nurtured with spiritual energy for 5 years. That's right, Su Qi nodded. If there's nothing else, you should return home. Brother Su, I want to be like you. Zhang Tiantian insisted. Like me, oi? Su Qi asked, puzzled. I want to become a cultivator just like you, she said. I want to be by your side, so I also want to practice cultivation. In the past, my thoughts were simple. Live a plain life with the one I love, have a child, and enjoy a happy life. But the lifespan of cultivators and mortals differs greatly. Ooh, I want to be by your side longer. Zhang Tiantian's words stirred some ripples in Su Qi's heart, but he quickly suppressed them. His lifespan is eternal, even if she begins cultivating now. A qi refining stage cultivator has a lifespan of only 125 years, old foundation establishment, 250 years, golden core 500 years, and even after achieving tribulation transcendence and ascending to the celestial realm, there is still an end to life. Moreover, he had no cultivation methods to pass on to Zhang Tiantian. The only one he had was the qi refining technique given to him by Lu Chang'an. I cannot teach you. I understand, Zhang Tiantian said, her expression resolute as she stood up. Even if you do not pass on the cultivation methods, I will find a way. With that, Zhang Tiantian left. Su Qi continued brewing tea, sighing softly, as sometimes those who are too clear-headed suffer the most. Zhang Tiantian stood beneath the peach blossom tree, staring blankly at the drifting petals. She remembered the scene of her first meeting with Su Qi as a child. Su Qi gently taught her how to make a snowman, showing no signs of impatience. She also recalled how Su Qi brought her home from the Great Snow Mountain. Later, she noticed a section missing from the Great Snow Mountain, and the townsfolk believed it was the anger of the gods. Only she knew it was Su Qi's doing, and it was for her sake. Sister Shui told her so herself. She did not know when it began, but the figure in the azure robe had already deeply imprinted itself in her heart. Zhang Tiantian took out a book from her clothes. The book was made of cowhide paper with nothing written on the cover. She sat under the peach tree and began to flip through it. Zhang Tiantian opened the first page, where delicate characters spelled out miscellaneous poems of Su Qi. These poems were all spoken by Su Qi, which she had carefully memorized and transcribed at home. Zhang Tiantian flipped through the pages, captivated by these marvelous verses. Butterfly loves flowers' spring scenery, the flowers fade remaining red, and the green apricot small. When the swallows fly, the green waters encircle the homes. The willows on the branches sway, lessening their fluff. Where in the world is there no fragrant grass? Inside the wall swings a swing, outside the wall pedestrians walk, and inside the wall the beauty laughs. Laughter fades, voices grow quiet, yet the passionate heart is vexed by the indifferent. Upon reading this, Zhang Tiantian murmured, "The passionate heart is vexed by the indifferent." After a long while she closed the book. She placed the book back in its original spot. Zhang Tiantian turned back to take one last look at the Taoist temple, then resolutely turned to leave. "Brother Su, I am going to seek the opportunities for my own cultivation. I will accompany you for a long time. For a very long, the third year of the great Song dynasty. The economy of the world is recovering, flourishing in every aspect. The major sects which had closed their doors during the war have reopened and are actively recruiting disciples. Who in the world does not aspire for longevity? From the emperor to the commoner, thus begins a new wave of fervor for cultivation." At this moment, Su Qi was sitting cross-legged in the Taoist temple. Just moments ago, he had broken through to the 200th level of Qi training. Astonishing changes had occurred. His left hand had actually become integrated with the spiritual power. This integration did not mean that his hand transformed into spiritual power, but rather it was connected from the inside out. The stronger the spiritual power within him, the more powerful his left hand became. As long as the spiritual power was sufficient, his left hand could be invulnerable to knives and guns, unaffected by water or fire, and could even shatter a mountain with a single punch. Could this be considered another form of body refinement? Su Qi said with some delight. Since the 200th level of Qi training allowed the integration of his left hand, did that mean that at the 400th level, he could also synchronize his right hand? Once his entire body was transformed into spiritual power, he would also be considered a different kind of saint in the flesh. In high spirits, Su Qi decided to visit the town after a long absence. He had not stepped out of the Taoist temple for 3 years. Upon arriving at Qingxi town, Su Qi found that not much had changed, but a few new tea houses and restaurants had been established, all opened by outsiders. "Little Taoist Su, long time no see." "Little Taoist Su, why did you come out of the temple today? I haven't seen you for 3 years." "Little Taoist Su, come try my newly developed meat bun." "Little Taoist Su." Almost everyone who encountered Su Qi greeted him warmly. He was now even more popular than Lu Chang'an had been back in the day. Su Qi also exchanged pleasantries with everyone. While passing by the Zhang family, he bumped into Zhang's mother, who was sweeping the floor. After more than a decade, this once graceful middle-aged woman had also acquired white hair and many more wrinkles on her face. "Little Taoist Su." Seeing Su Qi, a flash of joy crossed Zhang's mother's face. "And Zhang," Su Qi smiled and nodded. Alas, if Tian Tian were at home, she would surely be very happy. Zhang's mother sighed. 3 years ago, after Zhang Tian returned from the Taoist temple, she disregarded her parents' advice and left Qingxi town alone a few days later, claiming she was going to seek opportunities for cultivation. Until now, there had been no news of her, and no one knew where she was. "And Zhang, please do not worry too much. Tian Tian is a blessed person and will be fine." Su Qi comforted her. He looked up at the second floor of the Zhang house, which had once been Zhang Tian's room. The wind chime that Su Qi had gifted still hung outside the window. Time passed, and seeing familiar things stirred memories of people. Now this stubborn girl was unknown to him. However, the calm lake of Su Qi's heart rippled with waves. "Little Taoist Su, I know you are a person of great capability. Oh, I can tell from how you have not aged in over a day. If one day little Taoist Su must leave Qingxi town, I kindly ask you to find Tian and tell her we miss her and to take care of herself out there." "All right," Su Qi nodded in agreement. Zhang's mother smiled with relief. "Then I can be at ease." After bidding farewell, Su Qi continued on his way. Watching Su Qi's retreating figure, Zhang's mother murmured, Tian, your father and I both know your feelings, but how could little Taoist Su, being a person of the heavens, ever unite with a mortal? People must believe in fate. A celestial being is recruiting disciples. Everyone hurried to the town entrance to take a look. What? Where did this celestial being come from? I heard it's called the Tao Buddhist Immortal sect, which sounds very impressive. Let's go join the excitement. While Su Qi was buying osmanthus cake, he heard a commotion behind him. He turned to see residents hurrying towards the town entrance in small groups. A celestial being is recruiting disciples. Su Qi felt a spark of interest. After paying, he headed towards the town entrance. Upon arrival, he saw an old Taoist with an ethereal demeanor and a handsome young monk. The combination was quite eye-catching. "I am an elder of the Tao Buddhist Immortal sect, currently recruiting disciples widely. Those interested may step forward for a test of their celestial roots." The old Taoist stroked his white beard as he spoke. In front of him lay a crystal-clear stone roughly the size of 2 fists. "Taoist, where is your Tao Buddhist Immortal sect located? What is its strength?" someone asked. The Tao Buddhist Immortal sect is located at Feisha Mountain outside Kaifeng City. The current national master of the Great Song is the sect leader of our Tao Buddhist Immortal sect. So what do you think of our sect's strength? The old Taoist smiled faintly. I have heard that the current national master of the Great Song is at the half-step Great Ascension level an incredibly powerful figure. Is he really the sect leader of the Tao Buddhist Immortal sect? I wonder if I have a chance to join. I also want to join. I want to attain immortality. The old Taoist's words sparked lively discussions. But at that moment someone asked, Taoist, why are you bringing along a monk? Amitba. The handsome young monk joined his hands together and said Buddhism and Taoism are originally one family. Our sect has always upheld this principle, and I hope everyone will not take offense. The young monk you see is my second disciple. While other sects may think that Buddhism and Taoism cannot be compared, in our sect we have always adhered to the idea that Buddhism is originally Tao. Cultivating both can forge supreme practitioners. As soon as these words were spoken, many people nodded in agreement. What is a grand vision? This is a grand vision. Hearing that this sect has a grand vision. A young man was the first to step forward. I want to take the test. The old Taoist pointed to the transparent stone and said, place your hand on it. The young man complied and placed his hand on it. The old Taoist then said, close your eyes, meditate with your heart, and imagine yourself flying on a sword. The young man closed his eyes and began to breathe deeply in meditation. After a moment the stone shone with golden light, dazzling to behold. The old Taoist exclaimed, incredible, you possess a high-quality, golden spiritual root. The young man showed a delighted expression and hurriedly replied, respected Taoist, my name is Yang Shuai. Very good indeed, quite handsome. The old Taoist smiled with satisfaction. Do you wish to join our Tao Buddhist Immortal sect? We will focus on nurturing you. With your talent, as long as you do not falter midway, ascending to the immortal realm during the tribulation transcendence phase is not impossible. I am willing, Yang Shuai hurriedly said. He felt immensely lucky that he had not overslept today, otherwise he would have missed this monumental opportunity. Though he did not understand what a high-quality golden spiritual root meant, it sounded very impressive. This made Yang Shuai unconsciously straighten his back. In the past you all looked down on me, from now on I will make you unable to reach me. Is this a joke? How can Yang Shuai possess a high-quality spiritual root? In the past you all looked down on me, from now on I will make you unable to reach me. Is this a joke? How can Yang Shuai possess a high-quality spiritual root? It is known that Yang Shuai usually indulged himself relying on his family. If even someone like him could possess a high-quality spiritual root, how could others not be capable? Soon, the old Taoist's exclamations continued to ring out. You have a high-quality water spiritual root. You have a high-quality fire spiritual root. You have a high-quality earth spiritual root. This young lady, you actually possess a top quality with spiritual root. I never expected such a wealth of talent to be found in the humble Qingxi town. It truly opens my eyes, the old Taoist exclaimed. Next to him, Su Qi watched with great interest. Is there really a method of testing spiritual roots in the world of cultivation? With this thought, Su Qi felt a surge of strong desire. He wanted to test what kind of spiritual root he possessed. With this in mind, Su Qi stepped forward and said, excuse me, senior, could you help me with the test? Little Taoist Su Qi wishes to test his immortal roots as well. Of course, after all, little Taoist Su Qi is still immortal, naturally desiring longevity. But little Taoist Su Qi is already a practitioner, otherwise he wouldn't have remained youthful for over a decade. Loose cultivators can never compare to sect disciples. With the support of a sect, little Taoist Su Qi could go further, the crowd murmured. The old Taoist stroked his white beard and chuckled. Of course, just place your hand here. Su Qi stepped forward and placed his hand on the stone. After placing his hand on it, Su Qi felt a wave of coolness and thought to himself that this was indeed a good item. Close your eyes and meditate. Imagine you are flying with a sword. At this moment, the old Taoist spoke again. Su Qi closed his eyes, envisioning himself soaring through the 9 heavens on his sword. Although he was at the 200th level of Qi training, he had no knowledge of sword flight. Sword flight required at least the God transformation stage. Everyone focused intently on the stone. To them, Su Qi was already a cultivator, so his innate talent should be remarkable. However, after a long while the stone showed no response. My! Many people murmured in surprise. After a moment, the stone finally began to flicker with light, but it was a dull gray glow, quite different from the results of others' tests. All right, you can open your eyes now, the old Taoist said with a frown. After opening his eyes, Su Qi looked expectantly and asked, Senior, how is my aptitude? The old Taoist shook his head and said, you merely possess a low-grade, attributeless spiritual root. It truly is quite poor. With this aptitude, you can only become an outer sect errand disciple in our immortal sect. Upon hearing this, Su Qi deeply agreed. His previous luck had always been poor, so a low-grade spiritual root seemed reasonable. If it weren't for the system boosting his cultivation, he would likely still be stuck at the 9th level of Qi training. Seeing Su Qi silent, the old Taoist thought he was disheartened. But you needn't be too upset. After becoming an errant disciple of my sect, there is still a chance to be promoted to an inner disciple. Once you become an inner disciple, you might even obtain the miraculous elixir that can alter one's fate, the rebirth pill. What use is the rebirth pill? Su Qi asked curiously. The rebirth pill can completely transform your aptitude. Perhaps it could elevate you from a low-grade spiritual root to a high-grade one. We have had precedents for this. The old Taoist said with a smile. Little Taoist, Su Qi is merely a low-grade spiritual root. It doesn't sound very impressive, does it? It seems that many people in our town have better aptitudes than little Taoist Su Qi, right? If they obtain the cultivation methods, they should surpass little Taoist Su Qi significantly. Little Taoist Su Qi must be feeling quite down now, right? Many people looked at Su Qi with pity, only to find that he seemed completely unfazed. At least on the surface, that was how it appeared. Thank you, senior, for your clarification, Su Qi said, stepping aside to watch the commotion again. Little Taoist Su Qi, no matter what, you will always be the best in our hearts. Returning to the group, the residents comforted him warmly. This test lasted a full hour, and nearly all the young people had a turn. Among the 70 young people, 40 had high-grade spiritual roots, 10 had top-grade roots, and the remaining 20 were low-grade roots. Su Qi's attributeless spiritual root was at the bottom of the list. Attributeless roots cultivate any skill exceptionally slowly due to the lack of enhancements. In contrast, those with attribute roots would find that practicing skills aligned with their attributes would yield twice the results with half the effort. However, attributeless roots have one advantage: they are versatile. They do not have specific requirements for skills, and there are no theories of mutual restraint. For instance, a cultivator with a metal attribute root cannot practice fire attribute skills, as this would harm their foundation and even jeopardize their life. After testing the spiritual roots, the old Taoist stated that those interested could find him at the Penglai Inn, where he would rest for the night. Many young people with promising talents were tempted, who wouldn't want to attain immortality, who wouldn't want to become a revered cultivator. Su Qi, however, had no interest in that. He only wished to protect Qingxi Town and the Taoist temple. Just as he was about to leave Qingxi Town and return to the temple, the handsome monk called out to him. Ba, please hold on, benefactor. The handsome monk approached, hands pressed together in greeting. What can I do for you? Su Qi asked. By your attire, you must be a Taoist, correct? Indeed, Su Qi nodded. What difference does it make asking a repairman if he is a repairman? Taoists are inherently connected with our sect. You need not be disheartened. Come to the inn tonight at midnight, and I will offer you assistance, the handsome monk said with a smile. What kind of assistance will you provide me? Su Qi asked curiously. You will find out when you come. Just remember not to let others catch you, the handsome monk said with a smile. After saying this, he turned and left. I suppose I will check it out at midnight then, Su Qi thought to himself. The handsome monk's mysterious demeanor truly piqued his interest. As long as it was something that intrigued him, he wanted to know more. After all, eternal life is too long, or wouldn't it be boring to not seek out some amusement? What Su Qi did not know was that the handsome monk had repeated the same lines to all 70 people. The time for seeking them varied. But the general idea was always, you are fated with our sect, would you like to receive free assistance? Nightfall. The bright moon hung high and the Milky Way shone brightly. Qingxi Town had such scenery all year round. Su Qi lay on an old tree at the town's entrance, gazing at the distant starry sky, lost in thought. When he wasn't cultivating, he often had many strange thoughts, such as how to ensure the meat remains tender during postpartum care of a sow. Is it better to mix spaghetti with C15 concrete or with No. 42 concrete? What kind of chemical reaction would occur between Newton's law of universal gravitation and the Pythagorean theorem? After careful consideration, Su Qi indeed pondered some truths. For instance, if a task does not succeed, then it is a failure. Every 60 seconds that pass means losing a minute. The reason avocados are called avocados is that they taste strongly of avocados. Thus, when you eat an avocado, you will taste the flavor of an avocado. Furthermore, he had been lying there since the afternoon and noticed that 50 young people had peeked into the inn and then So what exactly was that handsome monk up to? As the hour of the rat arrived, Su Qi nimbly descended from the tree, his curiosity piqued. He truly wished to see what kind of medicine this monk was selling. Upon arriving at the inn, the innkeeper did not even raise his head, but stated here to see the immortal master, right. Room A on the second floor. Su Qi headed straight up to the second floor. He then found room A. The door was ajar, not closed tightly. Su Qi knocked on the door. Come in. A handsome monk's voice came from within. Su Qi pushed the door open and saw the handsome monk standing by the window, the moonlight cascading down, making his head gleam with a bright sheen. It created quite an aesthetically pleasing scene. You have arrived, benefactor, the handsome monk said with a smile. This afternoon you mentioned you could assist me. How will you assist me? Su Qi asked with a grin. Ba. Then I shall speak plainly. Since you are a Taoist, you must understand the importance of incense offerings. If you could donate some to me, I would be able to lend you a helping hand once you enter the sect. So you want money. A thought flashed through Su Chi's mind. No wonder it felt strange this old Taoist and the young monk were likely swindlers. That so-called stone for testing talents probably had its tricks as well. However, Su Chi was not in a hurry to expose them. Instead, he asked, "Oh, how much do you need?" The handsome monk revealed a mysterious smile. 100 taels of silver will suffice. 100 taels of silver was no small sum. An ordinary family would need 20 years to save that much silver. This was indeed a lion's share. Su Chi thought to himself. However, he maintained a calm demeanor and asked, "Does your sect also circulate mundane currency? What do you intend to do with this money?" It is well known that cultivators generally have little need for wealth. The items used for trading are usually spirit stones or similar things that aid in cultivation. Recruiting disciples is a tough job. As we wander through the mundane world, we naturally need money to support ourselves, and most of this money will be donated to various temples, counting as a merit for you, benefactor. Cultivators must not place too much importance on wealth. Please do not take it to heart, the handsome monk said with a smile. So if I cannot come up with this money, does that mean I have no fate with your sect? Su Chi inquired. Given your qualifications, it seems you would only be able to become an outer sect errand disciple in this lifetime, the handsome monk sighed. That is truly unfortunate, Su Chi replied with a smile. It seems I have no fate with your sect, so I shall take my leave. A hint of surprise flickered across the handsome monk's face. This Taoist was actually able to resist such temptation. After Su Chi left, the door was pushed open once more, and the old Taoist from earlier walked in. How did it go? The old Taoist asked. Of the 70 people, 50 expressed interest, and among them 30 explicitly stated they would send the silver tomorrow. 20 said they needed to think it over. The handsome monk smiled. The old Taoist nodded and said, "Once we complete this deal, we will be rich enough to return home in glory." By the way, has that young Taoist arrived yet? I've inquired, and he is from the nearby Taoist temple where the incense offerings are plentiful. He must have accumulated quite a bit of savings. The handsome monk showed a hint of disdain and said, "Father, even if this person has money, he is a miser who won't spend a single coin he has already left." The old Taoist showed a hint of regret. What a pity. Oh, we will miss out on a considerable sum. Father, I have an appointment with a girl later. Can you lend me the seductive powder? After discussing money, a lewd expression emerged on the handsome monk's face. However, you need to change your flirtatious ways, or you'll end up in big trouble sooner or later. The old Taoist said sternly. Father, I know my limits. The women I pursue are all without significant backgrounds. They won't cause us any trouble. The handsome monk replied. The old Taoist finally pulled out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to the monk. Afterward, the old Taoist returned to his own room. No one knew that these two were the notorious old and young swindlers in the martial world. Even fewer knew that they were father and son. The old Taoist was named Luo Wanbai, and the young monk was named Luo Hao. In the 3rd year of the founding of the Song dynasty, they had been conning for 3 years. During these 3 years, the two had amassed a vast fortune through various deceitful methods. Luo Wanbai planned to retire after this last job and return home in glory. Luo Hao skillfully brewed a pot of tea, opening the porcelain bottle to pour in the seductive powder. A lewd expression crossed his face as he thought to himself that tonight would be another splendid evening. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Luo Hao adjusted his expression and said, "Come in." The door creaked open, and a young girl dressed in a pale yellow dress walked in. She had a delicate and charming appearance, looking pitiful and eliciting sympathy. "Immortal Master, I have arrived," the girl said softly. "Come have a seat," Luo Hao said kindly. The girl walked over and timidly sat down. "Is it true that what you said today can help me become a full disciple of the sect?" The girl was assessed to have a low-grade water spiritual root, and according to the old Taoist's words, she could only become an errand disciple. But Luo Hao said he could help her directly become a full disciple of the sect. Of course, Luo Hao smiled slightly, and then asked, "But first tell me your name." "My name is Zhao Helu." The girl said. "A good name. It seems your parents are cultured people," Luo Hao replied. "This name was given to me by the young Taoist Su. My parents told me that my name is accompanied by a poem." Zhao Helu said shyly. "Oh, what poem?" Luo Hao asked while beginning to pour tea. After a rain, the green lotus blooms on the pond, coldly reflecting the glaze. Zhao Helu replied. "That young Taoist indeed has some literary talent." Luo Hao handed the tea over. "Come, taste the tea I brewed." "Thank you, Immortal Master." Zhao Helu took the tea and after gently sipping it said, "It's delicious." "Then drink some." Luo Hao chuckled. Zhao Helu, unsuspecting, drank it all. After finishing, she felt a warmth spread through her body, her cheeks flushed, and she couldn't help but say, "Immortal Master, this tea seems a bit strange." "This is immortal tea. It can cleanse the marrow and refine the bones, and soon it will make you feel light." As a fairy, Luo Hao's smile began to take on a lewd tone. In just 5 minutes, this girl would lose her rationality, allowing him to have his way with her. With this thought, Luo Hao felt a surge of impatience. "Immortal Master, about what you mentioned to me today." Zhao Helu asked again. Tonight we will only discuss romance, Luo Hao replied. Oh. Zhao Helu's mind had been somewhat muddled since she drank that cup of tea. What did the immortal master mean by only discussing romance? Before she could think it through, Luo Hao leaned in closer. Zhao Helu, would you like to become my Dao partner? Dao partner. Zhao Hilary felt her mind descend into chaos, her thoughts beginning to fragment. Excuse me, immortal, what is a Dao partner? It's the essence of you and me merging together, cultivating our bodies in harmony. Luo Hao said, exhaling warm breath. Oh. Zhao Hilary suddenly woke up, shaking her head vigorously. No, immortal, this is not accept. Why not? Luo Hao grabbed Zhao Hilary's wrist, grinning flirtatiously. Cultivating with me, I can make you feel ethereal and grant you eternal life. Stop struggling. Are you saying I'm not worthy of you? Zhao Hilary protested, trying to resist. Immortal, you are a monk, please show some restraint. Luo Hao pushed Zhao Hilary onto the bed, pouncing on her like a hungry tiger. Despair filled Zhao Hilary's eyes as she wanted to fight back, but her body felt weak and powerless, leaving her unable to move. What enthusiasm! At this moment a voice came from behind Luo Hao. Who? Luo Hao turned around abruptly to see Su Qi leaning against the window with his arms crossed. The moonlight cast down, highlighting his features in a dreamlike manner, as if a celestial being had descended. So it's you, Taoist. Get lost. Luo Hao, irritated by the interruption, shouted angrily. You can deceive others, but you shouldn't exhibit such beastly behavior. Su Qi said calmly. If it were just about scamming money, he wouldn't care. But this act crossed his bottom line. Now hurry up and get lost before I get angry. Do you dare meddle in my affairs? Do you think I won't kill you in an instant? Luo Hao boasted. Little Su Taoist, don't mind me. Just leave quickly. Zhao Hilary said, her voice shaky from the bed. The aphrodisiac was nearly overwhelming her will. Yet she still didn't want Su Qi to get hurt. Su Qi, as if not hearing her, took slow steps towards Luo Hao. I will say it again, get lost. Luo Hao began to panic, but still shouted threateningly. Seeing Su Qi continue to approach, Luo Hao could no longer hold back and leapt to flee. But Su Qi grabbed Luo Hao by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. Luo Hao, merely immortal, could be easily killed by a first-level Qi cultivator. Let alone Su Qi. Luo Hao had no strength to resist. With a casual toss, Su Qi sent him flying, crashing through the door. Help me, Dad. Luo Hao screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The door next to him opened, and the old Taoist hurried out. Seeing Luo Hao's pitiful state, Luo Wanbai rushed over, wanting to help him up. But Luo Hao cried out in agony, Don't touch me, it's broken. Luo Wanbai looked into the room and saw Su Qi in a blue robe, his expression cold and devoid of emotion. A chill ran down his spine. Honed instincts from years of wandering warned him of danger. Dad, kill him for me. Luo Hao screamed, unable to move his body. Though Luo Wanbai was terrified, he still maintained a stern face, saying, Young man, you injure a disciple of my immortal sect. Are you not afraid of severe retaliation? Not afraid, Su Qi replied with a slight smile. Even if the heavenly king himself came, he wouldn't dare act recklessly in Qingxi town. Luo Wanbai trembled all over. It seemed this matter couldn't be easily resolved. This young Taoist was not someone to be trifled with. Name your price, how much to let my son and I go. I don't need money, Su Qi said indifferently. How about you take him to the magistrate and confess? Are you trying to kill my son and me? Luo Wanbai shouted angrily. After confessing with their crimes, they would likely be sentenced to death. Dad, stop wasting words with him. Use that thing. Turn him into a human dry. Luo Hao yelled frantically from the ground. Young man, I don't want to make things worse. I will give you 10,000 taels. Let my son and I go, or I will drag you down with. Luo Wanbai said fiercely. Oh, Su Qi replied with a slight smile. Do you have the capability to do that? He walked towards Luo Wanbai. Despair flashed in Luo Wanbai's eyes. You forced my hand. Saying this, he pulled out a white bone from his pocket. This bone seemed to be human, with intricate inscriptions carved upon it. Without hesitation, Luo Wanbai bit his finger, and in an instant the white bone was enveloped in swirling black mist, greedily consuming his blood as if it were free. Bang! A minute later the bone fell to the ground as Luo Wanbai's spirit became extremely weakened, visibly transforming from an ethereal presence to a state of near death, emaciated and frail. Such a strong and eerie aura. Su Qi gazed at the bone, which had turned blood red and should now be called blood bone. You forced my hand, the blood demon descends, and no one in this town shall survive. Ha ha! Luo Wanbai laughed maniacally. As soon as his words fell, the blood bone suddenly grew flesh, the flesh writhing violently, quickly expanding into a mass of meat. The mass of flesh wriggled again, transforming into a blood figure. Blood, flesh, blood, flesh. The blood figure chanted incessantly, a horrific and eerie aura emanating from it. Luo Wanbai seemed to envision the beautiful town transforming into a purgatory scene. The blood demon was his trump card for survival. Although each use consumed 10 years of his life, Luo Wanbai did not care, thinking destroy. Let it all be. Luo Wanbei's eyes were filled with madness. It's too noisy. At that moment, Su Qi's impatient voice rang out. Following that, Luo Wanbai saw the blood demon being pierced through by this young Taoist. Useless, even if you. Luo Wanbei's words were not finished before he saw the blood demon explode along with the blood bone shattering. Luo Wanbai stood there stunned. What just happened? The blood demon just fell. That was a treasure he had painstakingly acquired. This blood demon had helped him through countless crises. When did it become so fragile? Since you are unwilling to confess, I will assist you. Su Qi tied the father and son together. Then he returned to the room. At this time, Zhao Hilary had completely lost consciousness, writhing on the bed and attempting to undress herself. Su Qi sat down, holding her wrist and infusing her with spiritual energy. Wherever the spiritual energy flowed, the effects of the aphrodisiac were completely dispelled. In just a moment, Zhao Hilary regained her senses. Realizing her embarrassing state, she blushed and quickly jumped up, thanking Su Qi. Thank you, little Su Taoist. Su Qi turned his head, pointing at Zhao Hilary, and said, You're exposed. Zhao Hilary looked down, letting out a scream. Luo Wanbai and his son have been taken to the authorities. Luo Kuejiao was overjoyed. Ever since arriving in Qingxi town, he had been blessed with continuous good fortune, success in both career and love. Although he was still striving in the realm of love, he had made significant achievements in his political career. It wouldn't be long before he received a promotion. After the recent fraud incident, the residents of Qingxi town have become much more vigilant. They would no longer fall for such tricks easily. Su Qi's life had returned to tranquility. He still pondered some cosmic philosophical questions in his spare time. It had been 6 years since he last received a letter from Lu Chang'an, and a vague worry stirred in his heart. But Chang'an was too far away, he didn't even know how to get there. Another year passed. Still no letter. This summer was particularly hot. Even the pug at the town's entrance lay exhausted. However, a familiar face visited the Changxing temple. Long time no see, senior. Jiang Yu greeted Su Qi with a bow. It had been 17 or 18 years since their last meeting. Though Jiang Yu was a golden core cultivator, her face bore the marks of time. Observing Su Qi's unchanged appearance over the years, Jiang Yu reaffirmed her suspicions. Su Qi must be a hidden master. Long time no see, Su Qi said indifferently. I have a request for you during my visit, Jiang Yu added. Speak, Su Qi replied succinctly. There is a village called Shirshi 150 li from Qingxi town where strange occurrences have recently escalated. Men and beautiful women passing through the village have been dying mysteriously. I was ordered to investigate, but I feel somewhat apprehensive and hope you can accompany me, Jiang Yu said. Is the Demon Control Department still operational? Su Qi asked. Jiang Yu chuckled. Though the national title has changed, the Demon Control Department remains now known as the Desong Demon Control Department. I can accompany you, Su Qi thought for a moment, and said, once this matter is resolved, I need you to help me find someone in Chang'an. Would you be willing? Jiang Yu nodded repeatedly, saying, Rest assured, senior, no matter who you are looking for, as long as he is still in Chang'an, I will definitely help you find him. Thank you then, Su Qi nodded. After a brief preparation, he took the cracked peachwood sword and followed Jiang. He also posted a notice at the temple entrance. I will be away for a while, you may come to offer incense and prayers. Jiang Yu glanced at the peachwood sword on Su Qi's back and felt a stir of thoughts. It seemed to be an ordinary sword likely to break after another swing. Perhaps she could gift him a sword. The 150 li journey wasn't short. Flying with a sword would only take half an hour, but neither of them was a transformation stage cultivator, so they could only walk. Along the way, Jiang Yu chatted with Su Qi, recounting the events of recent years. She had progressed from the early golden core stage to the perfected golden core stage. Once she entered the nascent soul stage, her lifespan would double again, and she could restore her appearance from over a decade ago. Su Qi inquired about her arrogant senior brother from back then. Jiang Yu laughed and said, after the Snow Woman incident, Shi Xinghua lost interest and soon resigned from the Demon Control Department to return home, marry, and start a family. He is now living a happy life. After traveling for half a day, they finally arrived at Shirshi village. Only a few households remained in the village. Most people had already fled. Jiang Yu and Su Qi found the remaining households. Jiang Yu knocked on the door, and after a while it opened. A wrinkled woman answered. Hello, I am with the Desong Demon Control Department sent to investigate the strange occurrences in Shirshi village, Jiang Yu said, revealing a token. The old woman glanced at the token in Jiang Yu's hand and was about to say something when a mocking male voice came from inside the house. What is the Demon Control Department doing here? This matter is under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun sect. A young man stepped out. When he saw Jiang Yu and Su Qi, he froze for a moment, then stared intently at Su Qi. A storm of emotions surged within him. How is this possible? How can this be? Impossible. No man can be this handsome. Zheng Shuai shouted frantically in his heart. He had a pair of slanted eyes, a flat nose, and a round face. He could embody every word describing ugliness. Before meeting Su Qi, he had never known a man could be so handsome. That shock quickly turned into a blazing fire of jealousy. His attitude grew threefold colder. Zhang Shuai snorted, saying, "It's one thing for the Demon Control Department to arrive late, but are you two here to die? A golden core and a qi refining cultivator. I advise you to leave quickly. Are you a disciple of the Qingyun sect?" Jiang Yu asked without anger. She sensed that this ugly man was a nascent soul cultivator. Reaching the nascent soul stage at such a young age is quite a talent. Indeed, Zhang Shuai replied, a strong pride evident when mentioning his sect. It is well known that there are countless sects in the world. However, only 3 major sects can be considered top-tier: Qingyun sect, Jiutian sword sect, and Fenjixuan. Top sects transcend the mundane, they are not subject to royal jurisdiction, and every dynasty must grant them privileges or they risk being overthrown. Thus Zhang Shuai held no respect for Jiang Yu's identity. He then said, "I am responsible for the strange occurrences in Shirshi village. You should go back the way you came. And you, a qi refining cultivator, what are you doing here? It's absurd." Everyone was dressed in Taoist robes, but while he exuded the aura of a sect leader, Zhang Shuai felt like an errant disciple, which infuriated him. Su Qi felt targeted, yet he didn't understand why this fellow was specifically targeting him. But he didn't care. Jiang Yu hurriedly said, "Taoist, although you are a nascent soul cultivator, you cannot be overly confident. With this senior beside me, we can ensure nothing goes wrong." Zhang Shuai was taken aback. A golden core cultivator referred to a qi refining cultivator as a senior. What kind of game was this? He scrutinized Su Qi, but no matter how he looked at him, he appeared to be merely a qi refining cultivator. Thus there were only 2 possibilities. The first was that this guy was just a qi refining cultivator. The second was that he was a hidden tiger in disguise. Zhang Shuai leaned towards the first possibility, but Jiang Yu's attitude made him unsure. Feeling cautious, he no longer insisted on driving the 2 away. Instead, he snorted, saying, "Just don't hold me back later." Seeing Zhang Shuai relent, Jiang Yu sighed in relief. If Zhang Shuai had insisted on driving her away, she would truly have no way out. She feared that Su Qi would get angry and kill this guy, leading to enmity between the Demon Control Department and the Qingyun sect. The Qingyun sect has a Mahayana cultivator, while the current national master is barely half a step into the Mahayana stage. Just then the old woman suddenly said, "You two should leave quickly. When night falls, Dezhuang will return, and then your lives will be in danger." Zhang Shuai scoffed, "Did you hear that? You should run." But when he turned around and saw the old woman looking at him, he immediately exploded. "What do you mean? Are you talking about me?" Zhang Shuai exclaimed anxiously. The old woman nodded, "You and this young lady. I, a proud disciple of the Qingyun sect, would fear mere monsters and spirits." Zhang Shuai pointed at Su Qi, saying, "Besides, why would our lives be in danger, but not his?" Wasn't the old woman's implication that he was weaker than Su Qi? He could accept being less handsome than Su Qi, but he absolutely could not accept being weaker. "He is handsome," the old woman said. A question mark slowly rose above Zhang Shuai's head. Is being handsome a privilege? In response to Zhang Shuai's inquiry, the old woman nodded, saying yes. Because Dezhuang specializes in hunting ugly men and beautiful women. This is outrageous. Zhang Shuai erupted in anger. How can this strange phenomenon be so biased? Did an ugly man eat your rice? Zhang Shuai sensed the deep malice of this world. "Grandma, who is this Dezhuang you mentioned?" Jiang Yu asked. The old woman sighed and said Dezhuang's real name is Wu Dezhuang. He was a young man selling pancakes in our village, and he had a beautiful wife named Pan Xiaolian. Speaking of this young man, he was quite handsome, a perfect match for Pan Xiaolian. However, one day, he discovered that his wife was cheating on him with the son of the ugliest man in the village, Lu Tiejian, who was 10 times uglier than his father. I don't know why they ended up together. Upon discovering this, Wu Dezhuang beat Lu Taijian's son severely, but deeply in love with Pan Xiaolian, he chose to forgive her. Wu Dezhuang thought this matter would pass, but later he found that his wife showed no signs of repentance and continued to commit adultery with Lu Taijian's son. In a fit of rage, he suffered a heart attack and died. While Pan Xiaolian and Lu Taijian's son shamelessly committed adultery again, during Wu Dezhuang's wake, the deceased Wu Dezhuang jumped out of his coffin and killed the 2, resulting in a gruesome death. Since then, all the beautiful women and ugly men in the village have been killed by Wu Dezhuang. Moreover, any ugly man or beautiful woman staying in Shirshi village at night would be killed by Wu Dezhuang unless they were exceptionally handsome. After hearing the old woman's words, the 3 glanced at each other. Zhang Shuai knew he was ugly, but he would never allow others to mention it. He snorted coldly and said, "In that case, it suits my purpose. I will wait for Wu Dezhuang today and help him attain a ghost that only kills ugly men. Zhang Shuai will surely make your soul scatter today." Zhang Shuai thought fiercely. "You are no match for him," the old woman sighed. "What a joke. A mere green hat ghost cannot defeat me." Zhang Shuai snorted. Zhang Shuai glanced at Su Qi and Jiang Yu before turning to leave the house. "This young man is too impulsive. You should go persuade him, the old woman said. Zheng Shuai glanced at Su Qi and Zhang Yu before turning to leave the house. This young man is too impulsive. You should go persuade him, the old woman said. Zhang Yu smiled and said, it's fine, Grandma. The one just now is a genius of Qingyun's sect, and ordinary fierce ghosts are no match for him. Seeing that her persuasion was futile, the old woman sighed and stopped insisting. Su Qi and Zhang Yu also walked out. After going out, Zheng Shuai had already disappeared. Senior, it is now the time of Shun. According to that, Grandma, the ghost will probably appear at the time of you, Zhang Yu. Then let's wait, Su Qi replied. After hearing the old woman's words, Su Qi thought that it was still a green hat ghost. No wonder it harbored such strong resentment. The stronger the resentment of a ghost, the more powerful it becomes. For example, a red-clothed fierce ghost is equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator. If it were a black-clothed fierce ghost, it could even match a transformation stage cultivator. These ghosts with awareness can also cultivate and are referred to as ghost cultivators. Su Qi found a flat stone to sit down and waited patiently for the night to fall. Zhang Yu also sat down and began to chatter with Su Qi again. Meanwhile, Zheng Shuai had found Wu Dezhuang. With one sword strike, he leveled his house to the ground. You green hat ghost, I will wait for you here today. If you have the guts, come kill me. Zheng Shuai shouted loudly. He must eradicate this ghost targeting ugly men. We ugly men have not offended anyone. Time passed little by little. Zheng Shuai stood still, unmoving. Winter days are always a bit shorter, and the sky gradually darkened. A ghostly aura spread throughout Shirshi village. Suddenly, Zheng Shuai, who was meditating, opened his eyes wide. He felt an overwhelming ghostly aura. Green hat ghost, I'm here. Zheng Shuai's voice boomed throughout Shirshi village. With his shout, the speed of ghostly energy gathering increased. With a loud rumble, the ground exploded, and a man dressed in red jumped out. This man was handsome, and it was evident he was a great beauty in life, but his eyes were just white, looking quite eerie. The man in red was Wu Dezhuang. He saw Zheng Shuai and instantly became agitated. Ugly man. Must die? A ghostly claw appeared out of nowhere, reaching for Zheng Shuai. It's actually a red-clothed fierce ghost. Zheng Shuai was shocked. The red-clothed fierce ghost was equivalent to him in realm, and it seemed this time it wouldn't be as easy as he thought. Get lost. However, Zheng Shuai was not intimidated. He drew his sword and instantly shattered the ghostly claw. Senior, they've started fighting, Zhang Yu said with some concern. It's a red-clothed fierce ghost. Should we help? Let's just watch for now, Su Qi replied. Zheng Shuai had just said not to follow him, and it seemed he could still handle it. Ugly man. Die. Wu Dezhuang let out a more chilling shriek. Fresh blood gushed from his red attire, and a massive blood claw emerged. With a swoosh, the blood claw rushed toward Zheng Shuai with a whooshing sound. Zheng Shuai's expression changed as he slashed out another sword strike. Clang. The long sword was knocked back, and this time the blood claw could not be cleaved apart. However, Zheng Shuai remained calm, snorted, and chanted majestic heavenly might, 9 heavens, divine thunder. With a thunderous rumble, a dark cloud gathered in the sky, and a lightning bolt as thick as chopsticks struck down. While Su Qi, who was watching from a distance, exclaimed in astonishment. This technique is impressive. If only the lightning were a bit thicker. It would be great if I could learn it. It's Qingyun sect's 9 heavens divine thunder technique. Zhang Yu said with a hint of regret. Lightning is the most young and strong thing in the world, inherently restraining evil spirits, but the timing is still a bit off. As the lightning struck down, the blood claw shattered instantly. Wu Dezhuang, who had been quite frenzied, showed a brief moment of fear. However, when the lightning disappeared, his face was once again filled with madness. Ugly man. All of you die. Beneath Wu Dezhuang's feet formed a blood pool, and he soaked in it, his blood color growing more intense. A gigantic blood-colored sphere gathered above his head, pulsating like a heart. Majestic heavenly might, 9 heavens divine thunder. Zheng Shuai once again formed seals and summoned dark clouds above Wu Dezhuang's head. Boom. A lightning bolt as thick as chopsticks struck down again. The blood-colored sphere trembled violently, developing some cracks. Wu Dezhuang shuddered underneath it and let out a shriek. The cracks on the sphere were quickly covered by blood and restored to their original state. Zheng Shuai gritted his teeth and unleashed the 9 heavens divine thunder once more. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive divine thunders struck down, causing the sphere to be covered in cracks, yet it still did not shatter. Covered in blood, it quickly restored again. Zheng Shuai felt cold sweat dripping from his forehead. The 9 heavens divine thunder technique consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy, and he had very little left in his body. Zheng Shuai was growing increasingly listless, yet the imposing aura of Wu Dezhuang was becoming ever more robust. As the blood sphere above his head expanded, Wu Dezhuang's might surged higher and higher. Senior, you may strike now, Zhang Yu said. No rush, Su Qi replied. He wanted to see what this blood sphere was truly capable of. Zhang Yu was helpless, but to comply. Zheng Shuai had already begun to waver in resolve. He regretted using the 9 heavens divine thunder, for once his spiritual power was exhausted, wouldn't he become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? Mighty heavenly power, 9 heavens divine thunder. Zheng Shuai again formed a hand seal and shouted. Wu Dazhuang roared in anger, and the blood sphere above his head swelled even more. But in the next moment Zheng Shuai actually turned and fled, moving quickly. Without a trace, like the wind gale spell. Zheng Shuai quickly formed seals, and his legs were enveloped by an invisible wind darting away over 100 meters in an instant. Roar! Quack! Wu Dazhuang, who was preparing to take the hit, was stunned to find Zheng Shuai had run away, letting out a quack in confusion. But soon he became even angrier. Zheng Shuai's fleeing reminded him of the blacksmith's son, who had also run away with such speed. Ugly man! Die! The blood sphere exploded and a rain of blood began to fall over 1,000 meters. Then it formed a blood-red barrier. Barrier! Jiang Yu exclaimed. Wu Dazhuang could actually use barrier techniques. A barrier is a rudimentary form of a domain. True domains can only be deployed at the foundation establishment stage. Within one's domain, a cultivator is an absolute god. A barrier is a weakened version of a domain, where who can enter and exit is determined by Wu Dazhuang's will. Unless one possesses overwhelming strength to break through the barrier, it is essentially unsolvable. Moreover, within this barrier his strength would be greatly enhanced, at least comparable to a fully realized nascent soul cultivator. Jiang Yu did not expect that after becoming a fierce spirit, Wu Dazhuang's talent would be so astonishing. Bang! Zheng Shuai collided with the edge of the barrier, tumbling backward and developing a bump on his forehead. Barrier! Barrier! Zheng Shuai had a look of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. In reality, he indeed had seen a ghost. But this green-hatted ghost could even use barriers. Why was that? This was a technique he had not even comprehended. While Zheng Shuai was in a daze, Wu Dazhuang had already flown into the air, his expression ferocious amidst the blood rain entirely covered in red, but what was most eye-catching was the green hat atop his head glowing and darkening. Ha! Zheng Shuai's laugh was more sorrowful than a cry. Ghost brother, there seems to be a misunderstanding. If I said I leveled your house to help you, would you believe me? In response to Zheng Shuai was a blood-red ghost claw. Damn! Zheng Shuai rolled like an eel, barely, but where the claw's wind passed, his clothes were shredded, revealing most of his pale backside. You are a pervert! Zheng Shuai exclaimed in shock. Before he could change into a new outfit, 2 blood-red ghost claws reached for him again. You green-hatted ghost, no sense of martial ethics, sneak attacking. As he shouted, he dodged once more. This time his clothes were again torn to shreds, exposing his emaciated. Now he was left with only a piece of cloth covering his lower half. Don't go too far, I'm about to get angry. Zheng Shuai shouted angrily. A gentleman can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. Oh, what does stripping my clothes count for? Swish, swish, swish. 3 blood-red ghost claws flew towards him. Mighty heavenly power, 9 heavens divine thunder. Zheng Shuai gritted his teeth as dark clouds gathered above Wu Dazhuang. A bolt of lightning as thick as chopsticks struck down. This time the lightning formed quickly, catching Wu Dazhuang off guard and hitting him directly. The blood claws attacking Zheng Shuai instantly shattered. Wu Dazhuang in the air howled, trembling all over as if he were dancing. I'll strike you dead. Zheng Shuai bit his finger and quickly formed seals. Boom. By burning the power of his essence, blood, vast dark clouds gathered, and a chicken egg-sized bolt of lightning cut through the night sky, striking down. Wherever it passed, even the blood rain evaporated. Boom. This divine thunder struck Wu Dazhuang, dimming the blood color on him significantly and eliciting a more piercing scream. No wonder you are a genius of the Qingyan sect. Jiang Yu exclaimed in admiration. She had not expected Zheng Shuai to turn the tables. Just 2 more bolts of thunder, and Wu Dazhuang would undoubtedly face death. But at this moment Zheng Shuai was already at the end of his strength. He fell to the ground with a thud. Hiss! Without any clothing on his backside, he sat directly in a puddle of water, causing him to shiver from the cold. What are you still pretending for? It's time to fall, green-hatted ghost. Zheng Shuai shouted at the top of his lungs. Wu Dazhuang, who had been trembling and roaring, suddenly opened his eyes wide upon hearing this. The vacant expression in his eyes erupted with endless hatred, and his clothing turned blood red again, darkening. Ugly man, die for me. Wu Dazhuang enunciated each word clearly. A series of cracking sounds emanated from his body, and then his arms spread wide. Countless blood-red ghost claws waved towards Zheng Shuai, roughly estimated to be at least hundreds or thousands. I'm going to die. Zheng Shuai smiled bitterly as he no longer had the strength to evade. Besides, there was no way to avoid it at all. It is said that before one dies, they will quickly recall their life. Zheng Shuai indeed began to reminisce. But he found that many memories had already become hazy. It seemed that since becoming a cultivator, many mundane matters had faded into oblivion. What a pity I haven't ascended to the immortal realm, yet to see grander scenery, Zheng Shuai sighed, slowly closing his eyes. But just then he saw an extremely handsome Taoist in a blue robe leisurely walking through the skies filled with blood claws arriving before him. That thunder technique you used was very cool. Can you teach me? The blue-robed Taoist smiled at him. Zhang Shuai's memories were interrupted, and he suddenly remembered that there were two people from the Demon Suppression Division here to punish the green-hatted ghost. Wasn't that the Qi refinement stage little Taoist? Thousands of ghost claws were sweeping towards them, ready to shred the two into pieces. Be careful, Zhang Shuai shouted. Then he saw Su Qi raising his left hand, casually throwing a punch. Boom. Zhang Shuai felt the air seem to freeze, and the myriad ghost claws came to a halt. The next moment, boom. The sound of a sonic boom echoed through the air. The gale swept through, instantly shattering all the blood claws. The green-hatted ghost in the sky wore a face of shock and disbelief. With just a punch's wind, his body began to disintegrate. The green-hatted ghost looked up and saw that the green hat providing him with endless power was also crumbling. For some reason, he felt a great weight lifted from his heart. Past memories played like a film. He saw the happy times he had with Pan Xiaolian. Pan Xiaolian was over there waving at him, saying, as she had years ago, "Husband, come home quickly. If there is a next life, I will never wear a green hat again. I absolutely will." The green-hatted ghost has perished. Zhang Shuai suddenly felt the moon tonight was exceptionally bright. The figure before him was so tall, so handsome, so powerful. Tears streamed down his face. Why? Zhang Shuai returned overnight. He vowed not to descend the mountain until he reached the transformation stage. It was incredibly demoralizing. How could there exist a cultivator who is both handsome and powerful in this world? Moreover, he appeared even younger than Zhang Shuai. However, at over 80 years old, he believed that he could still surpass Su Qi in the future. If Su Qi knew of his thoughts, he would simply say, "Kid, you are still too young. I will only grow stronger." After defeating the green hat ghost, Su Qi unexpectedly had a pleasant surprise. With the blessing of great fortune, he killed the green hat ghost and obtained a special magical artifact, the green hat curse. Using this artifact would ensure that a person must wear a green hat. Su Qi picked up a green hat from the green hat ghost and fell into contemplation. Ensure that a person must wear a green hat. How evil is that? Su Qi thought to himself as he stored the green hat away. It might still be useful in the future. If someone displeased him, he could gift them a green hat. They better be ready for it. Senior, does the green hat ghost really have relics? Jiang Yu asked curiously. It's a very evil thing, Su Qi nodded in response. Although Jiang Yu was curious, she saw that Su Qi did not want to elaborate further, so she did not press the issue. Senior, since the green hat ghost has been slain, I should return to report. Don't forget your promise to me, Su Qi reminded. Rest assured, Senior, I will dig 3 feet into Chang'an to find the information you seek. I promise, Jiang Yu assured. She just wanted to cling tightly to Su Qi's thigh. In the future, if there were any difficult cases, she would directly come to seek his help. No matter what monsters or demons arose, they would not be a match for my Senior Su. Thinking of the wonderful scenes to come, Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile faintly. At that moment, Su Qi inadvertently noticed the water puddle where Zhang Shuai had just fallen, seemingly illuminated by a faint glow. He walked over and fished out an exquisitely crafted token. The token was made of the finest jade, inscribed with the words Qingyun. This is the identity token of the Qingyun sect, Jiang Yu exclaimed. Su Qi flipped it over and indeed found Zhang Shuai's name inscribed. He stored the token away, saying he'll return it to him the next time we meet. After saying this, the two departed. With the green hat ghost dead, the ghostly aura in Shirshi village dissipated entirely, returning to its former peaceful and harmonious state. But at that moment, the door of a household opened. The elderly woman who had received Su Qi and the others had a look of horror on her face. The green hat ghost is actually dead. This matter must be reported to the Lord immediately. After saying this, the old woman transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. Su Qi had not been away for a day, and by the next morning, he was already back at the Taoist temple. He tore down the notice and returned to the temple. It had been a long time since he had looked at his attribute panel. When Su Qi opened it again, he was somewhat surprised. Host Su Qi, Fortune 130, Cultivation, Qi Refining, Level 260, Evaluation, a handsome man with great fortune. This time, there was even an additional panel for cultivation levels. However, it was of little use. He could tell how many levels he had in Qi Refining just by checking his body. This way was just more intuitive, better than nothing. Since Luo Kuejia took office as the mayor of Qingxi Town, this was his second visit to the temple. The first was right after he took office. Little Taoist Su, Since Luo Kuejia took office as the mayor of Qingxi Town, this was his second visit to the temple. The first was right after he took office. Little Taoist Su, I brought you the finest wine, Luo Kuejia said with a flattering smile. What brings the mayor to seek me without a reason? Su Qi asked lazily, not even opening his eyes. I heard that little Taoist Su is a person of great ability, capable of calculating fortune and assessing relationships. I came to you to inquire about my relationship. I heard that little Taoist Su is a person of great ability, capable of calculating fortune and assessing relationships.
I came to you to Luo Kijia's face revealed a look of happiness. I've never seen such a wonderful woman who has always disguised herself as a man. Later I accidentally discovered her, and from the first moment I saw her I fell in love. You're in trouble, you've fallen in love. Suchi vaguely remembered hearing such a phrase often on certain apps before he crossed over. Write down your birth dates and names on 2 pieces of paper. Suchi took out 2 sheets and said, after following Lu Chang'an for so many years, he really knew how to assess relationships and calculate fortunes. Luo Kueijia hurriedly took the paper, picked up a pen, and began to write. Luo Lingquai. Suchi asked, aren't you called Luo Kueijia? Luo Kueijia is just my pseudonym. Luo Lingquai is my real name. However, over the years, everyone has gotten used to calling me that, and I have also grown accustomed to it. Suchi nodded, then looked at the other piece of paper, and his expression changed to one of confusion. Wang Lingdang. One is an armor, and the other is a bell. This name is simply absurd. This name should be fake. I checked, and her real name is Wang Yiling. This time I mainly want to see which of our 2 names is more compatible. Luo Kueijia said with a smile. Suchi indicated that he understood, and then began to calculate. About 5 minutes passed. He opened his eyes, and said congratulations. Whether it's Luo Kueijia and Wang Lingdang or Luo Lingquai and Wang Yiling, you are a match made in heaven. From the 5 elements to the zodiac, or even the heavenly stems and earthly branches, you are the most compatible pair I have seen in recent years. Really? Luo Kueijia suddenly stood up, his face filled with surprise. Indeed, Suchi nodded. Thank you, little Taoist Su. I want to donate some incense to your temple. In a good mood, Luo Kueijia was also generous and said decisively. Mayor, please do as you wish, Suchi said with a smile. After Luo Kueijia donated incense, he walked away feeling elated, continuously mentioning that he would definitely invite Suchi to drink at their wedding. What is love in this world that leads people to pledge their lives to each other? Suchi sighed. He did not wish to touch upon the love affairs of mortals. However, seeing that lovers end up together, he still felt a sense of joy. Perhaps it was the blessing of the temple that garnered Suchi's affirmation. After Luo Kueijia returned, he launched a vigorous pursuit. 3 months later, a wedding invitation was delivered to Suchi's hands. It was personally delivered by Luo Kueijia. When good things come, Luo Kueijia looked at least 10 years younger. Little Taoist Su, thank you. If it weren't for you, I probably still wouldn't have the courage to love. Luo Kueijia said with a smile after I confessed I found out that Lingdang also likes me. Our wedding is set for 3 days from now. Oh, I hope you can attend. In response to Luo Kijia's invitation, Suchi smiled and said, I will definitely arrive on time. I don't know how many times I've attended weddings in Qingxi town. Witnessing couple after couple end up together, I feel gratified and a little envious. A mortal's life lasts but 100 years, living well in the present is eternity. 3 days passed quickly. On the day of Luo Kijia's wedding, the entire Qingxi town was adorned with lanterns and festoons radiating a festive atmosphere. Suchi arrived at the town on time. The people on the street were all discussing the grand wedding of Luo Kueijia. Our town hasn't held such a grand wedding in a long time. It's quite nostalgic. Have you all seen the bride? I haven't seen her yet. I have seen her as she matches the mayor perfectly. They are clearly a pair made in heaven. Senior Taoist Su. Upon seeing Suchi, the crowd greeted him warmly. Everyone seems so jubilant today, Suchi remarked with a gentle smile. Of course, the town magistrate's wedding is a once-in-a-century event. He has always treated us fairly. We're truly delighted for him. The crowd responded in unison. After exchanging light banter, Suchi made his way toward Luo Kueijia's residence, where an 8-man palanquin awaited heralding a formal traditional marriage. Suchi deeply admired such time-honored wedding rites. By dusk, the bridal palanquin finally arrived at the Luo residence. Crowds lined the streets, cheering as the bride, her face veiled in crimson, stepped down from the ornate sedan. Luo Kueijia, radiant with joy and tenderness, gazed upon his bride with unwavering devotion. Amidst thunderous applause, the newlyweds entered the courtyard hand in hand. Next came the ceremonial bowing before the altar. The master of ceremonies was a venerable elder renowned throughout the town. With resonant authority, he proclaimed, "The wedding rite begins now." Luo Kueijia and Wang Lingdang stood side by side. First bow, to heaven and earth. Second bow, to ancestors. Third bow, to elders. Final bow, to each other, the union of husband and wife. Rite concluded. At the moment Luo Kueijia lifted the crimson veil, gasps swept through the assembly. So breathtaking was the bride's beauty beyond all earthly comparison. Rapture bloomed across Luo Kueijia's face. In that instant, Wang Lingdang was the sole embodiment of perfection in his eyes. "Lingdang, at last I have claimed you as my own," Luo Kueijia whispered softly. Wang Lingdang's cheeks flushed with modesty as she lowered her gaze and murmured, Turning to the guests, he declared, "Today I thank each of you for honoring my wedding. I, Luo Kueijia, swear before all present Wang Lingdang is now my sworn wife, bound to me in life and death." Well said. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Then Luo Kueijia turned towards Su Qi, his voice thick with gratitude. This day, this happiness, is owed entirely to Senior Taoist Su. Had he not affirmed our fates were divinely aligned, I would never have dared confess my heart. All eyes turned to Su Qi, who held a lacquered wooden box. Smiling serenely, he stepped forward. A token of blessing, for the two of you. Within lies a comb carved from water buffalo horn, a symbol of lifelong union of love unshaken and trust unbroken. Thank you, Senior Taoist Su, Wang Lingdang added, her voice warm with sincere appreciation. She had long believed herself destined to wander. Until meeting Luo Kueijia, she discovered for the first time the true meaning of home. Now then, let the feast begin. May all partake heartily, Luo Kueijia announced. Just as guests reached for their chopsticks, a furious roar shattered the air from beyond the gate. Wang Yiling, you dare defy me so brazenly? All turned toward the entrance where a striking young man strode in, robes of imperial elegance bearing the confident stride of nobility. What on earth is happening? No idea. Could he be the bride's former husband? You've got dung for brains? More likely her old betrothed, here to claim her by force. Wang Lingdang paled instantly at the sight. Who are you? Luo Kueijia stepped protectively before her, brow furrowed in wary suspicion. You deserve death. The youth fixed Luo Kueijia with a venomous glare. Guards, seize this man at once. A tremor of unease stirred within Luo Kueijia, but it was swiftly drowned by rising fury. Several soldiers surged forward, only for the youth to scoff, unleashing a crushing wave of oppressive aura. Instantly they collapsed to their knees, limbs locked rigid, utterly paralyzed. I am Yi Liangshao, third scion of the Kaifeng Yi clan and a registered disciple of the Filiu sect. He pointed sharply at Wang Lingdong. And this woman is my fiancée, Wang Yiling, eldest daughter of the Kaifeng Wang clan. This farce insults me gravely, and its consequences will be severe. Gasps echoed through the hall. Both the Kaifeng Wang and Yi clans ranked among the empire's most exalted houses, each boasting senior ministers holding the highest court rank. Who could have imagined Luo Kueijia's bride bore such august lineage? Luo Kueijia's face drained of color as he turned to Wang Lingdang. Is everything he claims true? She nodded once, then shook her head, tears glinting in her eyes. To dissolve this engagement, I renounced my family name and severed all ties. I am no longer the illustrious Wang Yiling. I am but Wang Lingdong, a commoner free to choose her own path. Do you truly believe a betrothal can be broken at your whim? I laugh at such arrogance, Yi Liangshao sneered. Only I, Yi Liangshao, and engagements. You cannot flee me, not even to the ends of the world. Know this, what belongs to me remains mine. No one may steal it away. Lingdang is no possession. Luo Kueijia bellowed, then paused, correcting himself. I mean, Lingdang is no object. She is Wang Lingdong, a free citizen, not Wang Yiling. You hold no authority over her marriage, or her life. Yi Liangshao's gaze slid coldly toward Luo Kueijia. What are you? A speck of dust, daring to shout before me. Every soul here dies tonight. Only then shall my humiliation remain unspoken. With those words, Yi Liangshao's aura surged to terrifying heights. Drawing a long saber, he slashed downward, aiming to cleave Luo Kueijia in two. The blade's radiance blazed like a falling star. Just as Luo Kueijia stood frozen in its path, Wang Lingdang lunged forward, throwing herself into the arc of death to shield him. No! Luo Kueijia cried out, raw with anguish. I love you, Kueijia, she whispered, her eyes brimming with boundless tenderness. Perhaps in death they might become eternal lovers, bound beyond the grave. Boom! A hand materialized midair, shattering the blade's luminous arc, then seizing the saber itself in an iron grip. Must you resort to slaughter so readily? Is tyranny your only language? Su Qi asked, smiling faintly. Yi Liangxiao's eyes narrowed. This young Taoist had shattered his killing intent barehanded and gripped his weapon with effortless mastery. His strength was no trivial matter. Step aside. Do you presume to meddle in Yi clan affairs? Yi Liangxiao roared. Your clan's affairs lie beyond my concern, but within Qingxi town all abide by my word. Su Qi spoke calmly. Such arrogance. Let us see how well you shield these insignificant insects. Yi Liangxiao laughed, a sound sharp with contempt and cruelty. He produced a crimson talisman from his sleeve. The heaven-scorching talisman. Madness flared in his eyes as he slammed it into the ground, triggering its detonation. From the swirling vortex, a roaring fire dragon emerged, its maw wide, its breath poised to reduce the entire courtyard, and perhaps the whole town, to ash in an instant. Yi Liangxiao meant to erase Qingxi town itself from existence. Crack! In the next heartbeat his laughter died, his eyes bulging wide in disbelief as if confronting a specter. He watched, stunned, as the fire dragon barely emerging from the vortex exploded under a single punch from the young Taoist, not a single ember surviving the blast. Your talisman lacks durability, I'm afraid. Su Qi sighed, feigning disappointment. Yi Liangshao stood speechless. Never before had anyone so effortlessly eclipsed him, leaving him utterly mute. How does one recover from that? Urgent assistance needed, immediately. Are you certain you wish to oppose the Yi clan? Yi Liangshao spoke, his expression dark and forbidding. How formidable is your clan? How many Grand Ascension cultivators do you possess? Su Qi suddenly asked. In novels, defeating a junior always summoned elders. So if the opposing force proved overwhelming, Su Qi had already resolved to retreat elsewhere and lie low for a millennium. By then, even if the Yi clan's Grand Ascension cultivators had yet to ascend, his own cultivation would surely suffice to face them. Yet Yi Liangshao was left speechless. What did this young Taoist mean, asking outright about Grand Ascension cultivators? After all, even the Imperial Preceptor had only reached the threshold of Grand Ascension. Outside the Supreme Sect's true Grand Ascension cultivators were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The strongest cultivator in the Yi clan was merely at the nascent soul refinement stage. Could it be that this Taoist hailed from a sect backed by a Grand Ascension master? Otherwise, why would he pose such a question? Taoist, Grand Ascension. The more Yi Liangshao pondered, the more his heart trembled. Could he possibly be from Qingyun's sect? Before that colossal entity, not only the Yi clan, but even his own Filius sect, were but insignificant ants. At this thought, cold sweat drenched Yi Liangshao's back. How could Qingyun's sex prodigy appear in a mere riverside town like Qingxi? Was there something here, some hidden treasure or ancient secret, that had drawn their attention? A whirlwind of thoughts surged through his mind. Yi Liangshao instantly abandoned his arrogance and cautiously inquired, "Might I ask, do you hail from Qingyun's sect?" Yi Liangshao was arrogant, but not foolish. Offending a Qingyun sect prodigy would not only cost him his life, but might doom the entire Yi clan to utter annihilation. No. Su Qi shook his head. Yi Liangshao exhaled in relief. Thankfully not Qingyun, but his smirk swiftly returned. Master Lu, Yi Liangshao bellowed. A middle-aged man glided silently into the chamber, emanating the profound aura of a nascent soul cultivator. Young master, what are your orders? The man asked. A triumphant grin spread across Yi Liangshao's face. He, though only Foundation establishment, possessed a nascent soul guardian. Not a single soul present would escape today, not even this young Taoist. Kill them all. The final 3 words died unspoken. He noticed Su Qi appeared drowsy, yawning as his robe briefly parted to reveal a jade token suspended at his waist. Boldly inscribed upon it were the 2 characters, Qingyun. Gulp. Yi Liangshao swallowed hard, eyes bulging wide. His back was soaked with cold sweat once more. He had seen Qingyun's sect tokens before, and this one matched perfectly. He had nearly sealed his own doom, by a hair's breadth. Yi Liangshao suddenly erupted into manic laughter. Heaven had spared him. This Taoist was a Qingyun sect prodigy, beyond doubt. He must never offend him. Yet Master Lu misread the signal entirely. Whenever Yi Liangshao laughed, thus it meant annihilation, total merciless slaughter. So Master Lu's expression hardened, and he asked coldly, "Shall I kill them all?" At those words, Yi Liangshao jolted violently, then roared, "Have you lost your wits?" Huh? Master Lu blinked, bewildered. Yi Liangshao scolded him bitterly. "I summoned you to serve tea and attend the guests. Don't disturb their merriment." What nonsense was that? Huh? Master Lu stood stunned. It wasn't he whose mind had flooded, it was his young masters. Hadn't they come here to cause chaos? What was happening now? Was he expected to play waiter? Don't just gape, move swiftly. Disturb the guests' joy, and I'll have no mercy on you. Yi Liangshao snorted sharply. Yes, young master, I understand. Though utterly baffled, Master Lu bowed his head in compliance. Then Yi Liangshao shifted demeanor faster than a turning page. Beaming with obsequious charm as he addressed the crowd, "My earlier outburst disturbed your joy. I was merely jesting. I wholeheartedly endorse this wedding, both hands and both feet." Everyone stared dumbfounded. Yi Liangshao's abrupt reversal made him seem like 2 different men. Was he perhaps afflicted with madness? Luo Qia and Wang Lingdang were equally stunned. How had the tone shifted so drastically? Moments ago, Yi Liangshao had been unyielding and defiant. They knew nothing of how Su Qi's casually revealed token had shattered Yi Liangshao's courage, or that Su Qi himself remained utterly unaware. In any case, the banquet resumed its festive rhythm. Yi Liangshao trailed Su Qi like an eager acolyte. "Why do you follow me?" Su Qi asked, puzzled. Something was deeply amiss. The man's sudden fawning reeked of ulterior motive. Could he harbor unnatural desires? At that thought, Su Qi's gaze sharpened with wary vigilance. If necessary, he would strike, shatter every tooth, crush that perverse ambition utterly. "May I inquire your honored name, Taoist friend?" Yi Liangshao simpered. Su Qi came the terse reply. Yi Liangshao shuddered. This resonance was unmistakable. The Qingyun sect disciple he'd once met had carried precisely this same aloof, imperious air. "Brother Su,
Having concealed your identity here, does your sect entrust you with a vital mission? Yi Liangshao whispered slyly. What are you talking about? Su Qi frowned bewildered. His words made no sense. Yet Yi Liangshao nodded knowingly. I understand. I understand completely. Of course, sect secrets were never lightly divulged. But a spark ignited in his mind. Here was his chance to ascend the Qingyun sect's favor. Forging ties with Su Qi meant gaining Qingyun's patronage, guaranteeing the Yi clan's rise. With such backing, he could wield power and prestige anywhere, so long as he avoided self-destruction. Qingyun sect, one of the three great sects under heaven, revered even by the son of heaven himself. As for Wang Lingdang, did she still matter? Countless women graced the world. Why fixate on one? Yi Liangshao was no romantic. He pursued only what served his advantage. Even when Su Qi ignored him, Yi Liangshao clung stubbornly. Opportunity was seized, not bestowed. After the banquet concluded came the bridal chamber revelry. Luo Qia was harried beyond endurance, until well past midnight when the guests finally departed, leaving only him and Lingdang. My lady, Luo Qia murmured. Wang Lingdang softly hummed in reply, and lifted 2 wine cups. This was the final rite. Drinking the ceremonial wine signified eternal union and lifelong harmony. My lady, are you truly the eldest daughter of the Wang family? Luo Qia whispered, gazing upon her radiant beauty. I am no noble daughter. I am your wife, Wang Lingdang. She extended the cup. Luo Qia accepted it with a quiet hum, feeling in that instant the happiest man beneath heaven. They drank the ceremonial wine together, pledging to walk side by side for all lifetimes. The wedding of Luo Kuejia and Wang Lingdong, although there was a minor incident, ultimately ended in perfection. Yi Liangshao was no longer in a hurry to return home, instead following Su Qi around like a small attendant. But Butler Lu found this hard to understand. However, when Yi Liangshao revealed Su Qi's identity, Butler Lu immediately declared that Yi Liangshao was the #1 sycophant, while he himself was the second. The big and small sycophants settled in the Changxing Temple. The temple already had guest rooms available for rent. In response, Yi Liangshao generously donated a large sum of money, claiming it was for the renovation of the Changxing Temple. Su Qi naturally had no objections. The expansion of the Changxing Temple took over a month, and the old places were renovated. It now appeared much more uncertain if it was due to the comfortable lifestyle or the influence of Su Qi. Yi Liangxiao's temper improved significantly. He no longer wore a sour face when meeting people, but greeted them with a smile instead. 3 months later, Butler Lu asked young master, how much longer are we to stay here? This desolate place is dry. Then let's leave, Yi Liangshao said lightly after glancing at Butler Lu. Butler Lu felt a chill and quickly laughed awkwardly. Actually, this place is beautiful with fresh air. It's quite a good place for recuperation. But young master, have you forgotten that the old master's birthday is approaching? Yi Liangshao pondered for a long time before asking, what is my father's name again? Oh. Butler Lu's mouth dropped open. Yi Liangshao suddenly laughed and said, just kidding. I really forgot. A life here is too comfortable. I'll go bid farewell to Brother Su. Butler Lu sighed in relief, thinking Yi Liangshao had truly lost his mind. Yi Liangshao went to the front hall, where Su Qi was indeed seated practicing. Brother Su, my father's birthday is coming up. I must return home for a while. I hope to bother you again in the future. You don't mind, do you? Yi Liangshao bowed. Su Qi didn't even open his eyes and replied indifferently, just pay the fee. Yi Liangshao nodded and left, taking Butler Lu with him. The temple, which had been lively, became quiet once more. However, this tranquility did not last long. 3 days later, Jiang Yu arrived in haste under the stars and moon. Senior Su, she called out as she hurriedly bowed. Is there news? Su Qi looked at Jiang Yu. There is news, Jiang Yu nodded. For some reason, Su Qi felt a sense of tension. It had been too long since he had heard from Lu Chang'an. Please sit. Su Qi motioned to a cushion. After sitting down, Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment before saying, Senior Su, I need to clarify that this news is not good. Su Qi paused while pouring tea and lightly acknowledged. Your master Lu Chang'an returned to Chang'an years ago for his father's funeral. After observing mourning, he attempted to leave Chang'an several times, but was stopped by the Lu family for unknown reasons. About a year later, Lu Chang'an became the head of the Lu family. The Lu family, which had been on the brink of collapse, began to flourish under his leadership and soon returned to the ranks of the 8 great families. Such good days lasted for several years until he apparently offended someone, incurring the wrath of the emperor of the Tang dynasty, prompting the national master to eliminate the Lu family. Hearing this, Su Qi set down the teapot and asked that cultivator in the Great Ascension stage. Jiang Yu nodded. Yes, he has already ascended. Continue, Su Qi urged. Jiang Yu continued, as everyone knows, the national master is a cultivator in the Great Ascension stage. Eliminating a family is quite simple. However, no one expected an accident. A Lu Chang'an intercepted the national master, and they fought for 3 days and nights, ultimately leading to Lu Chang'an's capture. After Lu Chang'an was captured, the Imperial Guard quickly raided the Lu family, exterminating them. Then less than half a year later the National Master attained enlightenment and ascended during a grand thunder tribulation leveling a 10-mile radius outside Chang'an. At this point Su Qi closed his eyes reminiscing about all the moments shared with Lu Chang'an. No wonder his master who was so honorable had never returned after going to Chang'an. Even later, not a single letter was received. Ironically, he didn't even know who to seek for revenge as the culprit had already ascended and was no longer in this realm. Senior Su, there is however a small piece of news that could be considered good news. Jiang Yu added. What good news? Su Qi opened his eyes again. It is said that the National Master's thunder tribulation was quite abnormal, significantly more formidable than recorded in ancient texts. Some spectators even claimed that they saw two people undergoing a thunder tribulation, and at the time of ascension there were indeed two, one of whom was likely your master Lu Chang'an. Jiang Yu made a shocking statement. As she spoke, she took out an object resembling a crystal ball and solemnly handed it to Su Qi. Senior Su, this is a recording of the event noted by the observing cultivators. You can take a look. Su Qi accepted the crystal ball, something he had only heard of in legends, the image stone. It was similar to a video recorder on Earth, but even more advanced. It not only recorded the scene at the time, but could also immerse the viewer in the experience. Jiang Yu had put in tremendous effort to obtain this thing. Activating the image stone was also simple, one just needed to infuse a bit of spiritual energy. Su Qi held the crystal ball and infused it with spiritual energy. In an instant the surrounding scenery darkened, and the scene transformed, transporting him to the location where the recording was made. Su Qi turned around and saw the majestic Chang'an, behind him the sky clear and picturesque. He turned back and saw dark clouds thickening in the sky with thunder and lightning 10 miles outside Chang'an. Boom! The sky roared like a thunder pool. Deep blue lightning thicker than tree trunks struck repeatedly. In the center of the thunder tribulation two figures were actually still fighting. One dressed in black and the other in green. Su Qi trembled. The figure in green was so familiar that even though he could not see the face clearly, the outline alone made it clear that it was Lu Chang'an. Their battle escalated, turning the ground within a 10-mile radius into powder. Each move drew upon the power of heaven and earth. If not for their deliberate control, the aftermath of their fight would likely have leveled Chang'an 10 miles away. It was evident that the cultivator recording this image was no ordinary character daring to record from such proximity. In the end, the thunder tribulation concluded, and neither side emerged victorious. Under the illumination of the rainbow-colored light, they were forcibly dragged into the immortal world and ascended. After watching the recording, Su Qi remained in a daze for a long time. His master had not deceived him. He was indeed powerful. He could even stand on equal footing with the national master of the Tang dynasty, ultimately transcending the tribulation together. No wonder Lu Chang'an hasn't sent any letters since the fall of the Tang dynasty. It turns out he has already ascended to the celestial realm. The surrounding scenery began to crumble, plunging into darkness. After a moment, light returned, and Su Qi was back in the Taoist temple. He opened his eyes and returned the image stone to Jiang Yu, saying thank you. Jiang Yu was taken aback and quickly waved her hand. Senior Su, there's no need to be so polite. After all, you have helped me so much. Upon learning that the master was fine, Su Qi felt greatly relieved. Even though immortals have their lifespans, they are still far longer than those of cultivators in the lower realms. Su Qi believed that as long as he diligently cultivated for a few thousand years, he should be able to ascend to the celestial realm, and at that time the master and disciple could reunite. However, Su Qi felt he should be more cautious and first remain hidden for 10,000 years. After all, the strength of immortals is terrifying, and if he ascended recklessly, it could be dangerous. Immortals' lifespans are measured in hundreds of thousands of years, so Su Qi did not need to rush. Senior Su, was the person in the image your master? Jiang Yu asked carefully. Yes, Su Qi nodded. Although he had already guessed, Jiang Yu was still greatly shocked upon hearing this news. That was an immortal. As a disciple of an immortal, Su Qi likely had the legacy for ascension. If he worked hard enough, wouldn't he also have a chance to ascend? In the cultivation world, a good legacy is extremely important. To ascend, one must first have a technique that can cultivate to the tribulation transcendent stage. Such techniques are rare, which is why there is a significant gap in ascending cultivators. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu looked at Su Qi with even more fervor. Thank you very much this time, Su Qi said. No need to thank me, Senior Su. You have helped me so much. This is only... Jiang Yu smiled. For the next period of time, she stayed at the Changxing Temple. As a reward for the news about Lu Chang'an, Su Qi did not charge her. Changxing Temple has a mysterious charm. Anyone who comes here feels inexplicably relaxed, as if all the troubles of the outside world no longer matter. Therefore, Jiang Yu spent this period very leisurely. Without the disturbances of the outside world, her cultivation surprisingly progressed again, and she was already touching the threshold of the nascent soul stage. This further strengthened her resolve to cling to the big shot.
She was determined to be Su Qi's little follower from in a deep mountain more than 100 miles from Qingxi town. A delicate young woman was kneeling before a man dressed in blood-red attire. This man had a very enchanting appearance. Although he looked exceptionally handsome, he gave off an uncomfortable. If one looked closely, they would find that each of his features was quite beautiful, but when pieced together it seemed discordant, making his otherwise perfect visage appear otherworldly. "Blood slave, you have disappointed me greatly," the enchanting man said weakly. The woman kneeling on the ground trembled and replied, "My lord, it is indeed that the Taoist is too powerful. The green hat ghost is no match for him. I do not want to hear excuses. I need a large amount of resentment to recover. Where will you get it for me?" The enchanting man said impatiently, his eyes flickering with blood light. The woman hurriedly said, "My lord, rest assured, I have already found a place. There is a Qingxi town more than 100 miles from Shirshi village where there are more people. I will find a way to trap them all and gather resentment for you. You have already messed up once, I hope this is the last time." The enchanting man closed his eyes. "Please rest assured, my lord. I will definitely handle it well." The woman got up from the ground and hurriedly fled. Shortly after she left, the air twisted and a man in black appeared in her place. "My lord," the man in black said with a bow. "Slave, what do you think of the blood slave's words?" The enchanting man opened his eyes, which gleamed coldly. "My lord, I believe that this is just the blood slave making excuses for her ineffectiveness. If it were me, the green hat ghost would never sacrifice himself in vain. For this operation you will assist the blood slave in the shadows. This task is only to succeed, not to fail." The enchanting man closed his eyes again. "Understood." The man in black accepted the order, and the air twisted before he disappeared. A group of girls arrived in Qingxi town. These girls were all stunning, and the leader was a woman known for her charm called Mei Yang. It is said that these girls, before long, an entertainment establishment with the sign Xiaoxiang Pavilion was established. Such a display had never been seen in the small Qingxi town. Countless male residents, curious at first, soon fell into its charm after exploring. Each girl from Xiaoxiang Pavilion was beautiful and talented. Although the rule of Xiaoxiang Pavilion was to sell art, not bodies, it did not stop the enthusiasm of the male residents. They frequently gathered a few friends to visit Xiaoxiang Pavilion, attempting to win the girls' favor. Although Luo Kuejia served as the town chief in Qingxi town, he was someone who had seen the world. He knew how many such entertainment establishments existed in Chang'an and Kaifeng. If he did not already have a family, he would also want to explore this place. Curious about who the owner of Xiaoxiang Pavilion was to have opened a shop in Qingxi town. Despite the bustling atmosphere of Xiaoxiang Pavilion, the regular customers were merely a handful, and their spending power was not strong. Opening a shop here would undoubtedly lead to losses. One day, Jiang Yu went to the town to buy some charcoal. When she saw the sign of Xiaoxiang Pavilion, she found it hard to believe. Xiaoxiang Pavilion is one of the 3 great brothels in Chang'an, with branches all over the country, mostly in bustling cities. Why would it open one here in Qingxi town? Jiang Yue, a native of Chang'an and a member of the Demon Suppression Division, was well aware of all the news in Chang'an. However, she couldn't understand why Xiaoxiang Pavilion appeared in Qingxi town. However, her intuition told her that there must be some profound meaning behind Xiaoxiang Pavilion's actions. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu decided to investigate further. She disguised herself and quickly transformed into a suave young gentleman. "Please come in, young master." Upon reaching the entrance of Xiaoxiang Pavilion, the doorman's eyes lit up at the sight of Jiang Yue, and he hurriedly welcomed him. "How long have you been opened here?" Jiang Yu asked as he looked around. The doorman quickly replied, "We have been open for a... Is this your first time at our brothel, young master?" At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman approached. Jiang Yu was astonished upon seeing her. "Isn't that Mei Yang? Even she has come from Chang'an to Qingxi town. It seems that this time Xiaoxiang Pavilion has grand ambitions." "It's not exactly my first visit," Jiang Yu replied with a smile. Although unaware of Xiaoxiang Pavilion's intentions for coming to Qingxi town, Jiang Yu was already intrigued. "Look at you, young master, with such extraordinary bearing. You must not be a resident of Qingxi town, right?" Mei Yang smiled coyly. "Just a traveler. I never expected that the renowned Xiaoxiang Pavilion from Chang'an would open in this remote place. I thought it was a mere imitation until I saw you, and I'm convinced otherwise." Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. "Since you know me, you must be from Chang'an as well." Mei Yang gazed at Jiang Yu with seductive eyes. "A chance encounter with an old friend in a foreign land. How about you join me for a drink?" "Sure." Jiang Yu readily agreed. Outside Qingxi town, finally done. After a month of preparation, I will slaughter these over 5,000 people in one fell swoop to gather enough resentment for my master. The blood slave buried the last organ, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She had spent over a month preparing this blood sea formation to ensure absolute certainty. The blood slave had calculated that to provide enough resentment for her master, not a single one of the over 5,000 people in Qingxi town could escape. Once the blood sea formation is activated, Qingxi town will become a hell on earth. The blood slave suddenly turned her head and spoke to the air. "Inga, you've been following me for so long, did you really think I wouldn't notice?" The air twisted and the cloaked Inu appeared. Interesting, you actually managed to find me, Inu applauded. How did you discover my presence? He continued to Don't you realize how foul your stench is? As soon as you let one rip, it can be smelled from 5 miles away, the blood slave sneered. Moreover, you've made noise several times. Ngui's face darkened, feeling offended. He quickly changed the subject. Hurry and activate the blood sea formation. At this moment, he awkwardly wished to dig a hole right there. No need for you to say that. The blood slave snorted coldly and plunged her hand into her own chest. Blood gushed out. Countless crimson streams of blood flowed into the ground, forming a small river. Boom! The ground trembled. Blood geysers erupted simultaneously from dozens of spots outside Qingxi town. This blood seemed endless, spreading toward the sky, forming a blood-red curtain. The speed of the curtain's spread was astonishing. In no more than 3 minutes, it enveloped the entire Qingxi town. Please drink, young master. Mei Nyang presented a wine cup, her eyes resembling a pool of spring water. The cup contained a clear liquid, and a rich aroma of wine pervaded the entire room. Chang'an's heavenly fairy wine. You even brought this to Qingxi town, Jiang Yu said with a smile. You have a good eye, young master. You even recognize heavenly fairy wine. Mei Nyang praised. Jiang Yu raised the cup and drank it all in one go, then said, Excellent wine. May I have another cup? He pushed the cup forward. Of course. Mei Nyang filled Jiang Yu's cup again. Jiang Yu drank it down once more. Young master, do you feel a bit weak all over now? Mei Nyang asked with a smile as radiant as flowers. I feel a bit dizzy, Jiang Yu replied, his face flushed. You might be drunk, Mei Nyang said. The wine does not intoxicate people, but rather people intoxicate themselves, Jiang Yu said, his eyes hazy. Then why don't you tell me, are you from the drunken Immortal Tower, or the Yingshun courtyard? Mei Nyang leaned closer to Jiang Yu, her breath fragrant as she spoke. Neither, Jiang Yu replied, his gaze dreamy. I feel so dizzy. Then she collapsed onto the table, falling into a deep slumber. Neither. Mei Nyang frowned and stood up. Having taken a drug, you shouldn't be able to speak falsely. Could it be that you are truly just a traveler from Chang'an? Mei Nyang murmured. Boom. Just then the ground shook violently. A layer of blood light illuminated the room, as if it were submerged in blood. The earthquake lasted for several seconds before stopping. After steadying herself, Mei Nyang hurriedly opened the window. The sky was hazy and blood-red, as if a sea of blood had been overturned. The blood sea formation, a voice came from beside Mei Nyang. She turned sharply and saw Jiang Yue, who had seemed to be inebriated just moments ago, now looking grave as he stared at the sky. You aren't drunk, Mei Nyang exclaimed. The tricks of the Jianghu are useless against me. Jiang Yu leaped out of the window and landed on the street. Stay hidden. Jiang Yu waved his hand, and the doors and windows of Shaoxiang Pavilion closed automatically. A cultivator. Mei Nyang gasped again. To those in the Jianghu, cultivators were beings beyond reach, as she never expected to encounter one today. She had foolishly attempted to control him with drugs. Thinking of this, Mei Nyang broke into a cold sweat. Fortunately, this cultivator did not pursue the matter, or even 10 of her would not suffice against him. The strange phenomenon in the sky drew the residents of Qingxi town into the streets. They pointed at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Why has the sky suddenly turned blood red? Is a treasure about to emerge? What treasure? I feel restless, as if something bad is about to happen. It could be a dire omen. Quickly go to Changxing Temple and ask Taoist Xiao Su. It's impossible to leave Qingxi town now. The town's entrance is blocked by blood capable of dissolving all weapons. It's so oppressive, I feel like I can't breathe. Jiang Yu had already regained her true appearance. Her voice, amplified by spiritual energy, echoed throughout the entire Qingxi town. Everyone go home and hide. This is a blood sea formation set up by evil cultivators. It will confuse people's minds and turn them into bloodthirsty beasts. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, the townsfolk hurriedly ran home. They all recognized Jiang Yu, the girl who often followed Taoist Xiao Su, so they naturally trusted her words. Although the residents had all retreated to their homes, Jiang Yu still wore a serious expression. The blood sea formation, she had only seen it recorded in the Demon Subduing Division. This was her first encounter. The blood sea formation was an extremely malicious array. It would amplify the evil thoughts within people's hearts, gradually losing their reason, starting to kill each other. The longer it lasted, the more insane they would become, drinking blood and eating flesh as if it were a hell on earth. To set up a blood sea formation requires at least a core formation stage cultivator. I am simply no match for them. Jiang Yu looked worriedly towards Changxing Temple. I can only hope that Senior Su can notice the anomaly in Qingxi town and come quickly. At that moment, Jiang Yu heard the sound of a cane tapping against the ground. She looked towards the empty street. An elderly woman leaning on a cane slowly approached, a strange smile on her face. Little girl, it's been a long time since we last met. It's you. Jiang Yu widened her eyes. The old woman was indeed the one from Shirshi village who had told them the story of Wu Dazhuang.
But at that time she had no trace of ghostly energy, appearing just like an ordinary person. Today, however, she exuded a terrifying aura. This aura was at least at the nascent soul stage. Long time no see. The old woman smiled, revealing a mouthful of blood-red teeth. I always thought your flesh would be delicious, but I dared not act with that ugly cultivator around. Now no one can protect you. Bang! The old woman slammed her cane into the ground. The ground beside Jiang Yu suddenly cracked and blood gushed toward her like a fountain. Jiang Yu's expression changed. She threw out a talisman, and in the next second she appeared behind the old woman. I am now half a step into the nascent soul stage. I am not incapable of fighting. A sharp blade appeared in Jiang Yu's hand, thrusting fiercely at the old woman. But the old woman seemed to have eyes on her back, her arm bent in an utterly unnatural way, and instantly grasped Jiang Yu's hand. Fire talisman. Jiang Yu remained calm and flicked a talisman from her other hand. Boom. Flames instantly enveloped both of them. The old woman's hand suddenly loosened, turning into a puddle of blood with a scream. However, Jiang Yu was stunned. The old woman's aura was that of the nascent soul stage and could not possibly die so easily. Thunder. Just then a blood-colored lightning bolt struck from the sky. It formed a large puddle of blood on the ground, which then transformed into 10 identical old women. Hello, young lady. The 10 old women spoke in unison. Then they raised their canes and 10 blood dragons roared and charged forward. Ice talisman. Jiang Yu threw a talisman, and upon exploding the 10 blood dragons were instantly frozen. Blade talisman. Jiang Yu threw another talisman, and the blood dragons were instantly sliced into hundreds and thousands of pieces. But before she could catch her breath, blood-colored lightning continued to strike from the sky, with more old women emerging, hundreds and thousands filling the entire street. These thousands of old women cast spells simultaneously, and thousands of blood dragons roared, making Jiang Yu feel like a leaf on the ocean, at any moment facing annihilation. Escape talisman. Jiang Yu's body sank into the ground, but soon felt half of her body submerged in an inexplicable liquid. Jiang Yu was startled and tried to escape, but the liquid trapped her tightly, rendering her unable to move. Jiang Yu looked down and saw the liquid trapping her was endless blood. Thousands of blood dragons roared as they converged, forming a blood pillar over 10 spans wide, crashing down upon her. Senior Su. Jiang Yu shouted in her heart, wishing for Su Qi to appear at this moment. She did not want to die. Whoosh. At that moment, a sword light streaked like lightning, splitting the blood pillar in two, and the domineering sword energy spread out, shredding the severed blood pillar into pieces that evaporated in midair. Hi, beautiful lady, are you alright? Jiang Yu saw a white-clad swordsman with a long sword walking over. He was dressed in pure white, seemingly untouched by the world, yet his playful grin disrupted this atmosphere. The white-clad swordsman approached Jiang Yu and extended his hand, saying, "Give me your hand." Jiang Yu reached out, and he easily pulled her up. Then the white-clad swordsman stepped back a few meters. Sorry, I have a cleanliness obsession. Jiang Yu looked down and saw her lower body covered in blood, her face flushed as she said, "Thank you for your help, friend." No need to thank me. When evil spirits wreak havoc, I must intervene. When a beauty is in trouble, I must save her. The white-clad swordsman tidied his long hair and winked with a smile. Remember my name, Qingyun Sword Sect Wang Nanbua. After saying this, during Jiang Yu's moment of astonishment, he swiftly struck 3 swords. Peach Blossom Sword. Snowfall Sword. Blazing Sun Sword. With each strike, the white-clad swordsman would call out a name. Jiang Yu saw that each sword light conjured various phenomena. Fluttering peach blossoms, drifting snowflakes, and scorching sunlight. The 3 sword lights formed a beautiful scroll, instantly annihilating the thousands of old women. The second prodigy of the Qingyun Sword Sect, Wang Nanbua. Jiang Yu suddenly recalled the rumors in the cultivation world. The youngest prodigy of the Qingyun Sword Sect, who had achieved the transformation stage in just 120 years. However, he was called the second prodigy not because there were peers stronger than him, but because he claimed to be the second. One reason was to find a worthy opponent, the second was to remind himself to keep striving to reach that first position. In the transformation stage, one can initially harness the energy of heaven and earth, and every move can invoke various phenomena. Looking at it now, the rumors were true. Wang Nanbua had indeed reached the transformation stage. So weak, Wang Nanbua clicked his tongue and loudly declared, "To set up this blood sea formation, you must also be a transformation cultivator. How about coming out and fighting me?" His voice resonated across the fields. But the street remained empty. Even the blood sea in the sky fell silent for a moment. So boring, hiding like a coward as an evil cultivator. Seeing no response, Wang Nanbua raised his sword high. "If that's the case, I will break this blood sea formation, and then you will naturally reveal your true form." Wait. Just then a woman's voice rang out. Jiang Yu looked toward the speaker, a stunning figure in red, exuding an eerie aura. "Are you a disciple of the Qingyun Sword Sect?" the enchanting woman asked.
You are indeed a beauty. It seems an old saying holds true, a femme fatale, the ancients do not deceive me. Wang Nanbo laughed heartily, but did not answer the enchanting woman's question. The enchanting woman was not angry, but smiled. My master has some connections with your Qingyun sword sect. Why don't you just treat today as if nothing happened and leave peacefully? Wang Nanbo chuckled, not good. The enchanting woman's expression turned cold upon rejection. We are both at the transformation stage, and with the Blood Sea Formation's support, I am already invincible. Granting you the chance to leave is out of consideration for the connection between your sect and my master. Do not be ungrateful. Why waste words? It has been too long since I fought to my heart's content, or I hope you can let me have a great time. Wang Nanbo swung his sword. The sword light was like a thunderbolt, instantly tearing the enchanting woman apart. But in the next second, the enchanting woman appeared on the other side, her expression cold. Since you do not know gratitude, then today, you shall remain forever. Heaven and earth trembled. Countless residents ran out of their homes in panic, fearing the buildings would collapse and crush them inside. Blood Sea Formation refine. The blood sea in the sky surged down like a dam breaking. The sea of blood surged, threatening to engulf the entire town. If this sea of blood were to fall, most ordinary people would perish on the spot. I haven't married or had children yet, though I don't want to die. Who will save us? Please. Please come and save us. The vast majority of people wore expressions of despair. Beneath this sea of blood, everyone sensed the breath of death. Wang Nanbo, who had been indifferent now, appeared somewhat serious as he smiled and said, do you guess if this sea of blood can actually fall? You cannot stop me. The alluring woman sneered. Everyone here will die today, including you. Congratulations, you guessed wrong. Wang Nanbo replied with a smile, then raised his sword high. One sword cut through the galaxy. He swung the sword fiercely. Swish. The air shattered like a ripped cloth. The extreme sword energy was like light in the night. In an instant, it traversed the entire town. That magnificent sword intent was like a comet trailing a long tail. Wherever the sword intent passed, the air split apart, and starlight gathered, forming a galaxy. Though aware that this was not a true galaxy, but a manifestation of the world's spiritual energy, Jiang Yu was still stunned. Is this the power of a top-tier prodigy? To utilize the world's spiritual energy to such an extent at the God transformation stage is simply unbelievable. This galaxy blocked the sea of blood, and as the blood fell into it, it was instantly consumed, not even creating a ripple. The alluring woman's expression changed drastically. This sword had severed her connection to the Blood Sea Formation. Although both were at the God transformation stage, this man before her was simply extraordinarily strong. This is a true top-tier prodigy. Do you guess if I can cut you down with one sword next? Wang Nanbo asked with a smile while holding his sword. Though you've temporarily severed my connection to the Blood Sea Formation, it's still too early to think you can kill me. The alluring woman sneered. Oh really? Wang Nanbo held his sword sideways, preparing to strike. Then let's give it a try. The alluring woman retreated over 100 steps as Wang Nanbo raised his sword. Don't be nervous. I'm just a bit tired and changing posture. Wang Nanbo said with an innocent expression. Dare to toy with me. The alluring woman was extremely irate. It's not just you who can utilize the world's spiritual energy. Her body slowly floated off the ground as a crimson light filled her eyes. I told you today, everyone present will die. Boom. The alluring woman suddenly erupted, transforming into a sky full of blood. Then a hideous ghost formed with a pair of blood-red wings behind her. Blood ghost. Wang Nanbo's eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. Blood capture. The ghost emitted a terrifying sound. Waves surged toward the crowd like a tide. Even before the sound waves arrived, the townspeople displayed expressions of agony as their blood surged uncontrollably, as if trying to fly toward the blood ghost. Wild wind sword. Wang Nanbo swung another sword. A tempest arose, forming an invisible wall of wind that blocked the sound waves outside. Under this wind, the townspeople returned to normal. They all wore expressions of shock. So this is what it means to be a cultivator. The various supernatural powers dazzled the eyes. Moreover, it was very cool. Blood curse. The blood ghost raised her hand, and her arm suddenly exploded, coalescing countless scarlet blood droplets into a red seal in the air. In the next moment, the seal exploded. It appeared on Wang Nanbo's forehead between his brows. His eyes instantly turned blood red, with menacing crimson patterns appearing on his face. Not good. Jiang Yu's heart tightened. The blood curse is an extremely vicious spell. The cursed individual will have their essence blood drained, ultimately becoming a dried corpse. Trivial skill. Wang Nanbo laughed heartily. His eyes sparkled like swords, and the sword intent surged forth, instantly shattering the curse mark on his forehead. The blood ghost spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes displaying horror. If even the blood curse could not affect this boy before her, then his power was simply too terrifying. Blood collapse. The blood ghost bit her silver teeth and crashed heavily to the ground. Boom. The ground shook as if a 10-point earthquake had occurred, undulating like the surface of water. Everyone was unsteady on their feet, and then countless blood droplets appeared in the cracks, seemingly ready to burst forth. These were the blood ghost's lifeblood. Those who were tainted would instantly be drained to become dried corpses. Earth-locking sword. Wang Nanba's long sword shot forth instantly, embedding itself in the ground, revealing half of its blade. The ground ceased to tremble, and the cracks could no longer expand, even a fraction. So powerful. This feeling arose in everyone's hearts. Many even began to wonder if Xiao Su Daozhong were here, could he suppress this terrifying blood ghost? Probably not. The blood ghost also felt a sense of powerlessness. She was encountering such a tricky opponent for the first time among peers. Have you used all your strength? Wang Nanbo smiled and said, I still have some energy left, you know. What are you so proud of? How long can you hold on? Why should I hold on? It's enough to cut you down. Wang Nanbo produced another long sword, though this one was even more exquisite than the last. Catch. Having said that, the long sword slipped from his hand, transforming into a gigantic sword of Tianzhong, charging straight at the blood ghost. Flying sword of the magical artifact. Jiang Yu looked on with envy. Cultivators at the god transformation stage could soar through the 9 skies on their swords. This flying sword of the magical artifact was akin to an aircraft. The terrifying sword intent made the blood ghost feel as if her blood was about to burst before it even approached her. Hidden ghost, aren't you going to make a move? The blood ghost shrieked. What are you shouting for? I'm coming. Accompanied by a thunderous fart, the hidden ghost made a dazzling appearance. He grabbed the blood ghost, and the two vanished from sight. They've completely concealed their aura. Wang Nanbo moved his finger, causing the gigantic sword to shrink back and return to his hand. He closed his eyes, extending his divine sense, instantly enveloping the entire town, yet he still couldn't find the two who had vanished. Oh. At this moment, someone in the crowd let out a miserable scream. They instantly transformed into a dried corpse. The blood ghost's figure reappeared among the crowd. She resumed her human form, licking her luscious red lips, and chuckled, such sweet blood. Wang Nanba's expression changed, and the flying sword slipped from his hand, soaring toward the blood ghost. But in the next second, her figure vanished again. Oh. When she reappeared, another person on the opposite side of the crowd had transformed into a dried corpse. In an instant, everyone was panicking and rushing toward Wang Nanbo. Immortal, please save us. I don't want to die yet. I have elders above and children below, and my whole family relies on me to live. Quick escape. Once the crowd descends into chaos, it becomes like wild horses that have broken free from their reins. The figure of the blood demon intermittently appears among the throngs, and soon one person turns into a dried corpse. Panic spreads through the crowd. The blood demon, aided by the hidden ghosts, moves stealthily, leaving even Wang Nanbo helpless. The blood demon could easily drain hundreds of people dry in an instant, yet she chooses not to, as if toying with the crowd and mocking Wang Nanbo. Wang Nanbo furrowed his brows. Even with his strength, he struggled to stop the two powerful cultivators from slaughtering the mortals. He could protect himself, but he could not shield others. Two cultivators at the transformation stage are like turtles, only daring to strike against the mortals. Do they not feel ashamed? Wang Nanbo declared loudly. Ha! The voice of the hidden ghost echoed from all directions. Provocation tactics are useless against us evil cultivators. Mortals are like pigs and dogs. What does it matter if we kill them? The hidden ghost was very cautious. Even the voice seemed to come from all around, making it impossible for Wang Nanbo to pinpoint its location. Weren't you just very arrogant a moment ago? I told you no one leaves here today, not even you. The blood demon's voice also came from all directions. If I truly wanted to leave, do you think you could stop me? We cannot stop you, but will you just watch as these mortals are slaughtered? Wang Nanbo said flatly. This is the fatal weakness of you self-proclaimed righteous cultivators. The lives of mortals are as insignificant as weeds, yet you refuse to give up even at the cost of your own lives. The blood demon chuckled. Once your sword intent disperses and the blood sea array regains its connection with me, how will you withstand? Wang Nanbo laughed. Do you really think I would be so foolish? The lives of mortals mean nothing to me. I can leave at any time on my sword, but what awaits you is the endless pursuit of the 9 Heavens Sword Sect. The 9 Heavens Sword Sect. Ridiculous. The blood demon laughed. Once my master regains power, not just your 9 Heavens Sword Sect, all sects in the world will bow down, or you will face total annihilation. Another person screamed and turned into a dried corpse. The crowd grew more frantic, with many crying out for Wang Nanbo to save them. Wang Nanbo stood midair on his flying sword, feeling a sense of helplessness. Do you feel powerless? And these mortals will die one by one in your presence. What does it matter if they are top talents? They are merely our playthings. Wang Nanbo sighed. The sword intent in the air was weakening. In 3 more minutes, the blood demon would regain her connection with the blood sea array. At that time, the restraining power of the blood sea array would greatly increase, and escaping would come at a cost. The best option was to leave now. But he was a disciple of the Nine Heavens Sword sect, the chief disciple among the three major sects of the present world. If he retreated, his Tao heart would suffer damage, and he would give rise to an inner demon. A cultivator with an inner demon cannot transcend the tribulation, meaning his path to immortality would be severed. Thinking of this, Wang Nanba's gaze gradually became sharp. Cultivators fight against heaven, earth, and man. Cultivation is a path that goes against the heavens. If this is his destined tribulation, he cannot retreat. If so, I can only block it with that sword. Wang Nanba's expression turned serious. He had not yet fully mastered. Using it rashly could severely injure himself, damaging his foundation, and recovering would be exceedingly difficult. But Wang Nanbua had no choice. At that moment, a voice came from below. Wang Nanbua, 5 miles north of the city, seek Su Chi, Senior Su. He can break this situation. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Wang Nanbua was momentarily stunned. Su Chi, Senior Su. If he remembered correctly, this Su Chi was the small Taoist priest everyone spoke of. He had observed in secret. This Taoist was merely at the Qi refinement stage. How could he break the situation? Betting hope on others is not as good as relying on oneself. Wang Nanbua said flatly. Bringing Su Chi along would be of no use, it would only add a burden. Wang Nanbua, trust me, Senior Su is very strong. Jiang Yu said anxiously. You can go find him. I will open the passage for you. Wang Nanbua snorted coldly. She cannot leave. At this moment, the blood demon's laughter echoed. No one here can escape today. So there is a Taoist temple 5 miles north of the city. I detest Taoists the most. After dealing with you, I will go slaughter the temple. Do you really think I can't handle you? Wang Nanba's smile resurfaced. Since you seek death, then I shall fulfill you. Saying this, he waved his hand, and the flying sword beneath him suddenly transformed into 2. Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to myriad. With each phrase Wang Nanbua recited, another sword appeared beneath him. When he reached the final word, he paused, his face, flushed, veins bulging. Sword. Wang Nanbua nearly roared out the last word. The 3 flying swords paused for a moment, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd, they instantly transformed into a sea of swords. 9 Heavens Sword Sect, 10,000 Swords Technique. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in shock beyond measure. The 10,000 Swords Technique can turn one flying sword into thousands. Each sword possesses a unique ability. However, to manifest 10,000 flying swords, one must at least be at the void refinement stage. Wang Nanbua actually achieved this at the transformation stage. Now Wang Nanbua stood in midair, the wind whipping his robes fiercely. His long hair danced wildly, his handsome face shrouded in coldness like an immortal descended from the heavens. Reveal. Wang Nanbua uttered the word softly. A golden flying sword erupted with blinding golden light, illuminating the entire small town. In the harsh sunlight, all things revealed themselves. The once hidden ghost and blood demon revealed their forms. Both of them displayed horror in their eyes. They were now locked down by the myriad sword shadows, as if pressed by an enormous mountain unable to move. Found you. Wang Nanbua smiled slightly, wanting to raise his hand, but it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Cold sweat had completely soaked his back. At this moment, maintaining the sea of swords had already exhausted all his strength. Go. Wang Nanbua forced his hand up, or just as the sea of swords was about to surge forward, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the air. He was utterly exhausted. The sea of swords vanished. Wang Nanbua bitterly smiled, realizing he had ultimately lost the gamble, yet it felt so close he was unwilling to accept it. You scare me to death. The hidden ghost sighed in relief. For that brief moment, he truly thought he was going to die. Just to be safe, I will refine these people right away. The blood demon also felt lingering fear. The sword intent in the air dissipated, and she had regained her connection with the Blood Sea array. Blood Sea refine. The blood demon raised her hand, and the vast sea of blood surged again, intending to engulf everyone. Despair was etched on everyone's faces. The immortal has fallen. We are finished. Mama woo woo woo. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Jiang Yu clenched her fists, thinking, Senior Su, please discover it quickly, act now. No one can save you now. A satisfied smile appeared on the blood demon's face as she drained people into dried corpses. This was art. The blood sea surged, now less than 5 meters from the crowd, ready to engulf the entire town in the next moment. Boom. But at that moment, a dull sound echoed. A gust of wind blew in. Before the blood demon could react, blood gushed forth. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed faintly, growing steadily louder. A figure in azure robes approached from afar. Junior Taoist Su. Junior Taoist Su has arrived. We're saved. We're truly saved. Countless townsfolk wept with overwhelming relief. Su Chi was the beacon of hope for Qingxi Town. Even if the heavens themselves collapsed, Junior Taoist Su would bear the weight upon his shoulders. Such was the unwavering faith the people placed in him. Su Chi surveyed the devastation before him. the shattered ground, the desiccated corpses strewn across the earth. His expression remained impassive, his eyes calm, serenely still without a ripple of emotion. I'm sorry. I arrived too late, he said quietly to the crowd. Changxing Temple stood 5 li away from Qingxi Town. It was only thanks to Wang Nambua's commotion that Su Qi had been roused from his cultivation. Junior Taoist Su, you're here? That's all that matters. We knew you'd come. We believed it with all our hearts. Junior Taoist Su, slay these 2 demonic entities and avenge our fallen townsfolk. Su Qi turned his gaze toward Xue Gui and Yin Gui. Xue Gui trembled violently, his entire body shuddering uncontrollably. Yin Gui, however, frowned. This newcomer was merely a Foundation establishment cultivator, who then had shattered the Blood Sea formation. Xue Gui, why are you shaking? Even if we cannot win, we can still flee. Yin Gui spoke with irritation. Xue Gui stammered, voice quaking. He's the Taoist I told you about. Which Taoist? Yin Gui narrowed his eyes. The one who struck, just one punch, an obliterated green-cap ghost. Xue Gui whispered, trembling as though on the verge of collapse. She had witnessed green-cap ghost's annihilation with her own eyes. Just one blow. Wasn't that just your wild fabrication? Yin Gui asked, brow furrowed. What fabrication? Every word is true. Xue Gui was nearly in tears. Run now. How formidable could a mere Foundation establishment cultivator possibly be? I refuse to believe it. Yin Gui locked eyes with Su Qi and sneered, little Taoist. Tell me who helped you break the Blood Sea formation. Bring them forth. I'd like to meet them. Su Qi regarded Yin Gui with cold indifference, his face utterly unreadable. Are you paralyzed with fear? Very well. I'll test just how formidable you truly are. Yin Gui roared with unrestrained laughter as an abyssal darkness surged from his very being. Infinite darkness, he bellowed to the heavens. An endless void spilled forth from his form, swift, devouring, swallowing the entire town in impenetrable blackness. A darkness so absolute, not a sliver of light remained. Darkness, the primal source of dread. Yin Gui's manic voice pierced the gloom. Within this infinite darkness you are all helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. Ha. I shall exterminate you all. His words died mid-sentence. A thunderous explosion shook the earth. Then, light returned. The darkness receded like a retreating tide. Yin Gui's cruel grin froze upon his face, as if hollowed out from within. His pupils dilated slowly. He lowered his gaze, to where half his torso had vanished. What the hell was that? I refuse to accept this. Boom. He crashed heavily to the ground. Yin Gui, fallen. Xue Gui stood drenched in cold sweat, terror flooding her chest like poison. Like green-cap ghost before him, Yin Gui had been annihilated in a single strike. One punch. Mortals might not have glimpsed what transpired within the dark. But she had. That slender Taoist. Just one blow, and Yin Gui was gone. Fragile as an infant. Yet Yin Gui's strength had surpassed hers by a full margin. With the Blood Sea formation shattered, she was already grievously weakened. How could she possibly fight? Even flight was now a futile dream. Wang Nambua stared eyes wide. His formidable cultivation allowed him to perceive clearly even within the darkness. That youth he'd dismissed as merely a Foundation establishment cultivator was this terrifyingly lethal. In that instant, Wang Nambua understood why Jiang Yu had sent him to seek out Su Qi. Su Qi could break the deadlock. He was undoubtedly a reclusive master of immense power. Xue Gui knew death was inevitable. With a ghastly smile she pleaded, could you at least grant me an intact corpse? Were those lives taken by your hand? Su Qi asked, voice quiet and detached. Yes, it was me. Her face crumpled in despair. I ask only for a merciful end. Then abruptly she lifted her head, her eyes blazing with mad fervor. But remember this, my lord will avenge me. When his power returns and he rules over heaven and earth, my sacrifice shall be hailed by all. You will never be hailed. Su Qi drew Wang Nambua's long sword from the earth. Never. A blinding arc of sword light, luminous as the moon itself. Xue Gui's breath caught, her mind swam in sudden disorientation. So beautiful, the moon, she murmured softly. A memory long buried beneath blood and ash surged back into clarity. She remembered. She remembered everything. Before her fanatical devotion to her lord, before she became Xue Gui. She had been an ordinary young woman, cherished by a loving family, betrothed to a gentle suitor, surrounded by loyal friends. Life had been radiant, untroubled. Then came a night of full moon, when her city was slaughtered to the last soul. She lay drowning in crimson blood, blinding her eyes, until even the moon above bled red. And the butcher who led that massacre, the very one she worshipped as divine. How bitterly ironic. Xue Gui laughed, a shrill broken sound, as blood tears streamed down her cheeks. I am not Xue Gui. My name is Qianxin. Xue Gui fallen. Yet in her final moment, she found liberation, wrought by Su Qi's decisive intervention. Once again, Qingxi Town had narrowly escaped calamity.
Reconstruction proceeded swiftly. With Wang Nanbua and Jiang Yu lending their strength, Qingxi town soon regained its former tranquility. The deceased were laid to rest upon the hills behind the town. Their graves bloomed with fresh flowers. After this trial, many townsfolk kindled a longing for cultivation, not only for self-preservation, but for immortality itself. Scores of youths departed Qingxi town together seeking destiny beyond its borders. Watching them stride toward the rising sun, Su Qi asked, "You aren't leaving either?" Wang Nanbua and Jiang Yu stood beside him, one to his left, one to his right, like twin celestial guardians. "No, I won't leave," Wang Nanbua replied with a grin. "At last I've found a rival worthy of chasing. Why would I walk away? I'm only at Foundation establishment." Su Qi emphasized. "Don't try to bluff me," Wang Nanbua scoffed, utterly unconvinced. By now they were close enough that his speech had grown easy unguarded. He also knew Su Qi's true age, and discovered to his astonishment that the youth was younger than himself. That truth sealed his decision to stay, partly to drive himself ever onward, partly to unravel the mystery behind Su Qi's astonishing strength. Alas, he'd uncovered nothing yet. Su Qi's days followed a simple rhythm: meditation, sleep, meals. No secrets, no anomalies. If there was one peculiarity, it was this: every day, without fail, he ate a single apple. Wang Nanbua once asked why. Su Qi's reply left him utterly flabbergasted: "An apple a day keeps the doctor away." Those were Su Qi's exact words. Wang Nanbua longed to protest. "Brother, we're cultivators. Illness doesn't touch us." "Don't believe it then," Su Qi said coolly, and walked away. "Hey, senior brother Su, wait. Let's go to the Xiaoxiang Pavilion and compose poetry together." Wang Nanbua tugged at Su Qi's sleeve. "The Xiaoxiang Pavilion? Where is that?" Su Qi asked. Wang Nanbua gaped seriously. "Are you blind? Or just pretending? It's 500 meters straight ahead." Following Wang Nanbua's pointing finger, Su Qi beheld a resplendent pavilion, golden eaves gleaming under the sun. "No, I'm a respectable man," he said, waving his hand dismissively. "A man of such upright character. Yet, was it possible?" He felt the faintest flicker of, "That's precisely right. Who would have let you go to Xiaoxianggu?" Wang Nanbua tugged Su Qi towards Xiaoxianggu, then added to Jiang Yue, "You agree, Miss Jiang? Senior Su." Wang Nanbua is not wrong. Xiaoxianggu is not a house of dalliance, but an upscale establishment favored by refined literati. Jiang Yu replied. They had already reached the pavilion's threshold. Upon hearing that, Su Qi immediately stopped in his tracks. So it's actually a respectable place, Su Qi thought. His spirits sank. He had been curious to see a worldly spectacle, to glimpse the brothels of the stories, but now his interest evaporated. I suddenly remembered I haven't eaten an apple today. I will head back first. Su Qi turned and left. Brother Su, what are you doing? We're already at the door. Wang Nanbua was dumbfounded. A faint tinkling sound drifted out as Su Qi passed the entrance, unable to resist peering inside for a moment. At that moment, the wind chime at Xiaoxianggu's entrance tinkled, though there was no breeze. Su Qi quickly averted his eyes and walked away without looking back. Huh, Wang Nanbua remarked. I've come so many times. How did I never notice a wind chime here? From within Xiaoxianggu, a graceful figure hurried out. It was Mei Nyang, who greeted Wang Nanbua and Jiang Yu with a delighted expression. Mei Nyang, are you so pleased to see me that you came out to meet me? Wang Nanbua said with a smile. Mei Nyang flushed. Young Master Wang, do not tease this servant. The wind chime rang just now. Did you see who moved it? No one touched it, it rang by itself, Wang Nanbua answered. Yes. Jiang Yu nodded when Mei Nyang looked. Then did any of you see someone walk past just now? Mei Nyang asked anxiously. By this time, Su Qi had already vanished. Wang Nanbua, not thinking much of it, said, someone did pass by. I had planned to come with Brother Su for some fun, but he had matters and left early. Brother Su? Mei Nyang asked in puzzlement. You know him, Su Qi, the Xiao Su Daozhong you people speak of, Wang Nanbua said with a laugh. Xiao Su Daozhong. Mei Nyang froze and murmured, it is Xiao Su Daozhong. Could there be some legend about this chime? Wang Nanbua finally caught on and intrigued asked, could it be that when an indecent sort enters this respectable place the chime will sound? I never imagined Brother Su, who appears austere and aloof, would secretly be so lustful. Jiang Yu scoffed, rolling her eyes. Don't speak nonsense or Senior Su might hear and thrash you. What's wrong with telling the truth? Why else has the chime never rung on our countless visits, yet it rings the moment Brother Su appears? Wang Nanbua chuckled. He turned to Mei Nyang. Mei Nyang, tell us, what is the story of this chime? Mei Nyang smiled coyly. Young Master Wang, I cannot tell you. In any case, it is not what you think. Oh, what a pity. I thought I had a handle on Brother Su. Wang Nanbua feigned regret. Miss Jiang, shall we go in and have a few drinks together? Wang Nanbua addressed Jiang Yu again. Am not going. I must return to cook for Xiao Su Daozhong. Jiang Yu shook her head and walked away. They're all gone. How dull, Wang Nanbua said, glancing at Mei Nyang. Mei Nyang, it seems it will be just the two of us today. Mei Nyang apologized. Young Master Wang, perhaps not today. I have other matters. He'll have Xiao Chun and Xiao Dong accompany you. Never mind if you are all busy, I'll return to the Taoist temple, he replied. Wang Nanbua said dejectedly. Mainyang promised, next time you come, young master Wang, Mainyang will be sure to accompany you properly. It's a promise. Having spoken, Wang Nanbua turned and left. After he departed, Mainyang hurried back, and his Xiaoxianggu wrote a note, slid it into a bamboo tube, tied it to a pigeon's leg, and released the bird. Watching the pigeon vanish into the horizon, Mainyang murmured, if it is Xiao Su Daozhong, then it would not be unjust. The pigeon had hardly flown beyond Qingxi town when a man flying on his sword intercepted it. The man was Wang Nanbua. Little pigeon, don't be afraid. He'll read the note, and then let you go. As he spoke, Wang Nanbua withdrew the slip from the bamboo tube, muttering to himself, I must see what secrets Xiaoxianggu hides. He unfolded the note. It contained only one sentence. Go master, the person has been found. The person found. Found whom? Brother Su. Wang Nanbua murmured and read it over several times. Only those few characters. He tucked the note back into the tube and muttered, what does Xiaoxianggu want with Brother Su? How curious, he said. Little pigeon, fly quickly and deliver this to your go master. He released the pigeon. The pigeon beat its wings and disappeared into the sky. So vexing, it feels like everyone has secrets while I'm completely in the dark. Wang Nanbua alighted and flung himself upon the grass. He crossed his legs, a blade of grass between his teeth, showing none of the decorum expected of a cultivator of the Huashan stage. Could Brother Su have a bloody feud with Xiaoxianggu? Does Xiaoxianggu seek vengeance? No. Mainyang's demeanor does not suggest that. Besides, Xiaoxianggu is merely a mortal brothel. Brother Su could destroy it with a gesture. Or perhaps the Go master of Xiaoxianggu is Brother Su's long-lost father. That is quite possible. Brother Su is still young. It is not inconceivable that his parents live on. But why would the wind chime ring? Are there other possibilities? Enough. Mortal matters are too vexing to unravel. Cultivation is far more engaging. Wang Nanbua sprang to his feet and prepared to ride his sword away, but the moment he stepped onto it, he stopped and returned to the ground. I know now that chime must be some sort of magical device. His eyes gleamed as he murmured, this device must have recorded something of Brother Su. His hair, his blood, some token that matches him. Whenever Brother Su approaches, the chime registers his presence. If that's the case, then my second hypothesis gains weight. Brother Su must have been separated from his parents as a child, or perhaps the Go master was poor and abandoned him. That would explain why the chime bears Brother Su's trace, so that if fortune ever favored the Go master, he could seek Brother Su and atone for years of neglect. That also explains why Xiaoxianggu opened in such a remote backwater. Surely the Go master consulted it. My logic forms a perfect closed loop. The mystery is solved. Ha, I truly am a genius. Believing he had unraveled the mystery, Wang Nanbua returned to the Chongqing temple with a proud expression. During the meal, he couldn't help but chuckle several times. Wang Nanbua, are you out of your mind? Jiang Yu glared at him. At first, she thought Wang Nanbua was the kind of aloof and invincible prodigy, but after getting to know him better, she realized he was just a complete goofball. Despite having reached the transformation stage, he showed no semblance of a practitioner at that level. He spent his days joking and flirting with no serious demeanor whatsoever. Wang Nanbua grinned and said, Little Jiang, how can you speak to your brother Bo like that? I have just uncovered a nonsense. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. Seeing that she was utterly disinterested, Wang Nanbua turned his gaze to Su Qi, who was quietly eating. Little Su, pass me a dish. Wang Nanbua said mischievously. Jiang Yu looked at him in disbelief, thinking that this kid had truly gone mad today, or wasn't he just asking for trouble? As expected, Su Qi paused for a moment, then smiled at Wang Nanbua and asked, which dish do you want, Lord Wang? Wang Nanbua coughed twice and said, Little Su, don't look at me with those eyes, that scares me. Just know that I have a significant piece of news to share with you. A significant piece of news. Su Qi was puzzled. Based on my reasonable deduction, your biological parents will soon come looking for you. Wang Nanbua adopted a mysterious demeanor as he spoke. Biological parents. Su Qi could barely remember what they looked like. They were far away on Earth. How could they possibly come here unless they could also travel across worlds? Thinking of this, Su Qi smiled and shook his head, saying, your deduction is simply impossible. Why not? Wang Nanbua retorted, my logic has a perfect closed loop. Because my parents are in another world, Su Qi replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Nanbua was left dumbfounded. He had worked hard on his reasoning, thinking he had grasped the entirety of the truth, only to discover now what? Su Qi's mention of another world and Wang Nanbua's understanding meant that they had already transcended. Although he was reluctant to accept this fact, Wang Nanbua had to admit that he had made an error in his reasoning. Thus he fell into a dilemma. What could the Xiaoxiang Pavilion want with Su Qi? Chang'an City. With the change of dynasties, Chang'an is no longer the capital, but its splendor remains. If one were to speak of the top two cities today, one would be Kaifeng and the other would be Chang'an. The Xiaoxiang Pavilion, one of the three major brothels in Chang'an, is located in the most bustling center of the city.
From the outside, its opulence is nothing short of extravagant. Every description of luxury could apply to its exterior. However, once inside the Xiaoxiang Pavilion, this sense of grandeur diminishes significantly. An elegant atmosphere pervades everywhere. This place is a paradise for cultured scholars, and the preferred meeting place for officials and nobles. The Xiaoxiang Pavilion does not engage in flesh trade. Such dealings are only conducted by the lowest establishments in Chang'an. At this time, in a room on the top floor of the Xiaoxiang Pavilion. This is the room of the pavilion master, the most secure place in the Xiaoxiang Pavilion. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking interrupted the thoughts of the person practicing calligraphy at the desk. Come in. The person practicing calligraphy was a woman, the most beautiful in Chang'an, Song Xiaoxiang. The door opened, and a pretty woman rushed in holding a note. Master, a letter from Mainyang has arrived. The woman knelt on the ground and said, Read it. Song Xiaoxiang instructed. Master, the person has been found. Upon hearing this, a gleam of light flashed in Song Xiaoxiang's eyes and joy was evident on her face. Qing Zhao was correct. He really is in this remote town. Song Xiaoxiang paced back and forth, her face a mix of joy and anxiety. The kneeling woman secretly observed Song Xiaoxiang, seeing her in such a flustered state for the first time. She is the pavilion master of Xiaoxiang Pavilion, Song Xiaoxiang, the most beautiful in Chang'an, a figure that even high-ranking officials and nobles strive to please. Even the emperor of the previous dynasty and the current sovereign have bestowed calligraphy upon Xiaoxiang Pavilion. The influence of Xiaoxiang Pavilion is far greater than imagined. And Song Xiaoxiang herself is the object of admiration for countless powerful disciples, yet she has always treated these people coldly, earning her the title of the most aloof beauty in Chang'an. It is hard to imagine that the pavilion master would show such a side. Song Xiaoxiang stopped and looked at the kneeling woman, saying, Xiao Chun, notify everyone. Oh, I must go to Qingxi town immediately. Huh. Xiao Chun raised her head, her mouth slightly agape, filled with surprise. Song Xiaoxiang had never left Chang'an. Even the emperor had to come to Chang'an to see her. Now she was about to travel thousands of miles to that remote borderland because of a piece of news. Who exactly was the person that the master had been searching for? Stop dawdling, hurry up. Song Xiaoxiang urged. Yes. Xiao Chun nodded quickly and ran out. News of Song Xiaoxiang leaving Chang'an spread. It first set off a stir in the entire Xiaoxiang Pavilion, then spread throughout all of Chang'an. Perhaps it was impossible to hide it, or perhaps there was no desire to conceal it. The announcement was made with great fanfare. Xiaoxiang Pavilion dispatched a team of over 100 people to escort Song Xiaoxiang to Qingxi town. Watching the procession leave, the crowd on the streets of Chang'an whispered among themselves. Song Xiaoxiang has never left Chang'an, but now she leads a large entourage and is making such a grand departure. Is she going to the front lines to fight? Are you out of your mind? How could Song Xiaoxiang, a woman, lead an army into battle? Besides, the country is peaceful now, there are no fires at the border and nations are coming to pay their respects. Why would there be a need for war? But such a large number of people and many carriages must be transporting supplies somewhere. This could easily attract bandits. Haha, do you know who is in Song Xiaoxiang's guard? Just take that Li Gui, for example. He can take on 100 alone without breaking a sweat. Bandits would run away at the sight of him, or would they dare to think of robbing? You are only considering the power of the mortal realm. I've heard that Song Xiaoxiang has connections with the immortal sects. You know Feng Yishuan, right? One of the 3 major sects today, and I've heard that Song Xiaoxiang's aunt is an elder there. With such connections, who would dare to act? Meanwhile, the leaders of the other 2 major brothels gathered together. The other 2 major brothels are Zui Shenglu and Yi Renju. The leader of Zui Shenglu is an elegant middle-aged man named Zhang Wanli. The leader of Yi Renju is a charming woman named Xiao Yi. Brother Zhang, this wretched woman has never left Chang'an, yet now she leads a large entourage and makes such a grand departure. She must have some grand scheme in mind. Do I want to get involved? Xiao Yi said coldly. I think her departure this time is an opportunity for us. Zhang Wanli said, shaking his folding fan, his mind already at work. I wish to hear the details. Xiao Yi said. Song Xiaoxiang is the soul of the Xiaoxiang Pavilion. If she falls, the pavilion will naturally collapse as well. The large share that becomes vacant will be seized by our 2 families, and from then on there will be only 2 major brothels instead of 3. Zhang Wanli smiled and said, You mean? Xiao Yi asked uncertainly. Exactly what you think. Zhang Wanli continued to smile. However, we must consider the guards around Song Xiaoxiang and her connections to the immortal sect. Nonsense about her connections to the immortal sect. That's just a rumor spread by the world. How could a mere courtesan have such influence? Xiao Yi retorted. Zhang Wanli scoffed, but even the current emperor treats that wretch with great respect. This is evident to all. Xiao Yi remarked. The current emperor is merely cautious of the rumors. I have investigated in secret. Song Xiaoxiang has no connections to the immortal sect. Even if she does, I am not afraid. Zhang Wanli said confidently. Are you implying that you, brother Zhang, have connections to the immortal sect as well?
Xiao Yi asked, covering her mouth. That's right. Zhang Wanli said, shaking his folding fan, and smiling, I recently befriended a genius from the Jyotian Sword sect. Xiao Yi covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling. Brother Zhang, can you introduce me to this genius? That's exactly my intention. Zhang Wanli whispered, Sister Qiao, as long as you can get close to this genius and make him bow to your charm, I will have to rely on you in the future. I understand. Xiao Yi nodded eagerly. This is a genius from the Jyotian Sword sect, a legendary cultivator. Even if Zhang Wanli didn't mention it, Xiao Yi would find every possible way to approach this genius. With this connection, the privileges that Song Xiaoxiang enjoys will also belong to her. Xiao Yi. Zhang Wanli stood up and said with a smile, then I will go and invite this genius. After Zhang Wanli left, Xiao Yi hurriedly took out a bronze mirror to tidy up her appearance. She wanted to present her best side. Before long, the door was pushed open again, and Zhang Wanli respectfully followed a young man inside. The young man had an average appearance, but there was a sharp aura about him that made him seem superior. Are you Qiao? The young man looked at Xiao Yi, a suggestive smile on his face. This humble girl meets the immortal master. Xiao Yi smiled shyly. Still a virgin? The young man asked with a wicked smile. I am still pure. Xiao Yi nodded. The young man's lips curled into a smirk. Remember my name, I am Huang Chang'u. From now on you will be my woman. With that, Huang Chang waved his hand, and Zhang Wanli was instantly thrown out of the room uncontrollably. Get lost, don't disturb my mood. Huang Chang said with a wicked smile. Zhang Wanli did not dare to speak further. Getting up from the ground, he bowed, wishing the immortal master a delightful evening. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Inside the room, Huang Chang looked at Xiao Yi with a lewd smile. Come here yourself. Huang Chang sat on a stool, patting his thigh. Xiao Yi showed a shy expression, pretending to be coy as she walked over. Kneel. Huang Chang said with a cold smirk. Oh. Xiao Yi was taken aback. I said kneel. Huang Chang roared angrily, and his terrifying aura made Xiao Yi's legs go weak, forcing her to kneel on the ground. Serve me yourself. Huang Chang said with a wicked smile. Xiao Yi felt like she made a mistake. This immortal master was nothing like she imagined, showing no understanding of cherishing beauty. However, she knew she had no choice left. The next day, Huang Chang walked out of the room, feeling refreshed. Zhang Wanli was already waiting outside the door. Huang Chang patted Zhang Wanli on the shoulder and said, the woman you found for me is not bad, keep it up. I'm glad the immortal master is pleased. Zhang Wanli flattered. Alright, I need to go cultivate now. Don't disturb me during this time. Huang Chang waved his. What about what we discussed last time, immortal master? Zhang Wanli hurriedly asked. Let's talk after I finish cultivating. Huang Chang waved his hand impatiently. Zhang Wanli dared not say more. After Huang Chang left, he entered the room, where a lewd scent filled the. Zhang Wanli saw Qiao Yi slumped on the bed, disheveled like a pile of mud. Miss Qiao, you've worked hard. Zhang Wanli said. There was fear in Qiao Yi's eyes. Last night's experience felt like a nightmare. However, she had also obtained what she desired, Huang Chang's promise. Recalling the humiliation she suffered, fiery anger ignited in Qiao Yi's heart. Why should Song Xiaoxiang live freely, relying merely on a rumor, while she had to sell herself for glory? Brother Zhang, I want that wretched woman dead. Tell me your plan. Xiao Yi sat up, pulling her clothes to cover her exposed skin. I have already arranged for someone to kill Song Xiaoxiang. Zhang Wanli paused before adding, however, I cannot guarantee 100% success. How can we ensure 100%? Xiao Yi said somewhat frantically. As long as you can persuade Immortal Master Huang to take action, Song Xiaoxiang will undoubtedly die. Zhang Wanli said. So me sacrificing myself to Huang Chang is part of your plan. Xiao Yi finally understood, her eyes glinting with a cold light. Miss Qiao, you are not at a disadvantage here. Zhang Wanli smiled. Now that you have attached yourself to Immortal Master Huang, it is equivalent to having the Jyotian Sword sect as your backing. Won't you rise to glory in the future? Moreover, isn't this your own choice? After hearing this, Xiao Yi fell silent for a moment, and then said, I understand, but once Song Xiaoxiang is dead, I want 90% of the Xiaoxiang Pavilion. Deal. A glint of light flashed in Zhang Wanli's eyes, and he lowered his head with a smile. The scene shifts to Qingxi Town at the Xiaoxiang Pavilion. Wang Nambua sat opposite Mei Yang, continuously saying, Mei Yang, please do me a favor and tell me why the bell rang and what your plans are. I can't think of anything else. I keep pondering this issue. Mei Yang said helplessly, young Master Wang, I really can't say anything. The pavilion master is on the way, you'll know. How many days until he arrives? Wang Nambua asked. It's a long way from Chang'an to Qingxi Town, conservatively estimating it will take about a month. Mei Yang replied. A month? Wang Nambua scratched his ears and said, but I can't wait a month. Forget it, asking you won't yield anything. I'll just wait a bit longer, let's drink. Senior Su Wang Nambua goes to the Xiaoxiang Pavilion every day, neglecting his duties. I don't understand how he reached the transformation stage. Jiang Yu said helplessly, in the Taoist temple. Perhaps that's what genius is. Su Qi said with a smile. It has been half a month since Song Xiaoxiang set out.
During this time Huang Chang has remained in seclusion, not emerging. Qiao Yi and Zhang Wanli are both very anxious, especially Qiao Yi, who has sacrificed so much in hopes of seizing the territory of Xiaoxiang Pavilion. As long as Song Xiaoxiang is alive, Qiao Yi feels like a thorn in her throat, unable to eat or sleep peacefully. Miss Qiao, you should urge the immortal master again, Zhang Wanli said, pacing back and forth with some anxiety. How could I dare to urge him? He said that he must not be disturbed while in seclusion. Do you want me to die? Qiao Yi replied impatiently. Sigh, if you don't urge him by the time Song Xiaoxiang returns to Chang'an, the immortal master won't be able to do anything to her, Zhang Wanli sighed. Although cultivators are high above others, they cannot kill at will, otherwise it would provoke the suppression of the Demon Suppression Division. Major sects also care about their reputation, so naturally, they do not allow their disciples to slaughter mortals recklessly. So annoying, Qiao Yi frowned and said. She wanted to scold Zhang Wanli, but it was indeed she who had approached him eagerly in the first place. However, she would never dare to urge Huang Chang. Although they had only interacted for one night, she had already experienced his violent and domineering nature to the fullest. My people have already failed in their ambush. Now it's up to you, Zhang Wanli said before leaving. Useless. Qiao Yi cursed as she watched Zhang Wanli's departing figure. After Zhang Wanli left, a sly smile appeared on his face. I don't believe you can hold it in, foolish woman. As Zhang Wanli had predicted, after much deliberation, Qiao Yi could no longer contain herself and came to Huang Chang's room. Knock, knock, knock. She gently knocked on the door, looking very nervous. She didn't know if Huang Chang would fly into a rage, but as his woman, she should have some privileges, right? After waiting for a while, no one responded. Knock, knock, knock. Qiao Yi knocked on the door again. Her palms were already sweating from anxiety. Boom. The door suddenly exploded open, splintering into pieces. A flying sword abruptly hovered in front of Qiao Yi. Terrified, she went weak in the legs and directly knelt on the ground. Inside the room, Huang Chang emerged with a dark expression, looking down at Qiao Yi from his lofty position. Did I not say not to disturb me? I'm sorry, Qiao Yi said, her face filled with fear. If it weren't for the fact that you are my woman, you would already be dead. Huang Chang waved his hand, and the flying sword shrank, being swallowed by him. Thank you, husband. Qiao Yi suppressed her fear, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Don't call me husband, recognize your status, and call me master from now on. Huang Chang's eyes revealed a cold glint. Yes, master. Qiao Yi lowered her head, feeling very humiliated, yet there was also a strange thrill. Come in with me. Huang Chang turned around without even glancing at her. Qiao Yi followed him in with her head down, and soon seductive sounds echoed from the room. This continued until late into the night. Qiao Yi collapsed onto the bed, too exhausted to speak. This is your punishment for disturbing my cultivation, Huang Chang said with a wicked smile. Master, I know I was wrong. Qiao Yi said, her eyes filled with charm. Speak, what is it you want? Huang Chang said, feeling refreshed. Master, I would like to ask you to help me get rid of a certain woman. Qiao Yi said. Who do you want to get rid of? Huang Chang asked casually. The leader of Xiaoxiang Pavilion, Song Xiaoxiang, Qiao Yi replied. What kind of organization is Xiaoxiang Pavilion? Huang Chang inquired. Xiaoxiang Pavilion is one of the 3 major brothels in Chang'an. If you help me eliminate Song Xiaoxiang, I can leap to become the biggest brothel owner in Chang'an, which will also bring you glory. Qiao Yi said, leaning against Huang Chang. Huang Chang smirked. I'm not interested in such empty titles. Once you become the biggest brothel owner in Chang'an, how much can someone like you provide for me? Qiao Yi's face turned pale. Huang Chang was only lusting after her body and seemed not to consider any responsibility. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset. After all, her relationship with Huang Chang was merely one of mutual use. So she smiled and said, I can provide as much as you want. Good. Huang Chang grinned wickedly. In that case, I will help you become the brothel owner of Chang'an. Thank you, master. Qiao Yi's eyes showed excitement. Finally, Song Xiaoxiang, you vile woman, you're finally going to die. From now on, there will be only Qiao Yi in Chang'an, not Song Xiaoxiang. Qiao Yi thought to herself. Where is this Song Xiaoxiang you mentioned now? Huang Chang asked again. Master, that vile woman left Chang'an in grand fashion half a month ago and has now arrived at the Wanhua area. Qiao Yi said. Not in Chang'an. That makes it even easier. Huang Chang grinned wickedly. I will set out early tomorrow morning. Now open your mouth. The next morning, Huang Chang left early. Shortly after Huang Chang departed, Zhang Wanli arrived again. Miss Qiao, I knew you could do it. Zhang Wanli said with a face full of smiles. Qiao Yi snorted coldly and said, Do you think I'm like you, a useless person? Zhang Wanli's smile froze for a moment, but was quickly concealed. I would like to congratulate Miss Qiao on becoming the biggest brothel owner in Chang'an. From now on, you must retreat from my territory at Iran residence, or else you know the consequences, Qiao Yi said indifferently. I shall certainly follow Miss Qiao's lead, Zhang Wanli said, bowing. Leave now, Qiao Yi issued the dismiss. Zhang Wanli walked out, still bowing. Once outside, his smiling face vanished without a trace, replaced by a gloomy and frightening expression. Little Vixen, do you want to dismantle the bridge after crossing the river? Who is the snipe and who is the clam? It is hard to say. Song Xiaoxiang's entourage has already repelled the third wave of attackers. These attackers included many martial arts experts, but Song Xiaoxiang's guards were even stronger, so it was more of a scare than a threat. Thank you all for your hard work, Song Xiaoxiang said with a smile to everyone. Mistress, you're joking. This was nothing difficult. These little punks are just here to make fools of themselves. Ha ha ha. Exactly, I haven't even warmed up yet. I hope they send a few more waves. There are too many fools in this world who dare to set their sights on our mistress. They truly don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. The guards surrounding Song Xiaoxiang laughed heartily and spoke grandly. These 3 waves of attackers had not even managed to injure them. They were simply too weak. Next to Song Xiaoxiang stood a brawny man with a bare upper body, his bronze skin shimmering in the sunlight. He had his arms crossed and had not spoken a word the entire time. He is Song Xiaoxiang's first guard, Li Guo. Li Guo has reached the pinnacle of martial arts through rigorous training and is one of the few grandmasters of martial arts in the current world. Martial arts masters. Martial prowess can transcend the divine. This is a common saying. However, true grandmasters of martial arts indeed possess extraordinary qualities. Some formidable martial arts grandmasters can even rival the cultivators in the transformation stage. This is not a mere fabrication. For instance, Li Guo once defeated a nascent soul cultivator with 3 punches. Perhaps the nascent soul cultivator was underestimating his opponent, yet this illustrates the impressive caliber of martial arts grandmasters. After expressing her gratitude to everyone, Song Xiaoxiang returned to the carriage. The space inside the carriage was quite spacious. On the table lay a scroll with an image. Song Xiaoxiang unfurled the scroll, and the figure depicted was none other than Su Qi. In the image, Su Qi was dressed in white, gazing up at the sky, exuding a sense of solitude. With the sun and moon in hand, I pluck the stars, there is no one like you in the world. Song Xiaoxiang caressed the image, murmuring softly. Chongqing Temple. As autumn faded into winter, the sky once again began to snow heavily. Every winter Qingxi town was at its most beautiful. The landscape was frozen for miles, draped in a silvery white. Even though Su Qi had reached the 300th layer of Qi training, he still felt the cold. In past winters, he would have to light a fire and burn charcoal himself, but ever since Jiang Yu arrived, that task no longer fell to him. Gradually, he seemed to have taken on the persona of Lu Chang'an. He had the air of a temple master. Senior Su, today we are having rib soup. Jiang Yu approached with a pot in hand, smiling brightly. Su Qi smiled back, saying, thank you for your hard work. Wang Nanbua, standing nearby, sniffed eagerly. Wow, it smells so good. Little Jiang Yue, your cooking has improved again. Jiang Yu set down the pot. Wang Nanbua, unable to contain himself, was about to lift the lid, but Jiang Yu swatted his hand away, saying, this is for Senior Su, you can't have any. Wang Nanbua rolled his eyes. With such a large pot of ribs, does Su Qi really expect to eat it all by himself? Even if he can't finish it, you still can't have any, Jiang Yu retorted. Jiang Yu huffed. Little Jiang Yue, that's not fair. I often take you out for fun, though I may not have any merits, but I've worked hard too. Wang Nanbua said. Jiang Yu ignored him and brought over a small dish with dipping sauce. Senior Su, this is my secret spicy sauce that pairs perfectly with the ribs. You must try it, Jiang Yu said with a smile. Su Qi nodded, opened the pot, and the clear soup made the ribs look incredibly appetizing. Gulp. Wang Nanbua swallowed hard, exclaiming, wow, radish rib soup. Eating radish in winter and ginger in summer means no need for the doctor to prescribe medicine. Little Jiang Yue, you really are thoughtful. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes, pretending not to hear Wang Nanbua's grumbling. Su Qi picked up a piece of rib, dipped it in the spicy sauce, and put it in his mouth. The rib was tender and springy, melting in the mouth, and paired with the secret dipping sauce, it was truly exquisite. How is it? Jiang Yu asked eagerly. It's very delicious, Su Qi affirmed. Let me try. Wang Nanbua grabbed a pair of chopsticks, quickly dipped them in the sauce, and popped a rib into his mouth. Wow, incredible. After finishing a piece of rib, Wang Nanbua gave a thumbs up, saying, little Jiang Yue, whoever marries you in the future will surely be blessed. What a coincidence, whoever marries you will surely be impressed, Jiang Yu said, smiling. Just to clarify, I will not be marrying anyone. Wang Nanbua waved his hands repeatedly. You never know, Jiang Yu replied. Su Qi had grown accustomed to that. If one day they didn't bicker, he would find it strange. Little Su Daoist. Little Su Daoist. Is Little Su Daoist here? At that moment, a man and a woman called out from outside the temple. Then 2 figures rushed and flustered. Aunt Zhang, Uncle Zhang, what happened? Su Qi quickly stood up. The 2 were covered in snow, their faces pale and glistening with tears. It was strikingly similar to a scene from over a decade ago. Su Qi remembered it was also a snowy day when they rushed into the temple to tell him that Tian was missing. Little Su Daoist, there is news about Tian, Aunt Zhang said excitedly, holding a piece of letter paper. This is good news. What happened? Suchi asked. Hearing about Zhang Tiantian, he felt a bit of happiness. Little Su Daoist, just take a look for yourself. Aunt Zhang sighed as she handed over the letter. Suchi took the letter, unfolded it, and began to read. Dear parents, wishing you peace and happiness. It has been over 5 years since I left home. Fortunately, I have found an opportunity and have currently joined the Suayu Tower. I have always wanted to write to you, but due to the numerous affairs of the sect and my own lack of talent, I have to devote myself to cultivation, which has delayed me. I often miss the moon of my hometown, the fragrance of rice, the peach blossoms, and you as well as him from my home. I wonder how little Su Daoist is doing now. He must still be the same as before, clad in a blue robe resembling an immortal from the mortal realm. I wonder how you both are, whether you still blame me for leaving without a word, stubbornly seeking opportunities, or if you have also let go and supported my decision. Mother, you often told me to believe in fate, but I do not believe. Through my relentless efforts, I have finally obtained the opportunity to become an official disciple. The formal disciples in the sect say the assessment is extremely perilous, and I do not even have a 1 in 10 chance. However, I must embark on the path of cultivation. This is an obstacle I must overcome. I have never told anyone, but I am very afraid. I fear I may never return, fear I may never wake up, fear I may never see you again, and fear that little Su Daoist will be disappointed. But I am no longer the child who could hide under your protection. I have grown. If I succeed this time, I will return home in glory. If I fail, please fold a bouquet of peach blossoms next spring to help me bid farewell to Brother Su. The letter ended here. Su Chi folded the letter and returned it to Aunt Zhang. He closed his eyes, memories of his time with Zhang Tiantian flashing through his mind. Rather than a family letter from Zhang Tiantian, it was more like a farewell letter, a report of safety and a goodbye. Little Su Daoist, I do not know what the assessment of Suayu Tower is, but please, you must save Tiantian. We do not want to send a white-haired person to a black-haired one. Uncle Zhang knelt down as if to bow to Su Chi. Su Chi raised his hand to support Uncle Zhang. Just as he was about to say something, Wang Nambwa spoke up. Old man, did you just say Suayu Tower? Wang Nambwa asked curiously. Indeed, do you know it, Immortal? Uncle Zhang's face showed excitement. That third-rate sect is still using that selection system. Utterly foolish. Wang Nambwa shook his head. Do you know about the assessment of Suayu Tower? Su Chi looked at Wang Nambwa. I don't know, I have only heard of it, Wang Nambwa shrugged. Just as Su Chi was about to punch him, Wang Nambwa pointed at Jiang Yu, saying, But little Jiang Yu must know. Su Chi looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu sighed and said, I indeed know. Aunt Zhang and Uncle Zhang turned their attention to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu continued, the Lock Moon Tower, also known as the Lock Moon sect, ranks at the bottom among many sects, and the technique they practice is called the Lock Moon art. However, this Lock Moon art is not a legitimate technique and has significant side effects, which is why they have established an assessment mechanism. Only those who pass this mechanism can become formal disciples and practice the Lock Moon art. But the assessment mechanism of the Lock Moon Tower is inhumane. Their sect believes that only by abandoning humanity can one attain divinity, resulting in a high death rate during the assessment. Out of 10, only about 0.5 can survive. This means that those who survive have lost half of their lives. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang and Uncle Zhang nearly lost their balance, looking as if they might faint. Little Su Daoist, you must save our Tian. Aunt Zhang said, tears welling in her eyes. All right, Su Chi raised his hand to stop Jiang Yu, and then said, Aunt Zhang, don't worry, I will ensure Tian's safety. Thank you. Thank you, little Su Daoist. Thank you. The elderly couple expressed their gratitude, fervently feeling more at ease with Su Chi's assurance. All right, you should hurry back. I will set off once I am prepared, Su Chi advised. Then we won't trouble you. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang left. Su Chi watched as their figures vanished into the heavy snowfall. Where is the Lock Moon Tower? Su Chi asked softly. It's 100 miles outside of Shanghua City, far from Qingxi Town, Jiang Yu replied. Then let's set off immediately. Su Chi said. There's no need to rush. Just then Wang Nambwa said, there are still 10 days until the assessment at the Lock Moon Tower. We can set off tomorrow morning. How do you know that? Su Chi asked. Have you never seen a pig run after eating pork? Wang Nambwa laughed and said, the Lock Moon Tower is the most peculiar among our sects. Every assessment invites many sect disciples and people from the martial world to watch. This time is no exception. I have already received an invitation. As he spoke, Wang Nambwa took out an invitation from his spatial ring. The invitation was quite exquisite, adorned with gilded edges and bearing the emblem of the Lock Moon Tower. Su Chi looked at it. The start date was indeed 10 days later. The location was 100 miles outside of Shanghua City, Moon Mountain. Jiang Yu, standing beside him, said, every year the Demon Suppression Division receives numerous invitations from the Lock Moon Tower. I can request 2 recent invitations from the nearest Demon Suppression Division. Is it impossible to enter without an invitation? Su Chi asked a redundant question. Without an invitation, one will be stopped at the sect's entrance. Jiang Yu replied, then let's set off tomorrow. Su Chi said, finally going out again, having stayed here for so long, I almost forgot what the outside world looks like. Wang Nambwa stretched and laughed. You haven't missed your visits to the Shaoxiang Pavilion. Jiang Yu commented. Little Jiang Yue, even the finest delicacies can become tiresome one day. You are still young and won't understand. Wang Nambwa said with a smile. Huh, you jerk. Jiang Yu retorted. Let's rest early today, we'll set off first thing tomorrow. After Su Qi finished speaking, he turned and returned to his bedroom. Watching Su Qi leave, Wang Nambwa curiously asked little Jiang Yue, who is this Tian Tian? Is she someone special to Su Qi? Jiang Yu shook her head and said of course not. She then recounted the events from years ago. After listening, Wang Nambwa stroked his chin and said, I didn't expect that Su Qi could also be anxious. I always thought nothing could move him. Senior Su is a person with a cold exterior but a warm heart, Jiang Yu replied. I don't know about his warmth, but his body is definitely warm. Do you want me to help you? Wang Nambwa said with a mischievous smile. Get lost. Jiang Yu kicked Wang Nambwa. The journey from Shanyue City to Qingxi Town is long and arduous. Even if one rides a fast horse and travels day and night, it would take a month to reach. Fortunately, if they flew with a sword, considering the time for breaks, they could leisurely arrive in just 3 days. The next, Su Qi set off lightly, with a change of clothes and a peachwood sword that was all his possessions. Additionally, he posted a notice at the entrance of the Taoist temple. Out for business, closed for half a month. Even more carefree than Su Qi was Wang Nambwa, who had nothing with. He had a spatial ring on him. Spatial rings are rather luxurious. Most cultivators use storage bags. For instance, Jiang Yu's pink little bag at her waist is a storage bag. About the size of a palm, it can hold hundreds of pounds of items. You such a powerful cultivator still carry a cloth bag and a peachwood sword. Does that make sense? Where's your spatial ring? Wang Nambwa exclaimed upon seeing Su Qi's appearance. I don't have one, Su Qi replied flatly. Before Jiang Yu and Wang Nambwa arrived, he had never even seen a storage bag or a spatial ring. Damn, you're already at the virtual level and still don't have a spatial ring. Just craft one yourself. Wang Nambwa's mouth dropped open. A golden core cultivator can craft tools themselves. However, tools like spatial rings require space stones, which are quite rare, so it's uncommon for golden core cultivators to have spatial rings. If one encounters a golden core cultivator with a spatial ring, they either have a powerful background or have been exceptionally lucky. In Wang Nambwa's eyes, Su Qi should have been at least at the virtual level. No matter how poor a virtual level cultivator is, they would not lack a spatial ring. After all, to elevate their realm, talent is paramount, followed by resources. I've told you hundreds of times that I am at the Qi refining level. Su Qi replied calmly. All right, you are at the Qi refining level. Wang Nambwa did not believe him at all, rolling his eyes and saying, Little Jiang Yue, are you riding my flying sword or Su Qi's? As he spoke, Wang Nambwa waved his hand. A flash of golden light appeared, and a flying sword manifested before him. The sword was entirely golden, exuding a faint luster, intricately carved with complex patterns, clearly not an ordinary item. Jiang Yu was about to respond, but Su Qi spoke first. It seems you've misunderstood something. Su Qi said. What is it? You shouldn't ask whether Jiang Yu will ride your flying sword or mine, because both of us will be riding your flying sword. Su Qi smiled. What? Wang Nambwa's eyes widened. Brother, where is your flying sword? Wang Nambwa asked. I don't have a flying sword. I'm merely at the Qi refinement realm. How could I possibly possess one? Su Qi replied matter-of-factly. Wang Nambwa covered his forehead with his hand and sighed deeply. I surrender. You two really don't need to pretend anymore. Can this world truly improve? Even speaking the truth earns no trust. Su Qi also sighed. Seeing that Su Qi refused to admit anything, Wang Nambwa finally relented. Fine. Both of you may ride on my flying sword. Satisfied now? Behold. Wang Nambwa recited a mystic incantation. Instantly his flying sword expanded to several zhang in length, more than spacious enough to accommodate multiple people lying down. Su Qi stepped onto the blade. Curious as it was his first time riding a flying sword, he glanced left and right with quiet wonder. He noticed a faint shimmering aura enveloping him the moment he stood upon it, apparently designed to prevent him from losing balance. Let's go. Once Su Qi and Jiang Yu had taken their positions, Wang Nambwa called out. In the next instant, the sword shot skyward. Seemingly for show, he executed a dramatic 90-degree vertical ascent. By the laws of universal gravitation, Wang Nambwa should have plummeted, but thanks to the twin luminous auras encasing them, he stood as steadily as if treading solid earth. Truly miraculous. I hope I soon uncover a cultivation technique capable of elevating me to higher realms, so that I too may soar through the heavens upon a flying sword. Su Qi mused inwardly. The sword sped swiftly. After piercing vertically through the clouds, it veered toward Shanyu City. I always savor this view above the clouds whenever I fly. Indeed, Wang Nambwa chuckled. Jiang Yu spoke wistfully. I wonder when I'll master flight myself. Ha. Little Jiang Yue, your talent is exceptional. With diligence, you'll stand a chance in 20 years. May your words prove auspicious, Jiang Yu retorted, half irritated. 20 years, though an eternity to mortals.
was but a fleeting breath to cultivators. She currently stood at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Only after breaking through to the nascent soul realm could she aspire to the deification ascension realm. For those of modest aptitude, the journey from nascent soul to deification ascension might span over a century. Su-Chi, stop pretending. Why not unveil your own flying sword? Let's race. Wang Nanbo teased. Higher cultivation levels conferred greater speed in flight, but Wang Nanbo never backed down. He relished racing others each time he soared. I don't have one. I truly don't, Su-Chi said calmly, gazing at the passing scenery. It felt much like boarding an aircraft before his transmigration. Except here the boundless sea of clouds surrounded him completely, and he could reach out and touch them. Shall we make things more thrilling? Wang Nanbo suddenly asked. How thrilling? Jiang Yu inquired, eyes bright with curiosity. I've activated the protective formation. It shields us from gales, but such gentleness grows dull. Now I'll deactivate it so you may experience true velocity and exhilaration. Wang Nanbo grinned. Excellent. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let's do it. Su-Chi nodded. Go ahead. Then here we go. In the next moment, the formation dissolved. A torrent of wind roared forth, whipping their hair into wild, airborne spirals. Oh, Jiang Yu, riding a flying sword for the first time, let out a startled cry. Su-Chi's pulse quickened, evoking the heart-stopping thrill of standing atop an aircraft ready to leap into the void. Faster. Wang Nanbo laughed heartily as the sword surged forward once more. The three soared freely between cloud layers. Unfettered, euphoric, utterly liberated. 3 hours later, the sword descended upon a mountain ridge. I'm rather fatigued, Wang Nanbo remarked. They had covered roughly 1/5 of their journey. Flying sword travel consumed immense spiritual energy. Even ordinary deification ascension cultivators required rest every hour, or risked depletion and catastrophic descent. Flying sword travel is truly captivating. I found fresh motivation to cultivate. Jiang Yu beamed. Su-Chi nodded in agreement. Indeed. Brother, enough pretense. If you truly wish to hasten our journey, bring forth your flying sword, so we may I truly don't possess one, Su-Chi replied helplessly. Why did no one believe him? Even when he spoke only truth. Fine, I won't press you further. Wang Nanbo sat cross-legged on the ground, glancing at the sky. I'll restore my spiritual energy for 1 hour, then we'll resume. Without delay, he settled into meditation. Su-Chi observed that as Wang Nanbo cultivated, a miniature sword formed from condensed spiritual energy hovered above his crown, glowing softly while drawing chi from the heavens in an unceasing stream. Is it an illusion? Why does his absorption of spiritual energy seem so sluggish? Su-Chi wondered silently. His own absorption resembled a ravenous leviathan. Were he to draw chi at full capacity, the ambient spiritual energy within 10 li would vanish in moments. Yet Su-Chi had no need to absorb chi. He already possessed an oceanic reservoir within, ceaselessly flowing. Perhaps this is the divine peculiarity of attaining the 300th layer of chi refinement. Su-Chi reflected inwardly. Wang Nanbo kept perfect time, exactly 1 hour, not a second more. As he opened his eyes, the luminous spirit's word above his head dissolved into mist. Let's depart again, Wang Nanbo declared cheerfully, fully replenished. The trio ascended once more. Another 3 hours passed, 12 hours of travel in total. They had departed at dawn. Now stars blazed across the velvet night. No city lay nearby, only a small town. There they landed, just outside its perimeter. After retracting his flying sword, Wang Nanbo led the three on foot into the settlement. The town bore few lights. Only 2 crimson lanterns hung at its entrance, casting a blood-red glow upon the wooden plaque above Zonghua Town. Zonghua Town, Wang Nanbo read aloud, frowning. Why does this place exude such an eerie, sinister aura? From the sky it felt vague, but now up close it feels profoundly uncanny. Jiang Yu echoed his unease. Su-Chi, however, sensed nothing unusual, merely noting the dim illumination. Perhaps his cultivation level dulled his 5 senses. Wait, I'll probe with my divine sense. Wang Nanbo's spiritual perception, dense and tangible as silk, swept across the compact town, revealing every detail with crystalline clarity. Regarding divine sense, cultivators attain it upon reaching the golden core realm. By the nascent soul realm, it may manifest in physical form, yet only at the deification ascension realm does it gain lethal potency and infinite versatility. Thus, the deification ascension realm marks the true watershed of cultivation, the threshold where one enters the Tao of immortals and acquires rudimentary, celestial powers. Strange, this is an abandoned town. Wang Nanbo's brow furrowed in bewilderment. Abandoned? Jiang Yu murmured. An empty settlement in the wilderness was unremarkable, but this one defied expectation. For despite its desolation, faint lights flickered throughout, each household bearing 2 crimson lanterns before its door. That indeed was deeply unsettling. Crackle! At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the night sky. Look, there's actually a wooden board at the town entrance, Jiang Yu exclaimed. They had not noticed earlier, but beneath the two large red lanterns at the town entrance, there was a vertical wooden board. It was inscribed in blood, Burial Flower Town, no entry for the living, violators will die. Interesting, I don't believe it, Wang Nanbo said with interest. Let's go take a look. No wonder he wasn't afraid. There were 3 of them today. One at the Golden Core stage, one at the transformation stage, and one who considered himself at least at the refining stage. Such a configuration could easily dispatch any malevolent spirits they encountered. Seeing Wang Nanbo move forward, Su Qi and Jiang Yu followed. At the entrance of Burial Flower Town, there was also a red line seemingly warning visitors that crossing it would lead to death. What a show! Wang Nanbo was the first to step over the red line. Su Qi followed suit, and then came Jiang Yu. It's so cold. After crossing the red line, Jiang Yu suddenly said, Cold. It's a bit chilly but not cold enough to be alarming, Wang Nanbo frowned. Su Qi, however, felt nothing unusual, it was just as before entering. Thinking of this, he grasped Jiang Yu's shoulder and channeled some spiritual energy. As the spiritual energy entered her body, Jiang Yu instantly felt warm, which reminded her of a scene from over a decade ago, when she had been afflicted by the cold energy of the Snow Woman, and Su Qi had dispelled the chill for her in the same way. Thank you, Senior Su, Jiang Yu said, her face slightly flushed. It's nothing, Su Qi replied. The 3 of them continued walking towards the town. The streets here were exceptionally clean, not even a speck of dust in sight. There were also some fruit stalls with the fruits neatly arranged on display. Everything here was orderly, not at all resembling a deserted town. It was as if someone had just finished tidying up moments before. How strange. Wang Nanbo scanned the area with his divine sense again, yet still found no one. He casually picked up a cucumber from a stall, sniffed it, and found it to be no different from an ordinary cucumber. He then placed the cucumber back. Everything here is filled with oddities, Jiang Yu remarked, taking out a stone from her storage bag. After inputting a bit of spiritual energy, the stone turned transparent, revealing a light point surrounded by a complex terrain. This is a pathfinding stone. It records the map of the Great Song and our current location. I can't believe such things exist among the common folk. Oh, I should get one to play with in the future, Wang Nanbo laughed. This item is not from the common folk. It is a unique treasure of our demon suppression division. We are where exactly? Su Qi asked. After looking for a while, Jiang Yu said, this small town is not recorded on the Great Song map. According to its location, the nearest town, Jinshi City, is 200 miles to the east, which is a bit strange. What's strange about it? Wang Nanbo inquired. Jinshi City is the largest city in the western region of the Great Song. Every large city has been explored inch by our demon suppression division to create this map, so logically there shouldn't be an undiscovered small town here. In any case, this small town is filled with oddities. We should tread carefully, Jiang Yu frowned. Given, Wang Nanbo smiled slightly and waved his hand. Boom. His golden flying sword soared into the sky, bursting with dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire small town. Under this blinding golden light, every corner of the town was brought into sharp focus. Whoever you are, being able to evade my divine sense detection must possess extraordinary skills. Why not step out and meet us? Wang Nanbo called out loudly. Jiang Yu facepalmed. Oh, she had just said to be cautious, and this guy immediately went for such a grand display. As expected of you, Wang Nanbo. Yet the town remained eerily quiet with no one answering him. 5 minutes later, Wang Nanbo retracted his flying sword and waved his hand. Boring, it seems this truly is a deserted town. Should we wait for me to recover before continuing, or rest here for the night? Wang Nanbo asked again. Let's consult Senior Su, Jiang Yu suggested. Let's continue on our way, she said. Although she wanted to say not to rest here, thinking of Su Qi beside her made her feel. Let's keep moving, Su Qi said. I'm merely a small cultivator at the 3rd layer of Qi refining. I must avoid all risks as much as possible. Stay steady, don't act recklessly. Alright, let's come back and investigate this town when we return to see if it is still a deserted town. Wang Nanbo sat cross-legged and began to recover his spiritual energy. Su Qi found a gnarled old locust tree to sit under. There was a bench beneath it. As soon as he sat down, a wave of drowsiness washed over Su Qi. He was startled, but could not avoid falling. When Su Qi opened his eyes again, he found himself still sitting under the old locust tree, but Jiang Yu and Wang Nanbo were nowhere to be seen. As Su Qi stood up, a male voice suddenly came from behind him. You, a mere Qi refining cultivator, dare to step into Burial Flower Town. Aren't you afraid of death? Turning around, Su Qi saw a slender figure dressed in a white robe. A man. If not for the face, the figure and skin alone would make him undeniably beautiful. However, paired with that ugly face, it felt very discordant. You? Su Qi struggled for a long time before finally asking, are you a transgender person? Su Qi clearly saw a large question mark rise above the man's head. He then pointed at his own face and said, are you referring to this face? It's just a mask after all. As he spoke, he swiftly removed the remarkably lifelike mask, revealing an even uglier face. Didn't expect that, did you? Beneath the mask is an even uglier mask, the man said with a smile. Suchi suddenly thought that this guy might be a bit unhinged. I brought you here not because you are the weakest, the man said with a grin. So, Suchi tilted his head in inquiry. It's because of your handsome face, the man pointed at Suchi's face. All the malice in the world is reflected in your face. If I had a face like yours, I wouldn't have ended up like this. So, I am going to peel your face off and make it my mask. You need not be afraid or struggle, the process of skinning won't be too painful. I will try to make it as pleasant as possible for you. As the man spoke, he moved closer to Suchi. Can I ask a question? Suchi suddenly said. Ask. The man stopped in his tracks and said, Why is there no one here? Suchi asked. I thought that in the final moments of your life you would ask something more meaningful or perhaps plead for mercy, but instead you asked such a. The man pondered for a long time as if searching for the right words, an ugly question. However, I am genuinely curious about this matter. Suchi tilted his head and thought for a moment before. Of course there is no one here, because I have killed everyone in this entire town. Otherwise, do you think where my layers of masks come from? The man laughed and pulled off another mask, revealing an even uglier face. So everyone here looks so. Or did you become ugly after putting it on? I think it must be the latter, Suchi said. The man's face twitched as if recalling some unpleasant memory. All right, you have finished asking your questions. Now lie down obediently and let me skin you alive. The man walked towards Suchi. Wait. Suchi raised his hand. What now? The man said impatiently. Do you have any more questions? I don't have anything to ask you. Just stand there obediently, Suchi replied. The man said, Fine then, this is a dream space and all your abilities cannot be used. Moreover, you are just a chi refinement stage novice, so don't waste your effort. Damn. The man swore in fear. He saw Suchi throwing a punch. This punch seemed ordinary, yet it carried an incredibly terrifying gust of wind. Wherever the punch's wind passed, the space crumbled layer by layer, as if it were shattered glass. Has the chi refinement stage become this powerful in the outside world? Boom. The space continued to shatter, causing the earth to shake. The man realized that the dream space was about to collapse. He wanted to escape, but his body felt as if it were stuck in a quagmire, unable to move. Wait, I have something to say. The man opened his mouth, wanting to plead for mercy. But in the next second, he was consumed by the punch's wind, like a flickering candle extinguished in the wind. Not a trace was left behind. I already asked you if you had anything to say. Speak up earlier in your next life, Suchi sighed. What should I do now that I have already punched and cannot take it back? Boom. This space collapsed with a loud crash after the man's death. Suchi opened his eyes again back under the old locust tree. This time Wang Nanbua and Jiang Yu were both there. Everything around was just as it had been when they arrived, as if nothing had happened. A dry leaf fell, landing right at Suchi's feet. How long did I sleep? Suchi looked at Jiang Yu and asked. Less than a quarter of an hour. Jiang Yu said. Suchi nodded. It seemed this mysterious man had the ability to pull people into a dream space. If someone died within the dream space, they might truly die in the outside world. Suchi did not mention anything about what had just happened. There was really nothing worth discussing with a little demon who only dared to target chi refinement stage practitioners. Meanwhile, in a deep mountain thousands of miles away, a man with a flushed face suddenly spat out blood, his face instantly turning pale. Dream Slave, what happened? The strange man sitting on the throne frowned. The man called Dream Slave looked fearful, reporting to the master, my nightmare avatar has been killed. Did you see what they looked like? The strange man frowned. The image that came back was severely damaged. Ew, I only saw someone in Taoist robes. Dream Slave said with a pale face. Another Taoist. The strange man slammed his throne. Have I stirred up the Taoist nest recently? Master, please calm down. For now, restoring strength is the priority, Dream Slave hurriedly advised. Once I regain my strength, the first thing I will do is eliminate the Taoist from Qingxi town to avenge Xuan Nu and Yi Nu. The strange man said, his eyes gleaming red. If Xuan Nu and Yi Nu knew in the underworld, they would feel comforted. Dream Slave quickly flattered. An hour later, Wang Nanbua regained his spiritual power and took Suchi and Jiang Yu soaring into the sky away from the eerie town. They planned to rest for the night in the western town and continue their journey the next day. After about a quarter of an hour, the three arrived at the western town. As the largest city in the western part of the Song dynasty, while its prosperity could not compare to Chang'an or Kaifeng, it was still very lively. Wang Nanbua landed outside the city, and the few walked in. Generally, cultivators do not draw too much attention when outside to avoid trouble. The soldiers at the entrance of the western town were very alert, their sharp eyes scanning the comings and goings. Suchi and the others entered the city smoothly without being questioned. Once inside the city, the streets were brightly lit. Perhaps because it was night, there weren't many pedestrians. There's actually a Zuasheng tower here, why don't we go have some fun?
Wang Nanbo's eyes lit up at the sight of a brightly lit building. All you think about is fun. Oh, we are here for serious business. Jiang Yu replied irritably. But it won't take much time. Life is short. Enjoy it while you can. Wang Nanbo said with a... How does this Zuisheng Tower compare to the previous Shaoxiang Pavilion? Su Qi hesitated. Each has its own merits. Both are respectable establishments. Wang Nanbo patted his chest. Not going, Su Qi decisively replied. It was not because of the nature of the place, but mainly because he was tired. Our senior Su is not as wayward as you, Jiang Yu said proudly. Su Qi nodded in agreement. TCH pretending to be proper, Wang Nanbo scoffed. The three finally found an inn that looked quite large. It was called Tianya. Su Qi thought the name was good, so he chose this one. At the entrance of this Tianya inn there were also 2 wooden signs. One of them read, "We are all lost souls in this world, why must we have met before?" After seeing this line of poetry, Su Qi felt a surge of spirit, and thought to himself that the owner of this establishment must also have traveled here, otherwise how would they know this line from Earth? Upon entering the inn, the decor was quite simple, and the innkeeper was a middle-aged man who appeared to be honest and honored. Guests, would you like to stay or dine? The innkeeper approached with a smile. Would like to stay up, please prepare 3 upper rooms for us. All right, the innkeeper replied with a smile. I will have someone show you to your rooms right away. Shall Lu take these esteemed guests to the upper rooms on the 3rd floor? Sure. A very energetic young man ran out from the room. In contrast to the innkeeper, this young man's expression indicated he was rather shrewd. Gentlemen, this way please. A young man named Xiao Lu said with a smile. Su Qi and the others followed him. Xiao Lu secretly observed the group. These 3 individuals seem extraordinary. The most handsome man in the middle appears to be a Taoist, likely someone of great capability. The gentleman on the left is clearly a wealthy young master, undoubtedly rolling in riches. The lady on the right has a heroic spirit about her. Considering her aura, she is likely from an official family. Xiao Lu felt a pang of fear. At the same time, he contemplated whether he could attach himself to these high-ranking nobles. After reaching the 3rd floor, Xiao Lu showed the 3 a glimpse of the 3 rooms. Gentlemen, these are our inn's premium rooms with windows that offer views of the city, good lighting, ensuring you sleep comfortably at night. Not bad, Wang Nanbo said with satisfaction. He had stayed in many inns, and this one gave him a place. If you gentlemen need anything, just let me know, I'll be right here. Xiao Lu added with a smile. Got it, you can go now. Wang Nanbo waved his hand. All right. Xiao Lu left. I will take the 1st room, the 2 of you can... Wang Nanbo said. The 1st room was the smallest, the 2nd the largest, and the 3rd was in between. Under Jiang Yu's strong insistence, Su Qi moved into the 2nd room. After settling in, Wang Nanbo came to invite Su Qi to join him at Zuisheng Lu for some fun, but Su Qi firmly declined. You misunderstood. Oh, I'm not one to frequent such places. Su Qi thought seriously. In the end, Wang Nanbo had no choice but to go to Zuisheng Lu alone. The night was very tranquil. Outside the window hung a large round moon. Su Qi opened the window and gazed at the moon. People today cannot see the moon of ancient times. The moon today once illuminated the ancients. Su Qi suddenly felt inspired. Before his journey, he had always loved watching the moon. Though the moon now appeared more beautiful than before, it seemed to lack the same emotional resonance. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, Huang Chang was still on the road. Giddy up, Huang Chang shouted while wielding. He felt that as a cultivator, it was somewhat beneath him to travel by horse. However, there was no alternative. He had yet to reach the transformation stage, and could only choose this method. Now that I am at the peak of the nascent soul stage, once I reach the transformation stage, I can fly with a sword, and then I will possess a hint of the celestial demeanor. Huang Chang thought. The number 1 genius of the 9 Heavens Sword sect will eventually be mine. Wang Nanbo, just you wait. Huang Chang proclaimed, gazing at the bright moon. Su Qi was just about to close the window to sleep when he suddenly saw a figure standing on the moon. The figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, his robes fluttering, obscuring his face, yet emanating an aura of superiority. Su Qi rubbed his eyes, puzzled. To the naked eye, this person was not riding a flying sword. A cultivator capable of flying unassisted must at least be at the great ascension stage. Su Qi rubbed his eyes, puzzled. To the naked eye, this person was not riding a flying sword. A cultivator. The figure waved his hand, and everything in the sky disappeared. Stars, the moon, clouds. Darkness, endless darkness. The technique of star rotation. This was a true top-tier cultivator. The originally clear night sky instantly turned pitch black, even the city lights were obscured. Blackness so dark that one cannot see their own hand. A thick aura of death spread through Su Qi's heart. This was a city massacre, refining the entire town of Jinshi. For the first time in many years, he felt the terrifying grip of death. At this moment, he suddenly understood that all those layers of Qi training were nothing but clouds. Indeed, the outside world was far too dangerous. In a secluded corner, Jinshi town was the safest place. But Su Qi had no intention of moving. He simply did not have the means to escape. If given the chance, I must learn an escape skill.
This was Su Qi's only thought. Who dares to cause trouble here? Just then a booming voice rang out. Golden light surged into the sky, becoming the only light in this darkness. Su Qi saw a monk flying in the air holding a string of prayer beads radiating a sacred aura. Master Huiji, what brings you here? The figure on the moon spoke lightly. So it's you, Demon Lord. Master Huiji clasped his hands together, and the golden light surged once more, dispersing much of the darkness. As long as I am here, you cannot slaughter the city. Then let's see. The man referred to as the Demon Lord replied. But just then Su Qi saw a flash of... It was hard to describe this light, whether it was the light of the Buddha or darkness at this moment, all shattered. The clear sky was once again revealed. Sword intent. The ultimate sword intent. Su Qi felt goosebumps all over. It was astonishing. Although he could not see it clearly, the feeling made his soul tremble. Get out of Jinshi Town. A swordsman in white stood atop the highest bell tower in Jinshi Town and spoke lightly. Li Taibai, I didn't expect you to be here as well. The Demon Lord replied with a smile. The swordsman leaned against the bell tower silent. Very well, since you are here too, I shall give you some face. With that, the figure above the moon vanished. Master Huiji bowed to the swordsman, but when he looked up again, the swordsman had already disappeared. At this moment, Su Qi felt not only shock, but also joy, because just now the system had triggered a reward. Great fortune bestowed comprehension of sword technique, instant sword. Su Qi closed his eyes. The sword just now had already been imprinted in his mind, playing continuously in his thoughts. I must master this technique. Su Qi murmured to himself. However, he currently lacked a suitable weapon, so he could only simulate the sword in his mind repeatedly. The more he learned, the more astonished he became. Compared to this sword, his previous attempts were simply chaotic and lacked any form. This sword could at least enhance my strength by 50%, perhaps even more. Su Qi thought to himself. That night, he sat cross-legged on the ground, continuously simulating the sword in his mind. It was not until dawn that Wang Nanbo returned to the inn smelling of alcohol. Let's go, it's time to set off. Wang Nanbo pushed open Su Qi's door, speaking with a breath of alcohol. Su Qi sat cross-legged, his expression calm. First, get rid of that stench of liquor. Oh, what's the big deal? Wang Nanbo waved his hand, and spiritual energy directly dissipated the alcohol smell. He returned to sobriety, no longer appearing drunk. Su Qi, you don't understand that feeling of slight intoxication. It's truly euphoric. Wang Nanbo said with a smile. All right, let's set off. Su Qi opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. For some unknown reason, Wang Nanbo seemed to sense a formidable sword intent emanating from Su Qi. Although it was fleeting, as a prodigy of the Nine Heavens sword sect, his perception of sword intent could not be mistaken. So Su Qi is actually a hidden master of the sword path. Wang Nanbo's heart trembled, quickly replaced by excitement. He stayed by Su Qi's side to motivate himself to grow stronger, and now he had another reason to strive. Su Qi felt particularly good at that moment. Perhaps due to the assistance of the system, he quickly comprehended this sword move in his mind. He could already execute it, albeit not yet skillfully, but the overwhelming destructive power was fully simulated. This gives me another means of self-preservation, Su Qi thought to himself. Before the two could head to Zhang Yu's room, she approached them. Are we ready to depart? Zhang Yu had already packed her things. Yes, Wang Nanbo replied. After the three left, a young man named Xiao Lu felt somewhat dejected. He originally wanted to cling to the powerful, but did not expect these individuals to leave without stopping. 2 days later, the three finally arrived at Shanyue City. Shanyue City is a town located near the northwest region. It is neither large nor small, and could generally be described as unremarkable. Due to the long-term wind and sand, most houses here are singlestory. Walking through the streets of Shanyue City, one can see many slogans promoting the upcoming assessment at Suyue Tower. The 99th sect assessment of Suyue Tower is approaching, inviting all major sects and martial artists to come and observe. In life, how many chances do we have to fight? Do not wait until old age to regret lost time. The largest scale sect test in history, you definitely cannot miss it. Looking at these slogans by the roads, Wang Nanbo clicked his tongue, saying, I've heard that Suyue Tower likes to show off, but I didn't expect it to be so gaudy, making it look like a vegetable market. Suyue Tower has always had this style. Zhang Yu was unfazed. Su Qi was contemplating how to find Zhang Tiantian. What would he do after finding Zhang Tiantian? And how could he persuade her to willingly give up this assessment? That was a question. Unless he could offer her an authentic cultivation legacy. Unfortunately, he did not have one. So Su Qi turned his gaze to Wang Nanbo. Wang Nanbo felt a chill creep over him and asked Su Qi, why are you looking at me like that? You mentioned that you are the chief disciple of your sect, right? Su Qi asked with a smile. That's right, what's it to you? Wang Nanbo puffed up his chest. Is the authority of this chief disciple significant? Su Qi inquired. Of course. Wherever I go, all sect disciples of lower status must address me as senior brother. Wang Nanbo said proudly. If someone wants to join your sect, can you make the decision? Su Qi asked with a smile. Well, Wang Nanbo suddenly came to his senses.
Are you trying to send your old flame into our sect? Not an old flame, it's my sister, Su Chi corrected. Today she's my sister, tomorrow she's my little treasure, Wang Nanbua said instinctively, only to receive a kick. After being kicked, Wang Nanbua said seriously, it mainly depends on your sister's aptitude. If her aptitude is good, there shouldn't be any problem. If not, it might be difficult. Regardless, you must find a way out, otherwise I'll consider you as the chief disciple. Simply bragging. Su Chi, big brother, you're being unreasonable. Forget it. Anyway, once I see her, I'll definitely find a way to get her into the sect, Wang Nanbua sighed. In his view, having been stuck in Siua Tower, a third-rate sect, for over 5 years without becoming a formal disciple, her aptitude probably wasn't that great. However, if he managed to get her into the sect, wouldn't Su Chi owe him a significant favor? For this favor, Wang Nanbua felt it was worth it. After persuading Wang Nanbua, Su Chi felt much better. As a top-tier sect, Nine Heaven Sword sect posed no burden for Zhang Tiantian, even if she left Siua Tower. You three clearly aren't locals. Are you here to observe the Immortal sect test? I have invitation letters, would you like them? At that moment, a skinny man approached with a smile. No need, we have invitation letters, Wang Nanbua replied. Since you have invitation letters, you probably haven't arranged accommodation yet. With the nearing Immortal sect test, finding a place to stay is quite difficult. Leave it to me, and you can rest assured. No need for that. Well, I heard Siua Tower will provide guest rooms, Wang Nanbua said with a smile. Hey, that requires a high-level invitation letter. Ordinary ones don't have such privileges. The skinny man continued to sell his pitch. Wang Nanbua took out an invitation letter and said, then take a look if mine has any privileges. As soon as Wang Nanbua took out the invitation letter, the skinny man's eyes widened, and he instinctively swallowed hard, saying, yes. Yours is the top-tier invitation letter allowing you to stay at Siua Tower. After saying that, the skinny man looked at Jiang Yu and Su Chi hesitating and asked, do these two also have invitation letters of this level? Jiang Yu nodded and said, we are all the same. Forgive me for being blunt, but are you three willing to sell this invitation letter? Such high-level invitation letters can fetch a sky-high price, the skinny man said through gritted teeth. Do we look like we are lacking money? Wang Nanbua said with a smile. All right then. The skinny man sighed, then continued, but you three have quite a distance to travel to Siua Tower. Do you need to rent a carriage or a swift steed? I can provide that as well. Well, that could work, Wang Nanbua thought for a moment and said. Every sect has its rules, and Siua Tower prohibits flying on swords within 10 miles. Although Wang Nanbua is from the Nine Heaven Sword sect, he must adapt to local customs, though otherwise they would be criticized for not understanding the rules. As the chief disciple of the Nine Heaven Sword sect, he needed to maintain the sect's reputation. The skinny man's persistent spirit finally landed him some business. Su Chi secretly nodded to himself, thinking this kid had talent for sales. Receiving a positive response, the skinny man immediately grinned, saying, then esteemed guests, please follow me. I will take you to the horse merchants. The three followed the skinny man for about 15 minutes and arrived at the North City Gate. At the city gate, there were many horses and carriages, seemingly for rent or sale. The skinny man led the three forward to converse with a middle-aged man standing there. The middle-aged man had a scar across his face, nearly splitting it in half, which made him look somewhat fearsome. Master Ma, I have brought a few esteemed guests to take care of your business, the thin man said politely. Zhang Yu pondered and replied, a carriage, please. A carriage costs 10 taels of silver per day, with a deposit of 100 taels refundable upon returning the carriage. The middle-aged man said, 100 taels of silver is a huge sum for mortals. Thus it is evident that those who can afford to rent a carriage are either wealthy or noble. Jiang Yu glanced at Wang Nanbua and said, pay up. Her monthly salary was only a few hundred taels, so naturally she had to look for a big spender like Wang Nanbua at times like this. Wang Nanbua enjoyed indulging in worldly pleasures, and often had tens of thousands of taels in banknotes on him. He pretended to rummage through his pockets and then pulled out a stack of banknotes. The stack of banknotes left the thin man and the middle-aged man dumbfounded. Each note was at least 1,000 taels, and a rough glance revealed it was at least tens of thousands. A glimmer of greed flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. 100 taels is indeed hard to come by. Wang Nanbua directly tossed out a 1,000 tael banknote and said, how about this? I'll buy your carriage, no need for change. Boss, you are quite generous, but I must say you cannot buy this carriage for 1,000 taels, but it's worth at least 2,000. The middle-aged man said with a smile. If it's 2,000 taels, then let it be 2,000. Wang Nanbua tossed out another banknote, as if discarding waste paper. The middle-aged man said with a smile. If it's 2,000 taels, then let it be 2,000. Wang Nanbua tossed out another banknote, as if discarding waste. At that moment, a clear and melodious female voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a beautiful woman in a light green dress approaching, her expression a mix of anger and indignation. This carriage could be bought for at most 30 taels. Why are you offering 2,000? The woman said, hands on her hips. The middle-aged man's face darkened, Cutting off someone's means of making a living is akin to killing their parents. You surely understand this principle, right? The woman rolled her eyes and said, "What's wrong with disliking a profiteer?" Wang Nanbo was certainly not foolish, he simply did not regard money as money. Seeing the woman bravely speak out, he felt a spark of interest. "Miss, where can I find the carriage you mentioned for 30 taels? Could you lead us there?" The woman smiled and said, "Of course. Boss, hand me the banknotes," Wang Nanbo said cheerfully to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wore a dark expression, and the thin man hurriedly leaned into Wang Nanbo and said, "Young master, I advise you not to do this." "Oh." Wang Nanbo put on an attentive expression. "This boss is called Macho. He used to be a notorious bandit with hundreds of capable subordinates. If you offend him, it might not matter in the city, but once you leave the city, it could be dangerous." The thin man whispered, "A notorious bandit." Wang Nanbo showed a look of interest. He had heard of such figures before, but never thought he would actually encounter one. Notorious bandits, colloquially known as highway robbers, refer to those who rob travelers on the road. "Shoo." The thin man quickly raised a finger and said, "Boss Ma hates being called a bandit, so make sure he doesn't hear it. 2,000 taels is 2,000 taels. I see you don't lack money, just consider it a loss to avert disaster." Macho crossed his arms, a cold smile plastered on his face, occasionally glancing at the woman who had just disrupted his business. He believed that after the thin man explained his identity to this young master, as long as the young master had any sense, he would not demand a refund. However, just as Wang Nanbo finished speaking to the thin man, he reached out to Macho and said, "All right, boss." "Huh?" Macho looked puzzled. Did the thin man not explain his identity to this young master? However, within the city of Shanyue, he could not act too brazenly. "Here you go. We are all adults, you must take responsibility for your actions." Macho handed the banknotes back, wearing a smile that did not reach his eyes. Wang Nanbo acted as if he hadn't heard. After taking back the banknotes, they followed the beautiful woman to another city gate. The East City Gate also had a horse team, and these horses appeared to be in better condition than those at the North City Gate. "May I ask what your name is, miss?" Wang Nanbo initiated a conversation with the woman. "My name is Yao Chun from Kaifeng," she said with a smile. Her smile was charming, resembling a crescent moon. "A lovely name," Wang Nanbo praised, then added, "I must thank you for boldly speaking out today. How can I repay you?" Yao Chun hesitated for a moment, then whispered to Wang Nanbo, "Are you going to watch the Zhuoyu Tower sect test? Can I join you? I snuck out without my family knowing and didn't bring much silver on me." Wang Nanbo's eyes lit up, and he said enthusiastically, "Of course it would be our honor. Do you have an invitation letter? If not, I can help you get one." "I do have one," Yao Chun replied. "All right, then you can join us," Wang Nanbo said with a smile. He then turned to Su Qi and Jiang Yue saying, "Come everyone, let's get to know each other. We will all be friends from now on. This lady is Yao Chun from Kaifeng, and she has also come to watch the Zhuoyu Tower sect test," Wang Nanbo introduced, pointing at Yao Chun. Jiang Yu and Su Qi both smiled and nodded at her. Then Wang Nanbo pointed at Jiang Yu and said, "This beauty is Jiang Yu. She is our team's cook and makes excellent dishes." "Go away." Jiang Yu glared at Wang Nanbo and kicked him. Wang Nanbo laughed and dodged, saying, "See, this woman is a bit of a violent one, be careful." Yao Chun stifled a laugh and said, "It's no surprise she would hit you after what you said about her sister." Wang Nanbo then pointed at Su Qi and introduced, "This young man who looks a bit more handsome than me is responsible for our team's rituals." Su Qi shot a glance at Wang Nanbo. Wang Nanbo quickly corrected himself, "Haha, just kidding. This is a Taoist. I'm sure you can tell." Yao Chun looked at Su Qi with sparkling eyes, thinking to herself, "This young Taoist is truly handsome." After the introductions, Yao Chun felt she had integrated into the group. The 30 taels for renting the carriage was provided by Jiang Yue, as Wang Nanbo did not have any small change. The carriage left through the East City Gate, and Shanyue City is only a little over 100 kilometers from Moon Mountain, so it would take about 3 or 4 hours to reach. After Su Qi and the others left the city, Macho at the North City Gate received the news immediately. "He looks like I'm about to make a fortune this time." Macho grinned maliciously, the scar on his face looking even more menacing. "Master Ma, do you think you could give me a little reward?" The thin man stammered. "Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged. Without you, how could I find such a fat sheep?" Macho patted the thin man on the shoulder, smiling. The carriage traveled westward. The Moon Mountain was not initially called Moon Mountain, but was merely a desolate hill. It wasn't until the establishment of the Locking Moon Tower that this barren hill acquired its name. Wang Nanbo played the role of the driver, while Yao Chun sat beside him. Su Qi and Jiang Yu remained inside the carriage. Even while seated, Su Qi sat cross-legged, continuously simulating that sword move in his mind. It felt as if he hadn't practiced so diligently since his transmigration. He wasn't sure if it was due to the favor of fate or some other reason. Su Qi felt that his cultivation was progressing extraordinarily quickly. It seemed he was about to grasp the essence of that sword move. When the time came, the power of this sword would increase exponentially.
Wang Nanbua had traveled extensively over the years and had learned many flattering words, often making Yao Chun laugh heartily with just a single sentence. Thus this journey was not dull at all. After more than an hour of traveling, the carriage had already left the vicinity of Shanyu City. Suddenly a sound of hooves approached from behind, accompanied by laughter and shouts. Yao Chun turned her head, and her face changed dramatically. Oh no, it's bandits. A group of horsemen quickly overtook the carriage, surrounding it with about 50 to 60 people. The two horses pulling the carriage were startled and came to a halt. A path opened in the group of horsemen, and a man named Ma Cho rode out carrying a large knife on his shoulder, looking quite wild. Hey, we meet again. A mocking smile appeared on Ma Cho's face. However, Wang Nanbua showed no trace of fear, grinning as he said, "What is your intention, gentlemen? Are you worried that we might not be safe traveling to Moon Mountain, so you sent someone to escort us? Ha ha, is this kid really that foolish? Escort. We're here to rob money and women. Obediently hand over the two women on your carriage, and we'll leave you with your whole body. Kneel down and kowtow to us." A group of people laughed. Ma Cho with a smug expression said, "Did you hear that? This is our purpose for coming." Yao Chun's face turned pale, but she gritted her teeth and said, "You bold bandit, my father is the Minister of War, Yao Run. If you don't want to cause trouble, I advise you to leave quickly." "Oh, I didn't expect you to be a child of officials. No wonder you're so arrogant." Ma Cho sneered and said, "But here the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. It doesn't matter if your father is the Minister of War or even the Emperor of Song, it won't be of any use." Yao Chun turned pale with fear and was left speechless. "All right, scaring a young girl isn't much of a skill." Wang Nanbua yawned and said, "Let's hurry, I don't want to start a massacre." "Ha ha, is this kid really that foolish? Just pretending, huh? With so many of us here, why don't you go ahead and start a massacre? We'll chop off this guy's head and kick it around like a ball." The bandits burst into laughter. Ma Cho grinned, "Kid, I don't care which rich family you come from. Did you hear what my brothers said? You must die here today." "I'm sorry, Brother Wang, I've dragged you into this," Yao Chun said apologetically. She knew that they were likely facing a calamity today. Just a bunch of ants, what is there to fear? Wang Nanbua seized the opportunity to hold Yao Chun's hand and chuckled. Yao Chun's face flushed, but she did not pull her hand away. Seeing these two still daring to flirt in front of everyone, a bandit could no longer bear it and charged forward. "Dog, man and woman, take this knife." The bandit raised his large knife high and swung it down. Bang! In the next moment, the bandit was sent flying, soaring hundreds of meters away, disappearing from sight. What happened? The group looked at each other in confusion, while in the distance the sound of the bandits' screams echoed. No one knew how their companion had been sent flying. They hadn't seen anyone strike. "They'll say it again, get lost, or I won't be polite." Wang Nanbua, still holding Yao Chun's hand, said with a smile, "Did you do this?" Ma Cho felt a sense of dread and thought that this kid was likely up to something. Wang Nanbua merely looked at him without answering. "Boss, what should we do?" The group of underlings looked at Ma Cho as the strange scene from earlier had sowed doubts in there. In truth, as long as Wang Nanbua wanted to, he could blow a breath and wipe out these people completely. He just didn't have the interest to slaughter mere mortals. Although Ma Cho wanted to give up the thought of those tens of thousands of taels and silver notes, and the two exquisite women on the carriage made him unwilling. This kid must have some one-time magical treasure, wanting to use it to intimidate us. If he truly had the strength to crush us, he would have acted already. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. With this thought, Ma Cho's gaze turned sharp. "Charge! Kill the men and keep the women!" Ma Cho shouted, raising his large knife. "Charge!" The bandits were incited and rushed forward, creating quite a spectacle. "Little Yao Chun, watch me perform a magic trick." At this moment, Wang Nanbua turned to smile at Yao Chun. "Wah! What magic trick?" Yao Chun looked at the sea of people ahead, feeling somewhat anxious. Wang Nanbua extended two fingers, lifted them up, and smiled, "Gently rise." A gust of wind blew, causing the 50 to 60 people to stagger and then uncontrollably fly into the air. Both people and horses soared into the sky. Horses neighed and people flailed around in the air. Demonic arts! Demonic arts! Screams echoed from the sky. The scene before them was particularly spectacular, with 50 to 60 people floating in the air, creating a strong visual impact. Yao Chun widened her eyes and said, You are a celestial master. I don't particularly like the title celestial master. How about you call me Brother Bo instead?" Wang Nanbua. In the air, Ma Cho was kicked by the panicked horses several times, with a few kicks landing in his lower regions, causing him immense pain. "Celestial! Celestial master, spare me!" Ma Cho cried out in agony. At that moment, he could no longer deny the situation. No wonder this kid was so fearless. It turned out he was a lofty celestial master. Thinking that he had come to rob a celestial master today, if it weren't for his body being uncontrollable, he would have slapped himself several times. "You should be grateful that you encountered me today. Had it been anyone else, you would have been dead long ago." However, while death penalties can be avoided, living crimes cannot. Little Yao Chun watched closely as Brother Bo performs a talent. As he spoke, Wang Nanbua wiggled his two fingers back and forth. With each movement, a horse kicked a bandit in the groin, eliciting a pitiful "oh" from them. The sounds came in waves, very rhythmic, resembling a concerto. Insert the rhythm of the scallion song, "oh, oh, 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 oh." This scene made Yao Chun burst out laughing. She thought to herself that Brother Bo was truly mischievous. After Wang Nanbua had his fun, he continued to drive the carriage away. Only after his departure did the bandits fall down from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Now everyone felt a sense of devastation, wailing on the ground and unable to get up for a long time. Ma Cho was the worst off. Not only did he suffer the aftermath, but he also endured several kicks to the face, swelling up like a steamed bun. Regarding everything that had just happened, Su Qi observed it all clearly from within the carriage. He couldn't help but admire Wang Nanba's playfulness. The chief disciple of the Jiutian sword sect was anything but serious. Jiang Yu looked down upon Wang Nanba's behavior, finding it quite vulgar. But Yao Chun was different. After witnessing Wang Nanba's display, her peach blossom eyes sparkled with, "Brother Bo, how are you so capable?" Yao Chun said, cupping her face as she looked at Wang Nanbua. "It's just dealing with a few mortals, it's nothing special," Wang Nanbua replied with a smile. "Can you teach me those swift moves you did? Then I won't be afraid of encountering bad people in the future," Yao Chun asked. "Little Yao Chun, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but to master this skill you'd need to cultivate for several decades, if not hundreds of years. Are you sure you want to learn?" Wang Nanbua asked with a smile. It takes that long to learn." Yao Chun stuck out her tongue and said, "Then I'll pass. I can't stand the dull life of cultivation. I just want to travel the beautiful landscapes and see this wonderful world. Just like my ideals, we truly met at the wrong time," Wang Nanbua said, gazing into Yao Chun's eyes. Yao Chun felt her face flush under Wang Nanba's gaze and quickly lowered her head, saying, "You don't know how many girls you've said that to." "How could that be? I say different things to every girl," Wang Nanbua protested. For hours later, the four finally arrived in front of the entrance to the Locking Moon Tower. Many carriages and horses were already parked in front of the entrance, along with staff responsible for assisting people with parking their carriages or horses. These are usually the outer disciples of the Locking Moon Tower. After parking the carriage, Su Qi looked around. Nothing particularly special stood out. Even the entrance to the sect wasn't very grand, and the words Locking Moon Tower were written sloppily, making it look less like a cultivation sect and more like a tourist attraction. At the entrance, there were disciples responsible for checking invitations. The disciples had very low cultivation at the Qi refinement stage, just like Su Qi. The invitations of the four were all of the highest standard. After checking, the disciple politely said to everyone, "You esteemed guests, please proceed up. It will take about an hour to reach our guest room area." "Thank you," Su Qi replied. Soon after, the group made their way up. Wang Nanbua chatted enthusiastically with Yao Chun, making her laugh heartily. Since entering the Locking Moon Tower, Su Qi felt a refreshing sensation, sensing that the spiritual energy in the air was much denser than outside. It seems there's a reason why the Locking Moon Tower chose to establish itself here. Just based on the density of spiritual energy, this is the best place within 100 miles, Su Qi thought to himself. An hour later, they arrived at the guest room area of the Locking Moon Tower. This area was quite spacious with over 100 buildings constructed. There were tall and short buildings, some luxurious, and others simple. Although the invitations had the same rank, the assigned guest rooms were different. This was the only distinction. "I'm assigned to the Heaven District," Wang Nanbua said, looking at his invitation. "Our rooms are in the Earth District," both Jiang Yu and Su Qi responded. "I'm in the Yellow District," Yao Chun stated as she looked at her invitation. The divisions were Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. The closer the area was to the front, the more luxurious it was, the further back, the more modest. This also indicated that the Locking Moon Tower placed different levels of importance on the identities of its visitors. "Little Yao Chun, why don't you come to the Heaven District with me? Let's stay in the same room," Wang Nanbua said with a mischievous smile. "I think I'll stick with my Yellow District," Yao Chun blushed and replied. Although she had a crush on Wang Nanbua, she wasn't the kind of girl who would be casual about it. "I'm not a bad person," Wang Nanbua said, touching his face. "Is there such a handsome bad person?" Ouch! Then Wang Nanbua got kicked in the back. Turning around, he saw it was Jiang Yu and immediately said, "Little Jiang Yu, what's wrong with you? You're just too disgusting." "Yao Mei, don't be fooled by this guy. He's a regular at the brothel, calling himself the Little White Dragon of the Waves," Jiang Yu said. "I go to the brothel to compose poetry. It's all very elegant," Wang Nanbua replied. Along the way, Su Qi saw many dignitaries, all dressed very impressively. These high-ranking individuals were abundant in the Yellow District. "Miss Yao, what are you doing here?" At that moment, a middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise. Yao Chun turned and exclaimed joyfully, "Uncle Lu, you're here too." The man called Uncle Lu glanced at Su Qi and the others before saying, "Didn't Lord Yao say he wouldn't attend such events? Could it be that you sneaked out?" Yao Chun stuck out her tongue and replied, "Yes, I came out without telling my parents." The middle-aged man said, "I'm glad I had a son, who otherwise I'd be worried sick." He then walked up to Jiang Yue, bowed slightly,
and said, I am Lu Liangjuan, a Hanlin academic honored to meet the demon-subduing envoy Lady Jiangyu. You know me? Jiangyu asked in surprise. I saw you when I visited the demon-subduing office. You may not remember me, Lu Liangjun replied with a smile. Demon-subduing envoy. Yao Chun exclaimed with her mouth agape asking, Sister Jiang, you're actually a demon-subduing envoy. The reputation of the demon-subduing office was well known. It was rumored that the envoys within the office could move mountains and drain seas, serving as the backbone of the Great Song in its fight against evil. Yes, Jiangyu nodded with a smile. Then Brother Bo isn't one as well? Yao Chun asked. He's nothing special, Jiangyu replied dismissively. Your Brother Bo's status is far higher than any demon-subduing envoy, Wang Nanbua said proudly. You must be the chief disciple of the Jiutian sword sect, Wang Nanbua the esteemed immortal, Lu Liangjun said with a smile. Oh, quite impressive. You actually know me, Wang Nanbua said, his eyes lighting up. Does this mean I can show off? The Jiutian sword sect. Is it the legendary one, the foremost among the three major sects? Yao Chun exclaimed with her hand over her mouth in surprise. Indeed, Wang Nanbua nodded, adopting an air of a great figure. May I ask who this is? Lu Liangjun asked as he looked at Su Qi. He was secretly astonished, not expecting Yao Chun to be so fortunate as to meet so many prominent figures. The two prominent figures subtly regarded Su Qi as their leader, and he suspected that this Taoist's identity was likely not simple. Chongqing view Su Qi. Su Qi said, I have long admired your name. Lu Liangjun quickly replied with a smile, but he was wondering what kind of power Chongqing view was. It seemed like he had never heard of it before. He was confident that he knew all the sects in the world, but he truly had never heard of Chongqing view. Does Master Lu know about Chongqing view? Su Qi asked with a smile. Haha, I can't recall at the moment, but I should have heard of it. Lu Liangjun laughed. After some casual conversation, Su Qi and the others left. Lu Liangjun watched the departing figures of Su Qi and the others, thinking that he should interact more with Yao Ran in the future. With his daughter, knowing such a prominent figure, her future in the officialdom would surely be smooth sailing. Little Yao Chun, we'll take our leave now. I'll come find you to play once I've settled in. Wang Nanbua smiled as he bid farewell to Yao Chun. Goodbye, Brother Bo. Yao Chun waved her hand reluctantly. After parting with Yao Chun, Jiang Yu said to Wang Nanbua, You're not really going to cause trouble for that young girl, are you? Wang Nanbua chuckled. What do you mean by causing trouble? I just enjoy the pleasure of interacting with various girls. You're such a scumbag. Jiang Yu scolded. I'm not having physical encounters with them, just spiritual companionship. How can that be called scumbag? Wang Nanbua replied lightly. Right, not a scumbag, just perverted. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. Soon Su Qi and Jiang Yu arrived at their destination. Their rooms were adjacent. Su Qi entered the room and looked around. It had everything it should have, similar to those. Meanwhile, Wang Nanbua continued to his own residence. Su Qi sat in the room, contemplating how to find Zhang. The current situation was that the guest area and the sect disciples area were not in the same place, and he was unfamiliar with the surroundings, making it difficult to start. It seems I need to ask a sect disciple for directions. Su Qi thought to himself. He left his quarters and began searching for disciples of Suayu Tower. Even in the guest area, there were disciples of Suayu Tower patrolling. Soon Su Qi spotted a male disciple dressed in Suayu Tower attire. Su Qi walked over. The disciple glanced at Su Qi and before he could speak asked, What's the matter? Where are the participants from your sect for the assessment? I have a friend there, and I'd like to meet him. Is that okay? Su Qi asked with a smile. The male disciple sized Su Qi up and then said with a smile, Looking at your handsome appearance, your friend wouldn't be a girl, would she? If so, I advise you not to pursue it. Oh, what's the reasoning behind that? Su Qi asked in confusion. The male disciple smiled. Female cultivators are rare in our Suayu Tower, so each female cultivator is a cherished resource. Regardless of worldly attachments, they must be severed. In simple terms, all worldly affections must be cut off. If they have husbands or boyfriends, once they enter our sect, they must sever those relationships and choose a disciple from our sect as their partner. One of the requirements of the assessment is to choose a disciple from our sect for spiritual and physical union, or else they will be burned to death by the flames of desire. If your friend is a female cultivator, I advise you to abandon any delusions. You are no longer from the same world. Hearing the male disciple's words, Su Qi remained expressionless, but doubts arose in his heart. Given Zhang Tianshan's character, if she knew the content of the assessment, she would certainly not participate. Then why did she choose to take part in this assessment? Regardless, Su Qi could not allow Zhang Tiantian to jump into the fire pit. Thank you for the warning, but my friend is a male cultivator. Could you tell me where they are residing? Su Qi subtly took out a large denomination banknote from his pocket. Disciples responsible for patrolling were generally outer disciples. Outer disciples were more involved with the secular world, so the banknotes from the common folk were quite appealing to them. The male disciple squinted his eyes, looked around, quickly took the banknote, and then smiled. You're quite understanding. The disciples participating in the assessment need to walk a bit further, about an hour or so, but you can't go there. If the patrolling disciples find out, you might be killed on the spot.
Then can you help me think of a way? Su Chi pulled out another banknote from his pocket. At this, the male disciple's smile became even brighter. Well, that's not impossible. You can find a disciple from another sect to go up with you. This sect disciple needs to have enough clout, and as long as there's a valid reason, you can even go to the sect's great hall. However, the male disciple said, seriously, we've never met and have no relationship. You didn't ask me for directions, so I'm off. After saying this, the male disciple left. Su Chi smiled. If that's the case, isn't there an easy target available? The chief disciple of the Nine Heavens Sword sect, that's enough clout, right? 10 minutes later, Wang Nanbua listened to Su Chi's plan. You want me to challenge them? Wang Nanbua said with why. As the chief disciple of the Nine Heavens Sword sect, challenging the chief disciple of Suayu Tower shouldn't be too much pressure, right? Su Chi asked casually. What pressure is there? Even if all the disciples of Suayu Tower came, they wouldn't be enough for me to fight. Wang Nanbua said proudly. All right, then you challenge all the disciples of Suayu Tower. Su Chi said. Wang Nanbua's head popped up with a question mark, thinking, are we stirring up trouble? Big brother, I need a legitimate reason to challenge Suayu Tower, right? Otherwise, as a disciple of a top-tier sect challenging disciples of a third-tier sect, it feels a bit like bullying. Wang Nanbua said hesitantly. As the chief disciple of a top-tier sect, you should act freely, unafraid of rumors. If a cultivator does not act according to their heart and whims, then what's the point of cultivating? It's better to go home and grow sweet potatoes. Su Chi said lightly. Hearing this, Wang Nanbua's eyes lit up as he murmured, what a notion of acting freely and whimsically. Brother, your words are very pertinent. I'll help with this. Su Chi grinned. Done deal. Wang Nanbua is actually quite an easygoing person whose only goal is to grow stronger. As long as he finds it interesting, he will definitely take action. I'm sorry, disciples of Suayu Tower. Who told you to have such disgusting rules in your sect? Today let teacher Wang come and give you a lesson. Su Chi and Wang Nanbua exited the guest area and made their way up. They soon encountered the first patrolling disciple. Who goes there? The upper area is a restricted zone of our sect. Leave at once. The disciple said cautiously. Su Chi nudged Wang Nanbua. It's your turn, brother. Wang Nanbua flashed a charming and wild smile. I am Wang Nanbua of the Nine Heaven Sword sect, here to kick some ass. Kick the mountain. The disciple was momentarily stunned, replaying Wang Nanbua's words in his mind. This guy seemed to say he was Wang Nanbua from the Nine Heavens Sword sect. Wait, Nine Heavens Sword sect? Wang Nanbua. The disciple's eyes widened in shock. The Nine Heavens Sword sect is a top-tier sect in the cultivation world, far surpassing the Moonlocking Tower. Wang Nanbua, unparalleled in his generation, overshadowing the pride of various sects, with only a few able to rival him. A legendary figure like this has come to kick the mountain. What qualifications does our Moonlocking Tower have to attract your attention? The disciple stammered. You want to kick the mountain? Wang Nanbua replied indifferently. What do I need to say it a second time? I heard that every disciple of your Moonlocking Tower possesses exceptional cultivation and claims that all sects in the world are trash. Today I just want to test the waters. Su Chi secretly gave a thumbs up. Right from the start, Wang Nanbua was throwing on a big hat. This guy is quite experienced. Nonsense. Who is so shameless as to spread rumors? The disciple exclaimed excitedly. Stop the nonsense, are you going to obstruct me? The pressure from Wang Nanbua's transformation stage erupted like a tide. This disciple, merely at the foundation establishment stage, immediately weakened and sat down on the ground. This is transformation stage. Their sect's guest elder is only at the transformation stage. How could he take that heat in? The disciple said with a sobbing tone. Please go ahead. Wang Nanbua didn't even glance at him and walked up the mountain with Su Chi not looking back. It wasn't until Wang Nanbua disappeared from sight that the disciple finally regained his senses, quickly taking out a communication stone to relay the news. Wang Nanbua from the Nine Heavens Sword sect has come to kick the mountain. The news spread like wings, quickly reaching the entire Moonlocking Tower. Most disciples held a reverent attitude toward the Nine Heavens Sword sect, and upon hearing that the top prodigy was here to kick the mountain, they all gasped. Like that disciple, their first reaction was whether they were worthy of it. Su Chi and Wang Nanbua continued upward. The patrolling disciples saw the two and quickly avoided them, smiling nervously the whole time. It was clear that these people were genuinely afraid of Wang Nanbua. Did you see that? Little Su, this is my deterrence power. Wang Nanbua puffed up with pride. How about I give you a punch? Su Chi said with a smirk. Haha, that's really not necessary, Wang Nanbua replied awkwardly. You are the kind of man who could obliterate the Blood Sea formation with a single punch. How could I withstand even one hit? The two proceeded smoothly for half an hour. Then they finally encountered the first disciple brave enough to block their path. Are you that damn Wang Nanbua? A young man in Moonlocking Tower attire stood with his arms crossed, looking down at them. Wang Nanbua smiled. Oh, so you want to stop me? I've heard that the Nine Heavens Sword sect is formidable today. I want to see if your chief disciple is just a name. Yin Hang is making his move. Yin Hang is the second elder's disciple with exceptional talent. Even if he can't win, he should at least last a few rounds, right?
Don't be too optimistic. The opponent is the chief disciple of a top-tier sect. Don't give the other party too much credit, or you'll lose your own prestige. Some disciples hiding in the shadows began to whisper among themselves, while Wang Nanbua found Yin Hang amusing. A golden core cultivator is so courageous. They are two whole realms apart. Get lost, Wang Nanbua said, bringing his fingers together and pointing forward. A violent gust of wind formed a sword shooting straight at Yin Hang. Yin Hang's expression changed drastically as his protective barrier was instantly shattered and the wind sword shot through. Clang! The invisible sword pierced through his protective armor. The immense force sent Yin Hang flying over 100 meters, crashing into the woods. In just a moment, Yin Hang was defeated, and Wang Nanbua hadn't even drawn his sword. The onlooking disciples were dumbfounded. This gap is simply too large. After dealing with Yin Hang, Su Qi and Wang Nanbua continued upward with no other foolish disciples daring to obstruct them. After another quarter of an hour, they were blocked again. This time it wasn't just one person, 5 stood there blocking the path. Wang Nanbua, go back, this isn't a place you can run wild. The lead disciple said coldly. I'm not running wild, oh, I just want to kick the mountain. Wang Nanbua replied, we the 5 tiger generals won't let you pass. If you are wise, turn around and leave. Unknown, we may not be able to handle you, but all 5 together you can only submit. Behave and return to the guest area, and we can let bygones be bygones. The 5 spoke in unison, trying to exert pressure on Wang Nanbua. What 5 tiger generals? I don't see anyone here. Wang Nanbua replied in confusion. Are you blind? We're standing right in front of you. One of them said angrily. Oh, you 5 are the 5 tiger generals. Enough with the nonsense, oh, let's go together. Wang Nanbua waved his hand. Damn, this guy is too arrogant. Brothers, let's show him some color. 5 tiger formation arrange. Huh. The 5 golden core cultivators synchronously grunted and breathed heavily, like performing acrobatics. However, it seemed to have some effect. The 5's momentum soared, soon surpassing the golden core stage's limits, reaching the nascent soul stage's pressure. Wow, this is interesting. Wang Nanbua's eyes lit up as he spoke. 5 tigers capture the moon. Oomph. Huh. Their synchronized battle cry had quite a presence. But for some reason, Su Qi felt like he couldn't hold back. He wanted to laugh. Wang Nanbua looked serious, but judging by the twitching corner of his mouth, he was also struggling to contain his laughter. After the 5 finished shouting, they struck a fierce pose, and a spiritual energy tiger leaped toward Wang Nanbua. However, bizarrely, the tiger's forehead bore not the character Wang, but a moon symbol. It somewhat resembled an animated show Su Qi had seen, Sailor Moon. Roar. Although the spiritual energy tiger's form was peculiar, its aura was still quite powerful. As the tiger seemed about to engulf Wang Nanbua, he raised a hand, bringing his fingers together and flicking them lightly. Hundreds of flying swords formed from spiritual energy shot toward the tiger. The tiger was instantly riddled with holes, letting out a mournful cry before vanishing into a cloud of spiritual energy. The 5 men all spat out a mouthful of blood. They staggered like drunken men about to fall. Hey, are you alright? If not, just step aside, Wang Nanbua said. The 5 exchanged glances, seeing reluctance in each other's eyes. The 5 tiger generals never retreat. Oomph. Huh. Damn. Run. The next second, upon seeing Wang Nanbua raise his hand, the 5 scattered in panic. The 5 tiger generals have been defeated. This news swiftly spread throughout Soyue Pavilion. Though somewhat comical in demeanor, the 5 tiger generals were undeniably formidable. When united, their combined strength rivaled that of a nascent soul cultivator. Yet even so, they were effortlessly crushed by Wang Nanbua. It was then they truly grasped the chasm separating top-tier prodigies from themselves. A gulf as vast as cloud and mud. This is intolerable. From a secluded cave residence within Soyue Pavilion, a youth burst forth from meditation, his voice thundering with fury. He was Jian Xiaofan, the pavilion's chief disciple. Before his cave residence, dozens of disciples had already gathered. At his emergence, their excitement surged. Senior brother Jian, you're finally awake. The Wang Nanbua has nearly breached the main hall. The Jiutian sword sect grows far too arrogant. Senior brother Jian must humble this Wang Nanbua at once. With senior brother Jian leading the charge, we rest easy. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Jian Xiaofan gave a faint, disdainful snort. Rest assured, my junior brothers. I shall make this man kneel and beg for mercy. With that, he strode down the mountain, hands clasped behind his back, swift as wind itself. Meanwhile, Su Qi and Wang Nanbua arrived at the disciples' assessment zone. This area bore resemblance to the guest quarters, scattered with refined dwellings, each exquisitely crafted. Sacred sect territory, unauthorized entry, strictly forbidden. A signboard hung beside the gate. You go in, I'll press onward toward the summit, drawing their attention. Wang Nanbua said to Su Qi. Thank you. Su Qi clapped Wang Nanbua on the shoulder. Between brothers, such formalities are unnecessary. Wang Nanbua laughed heartily before ascending further. Only by creating sufficient commotion could Wang Nanbua ensure Su Qi's mission proceeded unimpeded.
Knock knock knock. Who is it? It's me, Qi Yangzhou. Zhang Tiantian opened the door to find a tall young man standing before her. Senior brother Qi, what brings you here? Her luminous eyes gleamed with wary vigilance. Dear junior sister Tiantian, I've come to discuss something serious. May I enter first? Qi Yangzhou smiled. Senior brother Qi, please speak here, at the threshold. Zhang Tiantian blocked his way, but Qi Yangzhou ignored her entirely, striding past into the chamber. Helplessly she said, Senior brother Qi, this is my private residence. Please show proper respect. The room was cramped. Only a table and a bed with no window at all. Qi Yangzhou seated himself directly upon Zhang Tiantian's bed. Smiling, he patted the mattress. Come sit beside me, junior sister Tiantian. Senior brother Qi, if you have business, speak plainly. And then leave promptly, she replied. Junior sister Tiantian, the assessment draws near. I'll spare no pretense. I wish to form a Dao alliance with you, Qi Yangzhou chuckled. Zhang Tiantian recoiled instantly. Senior brother Qi, I refuse to form a Dao alliance with you. You're too hasty, my dear, he said lightly. What harm lies in allying with me? You'd gain a grander abode, superior resources, and ascend more swiftly into true cultivation. Senior brother Qi, say no more, Zhang Tiantian declared resolutely. I will never consent. Qi Yangzhou laughed aloud. Dear junior sister Tiantian, your consent is no longer required. Having entered this assessment, certain trials cannot be avoided. What do you mean? Zhang Tiantian frowned. Do you recall what I told you? The assessment comprises 5 trials, and what I omitted was this. The second trial is the trial of passion and desire. To survive the searing flames of desire, you must select a fellow cultivator as your Dao companion and achieve spiritual and physical union. Qi Yangzhou's grin widened. I've come today to begin our preparation, to savor that union now so you won't falter when the trial arrives. Zhang Tiantian's face turned deathly pale. I will not form a Dao alliance with you, nor submit to such debasement. I withdraw. I renounce the assessment entirely. She turned to flee. Qi Yangzhou lunged forward, slamming the door shut with a thunderous boom. Dear junior sister Tiantian, have you forgotten? Withdrawal after registration is forbidden. The sect would brand you a coward, condemning you to become the plaything of every disciple, neither living nor dying, only suffering. With that he seized her wrist and inhaled deeply, eyes fluttering in rapture. How exquisite your fragrance. Zhang Tiantian shuddered violently, gooseflesh rising across her skin. She shoved him hard, desperate to wrench open the door and escape. But Qi Yangzhou would not yield. He dragged her backward and hurled her onto the bed, then pinned her beneath him, crushing her utterly. Get off me. Get away. Zhang Tiantian thrashed wildly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Dear junior sister Tiantian, it's been 3 years. 3 full years since I first laid eyes on you. And from that moment, I vowed to possess you. How absurd that you never saw the sincerity I poured into you, rejecting me again and again. His fingers tightened around her throat as he sneered. No one refuses me. I was born the protagonist. This world bends to my will. At 18, I coveted the wife of the Liu family, truly a radiant blossom. Yet she defied me, choosing death over submission. So I strangled her husband before her eyes. You should have seen her, weeping, begging to couple with me. And when I finished, I granted her the mercy of joining her dead husband. At 19, I desired another woman. Her parents refused. So I fed them to the dogs. At 20, one hand still choked her throat, the other unbuckled his belt, while his mouth spilled vile chronicles of past atrocities. Yes, that very expression. You're no different from those wretches, destined like them to become toys beneath my loins. Thanks to that so-called chief disciple of the Jotian sword sect, I can act so brazenly. Ha ha ha. He dropped his trousers and reached for hers. Tears drenched Zhang Tiantian's eyes. Suffocation blurred her vision. She drifted into hallucination, returning to a carefree childhood. Building snowmen with Su Qi, watching peach blossoms bloom, perched atop his shoulders, singing nonsense songs. Brother Su, where are you? Her eyes rolled upward, consciousness slipping, life ebbing. Boom. The door exploded inward, sunlight flooding the chamber. Qi Yangzhou jolted. His hand froze mid-reach at Zhang Tiantian's waist. Who dares? He whirled, only to behold a figure clad in azure robes. Blinded by the glare, he could not discern the face, but an overwhelming, tangible aura of slaughter froze his blood solid. In the next moment, Qi Yangzhou's eyes widened. He saw the newcomer suddenly appear by his bedside, gripping his head tightly. Through the gaps between the fingers, he finally got a clear look at the face. Handsome. Unbelievably handsome. Yet this striking face was marred by frost, and the killing intent between the eyes was palpable, sending a chill throughout Qi Yangzhou's body, leaving him on the verge of freezing. Let me go, Qi Yangzhou screamed in agony. He was forcefully lifted by his head, his empty lower body buffeted by the cold wind. Su Qi suddenly swung him away. Qi Yangzhou was thrown out like a ragged sack. Boom. He crashed violently against the wall, breaking through it. He
He slumped helplessly in the gap of the wall, his entire body numb. All that remained was the constant feedback of pain in his brain. Help! Help me! Chi Yongzhou howled and cried out. Despairing tears streamed down his face. He could feel the flow of his life slipping away, yet he was powerless to stop it. He wished someone could hear his cries. Unfortunately, as he had said, the majority of people were distracted by Wang Nan. There was no one here at all. Su Qi ignored Chi Yongzhou, his chest heaving as he looked towards the bed. He was afraid. He feared seeing that innocent and lovely little girl being defiled. But upon seeing Zhang Tiantian relatively intact, Su Qi let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had not arrived too late. Zhang Tiantian finally caught her breath. She had heard the commotion earlier, but she did not know what had happened. Fear made her head spin. Tears blurred her vision, and Zhang Tiantian vaguely saw a figure in a green robe slowly merging with the memory of that same green robe. Zhang Tiantian trembled all over. She quickly wiped away her tears, and the moment she saw Su Qi, she could no longer hold back her tears. Brother Su. Zhang Tiantian, unsure if it was excitement or emotion, let the tears flow continuously. Su Qi stepped forward, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, and handed it to her. You've cried like a little flower cat. Here, wipe your tears. Zhang Tiantian accepted the handkerchief, which was the same one she had given to Su Qi years ago. Crying and laughing, she wiped her tears while sporting a silly grin. After drying her tears, she climbed off the bed and hugged Su Qi tightly. Brother Su, I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. Su Qi gently stroked Zhang Tiantian's head and softly said, but here we are, aren't we? Zhang Tiantian choked up the embrace, so warm and real that she felt compelled to pour out all the grievances she had endured over the years. But in the end, Zhang Tiantian held back. She just wanted to savor this moment of warmth. If only this moment could last forever. Zhang Tiantian thought to herself. Help! Help me! But at that moment, Chi Yongzhou began to scream again, startling Zhang Tiantian. When she saw Chi Yongzhou's miserable state, she gasped in fear. Brother Su, let's hurry. You've hurt a sect disciple. They'll come after us. Zhang Tiantian said anxiously. Su Qi patted Zhang Tiantian's head and calmly replied, not only will I not leave today, but I will also demand an explanation from the Lock Moon Tower. Huh? Zhang Tiantian looked up, seemingly not quite understanding. You will understand soon enough. Su Qi walked towards Chi Yongzhou. Chi Yongzhou was still howling in misery, but when he saw Su Qi approaching, he immediately fell silent, closing his eyes in an attempt to play dead. Smack! Su Qi slapped Chi Yongzhou's face. Chi Yongzhou fell out from the wall crevice, rolling several times on the ground before opening his eyes in a wail. Who are you? You will die for rampaging in the Lock Moon Tower. Chi Yongzhou shouted with a fierce demeanor, but cowardly inside. I could turn you into mush with one punch, but I won't do that. Su Qi smiled and said, I will demand an explanation from the Lock Moon Tower. With that, Su Qi grabbed Chi Yongzhou by the hair and lifted him up. Chi Yongzhou screamed and begged for mercy, but Su Qi acted as if he hadn't heard him, dragging him to stand before Zhang Tiantian. Get on, Tiantian, Su Qi said as he squatted down. Zhang Tiantian paused for a moment, but quickly understood, jumping onto Su Qi's back. After being carried by Su Qi, Zhang Tiantian felt an overwhelming warmth, as if she had returned to her childhood, her nose tinged with emotion, nearly bringing her to tears again. In the next moment, boom, Su Qi infused his spiritual energy into his feet and leaped, his body shooting upwards like a cannonball, heading straight for the mountaintop. The ground cracked beneath him, creating a large pit with a diameter of over 10 meters. Ha ha ha, is this the level of the Lock Moon Tower's disciples? Come all at once today, I will have some fun. At the mountaintop, a group lay sprawled out. Wang Nanbua stood against the wind, looking as if he could take flight at any moment. Even the highly regarded Jin Xiaofan was defeated in a single move by Wang Nanbua. The disciples of the Lock Moon Tower were utterly despaired. One person was crushing the entire sect's disciples. With the peak master and elders not intervening, there was no one left to hold this guy down. Young man, one should spare others when one has the chance. It's time to take your leave. Just then a figure arrived on a flying sword, landing in the arena. The second elder has arrived. Second elder, we're sorry, we couldn't uphold the sect's dignity. Second elder, you must stand up for us. The newcomer was indeed Li Yuanwu, the second elder of the Lock Moon Tower. His cultivation was at the late stage of refining void, and his aura was far stronger than Wang Nanbua. I believe there's no need for you to intervene in my challenge against your sect's disciple, Wang Nanbua said, unflustered with a smile. Although he could not match Li Yuanwu in cultivation, he could run if he couldn't win. Moreover, Li Yuanwu wouldn't dare to act against him. It would be against the rules. If he broke the rules, the formidable force behind him was not to be trifled with. This time we acknowledge defeat. The Lock Moon Tower has lost. Li Yuanwu said with a faint smile. Young man, you can leave now, or do you intend to challenge not only the disciples, but also us old fellows? Wang Nanbua realized that the conversation had reached this point, and continuing to stir trouble would yield no benefits. Just as he was about to say something to leave, he saw a figure dropping from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, a large pit appeared on the ground. As the dust settled, Wang Nanbo saw Su Qi carrying a beautiful girl on his back, holding a Lock Moon Tower disciple who was bare from the waist down by the hair. What the hell is this? Wang Nanbo swallowed hard. Suddenly he realized that Su Qi was causing a scene. He had beaten their disciple nearly to death and brought him along. Wasn't this stirring trouble? However, instead of being afraid, Wang Nanbo felt excited. I can't defeat this old guy, but my brother can. Is that Qi Yangzhou? How did he end up like this? Li Yuanwu furrowed his brows. He looked at the newcomer, and from the fluctuations, it seemed to be a Qi refinement stage cultivator. However, a cultivator at this level should not be able to cause such destruction. This meant that the newcomer possessed a method to conceal his true cultivation. The inability to discern his actual strength left Li Yuanwu feeling uncertain. Second Elder, save me. Qi Yangzhou exclaimed upon seeing Li Yuanwu, as if he had found a savior. Who are you? Why did you injure my sect's disciple? Li Yuanwu asked with a furrowed brow. Changxing Temple Su Qi, Su Qi replied indifferently. Changxing Temple. Li Yuanwu searched his mind, but could not recall such a name. I came today for one thing, to seek justice. Su Qi continued. Li Yuanwu narrowed his eyes and said, Go on, I'm listening. A disciple from your Siua tower attempted to assault my sister. How do you account for this? Su Qi stated calmly. Assault. Li Yuanwu turned to Qi Yangzhou and coldly said, Qi Yangzhou, speak honestly about what happened. Qi Yangzhou quivered all over and hurriedly denied. Please, Second Elder, see clearly, this person is speaking nonsense. I merely stumbled upon his illicit affair with Sister Tiantian. He then resorted to violence, trying to kill me. Our disciples from Siua Tower have always handled matters internally. When have outsiders ever been allowed to intervene? I only acted impulsively to reason with him, but he unexpectedly inflicted severe injuries on me. Zhang Tiantian, who was on Su Qi's back, heard this and angrily shouted, Second Elder, that's not how it happened. Today Qi Yangzhou came to my residence claiming he wanted to discuss matters, saying something about a test involving emotions and wanting to become my partner. I clearly rejected him, and he became enraged, attempting to assault me. The two held firm to their claims. Both spoke with genuine emotion. The onlooking disciples split into two factions. I believe Qi Yangzhou, he is usually kind and helpful. I don't believe he is that kind of person. You can't know a person's heart by their face. I believe Sister Zhang Tiantian, she is so innocent and wouldn't joke about something like this. Haha, the most poisonous thing is a woman's heart. Just looking at Zhang Tiantian, you can tell she isn't a good person. I have seen Qi Yangzhou cruelly kill small animals. I believe he is the beast here. Li Yuanwu expressed no opinion on either side. Instead, he looked at Su Qi and said, Young man, regardless of the circumstances, this is an internal matter of my sect. You, an outsider, injured one of my disciples, and you owe me an explanation. An explanation? Su Qi scoffed. How do you want me to explain? Self-destruct your cultivation, leave Zhang Tiantian behind, and roll out of Siua Tower. Li Yuanwu stated flatly. Ha! Su Qi burst into laughter, thoroughly enraged by Li Yuanwu's words. Your sect truly is crooked from top to bottom. Today, I've witnessed it. Su Qi's smile faded as he said softly, So you don't intend to give me an explanation? Li Yuanwu insisted. You are the one who owes an explanation. If you don't self-destruct your cultivation, I will take action. Fine. Su Qi said no more and retrieved a peachwood sword from behind him. This sword was covered in cracks and looked shabby, causing the gathered disciples to burst into laughter. No way, this so-called powerful expert doesn't have a magic weapon. Who's he trying to scare with a broken peachwood sword? It's hilarious. Haha, the louder the boast, the smaller the skill. Let's just wait and see the show. We must capture this guy and hang him in front of the sect for a month to warn others. Wang Nanbo, however, felt a bit sorry for these people. He had known Su Qi for so long, but had never seen him draw a sword, even if it was just a peachwood sword. But before a true master of the sword, not just a peachwood sword, even a blade of grass could become the sharpest sword in the world. It seemed that Su Qi was genuinely angry. Li Yuanwu crossed his arms and coldly regarded Su Qi. Although he could not discern Su Qi's cultivation, he leaned towards the idea that Su Qi practiced some concealed cultivation method or possessed a treasure that concealed his cultivation. Moreover, this guy was wielding a peachwood sword. Li Yuanwu did not believe that Su Qi could stir up any way. Li Yuanwu's firmness today was also justified. The sect leader was not back yet, and all the elders were in seclusion. He was essentially the face of Siua Tower. How could the face of the sect bow to an outsider? Seeing that Li Yuanwu did not intend to stop him, Su Qi smirked and thought, if you act so recklessly, don't cry later. He closed his eyes, and the stunning sword from earlier began to play in his mind once more. Su Qi followed suit, and the spiritual energy within him surged towards the peachwood sword in his hand like a raging sea. The peachwood sword radiated brilliantly, even the cracks began to glow, presenting an unexpectedly beautiful sight.
What terrifying spiritual energy! Wang Nanba's expression tightened. He could feel the continuous flow of spiritual energy being infused into the peach with sword, its magnitude far exceeding that of this region. Moreover, it seemed Su Qi had no intention of stopping. Wang Nanbua could hardly imagine that a human body could hold such vast amounts of spiritual energy. Li Yuanwu finally felt moved. He sensed that he could not allow Su Qi to continue infusing energy, or he might truly face a downfall. Since you refuse to self-destruct your cultivation, I will take action myself. Li Yuanwu snorted coldly. He spread his hands, and a terrifying spiritual pressure surged forth as a moon made of spiritual energy rose high. Moonfall! Li Yuanwu abruptly drew his hands in. The radiant moon erupted with blinding light brighter than the sun. This light carried a tremendous lethality, as if all things were being dissolved by it. Su Qi felt like a tiny boat in a vast ocean poised to be swallowed by this terrifying moonlight at any moment. But at that moment Su Qi opened his eyes. His pupils transformed into a silver-gray color, and an incredibly terrifying sword intent surged from within him. Instant sword. Su Qi uttered 2 words calmly. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air echoed. A silver flash appeared in an instant. This flash contained an overwhelming sword intent, as if it could cleave through everything in this world. It was difficult to describe the astonishing nature of this sword with mere words. Anyone who witnessed this sword gaped in shock, unable to hide their astonishment. Wherever the silver flash passed, everything was obliterated. The once formidable moonlight melted away as if it had encountered sunlight, dissolving completely. The silver flash illuminated the entire Siue Tower and revealed the fear on Li Yuanwu's face. A wave of regret surged in his heart. Had he known Su Qi's strength was so terrifying, he would have dealt with Qi Yangzhou directly, without a moment's hesitation. But it was all too late. Wait, this sword doesn't seem to be aimed at me. A flicker of relief crossed Li Yuanwu's mind, but it was quickly replaced by endless dread. If it wasn't aimed at him, then who was this sword for? Li Yuanwu struggled to turn around. If this sword was not aimed at him, it could only be directed towards it. As he saw the silver flash pass by, his vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. The grand hall of the Locking Moon Tower was cleaved in 2 by this sword, rendered to dust by the terrifying sword energy. The other disciples could hardly close their mouths. It was difficult to describe their feelings at that moment. The hall, symbolizing the sect's dignity, had been destroyed. You? How dare you? Li Yuanwu murmured. Since you refuse to give me an explanation, I shall take it upon myself to demand one. After finishing this sword, Su Qi's peach wood sword suddenly shattered, leaving no trace behind. After speaking, Su Qi glanced at Qi Yangzhou, who lay on the ground. Qi Yangzhou was being looked at by Su Qi, and before the eyes of all, a puddle of yellow liquid flowed from his exposed lower body. He had been frightened to the point of wetting himself. Since your Locking Moon Tower cannot discipline its disciples and refuses to manage them, I shall take it upon myself to do so, Su Qi said with a smile. Spare me. Qi Yangzhou cried out with a sobbing tone. But what responded to him was a flurry of falling leaves. This rain of leaves pierced through Qi Yangzhou's neck, ending his wretched life. Just as Wang Nanbua had said, for a master of the sword path, even a blade of grass or a tree could become a sword. Li Yuanwu watched helplessly as Qi Yangzhou perished, feeling as if he had aged 10 years as he lowered his head in despair. He knew that Su Qi had spared him. That sword he could not withstand it. Had it been aimed at him, he would have dissolved beneath. What is your relationship with Li Taibai? Li Yuanwu said hoarsely. An acquaintance. Su Qi replied indifferently. An acquaintance? What a fine acquaintance indeed, Li Yuanwu said with a bitter smile. He did not believe it at all. He recognized that sword, the renowned technique of Li Taibai, instant sword. If it were merely an acquaintance, how could Li Taibai possibly pass on such a technique? Let's go, Su Qi said lazily, turning to Wang Nanbua. Oh, all right. Wang Nanbua came back to his senses, his expression somewhat complex. He also recognized that sword. Su Qi actually had a connection to Li Taibai. Li Taibai was a sword path master whom even he admired. He never expected Su Qi would possess his ultimate skill. Wang Nanbua decided that he would need to pester Su Qi to introduce him to Li Taibai. Coach, I want to learn swordsmanship too. Su Qi walked down the mountain with Zhang Tiantian on his back. Zhang Tiantian lay on Su Qi's back like a little cat lost in thought. This scene was so reminiscent of the one from over 20 years ago. At that time, Su Qi had flattened half a mountain with a single sword. This time, a single sword had destroyed the grand hall of the Locking Moon Tower. The only similarity was that both times were for himself. Thinking of this, Zhang Tiantian felt a hint of sweetness. Su Qi and Wang Nanbua returned to the guest area, called for Jiang Yue, and then left. As for Yao Chun, Wang Nanbua said that they could not call her since she was there for the sex test. Upon returning to the foot of the mountain, Wang Nanbua exaggeratedly recounted the incident of causing a ruckus at the Locking Moon Tower. In Wang Nanbua's version, he was the one who struck fear into everyone, causing the disciples of the Locking Moon Tower to scatter like headless flies, and ultimately Su Qi appeared, and intimidated them, destroying their grand hall. In truth, Wang Namba's recounting was quite close to reality, except in his telling, he was the most handsome one, and Su Qi was merely a tool. Master, we will reach Qingxi town in 3 days, a maid said with a smile, as Song Xiaoxiang's caravan set up camp in the wild sky, already darkening. Finally nearing, yet I feel somewhat nervous, Song Xiaoxiang murmured. Does the master seem to have something on her mind? At that moment a guard carrying firewood approached with a smile. Ha ha, I bet the master is thinking about that unseen person, right? Old Neo shall have to see what kind of person can make the master so infatuated. The master must be a person of heavenly stature. The one she wishes to meet cannot be lacking in quality. The others began to discuss, having talked about it numerous times over the past half-month. Boom. Just as the atmosphere was harmonious, a sudden roar sounded from outside. Enemy report. Enemy report. A strong enemy is attacking. Outside there were shouts. Damn it, how annoying. Isn't this the 10th wave already? Ha ha ha, who cares? Just a bunch of minor shrimp. There are always those who are blind and like to seek death. The guards around Song Xiaoxiang prepared their weapons. They had experienced this situation far too many times and were now quite accustomed to it. But soon everyone noticed something was amiss. This time there was only one person coming, a young man dressed in a yellowish robe strolling over leisurely. Wherever he passed by, those people knelt down as if they had seen an emperor. It seems this time we have a master. Old Neo will go meet him. A burly guard smiled and said, then leaped into the air with 2 large hammers striking towards the young man. Before this guard could get close to the young man, he was hit by something erupting in a mist of blood falling from the sky, landing limp on the ground, twitching, and clearly in critical condition. Old Neo, the guards exclaimed in shock. A piece of trash dares to show off in front of me. The young man approached with a smile, saying, let me introduce myself. I am Huang Chang from the 9 Heavens Sword Sect. The 9 Heavens Sword Sect. The super sect in the cultivation world. This person is a cultivator. As soon as Huang Chang spoke, everyone gasped. Huang Chang was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction, and his gaze turned aggressively towards Song Xiaoxiang. Then he smiled and said, you must be Song Xiaoxiang. Yes, it is I, Song Xiaoxiang said calmly, showing no signs of fear. Aren't you afraid of me? Huang Chang asked with interest. Why should I be afraid? Song Xiaoxiang retorted. Ha ha, are you not afraid that if I am displeased I could make you vanish without a trace? Huang Chang waved his hand, and a flying sword circled around him. This method of manipulating objects from a distance caused the guards' faces to change dramatically. This was definitely a cultivator. Only cultivators possessed such abilities. Song Xiaoxiang said with a faint smile, no matter how you flaunt yourself, I am not afraid of you. You are a cultivator, not a performer. I hope you recognize your own identity. Ha! Huang Chang laughed heartily, saying, interesting, truly interesting. In all these years I have met many women. They fear me, hate me, flatter me, rely on me, yet you are the only one who dares to insult me. Originally I intended to kill you directly, but after seeing you I changed my mind. Be my woman, and I will let you enjoy wealth and honor. What do you say? In response to Huang Chang's invitation, Song Xiaoxiang maintained a faint smile. You may not understand me. What I Song Xiaoxiang desire does not require your provision. Impressive, I like it, Huang Chang said, giving a thumbs up and nodding. A woman like you is truly interesting to conquer. Song Xiaoxiang smiled without speaking. Don't you have anything to ask me, eh? Huang Chang inquired curiously, perhaps who sent me to kill you, or why I would want to kill you. And what if I knew? Song Xiaoxiang countered. Huang Chang was rendered speechless by the retort. After a long pause he said, all right, since you are my woman, I won't hold it against you. That carriage of yours is quite nice. Tonight, we shall consummate our union upon it. By the way, are you still a virgin? Huang Chang asked with a mischievous grin. If not, I might just get angry. You foolish, lustful idiot, Song Xiaoxiang replied coolly. Though I like your personality, if you keep insulting me, I will have to punish you. Huang Chang glanced at the guards and said, I can't bear to hurt you. How about I take out your guards instead? Go to hell, you stupid idiot. What a pretentious fool, thinking he's impressive as a cultivator. Go back home and suck your mother's milk. Just seeing your obnoxious face makes me want to deliver a couple of solid punches that even your mother wouldn't recognize you anymore. Unexpectedly, those guards began to curse loudly. Huang Chang's face darkened. He detested being insulted, especially by a group he regarded as mere ants. Ha, good, since you all want to die, I shall grant your wish. Huang Chang raised his hand, and dozens of flying swords formed from spiritual energy shot towards the guards. Ghost Grandpa, it's your turn to act. Oldly, save us quickly. Ghost Brother, wake up. Faced with the incoming flying swords, the cultivators' expressions changed dramatically as they shouted. Boom! A tower-like figure suddenly leapt down from a tree, delivering a powerful punch. The incoming flying swords were instantly obliterated, dissipating into the air. Li Gui, bare-chested, yawned and said, Hurry, hurry, is it a life-threatening situation?
I just dreamed of punching through the heavenly tribulation and ascending only to be awakened by you death harbingers. Huang Chang's expression changed, his eyes narrowing. No wonder they are all so arrogant. It turns out a body cultivator is backing them up. But to me a body cultivator is merely a toy. Hearing this, Li Gui cast a disdainful glance and scoffed. A mere trash nascent soul cultivator dares to speak so boldly. Trash. Huang Chang laughed in anger. Today I will let you see who the real trash is. With a sweep of his hand, the flying sword circling around him shot towards Li Gui like a bolt of lightning. Li Gui drew a giant axe from behind and smashed it down towards the flying sword. Boom. The terrifying force directly drove the sword into the ground. Useless, Huang Chang sneered. The next moment, the flying sword burst from the earth and shot straight towards Li Gui's throat. Clang! Li Gui swung the giant axe, knocking the flying sword away. The sword flew hundreds of meters, but quickly returned like a shooting star. I told you it's useless, Huang Chang laughed heartily. No matter how strong your physical body is, you will still be played to death by me. Oh, is that so? Li Gui this time did not dodge, walking straight towards the flying sword. Seeking death. Huang Chang coldly laughed. But the next second he widened his eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? He saw his flying sword being grasped by Li Gui. No matter how he commanded it, it could not break free. This broken thing, who do you think it can stab? Li Gui said disdainfully, then suddenly exerted force with both hands. I will turn it into a pile of scrap metal. Under Li Gui's frenzied strength, the flying sword emitted a wailing sound, visibly bending. Huang Chang finally panicked. This was his life sword. If it were broken, it would deal a fatal blow to his cultivation. Little. The flying sword shrank and instantly stabbed towards Li Gui's throat. Sizzle. The sword pressed against Li Gui's throat. Although it broke the skin slightly, it could not penetrate. Are you done playing? Li Gui smiled at Huang Chang. Huang Chang trembled all over, feeling a warning bell ringing in his heart. The next second, he saw Li Gui push off the ground and shoot towards him like a cannonball. The distance of several dozen meters vanished in the blink of an eye. Damn! Huang Chang infused his legs with spiritual energy and hurriedly retreated. Boom! He narrowly escaped Li Gui's surprise attack. The spot where he had just stood was stomped into a large pit. Broken gold sword. Huang Chang gritted his teeth, forming seals with both hands. His flying sword cracked, transforming into hundreds of short swords carrying a faint yellow glow as they stabbed towards Li Gui. Li Gui lifted his giant axe and swung it like a windmill, smashing down all the short swords. The material of that axe was unknown, as Huang Chang's broken gold sword could not shatter it. Ha ha ha, too weak, too weak. Li Gui laughed heartily, the giant axe spinning with a speed faster than the eye could follow as it smashed towards Huang Chang. Huang Chang could not dodge in time and was struck by the giant axe. Fortunately, he was hit by the tail end, but that immense force still sent him flying. Phew! In midair, Huang Chang spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already contemplating retreat. This guy before him was like a monster. He could not break through his defenses at all. But just as Huang Chang had not yet landed, a shadow fell from the sky. Huang Chang's eyes widened as he saw Li Gui had somehow arrived above him. The tower-like figure pressed down like a mountain. Wait! Huang Chang exclaimed in terror. Boom! The next second, he was heavily smashed into the ground. Huang Chang lay pinned to the ground, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted. He had never imagined that he could be beaten so badly by a mere mortal. Bang! Li Gui caught the spinning giant axe, grinning as he said, "Little brat, you are too weak. How dare you disrespect the Lord? I am a disciple of the Nine Heavens Sword sect. Let me go." Huang Chang said, mouth full of blood. "I don't care which sect you belong to." Li Gui's expression was cold as he raised the giant axe high. "If you injure my brother, be prepared to be slain. If you dare kill me, the Nine Heavens Sword sect will not let you go. Then let them come find me," Li Gui said fiercely as he swung the giant axe down. Uft! Blood sprayed as Huang Chang was first severed and then smashed into a pulpy mess. "You wait. I will have you torn into pieces and ground to dust." A glowing little figure flew out from Huang Chang's body. Upon closer inspection, it resembled Huang Chang, his nascent soul, now filled with hatred and fury. After saying this, Huang Chang's nascent soul shot into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Qingxi Town. Suchi successfully brought Zhang Tiantian back. Father, mother. Zhang Tianxian's eyes brimmed with tears as she rushed into her parents' embrace. "Qintian, you finally returned. Let me see if you've lost weight over the years." Zhang's mother also had tears in her eyes as she looked up and down at Zhang Tiantian. Zhang's father secretly wiped away his tears. The family was reunited and joy filled the home. Suchi couldn't help but smile slightly at the corner of his mouth. "Little Taoist, Su, thank you so much. We don't know how to express our gratitude," Zhang's mother said as she was about to kneel down to Suchi. "And Zhang, there's no need to be so polite." Suchi helped Aunt Zhang up and said, "You contribute so much incense to the temple each year.
Master has also instructed me to protect the people of Qingxi Town, so there's really no need for such formality. Daoist Chang'an and little Daoist Su are the guardians of our Qingxi Town. Having you here is a blessing for us. Zhang's father said emotionally. At this moment, Su Qi continued. Aunt Zhang, Uncle Zhang, I have also talked to Tian on the way back. If she wholeheartedly pursues the path of immortality, I will find a way to send her to the Jiutian Sword Sect. The Jiutian Sword Sect is a top-tier sect incomparable to the likes of the Suyue Tower, and it won't be that dangerous. Aunt Zhang and Uncle Zhang looked at Zhang Tian with concern. Learning that their daughter was still unwilling to give up, they wanted to persuade her, but didn't know how. Father, mother, I've already made up my mind, you don't need to persuade me. Zhang Tian said firmly. Sai Tian, you've grown up, we support your decision. Aunt Zhang sighed heavily in the end. After sending Zhang Tian home, Su Qi returned to the Changxing Temple. Brother, I entrust you with Tianshan's matter. Su Qi said to Wang Nanbua. Rest assured, I will definitely take care of this matter for you. Wang Nanbua replied with a smile. Wang Nanbua's efficiency was indeed very fast. 2 days later, an elder with an ethereal presence arrived at the Changxing Temple. Upon seeing this elder, Wang Nanbua jumped up in fright, as if he had seen an eagle when it spotted a rabbit. Third elder, what brings you here? Wang Nanbua, who had been leisurely basking in the sun on a recliner, hurriedly stood up upon seeing the elder. Humph. The elder coldly snorted and said, if I hadn't come, you would have turned the world upside down. Right now, your name, Wang Nanbua, is quite impressive in the cultivation world. Ha ha ha. Wang Nanbua chuckled awkwardly and said, actually, it's not that impressive. The disciples of Siyue Tower are just too weak. The elder said lightly, I have heard that you not only fought the disciples, but also destroyed the main hall. Other elders have come to report this. Third elder, that's just nonsense. I only fought the disciples. I can't take on their elders. Wang Nanbua. The third elder maintained a stern expression. And what about the person who caused a scene with you at Siyue Tower? Are you looking for me? At this moment, Su Qi walked out of the Changxing Temple and asked. The third elder examined Su Qi for a moment, and just as Wang Nanbua was about to say something, the third elder suddenly smiled, looking quite pleased. Ha ha ha, good. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Well done. I have long wanted to do this. Oh. Wang Nanbua was stunned. He thought the third elder had come to reprimand him, but it seemed different from what he had imagined. The third elder continued to smile and said, let me introduce myself. I am the third elder of the Jiutian Sword Sect, Nanrong Jian. You must be Su Qi, the disciple of Senior Li, right? I don't know any Senior Li. Su Qi shook his head. It's all right if you don't want to admit it. In any case, what you did this time has brought great joy to many. The Siyue Tower has long deserved this tribulation. Nanrong Jian smiled. Third elder, do you have a grudge against the Siyue Tower? Wang Nanbua asked curiously. Nanrong Jian shot Wang Nanbua a glare and said, don't talk nonsense. Then he continued, didn't you say you found a good seedling this time? I just happened to be passing by and came to take a look. Upon hearing this, Wang Nanbua immediately said to Su Qi, Brother Su, quickly bring Tian out. Su Qi returned to the temple and called Zhang Tian out. He said to Nanrong Jian, Senior, this is my sister. If possible, I hope you can take care of her. As an elder of the Jiutian Sword Sect, if he protects Zhang Tian, surely no one would dare to provoke her. Zhang Tian looked at Nanrong Jian with some timidity. She knew this was someone who could decide her fate. At the moment Nanrong Jian saw Zhang Tian, the stone in his hand began to tremble incessantly, emitting a sound like metal clashing. A glint of light shot from his eyes, and he couldn't hide his excitement on his face. Is it the innate sword body? This is simply someone born to learn the sword. Innate sword body. Wang Nanbua was also startled. You must be mistaken, third elder. Such a reaction from the sword testing stone cannot be wrong. Nanrong Jian said firmly. He then said to Su Qi, Su Xiaoyo, rest assured I will ensure that your sister does not suffer any grievances. From now on she will be my closed-door disciple. What? What does an innate sword body mean? Zhang Tian asked timidly, even mispronouncing. Wang Nanbua quickly explained, the innate sword body is someone who is born to be in harmony with the sword path, and practicing swordsmanship is twice the result with half the effort. Our Jiutian Sword Sect's first-generation leader was an innate sword body who later overcame the heavenly tribulation and soared to the heavens. His legend is still passed down to this day. Su Qi was somewhat surprised, but also happy for Zhang Tian. If that's the case, she would be highly valued in the Jiutian Sword Sect and wouldn't face the same situation as in Siyue Tower. The more Nanrong Jian looked at Zhang Tian, the more he liked her, thinking how fortunate he was to come today, otherwise he would have missed such a good seedling. If the sect master or his fellow disciples discovered her, they would definitely compete to take her as a disciple. Unfortunately, he was the first to seize the opportunity today. With this in mind, Nanrong Jian couldn't help but want to laugh joyfully. Is your name Zhang Tian? Nanrong Jian asked with a kind expression. Zhang Tian timidly replied, yes, Immortal Elder. From now on, don't call me Immortal Elder,
call me master. Would you be willing to take me as your teacher? Nanrong Jian asked with a smile. Will following you make me very powerful? Zhang Tiantian asked eagerly with sparkling eyes. Yes. Nanrong Jian nodded. I am willing. Zhang Tiantian quickly said. Ha ha good. Nanrong Jian laughed heartily. Then quickly return to the sect with me. I will take you to the sword pool to cleanse your marrow, and then you can officially start your cultivation. Zhang Tiantian turned to look at Su Qi, hesitating to say something. Go ahead, Su Qi said with a smile. He was genuinely happy for Zhang Tiantian. Brother Su, I will definitely become very powerful. In the future, I will be the one to protect you. Zhang Tiantian said firmly. All right. Su Qi nodded. Zhang Tiantian's desire to cultivate was incredibly strong. Thus, after bidding farewell to her parents that day, she followed Nanrongjian to the Jiutian sword sect. Watching Nanrongjian's figure disappear into the horizon, Wang Nanbo smiled and said, Su Qi, I never expected that Tiantian would be an innate sword body. Perhaps her future achievements will surpass mine, while I'm even a bit envious. There's no need to be jealous of others. You are also envied by others, Su Qi replied calmly. Ha ha, that is indeed a great truth. Wang Nanbo said happily, I found such a good seedling for the sect. When I return, I won't have to face reprimands, and I might even receive accolades. Shall we go to the Xiaoxiang Pavilion for some fun? In response to Wang Nanbo's invitation, Su Qi decisively replied no. That night, Su Qi sat in the courtyard gazing at the shimmering stars in the sky. Jiang Yu quietly accompanied him. Senior Su, why don't you personally teach Tiantian? Jiang Yu asked curiously. I cannot teach her, Su Qi replied. Jiang Yu nodded and said Tiantian's innate sword body is indeed better taught by the Jiutian sword sect. Look at the stars in the sky, don't they resemble one world after another? Su Qi suddenly asked. Jiang Yu smiled and said perhaps they really are. Isn't it often said in books that there are 3,000 worlds? I've heard that immortals can traverse various realms. Perhaps the people on the other side of the stars are also gazing at us. Immortals can traverse various realms. Su Qi murmured. If that is the case, then perhaps he could return to Earth after becoming an immortal. But by then Earth would likely have changed beyond recognition. Once I become an immortal, I will definitely find the driver who created me back then and give him a good beating. Su Qi silently vowed in his heart. If it weren't for this negligent driver from another world, how would he have ended up here? The next morning, Wang Nanbo walked out of the Xiaoxiang Pavilion full of energy. But Meng Yang called out to him. Young Master Wang, weren't you always curious about what our pavilion master wanted with little Su Daoist? You're willing to tell me. Wang Nanbo's eyes lit up. You don't need me to tell you, you'll find out soon enough. Meng Yang smiled. Just as Wang Nanbo was about to ask what, he suddenly heard the sound of drums and gongs booming from outside Qingxi Town. He quickly looked towards the direction of Qingxi Town. He saw a grand procession of over 100 people making their way towards Qingxi Town. More than 30 horse-drawn carriages and dozens of fine steeds. The guards at the forefront stood tall and proud, looking exceptionally valiant. The residents who heard the commotion stopped to watch, unsure of what was happening. Where did these people come from? They don't look ordinary. Is there a big shot visiting Qingxi Town? They're making such a grand noise, and what could it be for? What a spectacle! Hurry and call the town chief. Upon receiving the news, Luo Kueijia hurried to the scene. After the procession entered the town, they stopped in front of the Xiaoxiang Pavilion. In the middle of the procession, a carriage opened its curtain, revealing a beautiful face. Under the gaze of the crowd, a young girl jumped down from the carriage, sparking a wave of discussion. This girl looks extraordinary. Could she be the young lady from some noble family in the capital? She seems lively and charming, just like a girl from the neighborhood. What an impressive presence, as she must be from a wealthy family. But the girl stood by the carriage, pulling back the curtain, as if waiting for someone to appear. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, a woman stepped out. Everyone's eyes widened. The woman wore a light white palace dress, which, while elegant, exuded an ethereal quality. Her wide skirt flowed gracefully behind her, exuding elegance and grandeur. Her black hair, like jade, was simply styled into a celestial bun adorned with several plump pearls scattered throughout, making her dark locks appear even more lustrous. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a faint smile played on her red lips. Particularly her face, as if it were the most perfect artwork in the world, radiated astonishing charm, with every smile and frown captivating all gazes. Song Xiaoxiang. Luo Kueijia exclaimed in surprise. How could he not recognize Song Xiaoxiang? The most powerful woman in Chang'an. Both emperors revered her, and the high-ranking officials vied for her favor. She was the goddess spoken of by the young scions of noble families. Such a heavenly figure had come to this small Qingxi town today. Is she your pavilion master? Wang Nanbo was also stunned. Even in the cultivation world, he had never seen a woman like Song Xiaoxiang. It was as if she were a true celestial being, her aura indescribable. Previously, he had thought that the master of the Xiaoxiang Pavilion must be an old crone or a feeble old man. The difference was simply too vast.
Indeed, Ming Yang said with a smile, then hurriedly approached Pavilion. Master, you finally arrived. Song Xiaoxiang smiled lightly and said, Ming Yang, thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble at all. Ming Yang quickly shook her head. Then Song Xiaoxiang turned her gaze to Wang Nanbua and smiled. You must be Wang Nanbua, the chief disciple of the Jiutian sword sect. Indeed, I didn't expect Miss Song to recognize me. Wang Nanbua, coming back to his senses, smiled. Luo Ling, Miss Song, what's your relationship with that Luo witch? Song Xiaoxiang thought for a moment and replied. You should keep your distance from that Luo, which lest you be led astray, Wang Nanbua commented. If Luo Ling hears you say that about her, she'll probably explode in anger, Song Xiaoxiang said with a half-smile. Please don't tell her, Miss Song. Wang Nanbua's expression changed, scratching his head and laughing. The only peer who could make Wang Nanbua so fearful was Luo Ling, the chief disciple of Finjixuan. Luo Ling was not only the best in Finjixuan, but also the undisputed #1 among the younger generation in the cultivation world. She truly dominated her contemporaries with no one able to rival her. Letting a woman take the top spot was certainly unacceptable to many male cultivators, but in the end they were all subdued. Wang Nanbua was one of them. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, almost giving him psychological trauma. Are you currently on good terms with young Master Su? Song Xiaoxiang suddenly asked. Wang Nanbua noticed that when Su Qi's name was mentioned, Song Xiaoxiang's earlier cold demeanor changed, even showing a hint of nervousness. Could it be? A thought flashed through Wang Nanbua's mind. Then he smiled and said, of course we have a bond that could be life or death. Then could you tell me about young Master Su's likes and dislikes? In exchange, I won't tell Luo Ling what you just said. Song Xiaoxiang said. I can, but I'm even more curious about why Miss Song is looking for my brother. This question has puzzled me for over a month. Could you enlighten me, Miss Song? To propose marriage. As soon as Song Xiaoxiang said this, it was like a thunderbolt. A marriage proposal? Wang Nanbua suspected he had misheard. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, did you just say, a marriage proposal? Yes, exactly that. Song Xiaojiang repeated calmly. Wang Nanbua felt his entire worldview shatter. Could it truly be possible for a woman to initiate a formal marriage proposal to a man? What made it even more astonishing was that this woman was exceptionally accomplished. What could she possibly want from him? Was it Su Qi's striking handsomeness? Yet Wang Nanbua paused and admitted grudgingly that Su Qi was in fact extraordinarily handsome. Still, based on Wang Nanbua's deep familiarity with Su Qi, this emotionally oblivious fellow would almost certainly refuse, with a 99% certainty. Wang Nanbua thus counseled gently, Miss Song, I mean no offense, but the odds of your proposal succeeding are vanishingly close to zero. Song Xiaojiang smiled faintly. Yet there remains a sliver of possibility, does there not? Far too optimistic, Wang Nanbua sighed. There's no need for you to concern yourself with that. Instead, perhaps you'd allow me to share Master Su's preferences and aversions. Song Xiaojiang nodded. With no choice, Wang Nanbua recounted every detail of Su Qi's likes and dislikes. Not because he wished to be so exhaustive, but because Song Xiaojiang asked with such meticulous precision. How meticulous? So much so that she inquired whether Su Qi opened his left eye or right eye first upon waking each morning. Wang Nanbua had no idea, so he ventured hesitantly. Might he open both simultaneously? Song Xiaojiang took notes as she questioned, her focused diligence leaving Wang Nanbua utterly dumbfounded. He had never imagined that a woman who appeared ethereal as a celestial maiden could possess such unrelenting pragmatic intensity. I have roamed the realms of romance my whole life, priding myself on charm and elegance. Yet I still fall short of Brother Su by half. Wang Nanbua reflected solemnly. It seems I must now chart a new path, one of aloof refinement and restrained allure, just like Brother Su's. Having finished her note, Song Xiaojiang returned to her carriage. The procession resumed its journey, bound straight for the Chongqing Taoist Abbey. Wang Nanbua naturally would not miss such a spectacle. He longed to witness Su Qi's reaction, to see how he would respond to a woman of Song Xiaojiang's caliber. Inside the carriage, Song Xiaojiang leafed through her notebook, murmuring softly to herself. Beside her, the young attendant, who had never seen her master behave this way, blurted, Master, is Master Su truly so extraordinary? Worth your doing all this for him? I do not know, Song Xiaojiang replied with a gentle, enigmatic smile. I have met him 128 times, in dreams. In dreams. The girl's mouth parted slightly as if hearing something entirely unprecedented. So, you've only ever met him in dreams? She sought confirmation once more. Indeed, Song Xiaojiang nodded. Heavens above, the girl groaned, pressing her palm to her forehead, utterly unable to fathom how her usually composed master could suddenly succumb to such romantic fervor. And with a dream in no less. Xiao Qiu, you simply cannot understand. Song Xiaojiang's eyes crinkled with quiet mirth. From the very first moment I saw him in my dreams, I knew. He was the destined soul of this lifetime. Otherwise, the twin heart bell would never have chimed. And so no matter what lies ahead, I will be with him. Very well. May your dream man prove truly worthy, the girl sighed. Meanwhile, the villagers of Qingxi town watched the procession with growing curiosity, wondering why it headed toward the Chongqing Abbey. Many followed eager for spectacle. Luo Kueijia was among them, keen to uncover the purpose of Song Xiaojiang's visit. Judging by its course, the caravan was indeed bound for the Chongqing Abbey. Could it be that young Taoist Master Su and Song Xiaojiang shared some hidden history? An irresistible tide of curiosity carried the crowd onward, toward the abbey. Unaware of the approaching commotion, Su Qi sat cross-legged within the abbey, still immersed in deciphering that single transcendent sword technique imprinted upon his mind. Though he had previously manifested the instant sword, Su Qi sensed its imperfection. First in the subtle control of force, second in the flawless execution of form. Even so, that single stroke had left onlookers breathless with awe. Su Qi could scarcely imagine the sheer terror it would unleash, once fully mastered. The deeper he delved into the art, the more profoundly he sensed the overwhelming power of the white-robed swordsman he'd encountered that day in Western City. Senior Su, drums and gongs echo from the peach grove. Many people are marching toward the abbey, Jiang Yu said, stepping into the hall. Su Qi opened his eyes, his expression tinged with quiet confusion. Only then did he too perceive the distant rhythmic clamor of drums and gongs. Let us go see. He rose and strode to the abbey's threshold, where he beheld a grand procession advancing beneath banners and drumbeats, trailed by a throng of Qingxi villagers. What is this about? His bewilderment deepened. As the procession drew nearer, the attendants caught sight of the lead guards were instantly struck speechless. Upon seeing Su Qi, they knew without doubt that this Taoist was the master's dream man. His bearing was peerless, his countenance otherworldly, as if a celestial being descended. They had long wondered what kind of man their master might envision in dreams, yet at that very moment, all doubt dissolved. A profound sense of harmony settled over them. This match required no justification, no question of one rising to meet the other. The procession halted 50 paces before the abbey. Then the ranks parted, revealing the central carriage which glided forward. The curtain lifted, and Song Xiaojiang descended once more. From the crowd, Wang Nanbo watched exhilarated, certain the grand performance was about to begin and determined to savor Su Qi's reaction. At the sight of Song Xiaojiang, Su Qi was indeed momentarily dazzled, though the wonder remained locked deep within his face, betraying nothing. Song Xiaojiang lifted her gaze, and there he stood at the abbey's gate. A breeze stirred his robes, lifting the strands of hair across his brow. His eyes, luminous as starlit heavens, were identical to those she had beheld again and again in her dreams. A noble youth, fair as jade, peerless in all the world. The verse flashed unbidden through Song Xiaojiang's mind. Their eyes met, and in that single glance lifetimes unfolded. After an indeterminate span of silence, Song Xiaojiang's lips curved into a soft, resolute smile, gently suppressing the flutter of shy trepidation rising within her heart. She stepped forward, then raised her voice clear and unwavering. Master Su, today Song Xiaojiang comes to you, not with mere words but with 10,000 taels of gold, 1,000 bolts of silk, 100 chests of jewels, and 100 steeds, to formally request your hand in marriage. Whoa! A collective gasp tore through the crowd. Onlookers erupted, astonished beyond measure. This celestial maiden has come to propose to young Master Su. And with such staggering wealth, am I dreaming? If you're unsure whether you're dreaming, don't pinch me. Traditionally, men seek wives, not the reverse. Is this Song Xiaojiang, the Song Xiaojiang of... If Master Su accepts, he'll instantly become the most influential man in Chang'an. To be proposed to by such a radiant woman, I'd accept even without a dowry. Chaos swirled around them. Even Su Qi's normally imperturbable countenance flickered, with unmistakable, fleeting astonishment. He found himself wondering absurdly, is today the festival of fools? Had this woman, suddenly appearing from nowhere, just proposed to him? Who in heaven's name could explain what had just transpired? Beside her, Jiang Yu also widened her mouth. She certainly recognized Song Xiaoxiang. But Song Xiaoxiang proposing to Su Qianbei? This was simply too fantastical. Who can tell her what is happening? As soon as Song Xiaoxiang spoke, many people were thrown into confusion. The scene fell silent. The drop of a pin could be heard. Only the occasional chirping of birds could prove that time was still flowing normally. I have a question, Su Qi said after a moment of silence. Please go ahead, Song Xiaoxiang replied. It seems like this is our first meeting, right? Su Qi asked. Song Xiaoxiang, fearing that Su Qi wouldn't understand, added, I have seen you in my dreams 128 times. Su Qi was left speechless. Seen in dreams. So she comes to propose to him. What kind of script is this? Really, if you don't believe me, look. Song Xiaoxiang unfolded the painting in her hand, and the figure in the painting indeed looked exactly like Su Qi. Aside from the different clothing, even their aura was indistinguishable. This was drawn based on my impressions from the dream, Song Xiaoxiang explained. Mysticism, too much mysticism.
Such thoughts flashed through Su Chi's mind, but the world of cultivation was inherently filled with mysticism. I understand now, Su Chi said lightly, but I cannot agree. As expected, he refused. Wang Nanbua had anticipated this, but still felt a twinge of regret. Such a beauty actively pursuing him was actually rejected. Kid, you dare to refuse our sect master. My great blade can hardly contain itself. How can there be such an unappreciative person? Kid, say that again if you dare. Before Song Xiaoxiang could speak, her subordinates could no longer hold back. The guard stepped forward, defending Song Xiaoxiang. Step back, Song Xiaoxiang commanded. The guards immediately wilted and fell silent. I know this is a bit sudden for you, and your refusal was within my expectations. Song Xiaoxiang smiled gently. But I will not give up. One day you will love me. The heart-bonding bell has already told me the answer. Please return now, Su Chi said, turning to head back to the Taoist temple. The guards gritted their teeth in frustration, but without Song Xiaoxiang's permission, they didn't dare do anything to Su Chi. All right, let's return to Qingxi town, Song Xiaoxiang instructed, then boarded the carriage. Although everyone felt quite frustrated, no one dared to defy Song Xiaoxiang's orders. On the way back, the guards whispered among themselves. Damn, that kid is so arrogant. He actually rejected the sect master's proposal. It's really infuriating. A normal man would not refuse, however, since he is the one chosen by the sect master. Being a bit unconventional isn't that surprising. I don't care if the sect master is a goddess in my heart, and a goddess cannot be refused. Sigh, if it weren't for the sect master holding me back, I would really want to go beat that kid up. At that moment, a figure like an iron tower blocked the returning carriage. Ghost brother. The person blocking the way was Li Gui, who stood in the middle of the road with crossed arms, ignoring the questioner. The carriage curtain opened again, and a girl's face peeked out. Big fool, what are you doing? The girl said unhappily. Sect master, although that person is your beloved, his attitude makes me very displeased. Li Gui said flatly. Inside the carriage, Song Xiaoxiang's voice came out. So what? I once vowed not to let the sect master suffer even the slightest grievance. If we just leave like this, I would be betraying my oath. Li Gui continued. I don't feel I have suffered any grievance. A love is meant to be boldly pursued, Song Xiaoxiang replied calmly. I want to test his strength. If he cannot even protect the sect master, then I will not agree to your union, Li Gui. So you are going to decide for me? Song Xiaoxiang asked calmly. Silence fell over the convoy. The fact that Song Xiaoxiang could ask such a question indicated that she was somewhat angry. I will not make decisions for you, Li Gui replied, first bowing his head and then raising it again. But I must test whether he has that qualification. With that, Li Gui kicked off the ground, shooting towards Chongqing Temple like a cannonball. Inside the carriage, Song Xiaoxiang remained as calm as water, taking a sip of tea, leaving no one aware of her thoughts. The girl said cautiously, Sect master, the big fool is simple-minded. Please don't be angry. The onlookers thought this matter was about to come to a close, just as they were about to turn back. But at that moment, boom, Li Gui fell from the sky, crashing at the entrance of Chongqing Temple. The bluestone steps at the entrance were shattered, and he stood there with crossed arms like a war god. Li Gui has come to pay a visit. Oh, please come out to meet me. Li Gui's voice boomed, echoing for 5 miles. Creak. The door of the Taoist temple opened, and Su Chi walked out. He frowned as he saw the chaos at the entrance of the temple, and said, Did you do this? I accidentally used a bit of strength. My apologies, Li Gui replied. No need for apologies. Oh, just repair it within 3 days, Su Chi said indifferently. That is not a problem. Besides, there is one more thing I want to challenge you, Li Gui said in a booming voice. Not interested, Su Chi replied, turning to go back into the temple. But Li Gui stomped his foot again. The already messy entrance of the Taoist temple suddenly had another pit dug out. If you can withstand a punch from me, then I will no longer oppose your union with the sect master. Therefore you must fight me today, Li Gui said with a huff. Su Chi was silent for a moment before saying, I have no fate with your sect master. Li Gui shook his head, saying, With the heart-bonding bell ringing, you and the sect master are destined to be together. This cannot be wrong, so you must take my punch. Su Chi felt a bit of a headache. What kind of situation is this? It's simply that he was sitting at home while the pot came crashing down from the sky. Remember to repair the entrance within 3 days. Su Chi sighed, shaking his head, preparing to go back. If you don't fight me, you'll tear down your temple, Li Gui said. Su Chi paused, turned his head and asked, How do you want to fight? I will only throw one punch. No matter what method you use, as long as you catch it, I will recognize you, Li Gui declared. Go ahead and punch, Su Chi gestured, inviting him. Boom. Seeing Su Chi's decisiveness, Li Gui wasted no words and threw a punch. The air erupted with a sonic boom, and his punch drew on the energies of heaven and earth like a wild dragon roaring down upon Su Chi. The violent fist wind blew Su Chi's green robe, making it flutter. His long hair spread out in the gale, adding a touch of charm. What a terrifying punch. Can little Su Daoist withstand it? You underestimate little Su Daoist too much. He will be fine, okay?
This man is so strong his fist can produce a sound like a tiger's roar and a dragon's chant. The onlookers murmured. Then they saw Su Qi slowly raising his left hand, bending 2 fingers, and flicking them. Boom. Li Gui's eyes widened. A force that even he couldn't comprehend instantly neutralized his offensive. Immediately after, a tremendous force surged from his arm. His body involuntarily lifted off the ground, flying hundreds of meters away like a cannonball. Finally, he landed precisely back in front of the convoy. Li Gui got up from the ground. His right hand had lost all sensation. He looked with horror towards the direction of the Changxingguan where Su Qi had already turned and entered the temple. He knew that Su Qi had been lenient. Recalling the words he had just spoken, he felt a bit anxious. Ignoring the gazes of the surrounding guards, he walked straight to the carriage where Song Xiaoxiang was and knelt down without saying a word. With both hands cupped in a fist, he said, Li Gui did not heed advice, acted recklessly, and brought shame to the master. Please punish me, master. Only this once, it shall not happen again. A voice from inside the carriage responded, Thank you, master. Li Gui said sincerely. He had completely submitted to Su Qi. Although Li Gui was somewhat dull-witted, he had always respected true power. The next day, Song Xiaoxiang came alone to the Changxingguan. At the entrance, Li Gui had already repaired the stone steps overnight. Upon entering the temple, Jiang Yu greeted Song Xiaoxiang with a smile. Master Song. Hello, you must be Jiang Yu. Song Xiaoxiang replied with a smile. Yes, Master Song, you came this time. Jiang Yu hesitated. Song Xiaoxiang smiled gently. I came to cultivate feelings with young Master Su. Oh, Miss Song has arrived. At that moment, Wang Nanbua came out smiling. Su Qi is meditating now. Then I'll wait for him, here's Song Xiaoxiang said. Wang Nanbua brought a stool for Song Xiaoxiang. Please sit for now, it might take a while. Thank you. Song Xiaoxiang sat quietly on the stool, beginning to observe the temple. Jiang Yu pulled Wang Nanbua aside and whispered, Do you think Song Xiaoxiang is truly serious about proposing to Senior Su? Or does she have some ulterior motive? What motive could she have? Song Xiaoxiang lacks nothing. I think, as she said, Su Qi and she are destined. Wang Nanbua replied with a smile. But that's just too absurd. Jiang Yu felt conflicted. Logically, she believed what Song Xiaoxiang said, but rationally, it seemed impossible. If it were her, even if there was a dream lover, she would never journey thousands of miles to propose like Song Xiaoxiang. After all, marriage is no trifling matter. Song Xiaoxiang sat quietly in front of the hall waiting until nearly noon before Su Qi walked out. Upon seeing Song Xiaoxiang, his expression showed no change, only asking, Are you here to pray or to divine? Both to pray and to divine. Song Xiaoxiang smiled gently. Please follow me. Su Qi said. Song Xiaoxiang followed him into the hall, offering some incense to the Changxingguan. After praying, she sat cross-legged opposite Su Qi. What does the lady wish to divine? Su Qi asked. Fate and love. Song Xiaoxiang gazed intently at Su Qi. Birthday and time, Su Qi said. After Song Xiaoxiang provided them, Su Qi began the divination. He closed his eyes, and after a quarter of an hour he opened them, saying, Deep feelings, but shallow fate. If there's a connection, then so be it. Song Xiaoxiang smiled gently. Su Qi then asked, Does the lady have any other matters? If not, please return. Is lingering in the temple not allowed? Song Xiaoxiang asked. You may do as you wish. Su Qi replied. Soon after, Jiang Yu brought in food. Wang Nanbua came along, as well, holding 4 sets of chopsticks. It's time to eat. Wang Nanbua called out. Seeing the 4 sets of chopsticks in Wang Nanbua's hands, Su Qi was filled with doubt. When did this guy get won over by Song Xiaoxiang? Guests from afar should not expect you to be so petty, Su Qi. Wang Nanbua chuckled upon seeing Su Qi's expression. Thank you. Song Xiaoxiang smiled back. It used to be 3 people dining together, but now it suddenly became 4, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. During the meal, Wang Nanbua tried to keep the mood lively, but unfortunately it remained dull. After eating, Su Qi resumed meditating. Song Xiaoxiang stayed beside him until evening before she left. After Song Xiaoxiang departed, Wang Nanbua approached Su Qi. Su Qi, aren't you even a little moved? Wang Nanbua asked. Su Qi retorted, What benefits did you gain from others? None, Wang Nanbua denied. I don't care for worldly things, I just think you should give others a chance, and also give yourself a chance. You're not a monk, so why should you avoid love completely? It's not good for both sides if a long-living person gets too entangled with mortals. Su Qi replied. Nonsense. Wang Nanbua said, A mortal's life only lasts about 100 years. To love and hate boldly makes life exciting, while a cultivator's life is long and endless. Without love to regulate it, wouldn't it be too dreary? Youth fades, beauty ages. Su Qi said, If the one you love watches herself grow old day by day, while you remain youthful, what will she think? If you see her grow old and sick, but can do nothing, eventually burying her with your own hands, what will you think? Su Qi avoided emotions. Not because he lacked feelings. Rather, he valued them too heavily. Thus he dared not touch them, nor could he. Women would only slow his sword-drawing speed. On the first page of the sword manual, forget your beloved. With no women in the heart, drawing the sword becomes natural. Wang Nanbua stroked his chin
and said what you mentioned I really haven't experienced after all. My love's shelf life lasts only 3 months. It's enough to have them at their most beautiful. As long as the girlfriend changes quickly, there is no sadness, only love. Wang Nambua perfectly illustrated this point. To this, Su Qi could only scoff, what a scumbag. In the following days, Song Xiaoxiang came to the temple rain or shine. At first, she only accompanied Su Qi in meditation, but later added another task, repairing and decorating the temple. Su Qi tacitly accepted this. Song Xiaoxiang first opened a flower bed within the temple, planting various flowers. Then she expanded the temple. New buildings were constructed. The Changxingguan transformed from a small temple into a magnificent edifice. In just 3 months, the townsfolk coming to pray hardly recognized the Changxingguan. The incense offerings at the Changxingguan grew increasingly prosperous, with Song Xiaoxiang contributing the vast majority. Previously, the temple had undergone renovations, with Yi Liangxiao making contributions. However, Song Xiaoxiang's financial power was naturally incomparable to Yi Liangxiao. A year later, the Changxingguan became the most famous temple in the region. Not only from Qingxi town, but even from surrounding villages, people traveled long distances to come and pray. Of course, Song Xiaoxiang's influence was present in all of this. As the largest brothel owner in Chang'an, she was undoubtedly endowed with extraordinary talents in this regard. Master the Zui Sheng Lu and Yi Rinju in Chang'an have become restless since you have not returned for a long time. Rumors suggest you have died in a foreign land, and they wish to seize our territory. In Qingxi town, within Xiaoxiang Pavilion, Main Yang said, "Handle it as you see fit, ain't no need to consult me." Song Xiaoxiang said, looking at the map on the wall. "Master, are you so dedicated to developing the Changxingguan for some deeper purpose?" Ming Yang asked curiously. "No deeper purpose. I just want to gift him the world's #1 temple." In the span of a year, not only has Changxingguan undergone significant changes, but Qingxi town has also transformed greatly. To develop Changxingguan into the foremost Taoist temple in the world, a steady influx of visitors is essential. As a remote town, Qingxi town's most significant shortcoming is its lack of foot traffic. However, this is not an issue. Song Xiaoxiang has invested heavily in building infrastructure. Once a quaint and charming town, Qingxi town is now gradually evolving towards becoming a city. With money paving the way, everything has become remarkably straightforward. Luo Kueijia couldn't help but smile broadly. Having been harmed by a treacherous person and exiled to Qingxi town, he thought he had bid farewell to his political career. Yet Song Xiaoxiang's grand initiatives reignited his hopes. This is akin to a fortune god delivered right to his doorstep. It is a significant highlight on his record of achievements. The residents of Qingxi town regard Song Xiaoxiang as a living god of wealth, with a large sum of silver flowing into the town, benefiting the townsfolk immensely. As the saying goes, to become wealthy, one must first build roads. Song Xiaoxiang has dedicated considerable effort to improving transportation, spending hundreds of thousands of silver to directly connect Qingxi town with over 100 surrounding villages. The nearest city to Qingxi town is 300 miles away, named Furong City. The road from Furong City to Qingxi town is approximately 200 miles of muddy and mountainous terrain in a state of disrepair. Song Xiaoxiang repaired this 200-mile road even better than the one Furong City funded. This route passes through many picturesque locations, truly deserving the title of a scenic boulevard. Those with a taste for leisure can follow this road directly to Qingxi town. Furthermore, Song Xiaoxiang had slogans promoting Qingxi town placed along the route. Mountains and lakes reflect each other. The beautiful Qingxi city. City of spring, capital of the moon, journey of dreams. Romantic bay of mountains and seas, cultivating immortality in Qingxi city. A place where ancient and modern coexist, a city with clear mountains and rivers. A series of slogans that didn't even treat Qingxi town as a mere town, but rather as a city. Nevertheless, Qingxi town is indeed trending towards urban development, having already surpassed the status of a typical town. With transportation sorted out, Song Xiaoxiang began to vigorously develop entertainment projects. The Great Song dynasty was experiencing rapid economic growth, and cultural entertainment projects were thriving. First, there was Kuju, which is akin to modern football. Song Xiaoxiang constructed a Kuju field outside. Furthermore, she organized Kuju competitions with substantial prizes, even establishing men's and women's divisions, attracting numerous participants. Next came wine. The famed Tianxian Zui from Chang'an was only sold at Xiaoxiang Pavilion in Chang'an. So many wine enthusiasts could only travel to Chang'an to taste it. Song Xiaoxiang began selling Tianxian Zui in Qingxi town. The drinking culture in the Great Song dynasty permeated all levels of society, with countless enthusiasts. This initiative attracted many people. After all, Chang'an was quite far, and those living in nearby towns could only choose Qingxi town. Thirdly, Song Xiaoxiang constructed a street in Qingxi town named Gulanwash. This area featured restaurants, tea houses, eateries, and performance venues, including places for wrestling, variety shows, shadow puppetry, magic, storytelling, and singing performances. Song Xiaoxiang spent heavily to invite many street performers from across the country, allowing cultural entertainment projects to flourish in Qingxi town. After securing entertainment projects, Song Xiaoxiang began to vigorously develop the economy. The economic foundation determines the superstructure. Only by making certain merchants perceive Qingxi town as profitable will they willingly join the efforts to build it, enabling sustainable development. As for the economy, there is little to introduce. Song Xiaoxiang simply poured money into it, continuously investing large sums enough to make even an iron tree blossom. Year after year, 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Qingxi town truly developed into Qingxi city within this 3-year period. Whether in terms of economy, transportation, or culture, Qingxi town has met the conditions to be considered a city. Song Xiaoxiang sent a handwritten letter directly to the current emperor. Thus, with an imperial edict, the emperor officially announced the transformation of Qingxi town into Qingxi city. Luo Kuejia leaped from the position of town chief to that of city lord, beginning to thank the foe who had initially framed him. Without that person would he have achieved this today. Qingxi City and Furong City stand as twin stars in the southwest region of the Great Song dynasty. Though Qingxi City is newly established in terms of urban development, it surpasses its elder brother Furong City. Many young masters and wealthy sons from Furong City even intend to settle here. The reason is simple: because of Xiaoxiang Pavilion. Qingxi City is the only city in the southwest region with a Xiaoxiang Pavilion. As the city has developed, the incense offerings at Changsheng, Guan have naturally flourished as well. With Su Qi, Jiang Yue, and Wang Nambo present, it is hard for Changsheng Guan not to thrive. The more prosperous the incense offerings at Changsheng Guan, the greater its reputation. The entire southwest region has come to know about the Changsheng Guan in Qingxi City, taking a significant step towards becoming the #1 temple in the world. During the 3 years Song Xiaoxiang, undeterred by wind and rain, ensured she spent a full 3 hours each day by Su Qi's side. In these 3 hours, she did nothing but watch him meditate or help others with divinations, and so on. She would also help Su Qi clean the temple, peel fruits, organize clothing, and even learn to cook from Jiang Yue, resembling a true virtuous wife and mother. Outsiders cannot imagine that the superwoman who commands the winds and waves, transforming Qingxi town into a city in just 3 years, also possesses such a tender side. Is Su Qi an Iron Man? Certainly not. Under such persistence, even an iron tree should bloom. He has to admit that Song Xiaoxiang truly pried open his heart, leaving an indelible shadow. Yet he still did not show a hint of it on his face. However, some details occasionally revealed in daily life still made Song Xiaoxiang feel it. Song Xiaoxiang also did not confront this, as she enjoyed this calm, monotonous life that repeated year after year. Master, with Changsheng Guan standing alone at the top and enjoying the most prestigious incense offerings, I have inquired and found that there are no other Taoist temples or monasteries within 300 miles of Qingxi City. If we establish ourselves here, we could even take its place. On this day, an old and a young man arrived in the city. Both were dressed in Taoist robes. The young Taoist chuckled as he spoke. The old Taoist, though not appearing old, sported a goatee and exuded a strong sense of righteousness. Since Changsheng Guan's incense offerings are so prosperous, there must be a reason for it. Have you figured it out? The old Taoist inquired. Master, I have figured it out. The Changsheng Guan only has 1 Taoist and 2 disciples, and even a woman. Isn't that ridiculous? That Taoist doesn't seem particularly skilled. He surely cannot compare to you. The young Taoist laughed. So what is your plan? It's simple. We just need to. The Changsheng Temple now holds a solid position, and even if we are powerful, it is difficult to shake the status of the temple in the hearts of these residents. However, if we create a crisis that the Changsheng Temple cannot resolve, but we can, then we will be able to establish our foothold. The young Taoist spoke with confidence. The old Taoist stroked his goat beard and said, this is indeed a good method, but how do we create this crisis? Isn't that simple? We just need to release a few of the lone souls and wild ghosts we usually capture, and wouldn't that throw Qingxi City into chaos? The young Taoist chuckled. No way. The old Taoist shook his head and said, our lineage of ghost catching cannot be used to disrupt the world. That would violate our ancestral teachings. Master, we have always adhered to the ancestral teachings, but now we are nearly unable to survive. This world is so peaceful, and our lineage of ghost catching has contributed immensely, but how does the world treat us? The ghost catching tradition has lasted for over 1,000 years, but now our 1,000-year lineage is about to be severed. How can we face our ancestors? Moreover, we are not creating chaos in the world. If we release those lone souls and wild ghosts and set rules beforehand, as long as we only scare the mortals, it wouldn't count as violating the rules. The old Taoist showed a hint of interest, clearly somewhat swayed. The young Taoist was right, their lineage of ghost catching was about to be cut off. If he continued to adhere to the old ways, he would become a sinner. But if this endeavor succeeded, their lineage of ghost catching might be able to branch out and shine once more. Seeing that the master was wavering, the young Taoist hurriedly said, Master, I have already inquired,
and there is no demon suppression division in Qingxi City. This is our golden opportunity. The decline of the ghost-catching lineage is closely related to the rise of the demon suppression division. Since the establishment of the demon suppression division, the professions of ghost catchers and exorcists in the community have increasingly declined. When the common people encounter strange occurrences, they report them to the demon suppression division, and within a few days a demon suppression officer arrives to investigate. With an official organization established, talented individuals emerge, and ordinary ghosts are no match for them. Over time, people have developed a habit of no longer needing ghost catchers or exorcists. Disciple, you are always clever. I will listen to you this once. In the end, the old Taoist made up his mind. But then he asked, Disciple, have you confirmed that there are truly no capable people in the Changxing Temple? If the ghosts we release are eliminated by someone, then we would not only lose our plan, but also our lives. The young Taoist confidently replied, Master, you can rest assured, the Taoists of the Changxing Temple are nothing but fools and cannot ruin our plans. As night fell, Qingxi town, which used to be dark and desolate at this hour, was now brightly lit, bustling, even. The young Taoist found a deserted spot and stealthily took out a small bottle. Crack! The bottle opened and wisps of green smoke emerged. Soon these wisps of green smoke transformed into several ferocious-looking evil ghosts. Listen carefully, you will do this. The young Taoist instructed. Yes. Isn't it just to scare people? And the best at that. Is it okay to suck some vital energy? I'm starving. The several evil ghosts chattered. The young Taoist's expression turned serious. You must not harm anyone. Otherwise I will not spare you. The several evil ghosts reluctantly agreed and quickly vanished into the night. The young Taoist looked up at the night sky, the moonlight bright, and the stars twinkling just like his bright future, and he couldn't help but reveal a hopeful smile. Hey, what are you doing standing there? At this moment a stern shout came. The young Taoist was startled, his whole body shaking, and he nearly dropped the bottle in his hand. He hurriedly turned around to see a night patrol guard looking at him with a serious expression, appreciating the moon. The guard approached, looked the young Taoist up and down, then glanced around, and said, sneaking around, I tell you, it is not allowed to urinate in public in the city. If you need to go, there are public restrooms every 500 meters. Violators will be heavily fined. Sir, do I look like someone who would urinate in public? The young Taoist quickly protested. That bottle in your hand is your convenient item, isn't it? The guard shook his head and said, even if you finish, do not spill it carelessly, go to the public restroom. Otherwise it would still count as urinating in public. After saying that, the guard turned to leave, mumbling, with such a small bottle opening, tisk, how thin must it be? The young Taoist's face darkened upon hearing this. How could one be so insulting? Not only doubting that he would urinate in public, but also implying that he was thin. A blind dog. The young Taoist instinctively touched that area. Indeed it was thin. Oh, pervert. At this moment a shocked voice came from beside the young Taoist. His face stiffened, and he turned to look as a woman passing by caught sight of his recent instinctive action. The guard, who had not walked far, turned back. With a serious expression he said, what happened? Are you causing trouble? Sir, I am not. The young Taoist was on the verge of tears. He was truly wronged. Enough nonsense, show me your residency permit. The guard said sternly. The residency permit was similar to a modern ID card. It recorded detailed personal information, including residential address and name. The young Taoist fumbled for a long time before finally pulling out the residency permit. After taking it, the guard looked at it carefully. Yangwei. The guard was initially serious, but after reading it he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, connecting it to the small bottle opening, and burst into laughter. The young Taoist felt insulted, his face turning red as he said, Sir, what are you laughing at? I just thought of something amusing. The guard continued reading, residential address, Shiru Village. Uffed. The guard laughed again. Enough. The young Taoist's face was flushed as he said, don't think I don't know what you're laughing at. We are professionally trained and will not laugh no matter how funny it is. The guard said seriously. Then he couldn't help but glance at the residency permit again. Uffed. Unless we can't help it. Finally, the guard returned the residency permit to the young Taoist, his expression tinged with some sympathy. After the guard whispered a few words to the woman, her gaze toward Yang Wei also became somewhat peculiar, then she let out a disdainful and hurriedly left. All right, I'm warning you not to cause trouble again. The guard pointed at Yang Wei. After taking a few steps he turned back and said, as a fellow man, I understand your pain. We have a traditional Chinese medicine clinic in our city, you can also go check it out when you have time. The young Taoist stood in the wind, feeling disheveled. He, the 250th generation heir of the ghost-catching lineage, was actually misunderstood as having a chronic ailment. This is outrageous. Uncle can endure, but aunt cannot. Yang Wei pondered for a long time and ultimately endured. As a ghost catcher, I shall not stoop to the level of commoners. However, Yang Wei still distanced himself from the place, feeling that the location was inauspicious. After releasing a ghost, he was insulted. What bad luck. The ghosts Yang Wei had released were not particularly strong. They were only equivalent to cultivators in the qi refining stage.
He dared not release stronger ghosts for fear of failing to control them. Yang Wei began to wander around the city. This newly built city was far more prosperous than many others he had. I heard that the master of the Xiaoxiang Pavilion spent a fortune turning Qingxi Town into Qingxi City. Yang Wei began to fantasize. I heard that this master is also a great beauty. It would be wonderful to befriend her. Inside the Xiaoxiang Pavilion, Wang Nanbua was surrounded by a group of women chatting and laughing with them about various topics from astronomy to geography and from ancient history to modern affairs. Often a single phrase from him would elicit gasps of admiration from the ladies. Just then Yang Wei also entered the Xiaoxiang Pavilion. He had been to the Xiaoxiang Pavilion in Chang'an once, and indeed it was a paradise for scholars and gentlemen. When he saw Wang Nanbua surrounded by many women, he couldn't help but scoff, thinking indeed the Chongqing view is filled with fools. These mere disciples neglect their Taoist temple and indulge in revelry here. In the southernmost part of the Great Song there is a place called Tianya Haijiao, where there is a sect known as Tianya sect and another known as Haijiao sect. These two major sects originated from the same source, but later split due to differing philosophies, resulting in the current two major sects. Yang Wei walked over just in time to hear Wang Nanbua telling stories to the women. I must say Wang Nanbua had a natural talent for storytelling, delivering the tale with perfect intonation. Yang Wei's attention was drawn in, and he began to listen intently. The two major sects could not see eye to eye, and often had friction. There was a genius named Zheng Tianyao from Tianya sect, and another genius named Che Haijiao from Haijiao sect. Due to sect matters, the two often sparred to determine who was the number one genius of Tianya Haijiao. What do you think happened? During their sparring, they developed feelings for each other. They actually fell in love with one another. At that moment someone interrupted Wang Nanbua. Young Master Wang, you seem to have omitted the genders of the two. Wang Nanbua smiled and said, Xiao Chun, don't be anxious, I was just about to say. Both of them are male. Wow. The crowd of women exclaimed in surprise. Both are men, this is a bit. Hearing this, Yang Wei furrowed his brow, thinking to himself that he should keep his distance from Tianya Haijiao in the future, otherwise with his handsome appearance, it would be quite dangerous. After the two developed feelings for each other, they often took the opportunity of sparring to meet under the moonlight. But, upon hearing this, everyone's hearts raced, this signified a turning point in the story. Che Haijiao's heart wavered and fell in love with his junior sister. Zheng Tianya was heartbroken. He couldn't believe that the man who had professed his love for him had changed his heart. He charged into Haijiao sect, loudly questioning Che Haijiao why he had changed. But Che Haijiao denied everything that had happened before claiming that Zheng Tianya was a madman, insisting that he could never like a man, and severely injured Zheng Tianya on the spot. Zheng Tianya was devastated, thrown out of Haijiao sect, and it was at this moment that he encountered me. Wang Nanbua paused at this point. What happened next? Young Master Wang, why did you stop? Did you end up with Zheng Tianya? Faced with the crowd's urge, Wang Nanbua smiled slightly and said, I'm a bit thirsty. Today there is a big discount at the tavern in the south of the city. Who will give me a little reward? After I buy some wine, I'll share Zheng Tianya's revenge plan with you. TCH. I thought this story was true. Turns out it's yet another tale spun by young Master Wang. Indeed, so mischievous. I was still listening with great interest. Young Master Wang, you're not short on money. Oh, just go buy it yourself. The women teased, chattering among themselves. Wang Nanbua had used this trick more than 20 times. Every time he finished telling a story, it ended with money for wine. In reality, once he got the wine, he would never mention the matter again, because the story was entirely fabricated. The women had been fooled before and naturally wouldn't believe it again. Sai, you've all become so savvy, you're no longer cute. Wang Nanbua sighed. Yang Wei felt a twinge of jealousy, seeing Wang Nanbua surrounded by women, thinking how wonderful it would be if that person were him. At that moment he saw a green-faced ghost flying and hiding among the ornate beams and painted rafters. Let me give you a good scare so these women can see your ugly side. Yang Wei's expression brightened. He then signaled to the green-faced ghost. The ghost, who had been a lecherous man in life, was also displeased with Wang Nanbua. This guy was simply too much with all these women surrounding him. Following Yang Wei's instructions, he floated down, planning to perch on Wang Nanbua's head and teach this fellow a lesson. But at that moment, just then Wang Nanbua raised his head and caught sight of the grinning green-faced ghost. The green-faced ghost was invisible to ordinary people, but Wang Nanbua was not among them. This guy can see me. The ghost was taken aback as he clearly saw the surprise in Wang Nanbua's eyes. Seeing is fine, watch me scare you to death. The green-faced ghost put on a fierce and terrifying expression and lunged at Wang Nanbua. Ladies, have you ever seen a ghost? Wang Nanbua suddenly asked with a smile. I've heard of them, but never seen one. Is young Master Wang going to tell another ghost story? Ha ha, everyone understands young Master Wang. The women laughed. Since no one has seen one, then let me show you. Wang Nanbua waved his hand with a smile. The green-faced ghost immediately felt a strange force pulling at him, causing his body to uncontrollably tumble down. With a loud thud, he fell to the ground, revealing his true form. Oh! The sudden appearance of the figure startled the women, who jumped up in fright. Don't be afraid, it's just a little ghost, Wang Nanbo said with a smile. Then with a flick of his finger the green-faced ghost was flipped over, exposing its disheveled face. This comical face instantly made the women laugh, and they no longer found it so frightening. Is this a ghost? Where did it come from? It's so ugly. This ghost has such heavy dark circles. Even as a ghost he's not disciplined, he must have stayed up late. I used to think ghosts were terrifying and now they just look pathetic. The green-faced ghost was being critiqued by the women and was about to cry. Damn it, he had never been so humiliated before becoming a ghost. Becoming a ghost had instead made him a target for ridicule. The green-faced ghost looked helplessly at Yang Wei and said, "Bro, save me." Yang Wei turned and left, feeling his scalp tingle, who just a moment ago, he sensed the fluctuation of Wang Nanbo's spiritual energy. Vast as the sea. He didn't know the specifics of Wang Nanbo's cultivation level. He only knew it was far stronger than his own master's. Oh no, the Chongqing view is likely not as simple as he had thought. After leaving the Shaoxiang pavilion, Yang Wei hurried to retrieve the ghosts he had released earlier, as there had been a serious intelligence error, and he needed to replan. As for the blue-faced ghost, he knew it could never return. In the hands of such a cultivator, what good could come of it? The next day, a man arrived at the Chongqing temple. Upon seeing him, Jiang Yu knew that work had come for her. Since coming to the temple, she hadn't taken on any tasks for several years. However, Jiang Yu had officially entered the nascent soul stage. Junior sister Jiang, it's been a long time, Bu Yi said with a smile. Senior brother Bu, since you came personally, the task must be quite challenging, right? Jiang Yu asked. Bu Yi nodded, saying, there have been ghostly incidents in October Town with over 100 civilians dead. The master thinks you are familiar with this area and wants you to assist me in resolving this matter. Bu Yi's cultivation was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, with 1 foot already in the transformation stage. That he was dispatched to investigate this ghostly affair showed just how serious it was. All right, wait for me to get ready, Jiang Yu replied with a nod. Bu Yi nodded back and began to survey the temple. He had not expected to find such a large temple in this remote area. In the Qingxi city opened his eyes. Although it couldn't compare to the size and splendor of Chang'an, it was a well-equipped and suitable place for recuperation. After getting ready, Jiang Yu found Su Qi. Senior Su, I'm going on a mission, so I won't be able to cook for a while. I may need to trouble Sister Xiaoxiang during this time. Jiang Yu smiled. Over the past 3 years, Song Xiaoxiang and Jiang Yu had become good sisters. Be safe, Su Qi reminded her. As an immortal being, he actually didn't need to eat. However, since Jiang Yu's cooking was delicious, Su Qi wouldn't refuse the chance to indulge. After thinking for a moment, Su Qi added, if you can't resolve it, you can message me. Definitely. If I can't handle it, I'll have to trouble Senior Su for help. Jiang Yu said playfully. After Jiang Yu left, Wang Nanbo returned and, finding no delicious food, went back to the Shaoxiang pavilion, where there was a chef and delightful dishes. As for the meals prepared by Song Xiaoxiang, one could say they were edible, but unnecessary. Today it's just the two of us, Song Xiaoxiang said happily after arriving at the temple. Are you happy to cook? Su Qi asked. That depends on who I'm cooking for. If it's for our young master Su, then I am indeed very happy. Song Xiaoxiang leaned closer to Su Qi and whispered. Ahem. Su Qi nearly choked, feeling that Song Xiaoxiang was being suggestive, though he had no evidence. Oh dear, what's wrong with the young master? Did you choke? Song Xiaoxiang said with a smile. Looks like the young master is also quite eager. Su Qi said sternly, flirting with the temple master, I'll have you face the wall for 3 days. Song Xiaoxiang pouted, I don't want to face the wall. How about? As she spoke, she leaned closer again. Fearing she would say something inappropriate again, Su Qi quickly waved his hand and said, all right, forget the punishment, just go cook. Song Xiaoxiang gave Su Qi a flirtatious glance and then went to the kitchen. An hour later, Song Xiaoxiang brought the dishes up, looking quite disheveled. Did you fall into the bed? Su Qi couldn't help but laugh. Don't say that, Song Xiaoxiang said a bit dejectedly. I only learned to cook from Jiang Yue, but I didn't learn to control the fire. Just managing to prepare the food is already quite an achievement. Su Qi looked at today's dishes. It was obvious that the cooking time had not been well controlled, with some even burnt. Yet Su Qi found it rather endearing. After all, a girl who could do everything had divinity, but lacked a bit of humanity. Thus it seemed that Song Xiaoxiang was not all-powerful. Su Qi first picked up a piece of charred meat and asked, what is this? Song Xiaoxiang's face turned red as she replied, spicy chicken. I guess this chicken originally looked like this, Su Qi laughed. Oh dear, I burned it, I couldn't control the heat. Song Xiaoxiang said in a spoiled manner. Su Qi was taken aback, as it was the first time he saw this girlish side of Song Xiaoxiang. Then Song Xiaoxiang picked up a piece of unburnt chicken and held it out to Su Qi, saying, open your mouth quickly and taste the flavor. Su Qi opened his mouth as the chicken was placed inside. After chewing a couple of times, he nodded and said, not bad, it has salt and flavor. Really? Song Xiaoxiang exclaimed in surprise. Today was her first time cooking independently, as Jiang Yu had always been there to guide her. As she spoke, Song Xiaoxiang picked up a piece of chicken and stuffed it into her mouth. Tui.
Tui. After just one bite she spat it out grimacing. Why is it so salty? Is the salt free or what? Then she remembered that she had made this dish herself and immediately changed her tone saying, You can tell the chef is not stingy, the same dish had so many more seasonings than others truly. Suchi laughed. This self-praise was indeed quite adorable. Oh dear, although I didn't make a single dish, well I'm sure my other dishes are definitely good. Song Xiaoxiang picked up a piece of eggplant and said, Try my cold mixed eggplant, this one must be delicious. After chewing a few bites, Suchi nodded and said, Indeed good, it's sweet and sour. Is that so? Song Xiaoxiang pleased picked up a piece of eggplant and stuffed it into her mouth. Tui. She immediately spat it out looking disgusted and said, This is way too sour, did a vinegar jar tip over? Seeing Suchi looking at her with a smile that was not quite a smile, Song Xiaoxiang blushed and said, I still have one last dish, I won't believe it. The last dish was stir-fried chili with meat. This was also the dish that Song Xiaoxiang cooked the most. She was confident that this dish would not fail. This time she didn't let Suchi eat first, but instead picked up a chopstick and stuffed it into her mouth. Tui. Song Xiaoxiang spat it out again grimacing and said, Too salty, too salty. Song Xiaoxiang looked utterly dejected as she had done well before. Why had everything gone wrong today? However, Song Xiaoxiang suddenly remembered that in the past Jiang Yu was always there to help her with the seasonings, and she understood. She had only learned to stir-fry, but she hadn't learned to season. Forget it, today's meal was a failure. I'll go to the Xiaoxiang pavilion later and get you a takeout of the chef's dishes. Song Xiaoxiang said dejectedly, but she saw Suchi calmly mixing the dishes in his bowl and finishing them without changing expression. Actually, it's just right, my taste is on the heavier side. After finishing, Suchi smiled and said, Song Xiaoxiang laughed, giving him a playful glare. When did our young master Su start telling such poor lies? With a smile that could captivate 100 charms, even the beauties of the 6 palaces faded in comparison. For 3 years, there had been no progress in their relationship. It seemed that after Song Xiaoxiang independently prepared a meal, they had grown much closer. It was night. Only Suchi remained. He abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils transforming into a pale golden color with golden mist swirling around him, resembling auspicious clouds. Host Suchi. Fortune 365. Cultivation Qi Refining Level 730. Evaluation: A handsome man with great fortune. A dialogue box appeared before Suchi. Golden fortune. What use is it? No one clarified it for Suchi, but he decisively chose to convert. It shouldn't be a bad thing. Boom. At the moment of selection, a vortex appeared above the Changxing Temple, and in an instant winds surged and thunder rumbled. Golden mist gathered in the vortex, dyeing the dark clouds gold. In Qingxi City, Wang Nandua trembled looking out the window. He exclaimed, Fortune is flooding in. It's actually a flood of fortune. Is the destined child of this realm about to appear? Rumble. The heavens and earth shook as golden light broke through the dark clouds enveloping the Changxing Temple. The golden light was incredibly radiant in the night, and the extraordinary sight of the Changxing Temple caught the attention of the people in Qingxi City. Heavens! What is that? Is it the Buddha's light illuminating the world? Fool! How could the Buddha's light reach a Taoist temple? It must be the manifestation of the 3 pure ones. Even from this distance, just looking at that beam of light makes me feel warm all over. It must be a divine sign from the celestial realm. The Changxing Temple has received protection from the celestial realm. I've been living in Qingxi City for over a year and have never visited the Changxing Temple. I will go tomorrow to offer incense. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, Suchi felt more intensely than anyone else. Beneath the illumination of the golden light, he distinctly saw countless golden droplets floating out from his body, suspended in midair, looking extraordinarily beautiful. Suchi counted them. There were exactly 365 droplets. Could this be my fortune? Suchi murmured. In the next moment, the 365 golden droplets trembled and swiftly imprinted into Suchi's brow. Each droplet that fell created a faint droplet-shaped mark on his forehead. When the last droplet fell, a droplet-shaped mark formed on Suchi's brow, shimmering with a pale golden hue. Conversion of golden fortune completed. Cultivation 270. A dialogue box flashed before Suchi indicating that he had officially broken through to Qi Refining Level 1000. The spiritual energy within him began to surge wildly towards his left foot, and a moment later his left foot successfully assimilated with the spiritual energy. Suchi had completed the spiritual assimilation of his right hand at Qi Refining Level 400. He speculated that the required level for spiritual assimilation should be increasing. If 800 levels could convert the left foot, then 1,600 levels would be needed to convert the right foot next. Following this logic, Suchi guessed he would need around 6,400 levels to complete the spiritual assimilation of his entire body. It was a long process, but he could afford to wait. After the conversion was complete, Suchi felt himself becoming even stronger. He glanced at the panel and the information was updated. Host Suchi. Golden Fortune 1. Cultivation, Chi Refining Level 1000. Evaluation, a super handsome man with golden fortune. I wonder what surprises this golden fortune will bring me. Suchi murmured. Due to the enhancement of golden fortune you've comprehended. Wishing technique. Just after he finished speaking, another dialog box popped up before Suchi. Wishing technique. Suchi was a bit confused. Wishing technique, as one blessed with golden fortune, you are favored by the heavenly Tao of this realm and may make a wish once a year. Note, the higher the golden fortune, the easier it is to realize wishes. After reading the description of the wishing technique, Suchi's eyes widened. There is a concept of the destined child in novels. If I can actually make wishes to the heavenly Tao, doesn't that mean? With this thought, Suchi couldn't wait to try it out. Only once a year, what wish should I make? It shouldn't be too outrageous, otherwise it would be too much of a bug. But Suchi still decided to give it a try. Let me immediately become a tribulation transcendence cultivator. Suchi earnestly made his wish. After a moment, there was no response. Suchi felt a bit disappointed. It really can't be too outrageous. Let a tribulation transcendence cultivator take me as their disciple. Suchi wished again. Suchi thought that if he could take a tribulation transcendence disciple, he could become a hands-off manager in the future. He could just hide for 10,000 years and eventually have the power to protect himself when ascending to the celestial realm. Unfortunately, this wish also fell through. Let a tribulation transcendence cultivator be my bodyguard. Suchi thought that this should be reasonable. However, there was still no response. Forget it, let's go for something more practical first. Suchi finally gave up. He thought for a moment and said, give me a foundational cultivation technique. Wish successful. A line of small text flashed by. Bang! A large bird suddenly flew and crashing against the door beam and fainting. Suchi walked over to take a look. The bird actually had a book in its beak. The strongest foundation establishment technique in the 3 realms. Suchi picked it up and immediately became interested, daring to call itself that it should be good, right? But this delivery method is a bit too simple and crude. Suchi opened it to browse through. He quickly grasped the method for foundation establishment. However, he suddenly thought, if I establish a foundation, won't that prevent me from achieving full-body spiritual assimilation? No, I can't establish a foundation at this stage. I should wait until I achieve full-body spiritual assimilation before establishing a foundation. After all, I can afford to wait. Suchi put away the strongest foundation establishment technique. At least now I have a cultivation technique, so I won't worry about being unable to improve my level in the future. This time I was still too conservative. Next time I should wish for a tribulation transcendence cultivation method. Suchi thought to himself. Suchi. Just then Suchi heard Wang Nanbo shout. He looked up at the sky, and Wang Nanbo flew over on a sword like a meteor. With an excited expression. Upon seeing Suchi, Wang Nanbo leaped from the sky and ran up to Suchi, examining him from head to toe, his gaze making Suchi feel uneasy. Have you been drinking? Suchi said disdainfully. Fortune is flooding in. Fortune is flooding in. Fortune is flooding in. Wang Nanbo said anxiously, is that destined child you? What destined child? Suchi replied with some confusion. Did you not notice the abnormality from a quarter of an hour ago? The entire Chongqing temple was enveloped by great fortune. Did you not feel anything at all? Wang Nanbo's eyes widened. So the conversion of golden fortune has such a huge impact. A thought crossed Suchi's mind and he replied, at that time I was cultivating and didn't feel anything special. Wang Nanbo looked at Suchi with suspicion. He did not believe what Suchi said. However, he could not sense any fluctuation of fortune from Suchi. Generally speaking, the legendary Son of Destiny is enveloped by great fortune, making him dazzling even from 100 meters away. Yet Suchi seemed to have nothing that matched the description of the Son of Destiny aside from being strikingly handsome. Could it be that I made a mistake? Wang Nanbo began to doubt. However, the previous scene was clearly a manifestation of fortune. He had read about this scenario in books. If there's nothing wrong, go play somewhere else and don't disturb my cultivation, Suchi said calmly as he sat. In the broken sword forest, a middle-aged man said to an elder sitting cross-legged on the ground, Master, there has been a significant fluctuation of fortune in the southwest direction. It seems the Son of Destiny has appeared. The elder was none other than the renowned leader of the Nine Heavens sword sect, Nies. He opened his eyes, and an invisible sword aura instantly crushed a broken sword in front of him into powder. Is it accurate? Nies asked. It shouldn't be wrong. The fortune token has shattered, and this is the first response in 1500 years. Good. Nies stood up and gazed at the sky, saying, This is both an opportunity and a crisis. We must find the Son of Destiny. Our realm has been in decline for too long. It's time to compete. Yes. The middle-aged man accepted the order and left. In the Feng-Yi Pavilion, a sect that only accepted female cultivators, it had always been a place that male cultivators longed for.
However, no male cultivator dared to act recklessly at Feng E Pavilion. For hundreds of years no man had set foot here. The highest peak of Feng E Pavilion is Phoenix Mountain. This place is nourished by the world's spiritual energy and is abundant in spiritual power. It is also where the sect master resides. The sect master of Feng E Pavilion is named Dongfang Shu, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the cultivation world. Even though that was thousands of years ago, the current Dongfang Shu remains stunningly beautiful. At the edge of a cliff, endless seas of clouds below resemble a roaring river. The setting sun painted the sea of clouds in fiery red, creating a breathtaking sight. Such beauty is present here every day. Two extraordinarily beautiful women were actually playing chess at the edge of the cliff. Linger, you must bring the Son of Destiny back to Feng E Pavilion this time, Dongfang Shu said. Luo Ling's expression was indifferent. Master, what if he is a man? A man? Dongfang Shu chuckled softly. What if he is a man? Just bring him back. But that goes. Luo Ling raised her head, her exquisite face filled with confusion. Rules. Dongfang Shu placed down a white piece, her beautiful eyes smiling. Aren't these rules set by me? If I want to change them, who would dare to object? I understand now. Luo Ling stood up and slammed down a black piece. Master, you lost. After saying that, Luo Ling turned and left. I will bring him back. Dongfang Shu watched Luo Ling's departing figure, shaking her head with a smile. This girl is just like I was back then. At the Qingyun sect, a white-beard Taoist said to a young Taoist in front of him, the Son of Destiny has appeared. This person is destined to have a connection with our Qingyun sect. We must strive to secure him. The white-beard Taoist is the leader of Qingyun sect, Chun Jingji. Master, is this Son of Destiny really that extraordinary? The young Taoist is Chun Jingji's closed-door disciple and the top disciple of Qingyun sect, Zhou Xiao. The Son of Destiny has appeared. The great competition is about to begin. The cultivation world will no longer be this peaceful. Securing the Son of Destiny can ensure our sect's safety and even take us further, Chun Jingji said. Zhou Xiao remained confused. But the cultivation world has never been peaceful. Our struggle against evil beings has never ceased. These are just minor skirmishes. Chun Jingji chuckled. During the last great competition, the Nine Heavens Sword sect was just a minor sect, yet, because they produced a Son of Destiny, they attained their current status. The Nine Heavens Sword sect can't possibly be stronger than us, right? I really don't understand why everyone thinks we Qingyun sect is inferior, Zhou Xiao said, somewhat unconvinced. The foundation of the Nine Heavens Sword sect is far beyond what you can imagine. Chun Jingji shook his head and said, in any case, we must secure the Son of Destiny. If we cannot, at least we should be familiar with him for future purposes. Understood, Master, Zhou Xiao nodded. In the deep mountains over 100 miles outside Qingxi town, a peculiar man laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. The red glow in the peculiar man's eyes grew stronger. The great competition is finally coming again, the Son of Destiny, ha. Countless sects were enacting the scene of the three major sects. In the year of great competition, the new generation of cultivators have not experienced it. However, the older generation of cultivators knows how terrifying it is. In the last great competition, 80% of cultivators perished. In the year of great competition, what is contested? Fortune. This thing is more important than cultivation level. The level of fortune in a realm directly impacts the number of cultivators and the number of ascensions. If the fortune of a realm is exhausted, no new cultivators will emerge, and the existing cultivators will fall for various reasons. At that time, this realm will completely degenerate into a low-level plane. As the one who triggered this storm, Su Qi was unaware that Qingxi City had become the target of many sects. If he had known, he would probably have changed locations by now. Places with many people are unsafe. He refers to places with many cultivators. Su Qi discovered that since he transitioned to golden fortune, every time he practiced his qi cultivation formula, the spiritual power within him seemed to undergo some irreversible change. It seemed to be tainted by fortune, enveloped in a layer of faint golden mist. This golden mist soon blended with the spiritual power, seemingly adding a strange strength. Is it mutated spiritual power? I wonder what wonderful uses it has, Su Qi murmured. The next day, many people came to the Taoist temple. Many residents who had never visited the Taoist temple before rushed to offer incense and pray today. This led to the incense at Changxing Temple being more prosperous than ever. Many residents who had never visited the Taoist temple before rushed to offer incense and pray today. This led to the incense at Changxing Temple being more Facing these unfamiliar yet extraordinarily enthusiastic residents, Su Qi was open to their offers. It was just right, as he wanted to be a hands-off manager. Since they all wanted to help, it was a welcome opportunity. With this arrangement, he would have more time to cultivate. The temple required more hands as it expanded. Previously, Su Qi had been contemplating whether to recruit a few Taoists. Hey, didn't this big spender just come knocking? Since everyone is so eager, the temple indeed needs more manpower lately, Su Qi said. Everyone's eyes widened with anticipation, hoping to be chosen. You. Su Chi casually pointed out a few people. Those selected walked out of the crowd, their faces filled with pride. Look, we have been chosen. But before they could bask in their glory, Su Chi said, eliminated, off you go. Oh, why? The selected individuals were dumbfounded. The temple does not accept those with improper intentions, Su Chi said calmly. These individuals exuded a sleazy demeanor, clearly having engaged in unscrupulous deeds before. As a Taoist, Su Chi had some skill in fortune-telling and assessing people's character. Laughter erupted from the crowd. The earlier display of arrogance from those individuals starkly contrasted with their current predicament. A man with shifty eyes protested. I thought the Chongqing Temple was a prestigious place. Turns out it's just a facade, a hollow reputation evaluating people based on appearances. Bah. As he spoke, he spat a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground. I wouldn't bother coming to this wretched place. After saying that, the man turned to leave. Stop, Su Chi said indifferently. What now? The man with shifty eyes turned around, scoffing, having regrets. Is the unveiling of your hypocritical facade making you angry? Clean up the ground, Su Chi said flatly. Ha ha, filthy Taoist, what will you do if I don't clean it? The man laughed loudly. Clean. Bah. He spat another mouthful of phlegm onto the ground. The man smugly continued. I've wandered far and wide for many years, what haven't I seen? Does a filthy Taoist think he can intimidate me? The onlookers began to condemn him. You have no decency, hurry up and apologize to our little Taoist Su. Exactly, quickly clean up your phlegm, it's truly disgusting. To treat a lack of manners as something impressive, you're really something. As the saying goes, one's appearance reflects their heart. This guy looks utterly sleazy. Facing the crowd's accusations, the man chuckled. Go ahead, insult me all you want, I want clean it, I spit. He spat another mouthful of phlegm onto the ground. 3 globs of dark green phlegm looked extremely disgusting on the ground. Su Chi frowned. Though he was reluctant to bicker with mortals, he felt no need to endure the actions of those courting death. But just then a chilling female voice rang out. Don't want to clean? Then lick it up. Upon hearing this, the man immediately grinned and said, lick? You lick it for me. Before he could finish, it seemed the phlegm had lodged in his throat, and he couldn't utter the last word. He stared wide-eyed at the breathtaking beauty walking out from the crowd, his forehead breaking into a sweat, his hands and feet trembling. Song Xiaoxiang coldly regarded the man and said, What? Why did you stop speaking? Bang. The man's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground, frantically begging for mercy. Lord Song, spare me, Lord Song, spare me. His demeanor now was worlds apart from his earlier arrogance. He had every reason to be terrified. A friend of his who indulged in a life of debauchery had fallen into the hands of Song Xiaoxiang. When they first arrived in Qingxi City, they encountered Song Xiaoxiang on the street and were utterly mesmerized. Both of them had reckless personalities, especially his friend who, relying on some family influence, often bullied others. He boasted that he would definitely have Song Xiaoxiang in bed that night. But Song Xiaoxiang completely ignored his friend's advances, and that guy, emboldened, reached out to grab Song Xiaoxiang. Suddenly, a group of people rushed out of nowhere, beat his friend half to death in public, and then dragged him away. The man was so frightened that he immediately reported it to the authorities, but naturally nothing came of it. After that, he never saw his friend again, as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. Later, upon inquiry, he discovered that the celestial beauty was Song Xiaoxiang. He felt immensely relieved that he hadn't tried to show off back then, otherwise he might have been the one to disappear. At this moment, the man was almost in tears. Would he still have his life after offending Song Xiaoxiang? Lick the ground clean, Song Xiaoxiang reiterated. I will lick. I will lick. The man immediately crawled like a dog to the phlegm he had spat out. Looking at the disgusting phlegm, his stomach churned violently. It was the first time he felt what was inside him was so repulsive. But with Song Xiaoxiang right beside him, he didn't dare hesitate, steeling himself to lick it up. Ew. The crowd nearly vomited and quickly averted their eyes. The once arrogant man was now utterly humiliated. Su Chi looked at Song Xiaoxiang. It was the first time he had seen this side of her. In the past, Song Xiaoxiang had always presented herself as a delicate girl in front of him. This made Su Chi habitually overlook that this woman was the owner of the largest brothel in Chang'an and the most powerful woman in the city. The sleazy man quickly licked the 3 globs of phlegm clean. Now his face was a sickly shade of purple. Spitting it out was easy, but swallowing it back down was utterly disgusting. Lord Song, I'm done licking, can I leave now? The sleazy man said with a submissive tone. Even after licking the phlegm, he didn't dare stand up. His legs were utterly weak, a result of extreme fear. In extreme fear, one's legs would become powerless, making it impossible to stand. What I meant by licking the ground clean was the entire Chongqing temple. Song Xiaoxiang said expressionlessly. After hearing this, the man's eyes widened. The crowd also stared. The entire Chongqing temple. That would take him 3 days and nights to finish licking. He might not even manage to lick a tenth of it before his tongue gave out, and he would be finished. Lord Song, please spare me. I have elderly parents and young children to care for. I did not mean to offend you, but it was my fault. I only asked for you to let me go. The sleazy man begged, desperately crying and sniffling. It seems you've mistaken the one you should apologize to. Song Xiaoxiang said flatly, the one you owe an apology to is him. The crowd erupted in a stir upon hearing Song Xiaoxiang's words. Did I hear that correctly? Young Taoist Su is the future husband of Master Song. You heard correctly, I did too, but upon closer inspection the two indeed seem to be a great match. I cannot accept this marriage. What business is it of yours? Go play in the mud. I can't accept this. Master Song actually has a beloved. It's even more painful than being killed. Then go die. I seem to have heard someone say that 3 years ago Master Song proposed to Su Guanju, but I always thought it was just a rumor. The crowd began to murmur softly. The lewd man kneeling on the ground was completely dumbfounded. If he had known that Su Qi's backing was Song Xiaoxiang, how would he have dared to act recklessly? He was already scrambling to ingratiate himself. Bang bang bang. The lewd man knelt on the ground, banging his head madly. Su Guanju, please be magnanimous, and let me go just like one lets out a fart. I know I've made a mistake, and I want dare again. The lewd man cried out, snot and tears flowing. I have an elderly parent and young children depending on me to survive. Ooh, I beg you. The lewd man continued to bang his head, drawing blood, but not daring to stop. He knew that as long as Su Qi did not speak, he would not escape death. Song Xiaoxiang wielded tremendous power. No matter how vast the Song dynasty was, where could he escape to? Perhaps he couldn't even leave Qingxi City. Many people felt a pang of pity, but more people were there to watch the show. After all, this guy had just been so arrogant, and now he was in such a miserable state due to fear of Song Xiaoxiang's power. Opinions varied on such matters. Su Qi found it a bit uninteresting. However, the lewd man's crimes were not deserving of death. Song Xiaoxiang's punishment was already sufficient. He believed that this man would not dare to spit indiscriminately in the future. Su Qi nodded at Song Xiaoxiang. She understood and calmly said, get lost. Yes. I'm leaving right now. The lewd man felt a sense of relief after surviving a disaster, hurriedly scrambling to his feet and stumbling. You may continue. Once the lewd man left, Song Xiaoxiang returned to her gentle demeanor and softly spoke to Su Qi. The people around them were a bit envious. After all, it was Song Xiaoxiang to actually be fond of a Taoist. This Taoist must be the most successful one in the world. Su Qi looked again at the crowd. You, and you. Su Qi pointed at a few people and said, eliminated. After what had just happened, these people did not dare to say a word, lowering their heads and exiting the Taoist temple. In the end, Su Qi had called away most of the people, leaving only 3. These 3 ranged from youth to young adult. At a glance, they appeared to be pure-hearted individuals, their eyes free of the filth of the secular world. What are your names? Su Qi asked with a smile. Mi Jia, the youngest boy quickly replied. He looked to be only 12 or 13 years old. However, his clothes were ragged, his hair a mess, and he appeared small and malnourished. Yet his eyes were like black gemstones, appearing quite lovable. Why do you want to come to Changxing Temple, eh? Su Qi asked with a smile. I have nowhere else to go. As long as I can have enough to eat, that's fine. Mi Jia scratched his head and replied. What about your parents? Su Qi asked. My grandma said my parents went to a faraway place and that they would come back when I grew up, Mi Jia said. What about your grandma? Su Qi asked again. My grandma is asleep. Mi Jia's gaze dimmed. He hoped his grandma was just asleep, but he knew she would never wake up. From now on, you will be responsible for the chores of the temple. Su Qi said. Thank you, Guanju, thank you. Mi Jia said excitedly. Su Qi then looked at the second boy. This boy appeared older, about 16 or 17. Peng Chuan. This boy was the complete opposite of Mi Jia, dressed in fine clothes and looking wealthy, clearly a wealthy child who lacked for nothing. Why do you want to come to the temple? Su Qi asked. Guanju Su, I want to come to the temple because of you, Peng Chuan said, his eyes sparkling. Because of me, eh? Su Qi asked in confusion. Yes, because of you. Peng Chuan exclaimed excitedly. I've heard of your deeds, and I want to be your disciple and learn some real skills. I do not accept disciples. Su Qi shook his head and said, if you want to come like me, Jia, you will also be responsible for the chores of the temple. I'm willing, Peng Chuan said without hesitation. Although Su Qi said he wasn't accepting disciples, now who knows what the future holds. Finally, Su Qi turned his gaze to the young man. This young man looked very ordinary, the kind that would be lost in a crowd, and his demeanor was a bit timid, appearing quite insecure. He appeared to be in his 20s. Wang Fanchi, the young man said timidly. After saying this, his ears turned. Why do you want to come to the temple? Su Qi continued to ask. Wang Fanchi hesitated for a moment and said, I have always been unlucky. Last night, I saw the temple enveloped in golden light, and I heard someone say this means the temple is favored by the gods, so I want to come here to work and try to change my luck. After listening to Wang Feng's words, Su Qi thought of his past self, having hidden in a cave for 20 years before finally living a normal life. You will also be responsible for the chores of the temple. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Su Qi asked. No problem.
Wang Fanqi quickly replied. After recruiting the three, Su Qi felt much more relaxed. Perhaps because they had just arrived, or wanted to leave a good impression, they cleaned meticulously. The temple inside and out was clean, spotless. Since he had hired them, he naturally had to provide meals. Originally, Su Qi had wanted to hire a cook, but Wang Fanqi volunteered for the job. That day, Su Qi tasted the food Wang Fanqi prepared, and surprisingly, it was quite good. Su Qi finally experienced the joy of being a hands-off manager. However, the three were quite perceptive. When Song Xiaoxiang was with Su Qi, none of them dared to disturb them. Then I will head back now. As the sky darkened, Song Xiaoxiang stood up and said with a faint smile, "Be careful on the way." Su Qi reminded her, "Are you showing concern for me?" Song Xiaoxiang asked with a smile. How can it not count?" Su Qi also smiled. "You smiled at me. You're teasing me. It seems we are not far from marriage." After speaking, Song Xiaoxiang turned around with a smile and said, "All right, don't come to see me off. I already know your intentions. I will pick a good day and come to marry you." Without waiting for Su Qi to respond, Song Xiaoxiang walked away. Perhaps she did not wish to hear Su Qi's answer. As long as she was not rejected, it did not count as a rejection. Su Qi shook his head with a smile. He always felt somewhat manipulated by Song Xiaoxiang. Yet he did not dislike this feeling. October Town. Before the rise of Qingxi Town, this place was once the most prosperous town in the surrounding areas. Its geographical location connected all towns, serving as a hub for travel. After Zhang Yu and Bu Yi arrived here, they found that October Town was in a state of desolation. The once bustling streets were now empty, devoid of even a single shadow. During its peak, October Town housed over 100,000 residents. The current desolation was partly due to the rise of Qingxi City, but more so because of the chaos caused by demons. Such a strong aura of demon energy, Bu Yi said with a frown. With such dense demon energy, it could be due to a great demon's presence or an overwhelming number of demons. It seems the situation is far more severe than we imagined. Zhang Yu also frowned. The two walked through the empty streets, noticing that most of the houses had been vacated. At the entrances of most houses, various daily necessities were hastily left behind. It was clear that the people who moved out had done so in a rush. Where did these people go? On our way here, we didn't seem to encounter any fleeing people, Zhang Yu asked. Bu Yi shook his head and replied, "Perhaps they didn't head towards Qingxi City. With such thoroughfares, they could have gone anywhere." The two continued walking forward, reaching the central area of October Town. They finally spotted some people. Compared to the desolation of the outskirts, the center of the town still maintained a semblance of liveliness. However, most of the faces bore a heavy expression. "Excuse me, where is the town mayor's office?" Zhang Yu stopped a passerby to inquire. "Just turn right ahead, and you'll see it," the passerby indicated before hurriedly leaving. Following the directions given, Zhang Yu and Bu Yi arrived at the town mayor's office. But in front of the town mayor's office, white cloth was hung and wreaths were placed. Zhang Yu and Bu Yi exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Upon entering the town mayor's office, they found that a memorial hall had already been set up. "Who goes there?" At that moment, a constable approached them, shouting sternly. Bu Yi took out the token of the Demon Suppression Division and said, "We are here to investigate." The constable quickly bowed and said, "I greet the esteemed Demon Suppression Officer. What happened here?" Bu Yi pointed at the memorial hall and asked. The constable sighed and replied, "Reporting to the esteemed Demon Suppression Officer, the town mayor was attacked last night and unfortunately perished." "Was it the work of demons?" Bu Yi pressed for more details. "It was a cat demon. The town mayor had his throat cut and died on the spot," the constable explained. "Who is in charge here now?" Bu Yi inquired. "For now, it's our team leader," the constable said. Bu Yi replied. The constable led Zhang Yu and Bu Yi into the town mayor's office, where a somewhat portly man was sitting in a chair drinking. "Captain, I have brought two esteemed officers from the Demon Suppression Division," the constable hurriedly said. Upon hearing this, the man quickly put down his wine jug, stood up, and approached the two with a fawning expression. "Esteemed officers, we have finally awaited your arrival," the man said obsequiously. "By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Lu Jin, temporarily assuming the role of town mayor." When Lu Jin smiled, the flesh on his face piled up, obscuring his eyes. Bu Yi's expression soured. "Public officials should not drink during work hours. Are you not aware of this?" Lu Jin hurriedly said, "Please forgive me, esteemed officer. The people of October Town are in a state of panic, and I am truly troubled, which is why I resorted to drinking to relieve my worries. Let this be the last time." Bu Yi understood that this was not the moment to dwell on such matters, and turned to ask, "What is the casualty situation in October Town now?" October Town has 987 deaths, 125 seriously injured, and 1823 lightly injured," Lu Jin sighed. "How could there be so many? Wasn't it stated in the report that there were only over 100 casualties?" Bu Yi was somewhat shocked. "That data was from a week ago," Lu Jin said with a bitter smile. "Recently, the activities of demons have become increasingly frequent,
and there is simply no way to manage it. At that moment a knock echoed at the door. A constable stood at the door and shouted, "Captain Taoist Ma has arrived." Lu Jin's face lit up as he said, "Please let him in." "No need to invite Captain Lu, I have come myself." A hearty laugh came from the doorway as a middle-aged Taoist entered. Upon seeing Jiang Yu and Bu Yi, a glimmer of sharp light flashed in the Taoist's eyes, and he asked, "Who are these two?" Lu Jin quickly introduced, "Taoist Ma, these two are esteemed officers from the Demon Suppression Division." "I have long admired you," the middle-aged Taoist said, showing a perfunctory attitude as he cupped his hands to the two. Lu Jin continued, "Esteemed officers, allow me to introduce you. This is our town's most formidable Taoist, Taoist Mahi. Thanks to him our casualties have not been more severe. You from the Demon Suppression Division arrived too late. If it weren't for me, the residents of October Town would likely not survive at all. Shouldn't I be awarded something for this?" Taoist Ma said with a tone full of disdain. "May I ask what contributions Taoist Ma has made?" Jiang Yu asked with a smile. Taoist Ma snorted and replied, "Your Demon Suppression Division is far away. October Town often faces demon troubles, yet you have not intervened. In my 20 years I have slain hundreds of demons. Oh, does that not deserve this reward?" "Hundreds of demons?" Bu Yi looked puzzled. "This is not a demon nest. Where could so many demons go?" Taoist Ma chuckled. "If I am not mistaken, there should be a demon mother hidden nearby October Town. Recently, October Village has been plagued with disasters, and I suspect this demon mother is about to evolve, forcing her offspring to plunder a large amount of vitality." "Demon mother? Is that information reliable?" Bu Yi's expression turned grave. If there truly was a demon mother here, it was indeed possible that there were hundreds or even thousands of demons. The demon mother is the prototype of a demon nest which can give birth to countless various demons. If the demon mother successfully evolves into a demon nest, the number of demons would at least multiply 100-fold. Moreover, the cultivation level of the produced demons would greatly increase, leading to unimaginable consequences. Therefore, if a demon mother is discovered, the Demon Suppression Division would act immediately to eliminate it to prevent further severe consequences. "It's highly likely," Taoist Ma said confidently. "So you mean Taoist Ma is also uncertain?" Taoist Ma scoffed. "Of course I am certain, but there are too many demons in that area, and I dare not approach. I only say it as a guess because I have not seen it with my own eyes." "There is no time to waste. Please take us there immediately," Bu Yi said sternly. "Wait a moment." Taoist Ma raised his hand, rubbing his fingers, and said, "The information I have risked my life to uncover deserves some compensation, does it not?" Bu Yi's expression was somewhat unpleasant. This Mahi truly lacked a sense of the bigger picture, still demanding benefits at such a time. Just as he was about to say something, Jiang Yu stopped him. Smiling, she said to Ma, "Taoist Ma, there will definitely be a reward. You just need to lead us to find that demon mother. If it really is the demon mother, I promise you will receive satisfactory compensation." "How can I trust you?" Mahi chuckled, saying, "You are official people, and I am weak. If you refuse to pay later, there's nothing I can do about it. I guarantee it in the name of the demon suppressor." Jiang Yu stated. "Your identity as a demon suppressor is worthless to me," Mahi replied. "Mahi, don't go too far." Bu Yi finally couldn't hold back and shouted angrily. "Oh, is this anger out of shame?" Mahi said with a smile, "Don't try to bully me. Here the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. Oh, I'm not falling for that." It was clear that Mahi was a difficult character. If it weren't for his identity as a demon suppressor, Bu Yi would have surely taught him a lesson. Jiang Yu maintained her composure and continued to smile. "Then how can Taoist Ma trust us?" "It's simple. You need to pawn your magical artifacts here, one for each of you," Mahi said. "That way if you default, I want one magical artifact. Even the lowest grade one is worth hundreds of spirit stones. This is spirit stone. Even 1,000 taels of mundane currency cannot exchange for a single spirit stone. Do you really think we wouldn't dare to act against you?" Bu Yi said coldly. He was truly about to explode. "Act against me? Why don't you give it a try?" Mahi laughed heartily, and a wave of aura belonging to a transformation stage cultivator instantly swept out. Jiang Yu and Bu Yi were taken aback. This Mahi, who had kept a low profile, turned out to be a transformation stage cultivator. If it weren't for your identity as members of the Demon Suppression Bureau, speaking to me like this would have gotten you killed long ago, Ma, he said disdainfully. He then restrained his aura. "Taoist Ma, please wait a moment while we discuss this," Jiang Yu said. "Go ahead." Mahi found a chair to sit on. "Captain Lu, bring me a cup of tea." Lu Jin approached with a smile. "Taoist Ma, this is top-quality Westlake Longjing. Give it a try." Jiang Yu and Bu Yi walked to the door. Jiang Yu said seriously, "Senior brother Bu, this Ma, he is actually a transformation stage cultivator. If he dares not explore that place, then the demon mother has probably already evolved. Oh, we may need to seek help. No, the records state that even the top-tier demon mothers are only at the nascent soul stage. I believe Ma, he is not unwilling but reluctant." Bu Yi shook his head and said. "Reluctant?" Jiang Yu asked in confusion. "Indeed," Bu Yi nodded.
With his greed for wealth, if he eliminated the demon mother in one go, how would he make money afterwards? This incident has escalated, drawing us in, so the demon mother will definitely be eliminated. Therefore, he is trying to extort our last bit of profit. After hearing Bu Yi's speculation, Jiang Yu felt that given Ma He's current performance, it was indeed possible. However, if the speculation is true, then Ma He is not the guardian of Shirui Town, but rather a petty person who takes advantage of the situation to amass wealth under the pretext of slaying demons. But what does a cultivator need so much mundane wealth for? And he is a transformation stage cultivator. This is a point of suspicion. Senior Brother Bu, although we can't rule out this possibility for safety, Sake, I think it's better to wait for reinforcements. Jiang Yu said. There's no time. The local branch of the Demon Suppression Bureau in Furong City currently has no cultivators above the nascent soul stage. By the time the message is relayed back to Chang'an and reinforcements are dispatched, it will take at least half a month round trip. By then, the demon mother may have already completed her evolution. All right then, Bu Yi frowned and said. Well, I suppose we have no choice. Jiang Yu hesitated for a long time before finally saying. She originally wanted to request help from Su Qi, but thinking that she had never been to that place and was uncertain whether he could resolve it, it seemed a bit too reliant on Su Qi. Cultivators ultimately have to rely on themselves. After all, no one can help you bear the inner demon and heavenly tribulation. After discussing for a while, the two decided to first meet Ma He's demands. Seeing the two return, Ma He chuckled. So have you made up your minds? Bu Yi, with a cold expression, did not want to respond to him. Jiang Yu smiled and said, Taoist Ma, we agree to your terms. If you had said this earlier, we wouldn't have wasted time. Ma He laughed heartily, stood up, and spread his hands, saying, Bu Yi coldly snorted, took out a short sword, and threw it over. Ma He caught the short sword, but didn't even look at it before tossing it to the ground. Clang! The short sword fell to the ground. What are you doing? Bu Yi glared angrily. What kind of junk are you trying to fool me with? Ma He pointed at the sword at Bu Yi's waist and said, Give me that sword. Impossible. Bu Yi glared with wide eyes. This sword was his hard work, and he absolutely would not allow anyone else to touch it. Then you can go find it yourself. Ma He waved his hand and said, Don't let me see you off. The demon mother is notoriously hard to find in the cultivation world. One reason is because she can conceal her aura, and the other is that she often hides in unexpected places. If Jiang Yu and Bu Yi started searching from scratch, they might not find any clues even after half a year. Senior Brother Bu, Jiang Yu softly called. Bu Yi's fists clenched and relaxed, the veins bulging, revealing his struggle and anger at this moment. But in the end, he still took off the sword from his waist and handed it over. Ma He took the sword. Zing! The sword was drawn from its sheath, the cold light dazzling. Good sword, Ma He said with a smile. Taoist Ma, if that place does not have the demon mother, Jiang Yu said. Rest assured, if there is no demon mother, I won't take a single cent, Ma He said with a smile. And don't look so grim, I don't want your magical artifacts just preventing you from defaulting. Hearing this, Bu Yi's gloomy face eased a little. What about your magical artifact? Ma He then looked towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu took out a bagua plate and said, Does this meet Taoist Ma's expectations? Indeed, it's a good item. Ma He took the bagua plate and examined it. Since you have shown sincerity, I will certainly not go back on my word. Now follow me. Ma He stored both magical artifacts. The three of them left the town chief's residence. Stay close, Ma He glanced at the two. Then he shot out like an arrow. The two hurriedly followed. Half an hour later, the three arrived at a quiet lakeside. The surroundings were quite open, the lake was crystal clear, and one could even see schools of fish frolicking within. We've arrived, Ma He said. Arrived, eh? Bu Yi snorted coldly, saying, There isn't even a trace of demonic energy here. Are you playing us for fools? Fool. Ma He ignited spiritual fire in his hand and slammed it onto the lake's surface, saying, Now what do you see? Boom. The surface of the lake ignited with blazing spiritual fire. The spirit flames surged to the heavens. The lake's surface seemed to burn away like paper, revealing its true form beneath. Beneath it lay a heavenly pit. Green slime clung to the walls of the pit. At that moment, the overwhelming demonic energy was fully released. Bu Yi's expression changed dramatically. His divine sense probed down to the bottom of the pit, slicing through the darkness like a sharp sword, revealing the monster at the bottom. The monster had the face of a woman, its belly as large as a small hill, constantly writhing, splitting open at intervals to allow one ugly demonic creature after another to crawl out. It's the demon mother. Bu Yi withdrew his divine sense, a surge of killing intent rising, a demon mother at the nascent soul stage. The creatures born from the demon mother would vary in grade from foundation establishment to golden core, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. In the mortal world, let alone hundreds or thousands of demons, even a single golden core demon could lay waste to a city. Bu Yi was about to jump into the heavenly pit. However, Jiang Yu stopped him. Senior Brother Bu, how many demons are at the bottom of the pit? Jiang Yu asked. About 100. Bu Yi thought for a moment before replying. You fool. Mahi suddenly laughed derisively from the side. Who are you calling a fool? Bu Yi turned his head, his voice filled with anger. Bravery without wisdom is of little use. Mahi shook his head and said, go ahead and seek death. I'll collect your bodies here. What do you mean, Taoist Ma? Jiang Yu asked. I suggest you don't stay with this fool that's easy to get killed. Mahi chuckled. There are far more than 100 demons at the bottom of the pit. To recklessly approach without even knowing the number of enemies. This is what a demon suppressor is. Jiang Yu, upon hearing this, also probed her divine sense downwards. Although her cultivation was slightly weaker than Bu Yi's, she was not lacking in the aspect of divine sense. She also saw the demon mother at the bottom of the pit, her heart tightening suddenly. The demon mother was evidently already taking form and was not far from evolving into a demon nest. Jiang Yu carefully scanned the bottom of the pit again and counted a total of only 108 demons. But Mahi's implication was that there were more demons than just these. Jiang Yu continued to probe carefully, but still did not find any more demons. Could it be that my cultivation is too low? Jiang Yu began to doubt herself. Just as she was about to retract her divine sense, she felt a strange sensation upon seeing the smiling face of the demon mother. She instinctively felt something was off. What do you think? Share your findings with this fool, came Mahi's voice. Jiang Yu retracted her divine sense, her expression thoughtful. So what did you find out, Sister Jiang? Bu Yi asked. Although he did not believe Mahi's words, seeing the other party so confident made him inevitably doubt. Jiang Yu first shook her head, then nodded, and said, Senior brother Bu, I did not find more demons, but I feel that the demon mother is a bit strange. What's strange about it? Bu Yi asked. Huh. At this moment Mahi laughed loudly. I initially thought only this kid was a fool, but now it seems the entire demon suppression division can't find a single useful person. How lamentable. Shut your mouth, Bu Yi coldly scolded. Enough. Mahi sighed. Since you both can't figure it out, let me tell you, probe under the demon mother's body and see what's there. If you two die, my reward will be out of reach. Upon hearing this, Bu Yi and Jiang Yu's divine sense once again probed into the bottom of the pit. I want to see what's under the demon mother. Bu Yi harbored anger. Halfway through Jiang Yu's divine sense, a sudden thought flashed through her mind, and she suddenly realized what was wrong. Oh no, Senior brother Bu. Jiang Yu hurriedly retracted her divine sense. But it was already too late. Two black glowing iron nails simultaneously pierced through Jiang Yu and Bu Yi's chests. Blood gushed forth and a wave of weakness spread throughout their bodies. Jiang Yu severed that strand of divine sense, and the scene before her changed. They found themselves in an illusory space surrounded by hundreds of thousands of doors. At that moment Bu Yi also regained consciousness. He attempted to use his spiritual power to expel the iron nails within him, but found his spiritual power as stagnant as a dead pool, unresponsive. Mahi, Bu Yi roared. Ha ha, calling you fools, you truly are fools. The demon suppression division is a bunch of brainless fools. Thousands of doors simultaneously opened, revealing emptiness within, but Mahi's mocking laughter echoed. Bu Yi roared, the demon suppression division won't let you get away with this. The demon suppression division won't even know you've encountered trouble, Mahi said triumphantly. Are you thinking that when your physical body is destroyed, the command plate of the demon suppression division will shatter, and they will find me, even thinking that your nascent soul could escape? Haha, let me tell you, stop dreaming. I won't let you die yet. Even if you are to die, it will have to wait until that day arrives. Your deaths will be glorious, magnificent, so there is no need to fear too much. Also, you don't need to waste your efforts. These soul-locking nails can't be escaped even by cultivators at the void refinement stage, let alone you two little nascent soul cultivators. After saying this, the thousands of doors simultaneously closed, leaving no sound. Jiang Yu let out an almost imperceptible sigh. She had already begun to have doubts upon seeing the face of the demon mother. At that time, she hadn't had time to think carefully before being interrupted by Mahi, and later, she was led step by step to probe the heavenly pit. When her divine sense was halfway through, Jiang Yu had already come to a sudden realization, but unfortunately, it was too late. Sister Jiang, what should we do now? Bu Yi said weakly. Wait, Jiang Yu replied. Wait for what? No one knows our situation now, Bu Yi said, his face pale. For the first time in years as a demon suppressor, he felt like a fool played with at someone else's whim. There is no wall that doesn't let the wind through in this world. Jiang Yu's pale face revealed a hint of a smile. That Mahi, although he schemes thoroughly, ultimately still missed a trick. Sister, do you have a backup plan? Bu Yi asked hurriedly. Do you remember the 8 trigrams disc I gave him? Jiang Yu said with a smile. Is there something odd about that 8 trigrams disc? Bu Yi asked. Walls have ears, come closer, Jiang Yu whispered. Bu Yi quickly wriggled over to Jiang Yu's side. Jiang Yu leaned closer to Bu Yi's ear. That 8 trigrams disc is a rescue artifact given to me by Master. I have to move it once a day. If there is a day I don't move it, Master will know I've encountered danger. This is something Mahi doesn't know. After hearing this, Bu Yi's mouth fell open. Sister Jiang, you're truly remarkable. Once we are rescued, I will make sure to tear Ma He to pieces. At that moment, thousands of doors opened again, accompanied by Ma He's wild laughter. You really are fools. Since you know the principle of walls having ears, did you think I wouldn't hear your whispers? Thanks for the reminder, otherwise I would have truly overlooked it. Ha ha ha. Maha was about to manipulate the divination disc after overhearing confidential information. His fingers were already poised over it. Not right. Maha's hand halted, his expression shifting dramatically. He murmured, since this girl understands that walls have ears, why does she still explain things to that fool? She just needs to wait for me not to move the divination disc, and she will naturally be saved in due time. Then there are only two possibilities. First, this girl is as brainless as that fool, thinking that whispering means I can't hear her. Second, she is deliberately saying this for me to hear. As soon as I move the divination disc, her master will know she is in danger. Which of these possibilities is more likely? I lean towards the second one, but what if she is telling the truth? Maha was torn with a 50-50 chance. If he guessed wrong, everything would be in vain and his life could be in danger. What exactly could it be? Maha scrutinized the expressions of the two. He attempted to discern something in this illusory space. Jiang Yue's face turned pale, a look of panic as if her secrets had been overheard. It's over, Jiang Shimi, our conversation has indeed been eavesdropped on. Bui lamented, if I had known I wouldn't have asked. I'm such a fool. Jiang Yue shook her head and comforted, Bu Shixiao Maha is inherently cautious. Even if I hadn't said anything, he would likely have discovered the secret of the divination disc. You shouldn't blame yourself too much. Sigh. Bui sighed, lying on the ground, his face filled with regret. If he hadn't just asked, they might have had a chance to be saved. Jiang Yue forced a smile, but her eyes occasionally revealed regret. Maha observed for a long time without discerning any clear answers. Such natural behavior doesn't seem like an act. Maha thought to himself, yet he still felt something was off. To move or not to move? That is the question. Maha found himself in a dilemma, holding the divination disc. Is there a third option? Suddenly Maha thought, what if I destroy this thing? No, if I destroy it, the creator of this divination disc will definitely sense it. That would be a last resort. Maha quickly dismissed his own thought. Unable to make a decision, he resolved to probe further. Ha ha ha. Thousands of doors opened once again. Maha laughed wildly, saying, I almost fell for your trick. Do you think I would move it just because you deliberately led me to? You are a bit smarter than that fool, but not by much. Jiang Yue initially showed a look of astonishment, then chagrined. I can't believe you figured it out. You truly are an old fox. Bu Yi was the most bewildered of them all. He asked foolishly, Jiang Shimi, does that mean the divination disc must be moved to call for help? Yes. Jiang Yue sighed. Damn. Bu Yi cursed fiercely. Even he had been tricked, yet he couldn't outsmart this cunning Maha. He now felt that playing mind games was too tiring. Wouldn't it be better to be straightforward? We are cultivators, not players of tactics. Maha concluded his probing. Yet he still felt uncertain. Jiang Yue's demeanor was too natural, but the more natural it was, the less secure he felt. He focused his gaze on the divination disc, but from the corner of his eye he noticed a slight arc forming on Jiang Yue's facial expression. It seemed like a smile of success and scheming. Then it returned to normal. The duration was less than a second. A chill rushed straight to the top of his head. So close, oh, just a little bit. Maha believed he didn't misjudge. Jiang Yue's expression was definitely one of relief. If he continued to be entangled in this, Maha knew his final choice would definitely be not to move the divination disc. At that point, he would truly fall into the trap. Virtual and real and virtual. It almost led him astray. What a pity, Jiang is indeed seasoned. Maha laughed as he moved the divination disc. In this round I achieved a great victory. Far away in Qingxi Town, Wang Nanbua received feedback the moment Maha moved the disc. In fact, the divination disc was not crafted by Jiang Yue's master. It was made by Wang Nanbua during a moment of boredom. Its function was quite simple. With a single movement, he could sense it. Wang Nanbua had made many of these, probably over 100. Its primary function was to attract girls. Whenever he encountered a girl he fancied, he would give this thing to others and say, if you miss me, move it, and I will appear before you immediately, no matter the distance. I will meet you in person. With this little gadget, he indeed captured many hearts. Let me see which girl misses me. Wang Nanbua chuckled. He was currently playing chess with Su Qi, and just as he was about to lose, the vibration came at the perfect time. Wang Nanbua planned to pretend to be going on a date and sneak away so he wouldn't lose. After reading it, Wang Nanbua's expression changed, and he stood up abruptly. All right, no more acting. This is the 18th time this month. Su Qi took a sip of tea and said, what is it? Jiang Yue is in trouble. Wang Nanbua said seriously. My. Su Qi raised his head, his gaze instantly sharp. Before going to Shiyue Town, Jiang Yue asked me for a divination disc. Wang Nanbua took out a divination disc and said, it's this thing. As long as it is moved, I can sense it no matter how far away. She told me that if she encountered danger, she would find a way to move the divination disc. It seems she is in trouble now.
Suchi stood up, his gaze fierce. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Wang Nanbua didn't waste words either. Moments later he took off with Suchi heading towards Shiyue town. In the illusory space, Jiang Yue kept her eyes closed. She didn't know if her recent performance had fooled Maha. This Maha was dark-minded and full of tricks, at dealing with him was somewhat exhausting. After lying on the ground for a long time, Bu Yi sat up again and asked, Jiang Shimi, I thought for a long time and still can't figure out how you discovered that old dog was scheming. The demon mother in the pit was suspicious. The frequency of her head movements repeated every 60 seconds, and there was even a moment of stuttering, so I deduced it was just an illusion. Maha noticed I sensed something was off, so he deliberately interrupted my train of thought and led me astray. Considering the circumstances, Maha was so scheming, he must have ulterior motives. You observed so carefully, Jiang Yue said. Bu Yi's mouth fell open. Compared to Jiang Yue's attentiveness, he seemed like a reckless fool. At that moment, thousands of doors opened again. Maha's laughter echoed once more. Girl, you are very clever, but you after all are still slightly inferior to me. Ha ha ha. Despite being mocked by Ma, Bu Yi no longer wished to retort. Compared to the two of them, he truly seemed like a naive fool. Dao friend, the world of cultivation does not encourage scheming. If there were rankings for scheming, Bu Yi felt he wouldn't even measure up to the Qi refinement stage. In the end, it's the victor who gets to speak. There's nothing more to say. Jiang Yu kept her eyes closed, her facial muscles twitching slightly. She seemed genuinely furious. Such acting would surely astonish many if performed on Earth. At that moment, Mahi smiled and said, let me tell you some good news. I've already thrown the gossip plate 100 miles away. Even if someone does come looking for it, they'll fall into the trap I've set and have quite a time of it. Jiang Yu remained expressionless with her eyes closed, but a sense of worry began to rise within her. With Mahi being so treacherous, the traps he set must not be underestimated. I hope Senior Su and Wang Nanbua can manage. But that's Senior Su we're talking about. Soon Jiang Yu suppressed her worries. In the face of absolute power, all schemes are mere paper tigers. Su Qi and Wang Nanbua arrived very quickly, reaching the scene in less than half an hour. The disturbance is coming from the cave. Wang Nanbua pointed to a cave entrance and said. The two of them landed at the cave's mouth. The cave before them was pitch black, like the gaping maw of an ancient beast ready to devour anyone who dared approach. I have a bad feeling about this. Wang Nanbua frowned and said. Meanwhile, Su Qi felt nothing. They'll go take a look, Su Qi stated. Wang Nanbua stopped Su Qi, saying, if there's a trap, what will you do? Strength can overcome 10 obstacles, Su Qi replied nonchalantly. You just wait here for me. When he was at the Qi refinement stage of over 300 layers, he dared to confront cultivators of the void refinement stage. Now that he's reached 1,000 layers, he naturally had no need to be timid. Surely there can't be cultivators at the Mahayana stage lying in ambush. Wang Nanbua nodded and said, then he'll wait for you at the cave entrance. If anything happens, he'll signal for help. The benefit of relying on a major sect is that if you encounter an insurmountable problem, you can always call for help. There will always be someone who can resolve it. The moment Su Qi stepped into the cave, Mahi sensed it. He had set up countless surveillance formations within the cave, allowing him to clearly see every move Su Qi made. This girl truly knows how to act, Mahi chuckled. But I'm still the one with superior skills. After adjusting the gossip plate he felt something was off, so he placed it inside the cave. The cave appeared ordinary, yet concealed numerous deadly traps. Mahi spent 20 years crafting this cave into a veritable tomb for cultivators. Here lay countless hidden weapons and magical treasures aimed at cultivators. Once caught, even a void refinement stage cultivator would find it impossible to use a fraction of their spiritual power, becoming a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Let me introduce you to my first trap, Mahi said with a sinister smile. The first trap was the soul-locking nail trap. He had set up hundreds of mechanisms in the walls, and upon activation thousands of soul-locking nails would shoot out. The soul-locking nails were silent, capable of even blocking divine senses, making them easy to fall prey to in this pitch-black environment. Crack! Su Qi felt he had stepped on something. The next second, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless soul-locking nails shot towards him. But before Su Qi could evade, they suddenly veered off course, clattering together and scattering across the ground. My! Su Qi looked at the scattered iron nails, lost in thought. Did he just trigger a mechanism? Unsure, he decided to take a closer look. As Su Qi continued forward, he was left dumbfounded by what he saw. My 1,000-nail formation has such a huge flaw. I must improve it in the future. Mahi ultimately concluded that he hadn't designed it well. No worries, I have a second trap, the poison mushroom formation, he thought to himself. Having just triggered a mechanism, Su Qi became much more cautious. He started paying attention to his steps. After traversing a stretch of dark passage, a light suddenly appeared ahead. In addition, there was a series of crack-crack sounds. Su Qi approached to find many glowing purple mushrooms, all shimmering with ethereal colors. These mushrooms were about the size of a human head, but at this moment they were no longer beautiful.
Many rats were gnawing at the mushrooms, leaving most of them looking ragged. The rats that had gnawed at the mushrooms were glowing all over, and there was a satisfied look in their eyes. Some rats even lay on the ground, patting their swollen bellies, looking utterly content. Damn, where did these spirit-eating rats come from? Mahi cursed from 100 miles away. These mushrooms were not ordinary mushrooms, but rather, cough. To clarify, these mushrooms are not ordinary mushrooms. Their scientific name is scatter spirit mushrooms. The most remarkable aspect of these mushrooms is that whenever a cultivator passes by, they will automatically explode, releasing a delightful fragrance. Cultivators who smell this delightful fragrance will have their internal spiritual power evaporated and will be unable to absorb spiritual energy for some time. One scatter spirit mushroom has a minor effect, but thousands can instantly drain a void refinement stage cultivator. The spirit-eating rat is a type of rat that loves to devour rare herbs. Whether poisonous or not makes no. Could these rats be part of the trap? Suchi quickly dismissed his thoughts, as these rats showed no interest in him and were completely focused on feasting on the mushrooms. The damaged scatter spirit mushrooms had lost their original effects, allowing Suchi to pass through safely. He began to think that perhaps this cave was just an ordinary cave after all. He had walked over 1,000 meters without encountering any danger. Does that even make sense? This is truly bizarre today. Mahi gritted his teeth and said, "As for this third trap, let's see if your luck holds." The third trap, the underworld fire formation. Mahi had laid thousands of underworld firestones in this area. Once Suchi stepped on them, the formation would immediately trigger, turning the entire cave into a sea of fire. Underworld fire is a flame extracted from the essence of the most substances, capable of burning not only the flesh, but also the soul. The flames produced by thousands of underworld firestones are enough to burn a void refinement stage cultivator alive. This time there can be no mistakes. Mahi sneered. Under Mahi's watchful eyes, Suchi stepped into that. Suchi saw the gossip plate lying alone on the ground. He walked over and picked it up. "Now's the time." Mahi smiled sinisterly and said, "Blast it for me." It seems someone deliberately dropped the gossip plate here. Suchi glanced around and realized he had reached the end of the cave. Crack. Then he heard a crisp sound. Countless stones fell from the top of the cave, raining down like a shower. Not a single one hit him. Is that it? Suchi picked up a damp stone and fell into contemplation. Did the person who set this trap really think these small stones could kill him? That seemed a bit too naive, didn't it? Suchi looked up at the cave ceiling, which was dripping with water and exceptionally damp. He then revealed a look of understanding. "I see the trap setter probably thought that wet stones are heavier than ordinary stones. According to the formula for gravitational acceleration, GG Mr. 2, wet stones increase in weight, fall faster, and then. I can't continue that any longer. This person has some ideas, but not many." On the other side, he was roaring madly. "This is truly bizarre. I specifically checked the divination plate before throwing it, and there were no issues. Why have all 3 of my major traps inexplicably failed within half an hour? Is someone targeting me? Impossible. I have a surveillance formation in place, and no one has entered. Could it be that I've recently attracted some karma that has brought me misfortune?" After a moment of furious roaring, he calmed down. "No matter how angry I am now, it won't change anything. I need to find a way to kill this brat. Otherwise, my hatred will never be resolved." Mahi muttered grimly to himself. On another side, Suchi had already walked out of the cave unscathed. Was there no ambush or traps inside? Wang Nanbua asked as he approached. He hadn't heard any sounds of fighting, and Suchi looked clean, as if there were no traps. "Probably not." Suchi hesitated before replying. He didn't think those 2 comical mechanisms were traps. As for the glowing mushrooms, Suchi didn't even consider them as traps. "I just scanned the area, and there are no signs of battle. I suspect someone intentionally threw the divination plate into the cave." Wang Nanbua said, "Let's go check out Shiriwa town. There should be some clues there." Suchi nodded in agreement. Then the 2 made their way to Shiriwa town. Upon arriving at Shiriwa town, Wang Nanbua frowned and said, "The demonic aura here is quite strong." Then he sniffed the air carefully and wondered, "But this demonic aura seems off. It doesn't smell like it's emanating from a demon, but rather from a particular organ of a demon. You can even smell that." Suchi was somewhat surprised. Could it be that Wang Nanbua has the nose of a dog? Wang Nanbua said proudly, "That's one of my talents. Oh, everything has its unique scent. Once in a brothel I had my eyes covered, yet I accurately named every girl just by their scent." "Is that brothel reputable?" Suchi asked. Cough, cough. Wang Nanbua rarely blushed. "What's reputable or not? Who would go if it wasn't reputable? Am I discussing the reputation of brothels with you? I'm telling you about my keen sense of smell, and you're asking about the reputation of brothels. You're getting anxious." Suchi said casually. "I'm not." Wang Nanbua replied with a serious expression. "You're not." "I'm not." "Then it must be true. What attitude is that?" "I Wang am upright and honest. Oh, I've never been to a reputable, disreputable brothel in my life." Oh, you don't believe me. I do.
Then why the O? You're getting anxious. Along the way, Wang Nanbua argued that he had never been to a disreputable brothel. But Su Qi merely nodded perfunctorily, his indifferent demeanor intensifying Wang Nanbua's desire to argue. This was about his lifelong reputation. Yet little did he know Su Qi thought, are there really disreputable brothels? I want to see one. How can I get him to take me to see one? The two quickly arrived at the town chief's residence. Su Qi understood that to handle the case, they would definitely need to come to this place. Upon entering the town chief's residence, a constable blocked their way, saying, "Stop. Who goes there?" "Jiotian sword sect Wang Nanbua." Wang Nanbua replied calmly. "What Jiotian sword sect or Shirtian sword sect? During the mourning period, no outsiders are allowed inside," the constable said sternly. This was Wang Nanbua's first time being turned away when he introduced himself. The constable in front didn't even know Jiotian sword sect. "You don't know of Jiotian sword sect?" Wang Nanbua couldn't help but ask. "I don't know," the constable replied with a cold face. "Don't try to be familiar." This was in fact typical for a border town like Shiriwa. Most ordinary people know of cultivators, but they don't know the specifics of the sects. After all, it's far removed from their lives. "All right." Wang Nanbua shrugged, then snapped his fingers. Snap. A dozen flying swords suddenly appeared, circling around him. "You must have heard of cultivators, right?" The constable's expression finally changed, and he hurriedly clasped his fists and said, "I didn't realize an immortal was present. Please forgive my lack of courtesy." "No problem." Wang Nanbua retracted the flying swords and smiled. "I ask you, have two members of the demon subduing division passed through here today?" "They have." The constable cautiously asked, "Did the immortal have any past grievances with the two demon subduing lords?" "Who is in charge here?" "Take us to see them," Wang Nanbua said. "Please follow me." The constable led Su Qi and Wang Nanbua to Lu Jin's room. "Captain, there is an immortal here," the constable called loudly. Su Qi and Wang Nanbua saw a stout figure leisurely drinking while crying. Hearing the constable's loud call, he trembled and spilled his drink, wetting half of his garment. He quickly set down his cup and ran over with a fawning smile. "The arrival of the two immortals truly brings glory to our Shiriwa town." Lu Jin smiled, his eyes squinting into slits. "Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Jin, the current town chief of Shiriwa town." "Chief Lu, we are here today for one matter only," Wang Nanbua said with a smile. "Where did those two demon-subduing lords go today?" Lu Jin hurriedly replied. "I wonder what the two immortals are looking for the two demon-subduing lords for." "Just tell us whatever it is," Wang Nanbua said. "Yes." Lu Jin wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "The two demon-subduing lords went northwest, saying there was a demoness to eliminate. I don't know exactly where they went." "Demoness?" Wang Nanbua stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before turning to Su Qi and saying, "It seems the trouble they encountered is related to this demoness." "What is a demoness?" Su Qi asked. "A demoness?" Wang Nanbua paused for a moment and said, "Just imagine it as a demon that defecates, and those droppings are also demons." "Got it." Su Qi nodded. "Let's go." Just as the two were about to leave, Lu Jin suddenly said, "Wait a moment, you two immortals." "What is it?" Wang Nanbua turned to ask. "The terrain in the northwest is quite complex and easy to get lost in. How about I find you a guide? This way you can find the two demons subduing lords more quickly," Lu Jin said, rubbing his hands together with a smile. "That works." Wang Nanbua thought for a moment and replied. "Then please wait here for a moment, immortals." Lu Jin dashed out like the wind, resembling an agile fat man. Moments later, a Taoist entered. "Greetings, fellow Taoists." The newcomer was Ma He, who greeted them with a beaming smile. "You, a nascent soul cultivator, are going to guide us?" Wang Nanbua asked in confusion. He had already sensed the fluctuations emanating from Ma He. Ma He was taken aback, not expecting that his concealed cultivation could not hide the truth of his strength. It seemed this young man before him was a formidable expert, a nascent soul cultivator accompanying a chi refinement cultivator. This young monk is actually at the chi refinement stage. I can deal with an illusory void stage, yet I couldn't even handle a chi refinement cultivator. Damn it, what an unbelievable stroke of luck. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Mahi's mind. He then clasped his hands and smiled, saying, "You two friends don't know, I have been in October Town for 20 years, always shouldering the duty of slaying demons and eliminating evildoers. When you two demon suppressors arrived today, I missed the opportunity to meet you. I heard you were looking for the demon suppressor, so I just happened to be seeking companionship. If we eliminate the demon mother, we can restore October Town to its former glory." While Mahi spoke, he appeared very righteous, seemingly a person who detested evil. Wang Nanbua nodded and said, "Then let's go together." After the three of them left, Lu Jin patted his already damp back from cold sweat and said, "I hope Taoist Ma can succeed, otherwise not only will this position be lost, but our heads will also roll." The three of them flew towards the northwest. Along the way, Ma He chatted with the two, his words witty and humorous, sharing amusing stories of slaying demons and eliminating evildoers over the past 20 years. In the realm of boasting, Wang Nanbo prided himself on never having lost, so the two exchanged stories recounting two grand and magnificent experiences. Back when I had just achieved the golden core full of vigor, I encountered a nascent soul monster. I intended to flee, but behind me were hundreds of thousands of people, so I vowed to never retreat, and with my golden core cultivation, I struck down the nascent soul old demon. Although I paid a heavy price hearing the crowd shout Taoist Ma, made it all worthwhile. When I had just established my foundation yearning for this worldly life, I disregarded my master's advice and insisted on descending the mountain. The elders of my sect advised me that cultivators should abandon worldly matters and pursue the Tao. But I said that the sword I practiced was the mortal sword, and the path I cultivated was the path of humanity. I traveled in the mortal realm for over 20 years, making no progress in my cultivation, and everyone thought I was infatuated with the mundane, resigned to this life. But on a rainy night, I encountered the greatest turning point of my life. A nascent soul evil cultivator intended to slaughter the city with the lives of 1 million citizens hanging by a thread. I resolutely stepped forward using my over 20 years of experience as a foundation and the safety of the people. As my motivation, I struck down that evil cultivator with a single sword strike, achieving the name of Supreme Genius. Since then, everyone knew my name, the Nine Heavens Sword Sect, Wang Nanbo. Taoist Wang, aren't you exaggerating a bit? A foundation establishment cultivator striking down a nascent soul cultivator. Are you kidding me? Taoist Ma, you are the one who started joking with me. What I said is all true. What I said is also true. You're full of crap. You're full of crap. Mahi had never met a cultivator who could boast better than him. Today it felt like meeting a worthy opponent. Su Chi listened from the side, shaking his head and muttering, "Sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks, sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks." Finally, the three arrived at a very strange place. The strangeness lay in the barren wasteland surrounding them, yet in the middle there was a sudden appearance of an abrupt sky pit. What a heavy demonic aura. It seems this is the place, Mahi said gravely. Indeed, it's quite heavy. Wang Nanbo frowned and said, moreover, there's a strange smell. The corner of Mahi's eye twitched, feigning confusion. Strange smell? Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Wang Nanbo landed next to the sky pit. The sky pit was pitch black with nothing visible. In the next moment, Wang Nanbo's divine sense decisively dispelled the darkness, directly probing to the bottom. Mahi pretended to walk over, looking into the sky pit, making a motion to probe, while secretly taking out 2 soul-locking nails. Su Chi also walked to the edge of the pit. Without divine sense, he couldn't probe the bottom and could only see the pitch-black void. Taoist friend, can you not see the situation below? Mahi enthusiastically approached. Then let me clear this black mist for you, and you will be able to see. Mahi smiled as he walked behind the two, then his expression suddenly turned sharp. Now, the 2 soul-locking nails shot from Mahi's hand like lightning. A triumphant smile appeared on Mahi's face, as if he could already envision his victory. Perhaps due to his excessive pride, Mahi felt comfortable all over and couldn't help but strike a pose to celebrate. Whoosh. He didn't notice that the 2 soul-locking nails as they approached Su Chi and Wang Nanbo suddenly turned around and shot back at him. Uft, uft. 2 sprays of blood erupted. The 2 soul-locking nails pierced into Mahi's 2 kidneys one after the other. Mahi stared wide-eyed in disbelief, a wave of weakness sweeping over him instantly. My kidneys. Taoist Ma, what happened to you? Su Chi turned his head puzzled. Wang Nanbo withdrew his divine sense, about to say something, but saw Mahi slumped on the ground, clutching his stomach, looking very painful. He was also quite puzzled. Taoist Ma, does your stomach hurt? Mahi forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Something unexpected happened. My body is not feeling well. Was I cursed by the heavens? Why am I so unlucky? Mahi roared in his heart. He suddenly remembered why the 2 soul-locking nails shot back. It was because when he posed, he inadvertently used spiritual power. It was equivalent to stabbing himself. Boom. A loud sound erupted and Mahi's face changed drastically, his heart filled with despair. It's over. All is lost. Suddenly the earlier sky pit shattered like glass, and the ground visibly shrank back, revealing 2 figures moments later. The 5 exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became overly quiet. Senior Su, you've come. It was Jiang Yu who first broke the silence, exclaiming in surprise. After Wang Nanbo listened, he looked up at the sky, speechless for a long time, then said to Ma, he Taoist Ma, even if you feel remorse and know you are no match for us, there is no need. 10 minutes later, the truth came to light. Under Jiang Yu's narration, Mahi's identity was revealed. After Wang Nanbo listened, he looked up at the sky, speechless for a long time, then said to Ma, he Taoist Ma, even if you feel remorse and know you are no match for us, there is no need for self-harm, right? Isn't it better to maintain some dignity? Stabbing yourself? What kind of bizarre operation is this? Wang Nanbo found it hard to comprehend. Mahi did not answer, bowing his head in reflection. Where did it go wrong? Why was I so unlucky today? At that moment, footsteps approached, and Mahi looked up to see none other than Wang Nanbo. Wang Nambua looked at him with sympathy and said, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't told you that story, how would you have been frightened into self-harm? Alright, I confess, that story was indeed fabricated by me. I wasn't frightened into hurting myself by UI. Shoo." The moment Ma He was brought back to the town chief's residence, Lu Jin collapsed weakly onto the chair. He knew everything was over. "I have explained everything," Lu Jin said with a bitter expression. 20 years ago, the first monster appeared in October Town, causing many deaths. Later, Taoist Ma came and slayed the creature under his sword. At that time, I was just a lowly constable. Later, I accidentally discovered that Taoist Ma could actually create monsters. It was then that I realized this was not a natural disaster, but a man-made calamity. I initially wanted to expose this matter, but Taoist Ma found out and told me that I could either die or live. The cost of survival was to cooperate with him in performing every act, and in exchange, he would give me the rewards for slaying the monsters and help me ascend to greater heights. Naturally, I wanted to live, so I agreed. From then on, every year, there would be a monster incident resulting in dozens of deaths each time. In the end, the monsters would be eliminated by Taoist Ma, and those who died would never return. I once wondered what Taoist Ma's purpose was in doing this. He neither sought rewards nor fame. Later, I realized he merely needed these lives for sacrifice. Lu Jin's face was filled with bitterness, yet there was also a hint of relief. For him, the sins of the past 20 years had finally been revealed, and he could finally find his release. In the midnight hours of his dreams, Lu Jin had felt a pang of guilt, but unfortunately the allure of money and the threat of death ultimately triumphed over his conscience. After everyone listened to Lu Jin's words, they turned to the weak Ma He. Ma He had a blank expression, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. "Why did you sacrifice so many people?" Bu Yi seized the opportunity to kick Ma He, who he had long wanted to beat up. After being kicked, Ma He laughed maniacally. "Ha ha. What are you laughing about?" Bu Yi kicked Ma He again, sending him flying 4 to 5 meters into the wall. Yet Ma He's laughter grew louder. "If you had come 10 years earlier, perhaps you could have disrupted my plans, but alas, it is too late now." As he said this, Ma He glared fiercely at the crowd. "The great year of conflict is about to arrive. The master will surely return in glory, ruling over the world. My sacrifices will be celebrated by all." After finishing his words, Ma He's physical form visibly withered and decayed, transforming into a mummified corpse within merely 10 seconds, then dissipating into ashes. Great fortune granted the demon avatar, dies acquiring special treasures: the hallucination pearl and the great demon whip. Su Qi picked up the pearl. Next to it was a demon whip that looked similar to a tiger whip. Su Qi took 2 steps back in disgust. Wang Nambua and others approached, curious. "What is this?" "It's a pearl that can create illusions," Su Qi explained, then asked who wants it. "I don't want it." "Me neither." "If you all don't want it, then I don't want it either." Seeing that all 3 refused, Su Qi put it away. This item was far more practical than that green hat treasure. Creating illusions seemed interesting, and Su Qi planned to try it when he returned. At this moment, Wang Nambua picked up the demon whip from the ground, sniffed it, and exclaimed, "This is the thing." The monster energy in the town and that from the pit were all thanks to this item. However, the scent was a bit pungent. He wondered what it was, but it should be a treasure, right? "Yes, it is a treasure," Su Qi said indifferently. "That is the demon whip." Demon whip. Wang Nambua was momentarily stunned, then suddenly reacted. His face changed drastically, and he instantly threw the item away. "Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier?" In the end, this demon whip was taken by Bu Yi, who intended to return to the Demon Suppression Division to exchange it for contribution points. With that, the matter concluded. Bu Yi was to return to report, and originally Jiang Yu was supposed to accompany him. However, she ultimately insisted on staying. The life in the Demon Suppression Division no longer attracted her. She preferred the freedom in Changxing Temple. If it weren't for Jiang Yu's master being a big shot in the Demon Suppression Division, she would have considered resigning from her. Upon returning to Changxing Temple, Su Qi began his comfortable life of leisure. The temple was cleaned by others, meals were prepared, and clothes were washed. He only needed to practice daily and occasionally provide fortune-telling. Su Qi found that compared to the fighting and killing life of cultivation, this leisurely existence suited him much better. Time flew by with seasons coming and going. A year quickly passed. In the spring of the following year, the wealthy young man, named Peng Chuan, couldn't bear it any longer and left. He had stayed for a whole year, always seeking an opportunity to become Su Qi's disciple. However, he later discovered that Su Qi indeed had no intention of taking in disciples, so he left in disappointment. Meanwhile, Wang Fanqi and the youngest boy, Mi Jie, had no plans to leave. The two worked diligently, maintaining the cleanliness of the temple day after day. Although it was monotonous, they still found joy in their work. One day, Su Qi called the two into his room. "What are your plans for the future?" Su Qi asked with a smile. Mi Jie was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Master, I have no plans. I just want to..." Su Qi nodded and looked at Wang Fanqi. Wang Fanqi awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Me too. Do you both want to cultivate?" Su Qi asked, "Cultivate?" Mi Jie and Wang Fanqi were both stunned. The term cultivate felt too distant to them. They had never even considered it. What benefits does cultivation bring, Master? Mi Jie asked cautiously. Cultivation can make you very strong, allowing you to better protect Changxing Temple. Su Qi thought for a moment and replied, then I want to cultivate. Mi Jie hurriedly said, I want to protect Changxing Temple, Master. What about you? Su Qi looked at Wang Fanqi again. Wang Feng's face turned red. Me too. Good, I understand. You can go back to work now. Su Qi said with a smile. Okay, Master. Wang Fanqi and Mi Jie left. A new year brought new opportunities for wishes. Su Qi thought for a long time and decided to wish for a technique for the tribulation transcendence period. He couldn't stay in Changxing Temple forever, as he would have to ascend to the immortal realm to find his master. So who would manage Changxing Temple? Mi Jie and Wang Fanqi were both good candidates. Furthermore, the legacy could be continued. With this in mind, Su Qi activated the wishing technique. I want a technique for the tribulation transcendence period. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally clear sky above Changxing Temple suddenly turned overcast. Boom. Crackle. Su Qi opened the door, seeing the tense expressions on Mi Jie and Wang Feng's faces. I'm fine, Su Qi said. Upon realizing he was okay, the two let out a sigh of relief. Master, I will fix the hole in the roof for you soon, Wang Fanqi said. All right, thank you for your hard work, Su Qi nodded. It's nothing really. Wang Fanqi quickly waved his hand, his ears turning red. It was indeed quite rare for a man to be so shy. Su Qi found Jiang Yu in the kitchen. Senior Su, is there something you need? Jiang Yu asked. I want to ask you, is there a concept of bestowal in the cultivation world? Bestowal. Jiang Yu paused for a moment, then nodded and said, indeed, but forcibly bestowing power might harm the recipient's foundation, and the level gained through bestowal is quite illusory, so it's generally not recommended. What if I don't want to elevate my level, but just want to convey a technique through bestowal? Su Qi asked. Hearing this, Jiang Yu smiled and said, Senior Su, that's not called bestowal. You can simply transmit the technique directly. How do I do that? Su Qi's eyes brightened. Like this. Jiang Yu placed her jade hand on Su Qi's back. Senior Su, close your eyes and concentrate. Su Qi complied and closed his eyes. Soon he felt a warm sensation spreading from his back as Jiang Yu's spiritual power flowed into his body. At that moment, Jiang Yu trembled as she saw the vast ocean of spiritual energy within Su Qi. It was endless and unfathomable. Heavens! Jiang Yu's eyes widened. She had never seen such a terrifying reserve of spiritual energy. The energy shimmered with a faint golden light, giving off a very comforting feeling. Compared to Su Qi's spiritual energy, the energy within her own body felt like a mere trickle. Jiang Yu shook her head to clear her thoughts and began to transmit the technique. What to transmit? She imprinted the method of transmission into Su Qi's mind. In less than 15 minutes, he had grasped it. It was indeed not a profound technique. After mastering it, Su Qi smiled at Jiang Yu and said, you can turn around. Huh? Oh. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback before she turned around. Su Qi placed his large hand on Jiang Yu's back, and the rich, warm spiritual energy entered her body. The dense energy warmed her limbs and made her feel so comfortable that she almost gasped. Jiang Yu quickly covered her mouth with her hand, fearing she would make an embarrassing sound. She recalled a scene from, but soon her pupils dilated and her mouth gaped wide in shock. She had seen the technique Su Qi transmitted to her Mystic Thunder Classic. This time Jiang Yu's sound was not one of comfort, but rather an excited scream. This was the technique she had longed for during the tribulation phase. With it, she now had a chance to ascend. What Jiang Yu didn't notice was that some of the golden light carried by Su Qi's spiritual energy lingered in her body, causing a certain chemical reaction with her. After completing the transmission, Su Qi withdrew his spiritual energy from her. A feeling of emptiness surged once again in his heart, but it was quickly suppressed by his excitement. Senior Su, what is this? Jiang Yu's eyes widened in surprise as she asked. You've worked hard all these years. This technique may be useful to you, Su Qi said with a smile. He had actually known Jiang Yu's intentions from the very beginning. Although Jiang Yu had almost forgotten her purpose over the years, Su Qi had not. Jiang Yu's efforts over the years along with her character deserved such a technique. Thank you, Senior Su, I really need it, Jiang Yu said excitedly. Keep practicing hard, Su Qi said as he turned to leave. Seeing his friend happy made him happy too. If it weren't for Wang Nanbuan not needing it, he wouldn't mind giving him another one. Jiang Yu watched Su Qi's departing figure, clenched her fists, and silently vowed not to let down Su Qi's trust. She must become stronger. Su Qi arrived at the main hall, and then called Mi Jie and Wang Fanqi over. Now I will formally pass on the method of cultivation to you, but I hope you remember one thing, do not bully the weak, Su Qi said solemnly. Mi Jie and Wang Fanqi both nodded and replied firmly, understood, Master. Su Qi placed his hands on their backs and began to transmit the technique. After a quarter of an hour, he withdrew his spiritual energy. Mi Jie and Wang Fanxi exchanged glances, having just experienced something magical that they had never encountered in their lives. The technique in their minds opened the door to a new world for them. Alright, make sure to practice diligently during your free time, and strive to become the backbone of the Taoist temple as soon as possible. Su Qi said, I will not let down master's expectations. Mi Jie said, determination written all over his face. Me too, Wang Fanxi nodded. After the two finished speaking and were about to leave, Su Qi called out to them again, wait. The two turned around. Su Qi said seriously, there is one more thing that is especially important. Remember, the most important aspect of the path of cultivation is, be cautious and develop steadily, do not be reckless. The two nodded, appearing to understand, and indicated that they got it. Young Master Su, young Master Su. At that moment, a melodious voice came from outside the temple. This was probably what they meant by the sound arriving before the person. Soon Song Xiaoxiang's figure appeared in the main. Today Song Xiaoxiang wore a smoky green palace dress, draped with a thin, transparent silver veil. Her hair was simply styled into a braid with a few strands softly hanging near her neck. The golden ornaments on her head jingled as she walked, her eyes like water, her face adorned with a faint smile. Today she appeared less ethereal and more playful. Upon seeing Su Qi, Song Xiaoxiang's face brightened, even more, radiating like a flower. Young Master Su, shall we go fly kites? Song Xiaoxiang said, holding a kite in her hand with a charming smile. But I want to cultivate, Su Qi replied. Song Xiaoxiang paid no heed to this, lightly moving her steps to stand in front of Su Qi. She crouched down and looked directly into Su Qi's eyes, her expression pitiful as she said, Young Master Su, will you accompany me to fly kites? I haven't done it in years. All right, Su Qi finally relented. Yay! Song Xiaoxiang happily spun in place, exclaiming, let's go fly kites. Just then a couple entered through the door. Seeing the bouncing Song Xiaoxiang, they were momentarily taken aback, then smiled kindly, and said, Little Su, Taoist Master Song, we've come to pray for blessings. Ahem, Song Xiaoxiang maintained her composure, and lightly coughed twice, saying, please go ahead. However, from Su Qi's position, he could see that her ears had visibly turned red. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, thinking that Song Xiaoxiang did indeed have a bit of an adorable contrast. Song Xiaoxiang turned her head, giving Su Qi a playful glare, as if to say no laughing. 5 miles west of the Chongqing Temple lies a grassy field, or perhaps it is more fitting to describe it as a meadow. The grass is lush and green, and the willows are dense as jade pots pour wine into golden bells. The sound of flutes and songs drifts away with the wind, as one wonders how many layers of mountains and rivers they traverse. Each spring this place becomes the most beautiful, and many residents of Qingxi City enjoy coming here to fly kites and picnic. Su Qi and Song Xiaoxiang have arrived here. Young Master Su, look at how high they are flying their kites. Song Xiaoxiang pointed to the kites in the sky and said, there are many couples in love here, most of whom are flying kites together. The affectionate scene makes Song Xiaoxiang feel a twinge of envy. It's your turn to perform now, Su Qi said. What if I can't get it to fly? Song Xiaoxiang asked. You won't laugh at me, will you? I won't. Su Qi shook his head. Then let's go to a less crowded place. I'm afraid of being laughed at. Song Xiaoxiang hesitated before saying. As the leader of the Xiaoxiang pavilion, Song Xiaoxiang is usually very strong-willed in front of others. All right, Su Qi nodded. The two walked for about half an hour and finally distanced themselves from the crowd. Without outsiders, Song Xiaoxiang became carefree again. So can I let it go now? As she asked with a smile while Su Qi stood aside and watched. Song Xiaoxiang began to run, but perhaps due to the lack of wind, she tried several times without success. After several attempts, Song Xiaoxiang became somewhat dejected. Young Master Su, am I too clumsy? I can't even get the kite to fly. No, you're not. Su Qi shook his head. Will you teach me how to fly it properly? Song Xiaoxiang ran in front of Su Qi, smiling sweetly. All right, Su Qi pondered for a moment before responding. He then took the kite from her. After taking the kite, he walked to the side, holding it high with one hand, while the other hung down, standing still like a wooden puppet. Young Master Su, you need to run, otherwise the kite won't fly. Song Xiaoxiang shouted. I'm waiting, Su Qi replied. Waiting for what? Song Xiaoxiang asked in confusion. Waiting for the wind. Su Qi smiled as he pushed his hanging hand forward. A strong wind blew, and the kite slipped from his hand. Su Qi stood still, watching the kite ascend higher and higher, then tightened his grip on the spool of string. He walked in front of Song Xiaoxiang and handed her the spool. Here, it's the highest one now. Song Xiaoxiang took the spool, and the wind tousled her hair, making the golden ornaments on her head jingle. A joyful smile appeared on her stunning face. Young Master Su, you cheated. Did I? Su Qi, am not foolish, Song Xiaoxiang teased, and then ran off with the spool, her face filled with joy. She turned her head and shouted, but I am still very happy. Thank you, young Master Su. For some reason, the corners of Su Qi's mouth also curled up slightly. He looked up at the kite in the sky, lost in thought, as if he had returned to the carefree days of his childhood. He saw himself and a group of friends running along the riverbank with various kites. Perhaps due to bad luck, all of their kites flew high, while his always fell short. In the end, exhausted, he sat on the ground, unable to get the kite to fly. Just then the wind abruptly came as if it was deliberately conspiring against him. In pairs, children wear red trousers, pulling the line while cursing the heavens. Everyone praises you for arriving early in spring, yet you owe me a kite that flies 5 zhang high. Su Qi chuckled, feeling sentimental. Now he no longer needed to look to the heavens for this wind. Watching Song Xiaoxiang's joyful demeanor, it seemed to rejuvenate his heart. If I were just an ordinary person, I probably wouldn't be so hesitant about the future, Su Qi said to himself. A Taoist should cultivate a clear heart and be free of desires, thus the Supreme One forgets emotions. At that moment, another voice in his heart spoke. This statement was like a bucket of cold water, pulling Su Qi back to reality. Indeed, Song Xiaoxiang was just an ordinary person. And he was an immortal. If the two truly ended up together 100 years later, could he accept a black-haired person sending a white-haired person away? Could Song Xiaoxiang accept growing old day by day while he remained ageless? Su Qi closed his eyes. An internal struggle began. Two voices argued continuously in his mind, and he found himself merely a bystander. Nonsense. How can Song Xiaoxiang not cultivate the Tao? You are a wielder of great fortune. Under your protection, she will surely attain the great Tao and walk hand in hand with you to the end. Ridiculous. What if Song Xiaoxiang doesn't want to cultivate the Tao? Or perhaps her talent is too poor to ever attain the great Tao? There are no such hypotheticals. Hesitating and being fearful, what kind of immortal are you trying to become? Emotions are the hardest to endure, therefore those who are emotional must eventually become cold-hearted. One's nature is constant, thus a willful person will never lose their true nature. The world is unpredictable. How can you know you will accompany each other until old age? Nonsense theories abound, yet you already harbor the shadow of Song Xiaoxiang in your heart. She is destined to be the one you can never forget, leaving only regrets. Do nothing. You might as well stop seeking immortality altogether. Find a place to bury yourself. Becoming a stone is your best choice. The true meaning of the Tao is to forget emotions. No matter how angry you are, it is of no use. This is your path to immortality. Then I would rather not have immortality. The two voices continued to argue, while Su Qi observed coldly. Ha ha ha. However, as he watched, he suddenly began to laugh. With his laughter, the two voices within him, "What? Why did you stop?" Su Qi asked with a smile. Yet there was still no voice, as if he were speaking. Stop talking. Su Qi smiled and said, then let me speak. Forgetting emotions means forgetting oneself and acting justly, remaining unmoved by emotions and not disturbed by feelings. Forgetting emotions does not mean being heartless, but rather being affectionate. Though I cannot yet reach the level described by the sages, I will never be disturbed by your rumors. You think to crumble my will from the depths of my heart. What a laugh. You are merely flaunting your skills in front of an expert. Get out of here. As his voice fell, golden light erupted within Su Qi's body. The sun shone fiercely, and all things took form. A dark shadow within him was illuminated, revealing the outline of Ma He. The Tao heart is indeed so steadfast, it is truly rare in my lifetime. You look like a clown, Su Qi said indifferently. His greatest love was reading from the 4 books and 5 classics down to the Jinping Mei. In terms of debate, he had never lost to anyone. From the moment this voice arose, he sensed something was amiss. Yet he did not expose it, but quietly watched Mahi's performance. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter. Although I cannot disturb your Tao heart, the moment the master returns will be your death. Had better dare to come. Su Qi said with a faint smile. He had a rough idea of the master behind Ma He Ko. Before he killed the blood ghost, and the hidden ghost, the blood ghost shouted that the master would avenge her, and her name would be immortalized in history. How similar is this Ma He to that blood ghost? It seems they serve the same master. How dare you, a mere Qi refining stage cultivator, speak so boldly? Do you think this fortune you carry can be your support? Ma He chuckled. Although I sacrificed this avatar, I managed to uncover your secrets, which isn't a loss. Fortune, if you can hold on to it, then it is yours, but if you cannot, then it becomes someone else's wedding dress. With that, Ma He's shadow dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. Su Qi opened his eyes as if nothing had ever happened. He was unclear when Ma He's shadow entered his heart, but upon reflection, it should be due to the illusion pearl. Perhaps Ma He hid a strand of divine sense within the illusion pearl, which invaded his sea of consciousness as soon as he picked it up. It's a pity that your acting skills are too poor. Su Qi thought to himself. However, he felt a sense of crisis regarding the master that Ma He mentioned. The master they spoke of must be a formidable character. Using so many living beings as sacrifices indicates a shocking evil cultivator. I need to quickly increase my strength. Su Qi sighed. He once thought that reaching the 1,000 layers of Qi refining was impressive, but now he realized he must not be complacent and should quickly convert all his spiritual power. Once he converts all his spiritual power, Su Chi estimated that even cultivators at the tribulation transcendent stage would struggle to break through his defenses. However, reaching 6,400 layers indeed feels like a distant goal, and he began contemplating whether he should create some devastating ultimate moves. For instance, Li Taibai's instant sword. This move should be his strongest skill. Do I need to specifically seek out cultivators at the ascension stage to watch them fight and opportunistically learn their techniques? Su Chi flashed this thought, but immediately denied it. No, such opportunities are rare. I shouldn't challenge cultivators at the ascension stage just yet. If I'm caught up in it, it could endanger my life. In that case, I can only wait for the annual wish ceremony. I already have a wish for next year to obtain a powerful secret manual. While Su Chi was planning for the future song, Xiaoxiang ran over. Young Master Su, what's wrong? I just saw you glowing all over. Song Xiaoxiang said with curiosity. Is it bright? Su Chi asked with a smile. After debating with Ma, he felt much more open-minded. Sometimes, even understanding profound truths doesn't help one live a good life. Su Chi decided to let everything flow naturally. Off. Song Xiaoxiang opened her mouth slightly and nodded. It is indeed quite bright. Right? This is called the Great Heaven Brightness. Su Chi said seriously. What a cold joke. Song Xiaoxiang rolled her eyes at Su Chi. Where is your kite? Su Chi asked, looking at Song Xiaoxiang's empty hands. Oh. Song Xiaoxiang exclaimed. I was so worried about you that I forgot it. The kite flew away with the wind, and in the end they couldn't find it. Without the kite, the two had no choice but to head back. On the way back, Song Xiaoxiang was still sulking, openly stating that she hadn't had enough fun. After returning to the Taoist temple, Su Chi began his cultivation. He recalled that he had been a bit lazy lately, neglecting his cultivation, which led to not gaining any fortune recently, and his cultivation level hadn't improved at all. Just as he thought this, a system notification popped up. 1. Mahi's words have instilled a sense of urgency in you. You urgently want to improve your strength. Go find cultivators at the ascension stage, stir up conflict, let them fight, and you can sneak in and learn from the sidelines. Reward Celestial Finger 2. Babing City north of the Great Song is a suitable place for cultivation and can quickly enhance your strength. Go investigate. Reward Sky Gazing Technique 3. Do nothing. Reward 0. 1 golden fortune cost 100 years of lifespan. Su Chi looked at the 3 options and decisively chose 3. I didn't expect I could directly increase my golden fortune now, just for 100 years of lifespan. That's too little. Why not deduct 1,000 years for me to gain 1 golden fortune? Su Chi murmured. Unfortunately, the system had already crashed, otherwise he might have been able to negotiate a bit. Babing City. Got it, I will never step into it again. Su Chi also noticed the second option. Although he didn't know what the sky-gazing technique was based on past experiences, it should be a decent reward. However, it was of no use. The system's extraction function had crashed, and these physical rewards could not be extracted, rendering them useless. Moreover, such high rewards must come with high risks. Su Chi could only say, be cautious and develop steadily, don't waste time. After gaining 0.1 golden fortune, he began to operate the chi refining technique. Indeed, not long after he triggered an increase in cultivation, he successfully reached the 1,001 layers of chi refining. If 1 golden fortune allows me to reach 1,000 layers, then 1 should allow me to cultivate up to 1,100 layers. Su Chi thought to himself. For the next 6 months, he didn't step out of the Taoist temple. In 6 months, his cultivation increased by 7 layers, reaching the 1,008 layers. Before he knew it, autumn had arrived. The autumn scenery of Qingxi City was uniquely beautiful. Autumn is the season of harvest. Outside Qingxi City, the wheat fields are bustling with farming activities. Within the Taoist temple, many leaves have fallen. Although Wang Fanqi and Mi Jia cleaned daily, they could not stop the autumn's arrival. Su Chi stood in the courtyard gazing at the ground covered in fallen leaves and sighed. The palm trees shed many leaves. I already know it's autumn. Su, brother, you spend all day meditating in the temple, yet still possess such sentiment. Ooh, I admire you greatly. Wang Nanbua said with a smile. Su Chi glanced at Wang Nanbua and said, haven't you been staying at Xiaoxiang Pavilion? Why are you back at the temple today? Nonsense. When have I ever stayed at Xiaoxiang Pavilion? Wang Nanbua chuckled and said, recently I've been enjoying myself at the taverns in the south of the city. I don't know where the owner got the skill to bring in the bamboo leaf liquor from Kaifeng. It rivals the heavenly elixirs of Chang'an. So why are you back? Go have fun. At this moment, Jiang Yu came out speaking unfavorably. With little Jiang Yu's cooking, how could I bear not to come back? Wang Nanbua laughed heartily. You didn't cook for me, just watch us eat. Jiang Yu waved her hand. Little Jiang Yue, you're all talk and no action. Wang Nanbua laughed. I'm all talk and no action too. Jiang Yu glared at Wang Nanbua and said, forget it, I'm not going to waste time with you. Wang Nanbua said seriously, I have significant news to announce. Qingxi City will probably not be peaceful soon. What is troubling us? Jiang Yu asked. Su Chi also looked towards Wang Nanbua.
Although Wang Nanbua often joked around, he was quite reliable when it came to serious matters. The people of Qingxi City are currently living in peace and happiness with a high sense of well-being. Generally speaking, it wouldn't be an internal issue. If there were to be any changes, they could only be due to external factors. Wang Nanbua said, I've noticed that recently many disciples from various sects have come to Qingxi City. At first I didn't pay much attention, but as the numbers increased, I felt something was off. After I inquired, it turned out there was indeed a problem. At this point, Wang Nanbua cleared his throat twice and said, I'm a bit thirsty. Stop teasing. Jiang Yu pretended to kick Wang Nanbua. Wang Nanbua quickly replied, Little Jiang Yue, if you're this violent, it'll be hard to find a husband later. Get lost. Jiang Yu kicked him. Wang Nanbua swiftly dodged and then smiled. All right, no more fun. This matter is actually quite simple. Almost all the sects have sent people this time to search for the legendary Child of Destiny. As he said this, Wang Nanbua stared at Su Qi, trying to discern something. He had suspected that Su Qi was the fabled Child of Destiny when the fortune poured into the Changxing Temple. But he still had no concrete evidence. Su Qi remained calm, showing no signs of change. Child of Jiang Yu curiously said, I've also heard of the legend of the Child of Destiny, but does such a being really exist in this world? She was unaware of the events that had transpired in October Town. Of course they exist, Wang Nanbua said proudly. The last Child of Destiny appeared in our Jiutian swords. What exactly is a Child of Destiny? Su Qi asked at this moment. A Child of Destiny is an individual favored by the heavenly Tao, a great fortune bearer. Wang Nanbua explained. Such great fortune bearers have incredibly good luck, facing almost no bottlenecks in their cultivation. The people and events around them are influenced by this great fortune, thus becoming fortunate. Of course, this is only one aspect. The most important thing is that the Child of Destiny is the guardian and contender for the fortune of this world. Upon hearing this, Su Qi pondered. Jiang Yue, however, asked, Our world. Could it really be as the books say that there are 3,000 worlds in this realm? How could there be just 3,000 worlds? Wang Nanbua shook his head and said, The universe is infinite and worlds are countless. Not to mention 3,000 worlds, there are even 30,000 and 300,000 worlds. Su Qi believed Wang Nanbua's theory. After all, he had crossed over. He just didn't know which world that truck driver. How would he seek revenge in the future? At this time, Wang Nanbua added, Although there are countless worlds, the worlds within a single dimension are limited. For example, in our dimension, there are a total of 108 worlds. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's mouth fell open. Where did you hear that? Why didn't I know about it? Of course you didn't know. I only learned this secret after scouring through all the books in the library. Wang Nanbua chuckled. Every time a Child of Destiny is born, it means the year of great contention is approaching. That Mahi seems to have also mentioned this year of great contention. What exactly is it? Jiang Yu asked. I just mentioned that there are 108 worlds in our dimension, but the strengths of these 108 worlds vary. Do you know why? Wang Nanbua did not directly answer Jiang Yu's question, but instead said, Why? Jiang Yu asked. Because the fortune of a dimension is limited. The strengths and weaknesses of these 108 worlds are caused by the disparities in their fortunes. And the Child of Destiny represents their respective worlds. In the year of great contention, what is contested is the fortune. A Child of Destiny can plunder the fortune of other worlds to enhance their own. At the same time, they must also protect their own world's fortune from being plundered. Jiang Yu listened utterly fascinated. She then asked, What happens if a fortune gets plundered? That depends on how much fortune was plundered. The lower the fortune, the lower the world's rank, and the stronger the suppression on cultivators. The higher the fortune, the higher the world's rank, and the stronger the enhancement for cultivators. Wang Nanbua said. So how does our world rank among the 108 worlds? Jiang Yu asked. Wang Nanbua said with a wry smile. Oh, at the bottom, Jiang Yu said in disbelief. She had considered all possibilities, but never imagined that their world would be ranked at the very bottom. For a moment, it was hard to accept. However, Su Qi had a completely different thought. Fortunately, the system dropped me into this bottom-ranked cultivation world, otherwise, I might not have survived for 20 years. Wang Nanbua said with a bitter smile, Yes, at the bottom. I was also shocked when I first learned about it. In our world, only during the God transformation stage can one fly with a sword precisely, because the world's rank is too low and the laws of heaven and earth suppress cultivators too strongly. But in higher rank cultivation worlds, even during the foundation establishment or chi refining stages, one can fly with a sword. In the golden core stage, a cultivator's divine sense can cover 10 to 40 li. After reaching the nascent soul stage, one can even fly in the air without the aid of a flying sword, traveling 1,000 miles in a day with ease. After the God transformation stage, various divine abilities become dazzling, moving mountains and filling seas, shrinking distances to mere inches. I won't go into the realms beyond that. Suffice it to say, I was shocked for an entire year when I first saw these descriptions. After hearing Wang Nanbua's vivid descriptions, Su Qi felt incredibly grateful
that he had not fallen into a high-ranked cultivation world, otherwise he probably wouldn't have lived as comfortably. Jiang Yue, however, furrowed her brows tightly. So does that mean that in the year of great contention, those high-ranked cultivation worlds will have a significant advantage? Of course they will have an advantage. Wang Nambua sighed and said, their spiritual power levels are higher than ours. Although they will be suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth upon arriving in a lower-ranked cultivation world, they are still significantly stronger compared to cultivators of the same realm. A regular Foundation Establishment cultivator could easily defeat a Golden Core cultivator. If they are even more talented, a Foundation Establishment cultivator could defeat a nascent soul cultivator. Su Qi suddenly felt uneasy. If that's the case, does it mean that in the year of great contention, other worlds' cultivators will also come, and they will be that strong? If I had known, I wouldn't have converted to Golden Fortune. This has delayed my survival plan. Su Qi thought bitterly. Had he known that converting to Golden Fortune would lead to such consequences, he should have waited a few thousand years before converting. However, the heavenly Tao rules will not completely favor high-ranked cultivation worlds. At most, they can only send God transformation cultivators to our world, while we can deploy ascension cultivators. This is one of our few advantages. Wang Nambua continued. But according to your statement, our Mahayana cultivators should be inferior to those of the higher realms, right? Jiang Yu remarked. In that case, it doesn't count as an advantage. We can take advantage of the situation. Wang Nambua chuckled. If we can bring back a few spirit stones from the higher cultivation world, that would be a decent profit. What was the outcome of the last great conflict? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Devastating. Wang Nambua pondered for a moment before replying. Devastating. Jiang Yu asked in confusion, how devastating? According to records, 80 of the cultivators in our realm perished, almost all advanced cultivators fell, and countless low-level cultivators lay dead in the millions with rivers of blood flowing. Wang Nambua said heavily, even our destined child ultimately fell. Jiang Yu opened her mouth wanting to say something, but ended up saying nothing. At this moment Wang Nambua smiled again, saying, fortunately we held our ground, otherwise we might not even have cultivators at the transformation stage flying now. Only those at the combined body stage, or even Mahayana cultivators would be able to fly. At that time one might witness a scene where a transformation stage cultivator chases after a chi refinement stage cultivator, yet the latter continuously provokes. Your horse is not as fast as mine, leading to laughter. Imagining that scene, Jiang Yu burst into laughter. Although it was a heavy topic, it was simply amusing. Su Qi had a strange expression, recalling a television drama he had watched before crossing over. Dueling Sex Strongman, where fighting energy turns into horses. How terrifying. So this time all major sects are searching for the destined child with an unwavering determination. Wang Nambua chuckled. Even our Jiutian sword sect has sent someone. Last time the great conflict was a Pyrrhic victory, or one could say it wasn't a victory at all. This time I hope for a slight victory. When the realm level rises, our strength will also increase significantly. When will this great conflict begin? Jiang Yu asked again. Su Qi also listened attentively, feeling a sense of urgency in his heart. If he truly is the destined child, how could he survive once the great conflict begins? He needed to enhance his strength as much as possible before that. That is uncertain. It may be in a year, 100 years, or 1,000 years. Wang Nambua shook his head. Why is it impossible to determine? Jiang Yu asked again. Because the conditions for the great conflict to start are the emergence of 108 worlds with all destined children appearing. The order of their emergence is based on the world rankings, and our world's rank is 99, indicating that there are still 9 worlds whose destined children have not appeared. Wang Nambua explained. So the timing of the destined children's appearances is not fixed. Jiang Yu nodded. That being said, the situation is still not optimistic. Wang Nambua sighed. In worlds with lower fortune, the appearance of the destined child will be sooner, as there is only so much fortune in that realm. Jiang Yu felt a weight in her heart. In the last great conflict, 80 of the cultivators died. How many would survive in this upcoming great conflict? What if the fortune of a world is completely plundered? Su Qi finally asked. Wang Nambua replied. Then it will be completely eliminated from this plane, relegated to a lower world, awaiting the revival of spiritual energy. In the following days, as Wang Nambua said, more and more cultivators arrived in Qingxi City. Fortunately, these cultivators behaved well and did not cause any disturbances. In fact, they had set out a year ago. However, the results at that time were too vague, indicating that a great fortune bearer had appeared in the southwest region, which was why they had delayed for so long. Qingxi City is the last stop in the entire southwest region. All other places have been searched, leaving only this possibility. The cultivators' adherence to rules was not due to good quality, but rather because they wanted to leave a good impression on the destined child and increase their sex chances. However, where there are people, there are bound to be conflicts. At the north gate of Qingxi City, 3 idle young men were loitering. They were all oddly shaped with varying heights and weights,
and to summarize, they were all uniquely ugly. Hey guys, have you noticed many new faces in Qingxi City recently? A young man in a cloth shirt said with a smile. Another stout man with a simple and honest appearance replied, Indeed, there are quite a few new faces. These people don't seem to value money, acting extravagantly, making me envious. A somewhat effeminate young man said, What's there to envy? This world is fair. While they possess wealth, they must also lose many troubles. Lu brother, I always feel like you're talking nonsense, the first young man said. The stout man nodded in agreement. Listening to you is like reading for 10 years in vain. The effeminate young man sneered. You think him talking nonsense, but in fact, upon careful consideration, you'll find it contains many life philosophies. It can only be said that you are incapable of understanding my realm. The three of them were all attendants at an inn in the north of the city. They stood there not for any other reason but to attract guests. Recently, new faces had come, all of whom had money, and all the inns were competing for customers. In the job they were doing, as long as they successfully brought in a new guest, they would receive a reward that could last them over. The first young man was named Jiang Yoqi. True to his name, he loved playing chess, yet he was actually quite terrible. The second stout man was named Xie Liu, being aptly named as he was indeed very honest, and being fond of food, had a rather solid build. The third effeminate young man was named Lu Renlong. True to his name, he prided himself on being a dragon among men, vowing to make a name for himself in this world. At this moment, Jiang Yuqi's eyes lit up as he pointed at the city gate, exclaiming, Guys, look! A beauty! Where? Xie Lubin's eyes widened as he looked toward the gate. TCH, never seen a beauty before. I just want to see how. Lu Renlong had not finished his words when his eyes widened, mouth slightly agape, drool almost spilling out. It was a young girl, dressed in white like snow with hair as black as ink. Her skirt billowed in the wind, the hem rising and falling. Her ethereal eyes were tranquil, and her delicate features exuded an otherworldly aura. Like a snow lotus on Mount Tian, elegant and untainted, not stained by the world in the slightest. One can only admire her from afar, not seek to defile her, Jiang Yoqi said dreamily. A fairy? Xie Lubin stared, lost in his gaze. Only Lu Renlong pulled out a bronze mirror, checked his appearance, carefully wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and with the most enthusiastic smile strode towards the young girl. What is Lu brother going to do? Jiang Yoqi asked in confusion. Probably going to court death, Xie Lubin responded dreamily. The arrival of the young girl attracted many people like Lu Renlong who were seeking customers. From the clothes the girl wore, it was clear that her family was well off. Lu Renlong approached the girl with a radiant smile. Miss, it's a pleasure to meet you. He displayed what he believed to be his most handsome smile. He had practiced this smile in front of the mirror countless times. The girl paused, her cold gaze sweeping over. Lu Renlong suddenly felt a chill run through him, as if he had been stripped bare. Under the girl's gaze, all his flaws, and even the sordid thoughts in his heart, were laid bare. Lu Renlong was greatly shocked. This was the first time he had ever felt such a sensation. This girl was definitely not an ordinary person. Could she be a celestial master? A terrifying thought suddenly crossed Lu Renlong's mind. Get away. The girl spoke coldly. Huh. Oh, okay. Lu Renlong was taken aback for a moment, then quickly retreated, drenched in cold sweat. The girl left without even casting a proper glance at him. A few others like Lu Renlong approached, but all retreated under the girl's gaze. In that instant, they felt as though they had been stripped and thrown onto the street, feeling shame, helplessness, and fear. Xie Lubin and Jiang Yoqi rushed over. Lu brother, what happened? She clearly looks like a young lady from a wealthy family. Oh, why did you let her go? Jiang Yoqi asked. Xie Lubin laughed. Are you speechless because of her beauty? Lu Renlong turned his head, and they noticed the cold sweat on his forehead, which was nearly cascading down like a waterfall. Are you weak? You're sweating so much on such a cool day. Jiang Yoqi was startled. Even more than me, Xie Lubin added with a sympathetic expression. Damn it, don't talk nonsense. That girl is very likely a celestial master. Lu Renlong said, swallowing hard. He never wanted to experience such feelings again in his life. Celestial master. Jiang Yoqi and Xie Lubin were stunned, gazing at the girl's departing figure in disbelief. But thinking of her ethereal demeanor, it didn't seem impossible. What a fool. At that moment, Xie Lubin said with frustration. A question mark appeared over Lu Renlong. A girl older by 3 years brings wealth. A girl older by 30 bestows a kingdom. A girl older by 300 presents elixirs. A girl older by 3,000 ranks among the immortals. Xie Lubin lamented. You've missed out on a tremendous opportunity. Then you go for it. Lu Renlong retorted, annoyed, realizing that it was easy for others to speak without bearing the burden themselves. The girl attracted countless gazes as she walked. Finally, she stopped in front of the Xiaoshang pavilion. After pausing for a moment, the girl stepped inside. Her arrival momentarily halted the lively atmosphere within the pavilion. She stood there like the center of the world, drawing attention. At that moment, a figure rushed over. Upon closer inspection, it was Mei Yang. The surrounding people curiously watched this scene, as it was rare to see Mei Yang in such a hurry. Miss Luo, Mei Yang said with a smile. Luo Ling remained indifferent, merely nodding slightly. Come with me. The pavilion master has been waiting for you for a long time, Meng Yang said casually. The two headed upstairs, but when passing a certain spot, Luo Ling halted in her tracks. As swiftly as lightning, the great hero Wang struck down the thief with his sword. Wang Nanbua animatedly recounted the story of the great hero to the girls. At that moment, he seemed to sense something and looked in Luo Ling's direction. Bang! The wine flask in Wang Nanba's hand fell to the ground, and he cried out in horror, Luo Demonis. With that, he slipped away, disappearing in an instant. Luo Ling didn't chase after him, but instead followed Meng Yang. A barely noticeable crack appeared in the ground, and Luo Ling's eyes grew colder. How dare he call me a Demonis? But after Luo Ling left the ground where the crack had appeared, quietly returned to normal, as if it had never existed. The two reached the top floor, and the door opened to reveal Song Xiaoxiang, who was bent over painting. Pavilion Master Miss Luo has arrived, Meng Yang called out. Good, you may leave now, Song Xiaoxiang replied to Meng Yang. Understood. Meng Yang left, closing the door behind her. Inside the room, Song Xiaoxiang smiled. Our Linger seems to have become even more beautiful. Luo Ling's icy demeanor thawed, and even her brows and eyes turned obedient. Sister, you've been away from Fingy Pavilion for so long. Oh, I thought you had forgotten about Linger. Her tone even carried a hint of childishness, which would surely astonish anyone familiar with Luo Ling. How could I forget our adorable Linger? Song Xiaoxiang said, as if coaxing a child. Luo Ling walked up to Song Xiaoxiang and saw the unfinished painting on the table. The painting depicted a Taoist temple with a figure in a green robe standing in front of it, the facial features yet to be outlined, but the ethereal aura was vividly expressed. Sister, who are you painting? Luo Ling asked, captivated by the artwork. My future husband, Song Xiaoxiang replied, a sweet smile gracing her face. What? Luo Ling exclaimed, stunned, stuttering. Sister, when did you get a husband? I said he's my future husband. Song Xiaoxiang blushed slightly. Luo Ling had never seen her sister like this. Curiosity and a tinge of hostility towards the man in the painting surged within her. The man chosen by my sister must be exceptional, right? But it's also possible that my sister has been deceived by a scoundrel. If he is a scoundrel, I will surely slay him with my sword. Luo Ling thought to herself. Sensing Luo Ling's thoughts, Song Xiaoxiang gently patted Luo Ling's head and said, Linger must not harbor any hostility towards your brother-in-law, otherwise I will be upset. Got it, sister? Luo Ling elongated her tone, and then added, Sister, you mustn't pat Linger's head anymore. Linger has grown up. Just because you've grown up means you won't let me pat your head. Song Xiaoxiang teased, rubbing her head a few more times. Luo Ling huffed, and then retreated to the side, saying, Sister, when will you introduce me to your future husband? I'm going soon. Oh, just follow me, Song Xiaoxiang said with a gentle smile. Remember to be sweet and call him brother-in-law. I won't do that. Luo Ling turned her head and said, Sister, you know I won't show a good face to outsiders. Besides, he's not even a brother-in-law. He still has to pass my assessment. Luo Ling thought to herself. Wang Nanbua fled back to Changxing Temple in a panic. Seeing Wang Nanba's flustered state, Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask Wang Nanbua, why are you in such a hurry? Have you stolen something from someone else? Xiao Jiang Yue, I won't be going to the Xiaoxiang Pavilion for a while. I've decided to enter seclusion and cultivate. Wang Nanbua said with determination. What are you talking about? Can you really stay idle? Jiang Yu said with disbelief. My nemesis has arrived. Wang Nanbua replied gloomily. How could Feng Yishuan send this witch here? Isn't that nonsense? There is actually a woman in this world that makes you Wang Nanbua fearful, eh? Jiang Yu laughed. Wang Nanbua afraid of a woman. Not even a fantasy novel would dare to write that. I'm not afraid of her, Wang Nanbua declared proudly. I simply find it beneath me to argue with a mere woman. At that moment, Su Qi walked by. He was still holding a watering can, clearly having just finished watering the flowers. That day I went to buy wine with Wang Nanbua, but when it was time to pay he disappeared. I asked the owner, where is Wang Nanbua? Jiang Yu, can you guess what the owner said? Su Qi paused to ask. What did he say? Jiang Yu asked with interest. The owner said Wang Nanbua. He has gone into hiding. After Su Qi finished speaking, he left. Wang Nanbua pondered over this statement and exclaimed, Su Qi, don't spout nonsense. When did I ever go to buy wine with you? Is that the main point? The main point is that Elder Su said you went into hiding. Jiang Yu smiled, biting her lip. She had never realized before that Elder Su had such a humorous side. In any case, I won't be going out recently. I've already touched upon the threshold of the late stage of transformation. It's time for a breakthrough, Wang Nanbua said. The arrival of Luo Ling made him feel a sense of urgency. If he was a genius, then Luo Ling was an undeniable prodigy. When Wang Nanbua faced Luo Ling for the first time, both were cultivators at the Golden Core stage. But at that time, Wang Nanbua was defeated without lasting beyond 3 moves. Later, he reached the nascent soul stage and challenged Luo Ling again, this time faring slightly better, lasting 5 moves before losing. After reaching the transformation stage, he challenged Luo Ling once more and managed to last over 100 moves. The world believed his claim of being the second most talented as mere modesty. But few knew it was because of Luo Ling. Wang Nanbo regarded surpassing Luo Ling as his goal, which gave rise to the title of the second most talented. You spend all your time drinking and having fun, yet you can still improve your cultivation. Jiang Yu said, somewhat unconvinced. Isn't drinking and having fun also a form of cultivation? Wang Nanbo said, slightly smug. At that moment he saw Su Qi put down the watering can and return to his room. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Right. I could incite that witch Luo and Su Qi to fight to temper her arrogance, and let her know that there are always greater talents beyond her. Although I Wang Nanbo cannot defeat you, my brother can. Doesn't that imply that I'm stronger than you? I am truly a genius. In Qingxi City at the North City, another eye-catching duo appeared. They were two Taoists, one handsome and one ugly. The handsome one was indeed handsome, and the ugly one was undeniably ugly. At this moment the two were engaged in conversation. Senior brothers, well, why did you have to drag me here? I have at most 20 years before I can reach the transformation stage. I have vowed not to leave the mountain until I do, and you are making me break my oath. I can't tolerate staying on the mountain all day to cultivate. Among all the junior disciples, I have the highest hopes for you, so I brought you along, Zhou Xiao said with a smile. Really? Zheng Shuai's eyes lit up as he said, well, since senior brothers would think so highly of me, I can only risk my life to accompany you. Junior brother truly is a straightforward person, Zhou Xiao said with a smile, but he was thinking, why did I? Because you are ugly, the uglier you are the more you can highlight my handsomeness. Green leaves enhance the beauty of flowers as it has always been. Just then 3 young men approached. 2 Taoists, are you looking for an inn? Our inn in the North City is having a big sale today, a free breakfast for guests. Plus 12 hours of butler service all day long. Zhang Yoqi Lu Renlong and Xie Lu Bin spoke in turn. Senior brother, this service sounds good, right? Shall we choose this one? Zhou Xiao pondered for a moment, and then said, then let's go take a look. The 3 looked at each other and saw excitement in each other's eyes. It's 2 people. As long as they successfully attract customers, that's a reward of 2 coins, allowing for a splurge for a while. Su brother, how do I usually treat you? Wang Nanbo sat cross-legged on the ground, talking face to face with Su Qi. Not much, Su Qi replied flatly. Who paid when the tavern in the South City had a discount last time? Wang Nanbo said. It was you, Su Qi replied. That's exactly right. Wang Nanbo laughed heartily and was about to say something. But in the end you drank it all. Oh, I didn't get a sip, Su Qi added. Ahem. Wang Nanbo awkwardly coughed twice, and then said that was an accident. Let's not talk about that. Last time someone wanted to slay demons and eliminate evil, and you couldn't make it. Who went for you? It was you, Su Qi nodded. Being brothers is about the heart. Wang Nanbo patted his chest, and was, but you destroyed the person's house, causing me to compensate 50 taels of silver, Su Qi added. Cough, cough. Wang Nanbo coughed madly for a few moments. That was also an accident. Well then let's talk about something else. Last time a girl donated 100 taels for incense, and loudly told me whose achievement was it. It was still you, Su Qi replied flatly. Brother, no need to thank me. If you really want to thank, Wang Nanbo said passionately. In the end you turned around and dumped that girl, and she cursed for 3 days and nights at the temple gate, repeating not a single sentence, making it a joke for 3 days. Su Qi took a sip of tea and said blandly. Wang Nanbo finally lost heart. He said, all right, although I your brother often mean well, but do bad things and frequently mess things up, now is the time for you, Su brother, to repay me with virtue. Why go around in circles? Just say it. What is it? Su Qi asked. Su brother, do you know Luo Ling? Wang Nanbo asked. I don't know what's up. Su Qi replied. She is known as the Demoness Luo, and is the #1 talent of this generation. Wang Nanbo said. And then, oi. Su Qi took another sip of tea, feeling that Wang Nanbo was high. This woman is extremely arrogant, extremely conceited, and very. Wang Nanbo had yet to finish his words when 2 figures walked into the temple entrance. One dressed in white, and the other in black. The one in white was Luo Ling, and the one in black was Song Xiaoxiang. Wang Nanbo raised his head, and just happened to lock eyes with Luo Ling. His words caught in his throat, and he could not utter them. Luo Ling frowned, her initial impression of Su Qi plummeting. Good friends with Wang Nanbo. This brother-in-law is not acceptable. Young Master Su, I've arrived, Song Xiaoxiang called out. Su Qi turned around and saw the 2 women. At that very moment, when he pivoted, Luo Ling's icy gaze flickered, uncharacteristically unsettled. How can there be a man so breathtakingly handsome in this world? Such a thought flashed through Luo Ling's mind. Cultivators, unless born with profoundly unbalanced bone structure, are almost invariably striking in appearance. Yet none she had ever encountered matched Su Qi's extraordinary, almost preternatural handsomeness. No wonder even her senior sister had fallen head over heels. Her plummeting affinity toward him had barely rebounded to the level of a neutral acquaintance. At least in terms of sheer physical allure, this man was worthy of standing beside her senior sister. Brother Su, I've urgent matters to attend to.
I'll take my leave now, Wang Nambwa declared, and without another word slipped away like oil on ice. He had no idea whether Luo Ling had overheard his earlier remarks. If she had, that petty sharp-tongued woman would surely erupt in fury. Luo Ling watched Wang Nambwa's retreating back, a cold, venomous smile curling her lips, her eyes glinting with lethal intent. Wang Nambwa, you will pay. You've arrived. And who is this? Su Qi asked, turning his gaze toward Luo Ling. This is my junior sister Luo Ling, Song Xiaoxiang replied with a gentle smile. Luo Ling. Su Qi suddenly understood why Wang Nambwa had fled. His slander had been intercepted by the very subject of it. He smiled warmly at Luo Ling and said hello. Luo Ling kept her face stern, unwilling to respond, until Song Xiaoxiang gave a soft, pointed cough. You, hello, she murmured, her tone stiff and unnatural. Song Xiaoxiang then introduced Luo Ling. Linger, this is Master Su, the abbot of the Taoist temple, Su Qi. Understood, Luo Ling replied, curtly, her expression still icy. Young Master Su, please attend to your duties. We'll take our leave now. I'll escort Linger to assist Jiang Yu. Song Xiaoxiang smiled warmly. Very well, Su Qi nodded. As Luo Ling followed Song Xiaoxiang, she asked, Senior sister, where are we going? To cook. Song Xiaoxiang chuckled. Cook. Her voice leapt an octave, startled, almost shrill. Lower your voice. No need for such dramatics, Song Xiaoxiang chided, lightly tapping Luo Ling's forehead. A flash of indignation flared in Luo Ling's eyes. Her fragile, recently recovered neutrality towards Su Qi shattered, once more plunging deeper than ever before. Her senior sister was a celestial being. How could she possibly stoop to cooking for a man? How dare he? How dare he? Senior sister, how can you cook for a man? Luo Ling seized Song Xiaoxiang's wrist, her voice trembling with outrage. Cooking for someone you love is a profound joy, Song Xiaoxiang replied softly. Linger, when you find someone dear to your heart, you'll do the same for them. Master was right. Men truly are calamities. Luo Ling shook her head emphatically. Not even death itself could force me to cook for a man. Senior sister, your judgment has been clouded by sentiment. Wake up. You're a disciple of the Fengyi Pavilion. Men are fickle, hollow-hearted turnips, untrustworthy. Linger, a young Master Su, is different, and he is your future brother-in-law. You must not speak ill of him. In the end, Luo Ling was reluctantly led by Song Xiaoxiang into the kitchen. Jiang Yu stood there rinsing fresh ingredients. Little sister Jiang Yu, I've come to help. Song Xiaoxiang said with a warm smile. Sister Xiaoxiang, perfect timing. We're making mapo tofu today. Jiang Yu beamed. Then Jiang Yu noticed Luo Ling and asked, and who might this be? Song Xiaoxiang introduced her, my junior sister Luo Ling. She gave Luo Ling a light nudge. Linger, call her sister Jiang Yu. I refuse. Luo Ling replied, her face rigid. Jiang Yu started. Why did the name Luo Ling sound so familiar? It struck her instantly. Luo Ling of the Fengyi Pavilion. The demoness Luo Wang Nambwa had whispered about. So fearsome, even he trembled before her. Jiang Yu's face lit up with a gracious smile. Please, no need for titles. It's a pleasure to meet you, Luo Ling. Pleasure to meet you. Luo Ling replied, her expression softening slightly. Her first impression of Jiang Yu was unexpectedly favorable. This girl has been spoiled since childhood. Please forgive her little sister Jiang Yu, Song Xiaoxiang offered with gentle apology. Not at all, not at all. Jiang Yu hastened to reply. Truthfully, she found Luo Ling intriguing. What kind of power did it take for a woman to inspire such dread in Wang Nambwa? Song Xiaoxiang stepped forward to help, while Luo Ling stood silently observing. Yet the longer she watched, the angrier she grew. Her senior sister moved with such effortless fluency. She must have cooked for that Su fellow countless times. At that thought, Luo Ling could stand it no longer. She spun on her heel and stormed out of the kitchen, striding straight toward the main hall. There Su Qi sat cross-legged in quiet meditation. Her fury intensified. While her senior sister bustled tirelessly in the kitchen, he sat there, as if utterly unruffled, serene as a fisherman on a still pond. Su! Luo Ling's sharp cry rang out. Su Qi opened his eyes and met her blazing, indignant gaze. Miss Luo, is something amiss? He asked, genuinely bewildered. Are you even a man? Luo Ling demanded. After a thoughtful pause, Su Qi replied, strictly speaking, I'm still a boy. Luo Ling blinked, then pointed fiercely at him. Come outside. I challenge you. Huh? Su Qi looked even more perplexed. What had provoked her? Why this sudden, unprovoked challenge? Afraid. Luo Ling lifted her alabaster chin with a haughty sniff. I won't accept a coward as my future brother-in-law. Su Qi hesitated. But, I don't recall ever agreeing to become your brother-in-law. Luo Ling's eyes widened, her wrath igniting into white-hot flame. Was that even human speech? Today I will discipline you on my senior sister's behalf. Will you fight me, or not? A crushing, overwhelming pressure erupted from Luo Ling, shaking the entire main hall to its foundations. Wait! Su Qi raised a hand urgently. Luo Ling reined in her aura instantly.
Her gem-like eyes locked onto him, unblinking. You're a nascent soul cultivator, aren't you? Su Qi asked. Luo Ling nodded. Shall I summon Wang Nambua to spar with you instead? Su Qi suggested calmly. From the shadows, Wang Nambua's eyes bulged wide. Clenching his teeth in silent, seething gratitude, Brother Su, my deepest thanks. If I could best him, would I be hiding it all? I'll deal with him later. Right now you are the one I mean to teach a lesson. Luo Ling snapped, her voice glacial. But, Su Qi paused hesitant. You're no match for me. Boom. Predictably the words ignited her fury anew, her voice slicing the air like shards of ice. What did you say? Fine. If you insist on fighting, let's go somewhere distant. Don't demolish my temple. Su Qi sighed in resignation. Luo Ling suppressed her aura once more and commanded coldly, lead the way. Su Qi and Luo Ling departed the temple, one ahead, one behind. Wang Nambua crept after them, grinning wildly. Ah, Demoness Luo. Today is finally your day of reckoning. Once far beyond the temple grounds, they arrived at a secluded clearing. Su Qi stood casually, his stance deliberately relaxed, every posture seemingly riddled with openings. As he said simply, go ahead. Luo Ling was infuriated by Su Qi's demeanor. Was this a sign of disrespect towards her? How could he be so negligent? I advise you to take this more seriously, Luo Ling said coldly. As the foremost prodigy of the era, her strength was beyond doubt. It was not an exaggeration to say she could push aside all contemporaries. All right. Su Qi nodded, exuding a sense of laziness. Wang Nambua, hiding in the shadows, smugly remarked, Ha ha, well done, Brother Su. This will infuriate that demoness. Luo Ling's expression turned increasingly cold. Since she had already warned him, and he took it lightly, she would not hold back any longer. Boom. A terrifying pressure descended upon Su Qi like an avalanche. The ground could not withstand such horrific force, cracking inch by inch, and horrifying fissures spread towards Su Qi. The air wailed, violently crushed by the pressure, creating a vacuum zone. Is this the transformation stage? Su Qi was somewhat surprised. It felt much stronger than Wang Nambua. However, Su Qi simply stood there, neither dodging nor flinching. Though it looked impressive, it had no effect on him whatsoever. If this pressure were faced by an ordinary Qi refinement practitioner, they would likely be crushed into a mist of blood in an instant. No, it should be said that any practitioner below the golden core stage would be obliterated instantly. Even nascent soul practitioners would likely have to kneel. This was the strength of the greatest prodigy of the era. Boom. The terrifying pressure bore down on Su Qi. The ground beneath his feet cracked open in an instant, blooming like a flower bud. Su Qi's frail figure seemed to be resisting the heavens and the earth. The howling winds roared, his green robe fluttering wildly, his hair blown up, revealing his eyes that shone like stars. Under such pressure, Su Qi stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze calm and untroubled. He exuded a sense of nonchalance, as if he were above it all. Wang Nambua murmured, damn. This is so damn impressive, he's incredibly handsome. Luo Ling showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. She had already released 70% of her pressure, yet Su Qi remained unaffected. It seemed she had underestimated him. Fall down for me. Luo Ling's eyes glowed with a faint gold, and an even more terrifying pressure surged forth. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth was mobilized by this pressure, transforming into a colossal hammer that smashed fiercely towards Su Qi. The ground rippled like waves, then layers were lifted, turning into towering waves rushing towards Su Qi. This was the true might of the heavens and earth. Luo Ling, even in the transformation stage, had pushed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to its limits. Gulp. Wang Nambua in the shadows suddenly swallowed hard. Last time he was defeated by Luo Ling in 100 moves, and she was not nearly as terrifying then. Has she made progress, or was she holding back then? Wang Nambua thought to himself. Su Qi remained still, hands behind his back, his eyes calmly facing this terrifying onslaught. His hair danced wildly, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Very impressive. But it wasn't enough. The hammer of spiritual energy and the gigantic wave from the ground simultaneously crashed towards Su Qi. He raised his right hand and lightly punched. Boom. The hammer and the gigantic wave disintegrated at that moment. In the blink of an eye, they vanished completely. Su Qi's path was now unobstructed, and he smiled slightly as he returned his hand behind his back. Luo Ling's pupils constricted sharply. Su Qi's power exceeded her expectations. But then a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, igniting her fighting spirit. I haven't encountered an interesting opponent in a long time. Luo Ling smiled like a snow lotus, blooming pure and beautiful. But I must teach you a lesson. Boom. Suddenly, blazing golden flames erupted from Luo Ling's body. That was the manifestation of the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Her pupils turned completely golden. Then, to Wang Nanba's astonishment, Luo Ling began to rise slowly from the ground, flying into the air without the aid of any artifacts.
That demoness Luo has utilized the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to such an extent. Wang Nanbua stared blankly, murmuring. At this moment, he felt his confidence severely shaken, but soon an endless fighting spirit surged within him. I will definitely surpass you. Wang Nanbua spoke firmly. Luo Ling flew higher and higher, quickly reaching an altitude of 30 meters. At this moment, Luo Ling was filled with a noble aura that was sacred and untouchable, no longer resembling a mortal, but rather a celestial maiden from the heavens. Su Qi narrowed his eyes. Although Luo Ling did not exude the previous domineering pressure, he could sense the terrifying energy within her, like a volcano ready to erupt. So if you can withstand this move, I will call you brother-in-law from now on. Su Qi smiled and replied, I still haven't said I want to be your brother-in-law. You brought this on yourself. Luo Ling gritted her silver teeth, flames of gold raging. Phoenix dance. 9 heavens. As the words fell, the sound of a phoenix's cry echoed through the sky. The phoenix flies and the sound resonates. Su Qi murmured. It was just as described in the books. A golden phoenix over 100 feet long spread its wings in the sky, its golden radiance illuminating dozens of miles. Has she already reached the phoenix transformation stage? Wang Nanbua murmured. The supreme secret art of the Feng Yi Pavilion. Luo Ling had nearly mastered it, truly deserving of the title of the greatest prodigy of the era. So it's not too late to admit defeat now. A voice emanated from within the golden phoenix. I won't concede. Su Qi replied flatly. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Are you ready? Luo Ling asked. Bring it on, Su Qi said, hands behind his back. Clang, clang. The 100-foot golden phoenix moved, charging towards Su Qi like lightning. A powerful energy surged forth like a volcanic eruption. The energy that escaped was so potent that even a nascent soul practitioner would perish instantly upon contact. Are we in over our heads? Wang Nanbua murmured. This strike was something he could not withstand. However, recalling Su Qi's achievements eased his mind. Although terrifying, it should not pose much of a threat to Su Qi. The storm brought by the golden phoenix billowed Su Qi's robe and long hair backwards. Yet instead of appearing disheveled, he looked even more handsome, unlike any mortal. The 100-foot golden phoenix dove from the sky, while Su Qi stood with his hands behind his back, calmly facing the scene. If anyone were to witness this moment, they would be left in awe for a lifetime. Finally, Su Qi raised his right hand again. This time he did not just lightly punch, but applied a bit more strength. He slowly extended his fist, and then struck the head of the golden phoenix. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, silence enveloping everything. The next second, the golden phoenix let out a mournful cry. Boom. Under that punch, the phoenix was obliterated, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Luo Ling fell from the sky. Wow. She spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, her eyes filled with. Hiding in the shadows, Wang Nanbua suddenly felt a tinge of melancholy. He looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, displaying his pensive nature. Although Luo Yaopa was delighted by his defeat, being defeated so lightly only served to highlight Su Qi's formidable strength, didn't it? One must realize that Su Qi is even younger than him. It seems I can only be referred to as the third prodigy from now on, Wang Nanbua sighed softly. At this moment in the arena, Luo Ling was dumbfounded, staring at Su Qi, unable to comprehend. Her strongest move was so easily countered. Su Qi still appeared relaxed. Luo Ling suspected he hadn't even exerted himself. Here you go, Su Qi said, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket and offering it to her. No need. Luo Ling wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her hand. Then she fixed her gaze on Su Qi and asked, how many hundreds of years old are you this year? Hearing this, Su Qi pondered seriously for a moment before replying, I can't remember, maybe over 60. Upon hearing this, Luo Ling clenched her fists. If Su Qi told her he was 500 or 600 years old, she could somewhat understand. But only over 60. She had been cultivating for nearly 100 years. For the first time in her life, Luo Ling felt she was not a genius. This person named Su was the legendary prodigy, wasn't he? Then she stood up, having overexerted herself, feeling a wave of emptiness within. I lost, Luo Ling stated bluntly. After a moment of hesitation, she finally closed her eyes and shouted, brother-in-law. But from Su Qi's perspective, he could see a faint blush spreading across Luo Ling's snowy white face. Su Qi refrained from teasing her further and turned to walk towards the Taoist temple, saying, let's go back for dinner. Luo Ling opened her eyes, watching Su Qi leave with his hands behind his back, her silver teeth clenched tightly as she shouted, Su, don't get too proud. I will definitely defeat you. Su Qi did not respond, and his figure quickly disappeared. Luo Ling snorted and hastily chased after. Hiding in the shadows, Wang Nanbua chuckled. Luo Yaopa, today, I've finally caught you in a bind. I never expected you to have a shy side. After returning to the Taoist temple, Su Qi sat down in the main hall. Shortly after, Jiang Yu and Song Xiaoxiang brought in the dishes. Young Master Su, come try the mapo tofu I made, Song Xiaoxiang said with a charming smile.
goods, with Jiang Yu around the dishes made by Song Xiaoxiang were quite tasty, at least they wouldn't be dark cuisine. Just then a slightly pale Luo Ling walked in. Compared to her earlier arrogance, she now appeared somewhat unnatural. Linger, come sit over here, Song Xiaoxiang cheerfully beckoned. Luo Ling replied disinterestedly. All the way she had been reflecting on the punch that Su Qi had used to defeat her. She was certain that Su Qi had not used any techniques, it was simply an ordinary punch, and she was defeated. She even suspected that there were two major levels of difference in their realms. Otherwise there would be no reason to lose so decisively. Upon seeing the colorful and fragrant dishes, Luo Ling was surprised and asked, "Senior sister, did you make this?" "These few dishes are made by me." Song Xiaoxiang pointed out some dishes and said, "The rest were made by Sister Jiang Yu." "Oh, did I come late?" At that moment Wang Nanba's voice came from outside as he entered with a look of triumph. "Oh, isn't this Luo Yaopa? It's been a while since we last met." Wang Nanbo pretended to have just noticed Luo Ling and smiled. Luo Ling's expression turned cold as she huffed. "Wang Nanbo, are you looking for death?" "Oh, the weather is nice today, so I just strolled around and coincidentally saw some interesting sights." Luo Ling quickly understood this guy Wang Nanbo must have been hiding and spying, and now he had something to hold over her. No wonder he was so brazen. "You better keep what you saw today to yourself, or I won't spare you." Luo Ling transmitted her voice using "Well, that depends on your behavior." Wang Nanbo grinned wickedly. "After all, you wouldn't want the image of you calling me brother-in-law to circulate, would you? If you dare to spread it, I will trade my life for yours." Luo Ling's tone was filled with embarrassment and anger. Wang Nanba's expression turned serious. Luo Yaopa was someone who meant what she said, and he couldn't push her too hard. So Wang Nanbo hurriedly transmitted, "Why are you getting so worked up? I was just joking. As long as you treat me a bit more courteously in the future, I promise this image won't be leaked." "Deal," Luo Ling replied. The two ended their transmission, their expressions different, yet both pretending nothing. Su Qi felt there was something amiss before Wang Nanbo had acted like a mouse seeing a cat when he met Luo Ling, but why was he suddenly so bold now? At the northern inn of the city, Zheng Shuai and Zhuo Xiao were led inside. At first glance the inn was indeed well decorated. After surveying the place, Zheng Shuai was quite satisfied. "Innkeeper, we are ready for guests." Jiang Yu, a middle-aged man with a round belly, came out. Seeing Zheng Shuai and Zhuo Xiao, his eyes lit up as he said, "Do you two gentlemen need rooms?" "Yes," Zhuo Xiao nodded. "We would like 2 rooms, please." "Certainly. Please follow me." The innkeeper promptly led the way. The inn had 3 floors, and the innkeeper brought the 2 to the 3rd floor. "These 2 rooms are both premium, fully equipped." The innkeeper introduced. Zheng Shuai opened one of the doors, and after looking around he was drawn to a wooden plaque on the table. It reads, "Special project of our in Jade Person Massage 247 on-call service." Zheng Shuai suddenly had a vivid image in his mind, and quickly called the innkeeper. "Innkeeper, how risque is this special?" "What do you mean by special, sir?" the innkeeper asked, puzzled. Zheng Shuai pointed at the small plaque and said, "This Jade Person Massage." "Oh, you mean this? This is a project we partnered with Manshan Courtyard. If our massage techniques are excellent and can relax your muscles. Would you like to give it a try?" At this moment, Zhuo Xiao walked over from another room, and upon hearing their conversation, quickly leaned in. Seeing the plaque, he wore a knowing smile that all men would understand, as if to say, "Junior brother, you certainly know how to have fun." Zheng Shuai cleared his throat a couple of times and said, "It's just that after a long journey I'm a bit weary. Senior brother, do you want to try as well?" Zhuo Xiao waved his hand and said, "I'll pass, the mission is important. I'll go take a look around first." After saying that, Zhuo Xiao left first. "Innkeeper, then please arrange that for me." A look of anticipation appeared on Zheng Shuai's face. "All right, please wait a moment, I will arrange it right away." The innkeeper left. Zheng Shuai lay on the bed feeling a sense of anticipation. He had often heard his fellow disciples talk about unconventional massages in the mortal realm. Little did he expect to finally experience it today. As an exceptional cultivator who was oblivious to worldly affairs and focused solely on ascending to the Tao, Zheng Shuai was never moved by feminine charms. Well, to be honest, it was because he was too unattractive and no one looked at him. "I forgot to remind the innkeeper to arrange for a prettier girl." Zheng Shuai muttered to himself with a hint of annoyance. Half an hour later, a knocking sound came from outside the door. "Come in." Zheng Shuai's eyes lit up as he sat up straight. Then the door was pushed open and a woman in a red dress walked in. Upon seeing her, Zheng Shuai's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. With an oval face, a high nose bridge, and a pair of alluring peach blossom eyes, she exuded an exotic charm. The woman in the red dress looked at Zheng Shuai without showing any sign of surprise and greeted, "This humble servant has met the Taoist master." Zheng Shuai, feeling a bit flustered, said, "No need for such formalities." The woman in the red dress looked at him and smiled. "Master, why do I feel that you are so nervous?" Zheng Shuai's face turned red, and to cover up his embarrassment, he hurriedly asked, "What is your name?" The woman in the red dress smiled and said, "I am called Nangong Liuli. You can just call me Liuli." Miss Liuli, you are truly the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, Zheng Shuai said. And you are the most special man I have ever met, Nangong Liuli replied with a smile. I hope my appearance does not scare you away. Zheng Shuai felt a bit shy. Of course not. In fact, compared to looks, what is most important for a man is talent, and you, master, are so talented. Nangong Liuli said bashfully. You truly have a discerning eye, Miss Liuli. Zheng Shuai laughed joyfully. For so many years, it was the first time a girl didn't call him ugly. Even if it might just be playful flattery, it still provided a bit of comfort to his battered heart. So what project does the master wish to undertake? Nangong Liuli asked with a smile. What projects do you have? Zheng Shuai asked with anticipation. Monkey picks peaches, light wave step, white snake spits cord, green dragon swings tail, ambush from all sides, ice, and fire double heaven. Nangong Liuli smiled and said, I wonder which one the master would like to experience. Hearing these names, Zheng Shuai's mind began to wander. After pondering for a moment, he said, can I try them all? I'm afraid trying them all at once might be too much for you, so we generally recommend that guests select just one. Nangong Liuli smiled. I can handle it. I am in great shape and can enjoy anything. Zheng Shuai patted his chest and said, then let's start with one. If you feel you can handle more later, we can proceed to the next. How does that sound? Nangong Liuli asked. Sounds good, hurry up. Zheng Shuai, a bit impatient, then asked, do I need to take off my... Nangong Liuli chuckled softly. Of course you need to take off your clothes. Master, please change into the outfit we use for massages. As she spoke, she tossed him a garment made of ice silk. There's a costume. How intriguing. Zheng Shuai thought to himself as he picked up the garment and felt its smooth and comfortable texture. Zheng Shuai eagerly changed into the outfit and asked with anticipation, what should I do next? Just lie on the bed, Nangong Liuli instructed. Zheng Shuai promptly lay down, feeling a hint of excitement within. Which project shall we start with? Nangong Liuli asked again. Let's go with the one with the longest name. Zheng Shuai said playfully. In truth, he just wanted to experience that project. Hearing its name, it sounded rather indecent. All right, this is the most thrilling project. Master, be mentally prepared, Nangong Liuli said. If it becomes too much, you can stop at any time. Rest assured I will be fine. Zheng Shuai said, slapping his chest confidently. Then he heard a rustling sound. Is she loosening my clothes? Zheng Shuai felt a hint of excitement, but refrained from using his divine sense to avoid ruining the atmosphere. Master, I'm coming. Nangong Liuli announced. Come on, I'm ready. Zheng Shuai replied. He then felt his clothes being undone, revealing his smooth back. Your skin is so nice, Nangong Liuli praised. I usually pay attention to health preservation, Zheng Shuai replied with hiss. He immediately inhaled sharply, feeling an unknown liquid poured on his back, icy cold, and even he, with his nascent soul cultivation, could not withstand such chill. Then another unknown liquid poured down. A burning sensation arose, contrasting sharply with the previous coldness. Slap. Zheng Shuai felt a whip strike his back. He was dumbfounded. Wasn't this supposed to be ice and fire double heaven? Before he could react, several more lashes landed. Clap, clap, clap. Zheng Shuai was dazed from the whipping. His back felt a fiery sting, but the cold liquid also had a numbing effect, leaving him at a loss for how to describe the sensation. Wait. After 3 minutes, Zheng Shuai hurriedly called to stop. He heard Nangong Liuli's voice. Master, what's wrong? Are you unable to endure? Zheng Shuai's divine sense left his body, and he did not see the sensual scene he had imagined. Nangong Liuli remained fully dressed, holding a riding whip, her exquisite face showing confusion. Is this really ice and fire double heaven? Zheng Shuai asked somewhat incredulously. Yes, Nangong Liuli explained. This whip in my hand is called the Meridian Whip, and the liquid I poured on you is our specially formulated massage oil. Together, they can achieve the effect of clearing the meridians and removing internal impurities. After completing this project, you will feel completely relaxed. Zheng Shuai suddenly felt like crying. After all this, it turned out to be a legitimate massage. He reluctantly asked, what about the other projects? The light wave step involves continuously tapping your back with these. Nangong Liuli took out a pair of iron boots and said it's also great for relieving fatigue. This is the prop for the white snake spits core, and this is the prop for monkey picks peaches. Zheng Shuai watched as Nangong Liuli took out one bizarre, yet entirely legitimate prop after another from her bag, feeling like crying without tears. What a hasty choice. This truly is a proper massage. Half an hour later, Zheng Shuai finally completed the ice and fire double heaven experience. Would you like to try any other projects, Master? Nangong Liuli asked with a smile. Let's call it a day. Continuing would be impolite. Zheng Shuai waved his hand in resignation. All right, thank you for your service. Now it's time to collect payment. Nangong Liuli said with a smile. How much? Zheng Shuai hadn't even finished saying the word money. Snap. Nangong Liuli snapped her fingers. Immediately a wave of drowsiness swept over him, and Zheng Shuai fell asleep uncontrollably. When Zheng Shuai woke up again, Nangong Liuli was looking at him with a smile. Kneel down. At that moment, Nangong Liuli's voice came through. Call me Master. A smile appeared at the corner of Nangong Liuli's mouth. Tell me, have you found the child of destiny? Nangong Liuli asked. Not yet, we just arrived at Qingxi City. If you receive any news about the Child of Destiny, just call my name in your heart, understood? Nangong Li. Yes, master. Zheng Shuai replied, lowering his head. After a long time, the pink light in Zheng Shuai's eyes faded, and he suddenly snapped back to reality. What just happened? Zheng Shuai felt a splitting headache and couldn't remember anything that had just occurred. He vaguely recalled something about an inappropriate massage. Night fell. Outside Qingxi City, a figure cloaked in a black robe suddenly appeared. So many cultivators gathered here, looks like I came to the right place. A hoarse male voice emerged from the black. He produced a stone shimmering with golden light in his hand. The figure muttered, "The luck stone shows that this place's fortune is much higher than others, but it clearly hasn't reached the level of the Child of Destiny. Could it be that they are not inside the city?" He then walked towards the city. As he entered, the figure saw 3 young men rushing towards him. He frowned, wondering if he had been exposed. With his hand hidden behind his back, he was already prepared for a lethal strike. "Excuse me, are you staying at an inn? Our Northern Inn is offering a great discount today, free breakfast for those who check in. And 12 hours of round-the-clock butler service." The familiar pitch, the familiar words. It was the trio of Jiang Yoqi again. The figure in black silently retracted his killing intent and said, "Lead the way." "Sure. Please follow us, esteemed guest," Jiang Yoqi said cheerfully. With this customer, they could earn 3 guan in rewards today. Each person would get 1 guan, which was quite perfect. The next morning, Wang Fanqi and Mi Jia were sweeping fallen leaves in the yard. After this period of training, both had entered the qi refinement stage. Their strength had significantly increased, and their physical condition had improved greatly. Especially Mi Jia, who used to be described as skin and bones, but now had flesh on his face, and his spirit had undergone a dramatic transformation. "Brother Fanqi, I broke through to the 2nd layer of qi refinement last night. Do you notice anything different about me?" Mi Jia asked with a smile. "Not much change is apparent." Wang Fanqi examined Mi Jia closely and replied with a smile. "I feel like my internal spiritual power has grown a bit stronger." "Oh, I see," Mi Jia said. Just as Wang Fanqi was about to say something else, a young man walked out from the Taoist temple. The young man was dressed in a white robe with sword-like brows and starry eyes, looking quite handsome. "Hello, young Taoists. May I ask if Wang Nambua is residing here?" The young man asked with a smile. "Brother Nambua indeed lives here. What do you need him for?" Mi Jia looked up at the young man and asked, "Could you please let him know that his junior brother Nie Faping has arrived?" The young man said politely. "He'll go inform him," Wang Fanqi replied. 10 minutes later, Wang Nambua walked out of the Taoist temple yawning. "What brings you here so early in the morning?" Wang Nambua asked. "Is it just you? Where are the others?" As is well known, the luck stone only shows no reaction when it is in the hands of a person devoid of luck, appearing as an ordinary crystal. Wang Nambua was dumbfounded. At first he was certain that Su Qi was the chosen one, as he had witnessed the scene when luck surged into the Changxing temple. But the luck stone does not lie. Could it be that the chosen one truly belongs to someone else? How could this be? "Brother Su, how can you be without luck?" "This is unscientific," Wang Nambua muttered in confusion. "I should have mentioned that I wasn't." Su Qi smiled as he handed the luck stone back. As the luck stone returned to Wang Nanbua's hand, it emitted a golden light once again. If it weren't for the luck stone functioning normally, Wang Nanbua would have suspected that something was wrong with it. "Senior brother, when I took out the luck stone, just now there were only you, me, and 2 young Taoists at the door. The chosen one should appear among those 2. How could this happen?" Wang Nanbua still refused to believe it. He knew those 2 young Taoists had only entered the temple the day after the surge of luck, so it didn't make sense for them to be the chosen ones. However, the facts were laid out before him. Wang Nambua had to accept it. Thus the 2 of them returned to the Mi Jia and Wang Fanqi were still sweeping the fallen leaves. "Shall we come here for a moment?" Wang Nambua said. Mi Jia, holding a broom, quickly ran over, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. "What's up, brother Nambua?" "Here, hold this and give it a try," Wang Nambua said with a smile. "Okay," Mi Jia replied, taking the luck stone. Boom. The luck stone erupted with a golden light that illuminated the area. "Such dramatic luck," Nie Faping remarked from the side. Wang Nanbua's mouth hung open, unable to close for quite some time. It seemed that this chosen one could indeed be. However, this kid was still in the qi refinement stage. If by the time of the great conflict they couldn't even hope to contend for luck, they might even be robbed of a considerable amount. Wang Nambua, unwilling to accept fate, said to Wang Fanqi, "Xiao Wang, you should come over and try too." Wang Fanqi walked over a bit scared and said, "Do I just hold it?" "Yes," Wang Nambua nodded. Wang Fanqi took the luck stone from Mi Jia. Boom. Again the golden light shone brightly. Two chosen ones. Nie Faping exclaimed, astonished. 2 chosen ones. This was unheard of and unseen. Since ancient times, there had only been 1 chosen one in each realm. It really is as such. Wang Nambua stroked his chin and said, "The luck of these 2 far exceeds that of ordinary people." At first glance they indeed seem to be the chosen ones, but this cannot be, it contradicts the laws of heaven. Therefore there can only be one truth. Neither of them is the chosen one. Wang Fanqi and Mi Jie looked curiously at the glowing stone in their hands, unsure why it emitted light. Could this be the legendary night glow stone? Nie Faping was confused by Wang Namba's words. He asked, but if neither of them is the chosen one, then who? It must be within this temple. Wang Namba smiled and said, aside from those two, only I Jiang Yue and Su Qi reside here. Since neither Su Qi nor I are the chosen ones, then the chosen one must be Xiao Jiangyu. However, there is one point Wang Namba had yet to figure out. When luck surged, Jiangyu had gone to October Town, so it shouldn't have produced such an anomaly. Nonetheless, whether Jiangyu is the chosen one can be determined with a test. Wang Namba brought Nie Faping to find Jiang Yue, who was in the kitchen. Besides cultivation, Jiang Yu spent most of her time researching various dishes in the kitchen. Little Jiang Yu, Wang Namba rubbed his hands, entering with a fawning smile. What are you up to? Jiang Yu frowned and asked. Wang Namba looked quite like a pervert in that moment. Little Jiang Yu, based on my reasonable deduction, you must be the chosen one. Really? Jiang Yu asked, perplexed. Me? The chosen one? Are you joking? Indeed. Wang Namba produced the luck stone, which even before touching Jiang Yue erupted with blinding golden light. Look, this is the luck stone. It only emits such dazzling light when close to a great lucky individual, Wang Namba explained. Jiang Yu had heard of the luck stone, but she still did not believe she was the chosen one. Whether it's true or not can be tested. Wang Namba handed the luck stone to her. Jiang Yu hesitantly took it. The next second, boom. The entire kitchen was engulfed in golden light. The golden light spread outward like a tide, creating a magnificent sight. Nie Faping standing outside, his eyes gleaming. It can't be wrong. This is truly the chosen one. This scene startled Jiang Yu. She quickly dropped the luck stone. The spectacular sight vanished in an instant. Wang Namba grinned as he picked up the luck stone from the ground and said, I knew I was a genius. Look, Xiao Jiang Yue, you are indeed the legendary chosen one. Jiang Yu's mind went blank. Me? The chosen one? How could that be? She carefully recalled her life. It seemed she hadn't been particularly lucky. She had never noticed any signs before. I know it's hard for you to accept right now, but you truly are the chosen one. Wang Namba said with a smile, Little Jiang Yue, why not join our Jiutian sword sect? Nie Faping also chimed in, revealing a warm smile. Hello, my father is the head of the Jiutian sword sect. I am the young master Nie Faping, sincerely inviting you to join us. We will provide you with the best resources and treatment, helping you gain sufficient self-defense abilities when the time of great conflict arrives. Jiang Yu felt a bit at a loss. It was like being an ordinary person suddenly told one day that you were a superhero destined to save the world. Wait a minute. Jiang Yu quickly raised her hand and said, I can assure you that I am not the chosen one. You must have made a mistake. My luck has always been quite lousy growing up. Wang Namba nodded and said, that makes it even more accurate. You probably weren't chosen by the heavens before. Since the last surge of luck, think about it. Hasn't your luck improved? What surge of luck? Jiang Yu paused and asked. As for her luck having improved, she thought carefully and realized that indeed recently she had been encountering discounts when buying groceries with various reasons, and the quality of those items had been excellent. Moreover, in the past, winning prizes in promotional events usually meant receiving items like buy one more pot or buy one more bottle. Now she was actually able to win prizes like get one more pot or get one more bottle. Isn't this a sign of improved luck? Could it be that I am truly the child of destiny? Jiang Yu was startled by her own thoughts. You went to October Town at that time and did not witness that scene. The so-called influx of luck is a sign of the child of destiny appearing in the world. Since I wasn't there, it seems a bit far-fetched to say I'm the child of luck, Jiang Yu said. Although I am not clear on the matter, neither Su Qi nor I are the children of destiny, so it must be you, Wang Namba said with a smile. Jiang Yu's mind was a bit chaotic. She had always considered herself a supporting character. Was she about to be promoted to the main character? It shouldn't be. Top-tier cultivation resources, inexhaustible and boundless. Her strength could be rapidly enhanced. Surely no cultivator would be unmoved. However, Jiang Yu felt that even if she were truly a child of destiny, she did not want to join the Jiutian sword sect. Chongqing View was her true home. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu shook her head and said, Wang Nanbua, even if I truly am the child of destiny, I will not join the Jiutian sword sect. I will continue to stay in Chongqing View. Miss Jiang Yu absolutely must not. Nie Faping hurriedly said, all the major sects are searching for you, including people from the Wanyao Valley and Wangui sect. If they discover you in Chongqing View, not only you, but even Chongqing View would be in danger of overthrow. Jiang Yu's expression changed. The Wanyao Valley and Wangui sect have come too. Nie Faping nodded and said, of course, every year of great contention, these two sects will stir up trouble.
If the people from Wanyao Valley discover you, that would be one thing. At most you would be controlled by a slave Gu and become their slave. But if the people from Wangui sect find you, it would be terrible. These ghost cultivators can drain a person's luck. If you fall into their hands, your luck and essence blood would likely be completely drained, ultimately leaving behind only a dry corpse. Wanyao Valley is a sect created by demon cultivators. Wangui sect is a sect established by ghost cultivators. These two sects are both competitors and partners, because they both aim to combat human cultivators. These two sects are colossal entities comparable to first-rate sects. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's face turned pale. If that were true, not having a powerful sect behind her would be tantamount to seeking her own death. The Jiutian Sword sect as a super first-rate cultivation sect is a great tree. The saying goes that one can find shade beneath a great tree, which seems to be the case. Yet she truly could not bear to part with her life here. The Jiutian Sword sect as a super first-rate cultivation sect is a great tree. The saying goes that one can find shade beneath a great tree, which seems to be the case. Yet after listening, Su Qi frowned. His original intention was to hide himself and develop quietly, but it seemed his luck had already affected those close to him. Their extraordinary luck had instead placed them in danger. What should he do now? It was a problem. If Jiang Yu were to join the Jiutian Sword sect, it seemed like a perfect choice. On one hand, she could gain a vast amount of cultivation resources. On the other, he could also hide himself well. But if the Great Contention officially began later, what would happen if the Jiutian Sword sect discovered Jiang Yu was not the child of destiny? For a moment, Su Qi found himself in a dilemma. In Qingxi City at the Xiaoxiang Pavilion, Song Xiaoxiang made the final stroke and then set down her brush. After more than 100 days, she finally completed this painting. In the painting, Su Qi was vividly depicted, and his transcendent aura was captured beautifully. Senior sister. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and Luo Ling walked in. She approached Song Xiaoxiang and, seeing the painting of Su Qi, smirked and said, "Senior sister, why did you paint this Su so beautifully?" "I merely restored the beauty of young Master Su," Song Xiaoxiang replied with a gentle smile. Although Luo Ling wanted to retort upon reflection, it seemed there was no point in doing so. This painting indeed was just a restoration without any embellishment. Finally, Luo Ling decided to change the subject. "Senior sister, do you know whose luck is the best in Qingxi City?" "Why do you ask that?" Song Xiaoxiang inquired curiously. "Master said the child of destiny has appeared and instructed me to bring the person back to Finjixuan. I have searched the entire southwest region, and only Qingxi City remains. The child of destiny is most likely here." "Child of destiny," Song Xiaoxiang murmured, then suddenly a voice surged within her heart. "The year of great contention." Immediately a sharp pain surged in her head. Song Xiaoxiang's vision darkened. One hand covered her head, while the other supported the table, her expression filled with pain. "Senior sister," Luo Ling exclaimed in surprise, "what happened to you?" "The year of great contention," Song Xiaoxiang muttered, her voice barely audible. "What?" Luo Ling did not hear. Clearly Song Xiaoxiang was far too quiet. "The year of great contention." Song Xiaoxiang's brows furrowed, countless images and sounds flooding her mind. Her head throbbed violently. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, and Song Xiaoxiang could not digest it all at once. "Senior sister, what happened to you?" Luo Ling was almost in tears. She reached out to grab Song Xiaoxiang, but was pushed away. "Luo Ling, you go outside first, and do not let anyone in," Song Xiaoxiang said softly. "Senior sister," Luo Ling said anxiously. "Go out." Song Xiaoxiang opened her eyes, a look in them that Luo Ling had never seen before. There was impatience, pain, and a plea. Luo Ling's heart trembled, and she ultimately exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. Alone in the room, Song Xiaoxiang curled up in her chair, burying her head deeply between her legs. A stream of silent tears slid down her face. Song Xiaoxiang did not choke or make a sound, letting the tears continuously flow down her cheeks. The year of great contention. The year of great contention. The year of great contention. Why is it like this? No, this is not real. No, this is real. But I am unwilling. Song Xiaoxiang lifted her head, opening her eyes, her expression pained, tears falling like pearls from a broken string. A mark appeared on her forehead, a lotus flower imprint. Song Xiaoxiang opened her mouth, but did not make a sound. She was silently screaming. It was unclear how long it had been. Song Xiaoxiang seemed to grow tired, the pain on her face dissipated, and she slumped over the table, falling into a deep sleep. Yet in her dreams, her tears could not be stopped. It seemed she was dreaming of something unpleasant. Luo Ling stood outside the door the whole time. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. She waited from day to night. Luo Ling's anxiety was steadily increasing. "Senior sister, what happened to you?" Luo Ling thought to herself. Forget it, if senior sister is angry, so be it. Luo Ling could no longer hold back and wanted to push the door open. At that moment, the door creaked open. Song Xiaoxiang walked out looking exhausted.
The tear stains at the corners of her eyes had long been wiped away, but the swollen eyes were undeniable. Senior sister. Luo Ling wanted to say something. Song Xiaoxiang smiled, gently ruffling Luo Ling's hair, and said, "Linger, it's all right now." Luo Ling cautiously asked, "Senior sister, I just recalled some old matters and it was hard to suppress my emotions, but it's fine now." Song Xiaoxiang replied with a smile. Seeing that Song Xiaoxiang was unwilling to speak further, Luo Ling, despite her worries, dared not ask again. "Linger, accompany me to the Chongqing Temple. We haven't gone yet today, and young Master Su might be concerned." Song Xiaoxiang said. "Senior sister, are you really going to see someone surnamed Su like this?" Luo Ling pointed at Song Xiaoxiang's eyes and spoke. Right, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it." Song Xiaoxiang closed her eyes and said, "Linger, help me reduce the swelling." Luo Ling nodded and gently touched Song Xiaoxiang's eyes with her fingers. The swelling in Song Xiaoxiang's eyes visibly subsided, returning to her usual appearance. "That's better now." Song Xiaoxiang smiled. "Then let's go," Luo Ling said, but she was thinking about whether to tell young Master Su about this matter. Young Master Su is Senior Sister's beloved. If he were to ask, perhaps it could open Senior Sister's heart. "Linger, you mustn't tell anyone about this today." At this moment, Song Xiaoxiang suddenly said, "Otherwise I will be angry." Song Xiaoxiang added, "All right, I understand." Luo Ling sighed and nodded. The two exited Xiaoxiang Pavilion. The moon tonight was exceptionally round, like a silver plate hanging in the sky. Surrounding the moon were twinkling stars, exceptionally beautiful. Luo Ling and Song Xiaoxiang walked towards the Chongqing Temple, passing through 2 miles of peach orchards where they soon saw the Chongqing Temple in the night. Moonlight bathed the Chongqing Temple, adding a sense of solemnity and sanctity to the grand Taoist temple. Throughout the journey, Song Xiaoxiang remained silent, while Luo Ling opened her mouth several times but closed it again. She was not a person good with words, so she didn't even know how to comfort Song Xiaoxiang. At that moment, Luo Ling's sharp eyes caught sight of a figure standing at the temple entrance. Upon closer inspection, it was Su Qi wearing a green robe. He looked in the direction of the two, a faint smile seemingly gracing his face. "Senior sister, young Master Su is waiting for us," Luo Ling said. "I see him." Song Xiaoxiang also revealed a faint smile, and her steps unconsciously quickened. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the Chongqing Temple. Song Xiaoxiang smiled and said, "Young Master Su, did you come here specifically to wait for me?" "I was admiring the moon." Su Qi gazed at the bright moon in the sky. "Don't you think the moon is particularly round today?" "What, admiring the moon? I clearly saw you watching us just now." Luo Ling scoffed. This young Master Su clearly had feelings for Senior Sister, yet pretended to be indifferent. She really couldn't understand what these nasty men were thinking. "Linger, you go play somewhere else for a while. I want to speak with young Master Su alone," Song Xiaoxiang said to Luo Ling. "Okay." Without hesitation, Luo Ling walked directly into. As she passed by Su Qi, she whispered, "Young Master Su, make sure to comfort my senior sister well, as she's not in a good mood today." Su Qi remained unfazed, as if he hadn't heard. After Luo Ling entered the temple, Song Xiaoxiang lifted her skirt and leaped onto the bluestone steps, coming to Su Qi's side. "Young Master Su, let's admire the moon together." Song Xiaoxiang smiled sweetly. "Sure." Su Qi nodded, then sat down directly on the bluestone steps. Song Xiaoxiang didn't mind the dirt and sat down beside him. The two sat side by side, gazing up at the bright moon in the sky. "Young Master Su, the last time I saw such a round moon was 3 years ago. How about you?" Song Xiaoxiang asked. "So did I," Su Qi replied. "Last night I had a dream." "What dream?" Su Qi asked. "I dreamed that I went to a very distant place where there was no Xiaoxiang Pavilion, no Fingyi Pavilion, no Luo Ling, and no you," Song Xiaoxiang said softly. Su Qi turned his head and saw the moon reflected in Song Xiaoxiang's eyes, her stunning profile seemingly tinged with a hint of sadness. "But there was also a moon like this one there." As Song Xiaoxiang spoke, she suddenly turned her head. Their eyes met, and she smiled charmingly. "So no matter where I am, we can see the same round moon, right?" Su Qi was taken aback for a moment, then thoughtfully said, "Are you leaving then?" "Yes, I have some matters to attend to in Chang'an." Song Xiaoxiang smiled, her lips slightly pursed. "So I'm going back. Will you miss me?" Su Qi, he thought of Master Lu Chang'an's departure, who also mentioned going back to Chang'an, but never returned. What about Song Xiaoxiang? Would she also be gone for good? Su Qi felt a pang of reluctance. This reluctance was as strong as when Master Lu Chang'an. "Hey." At this moment, Song Xiaoxiang wrinkled her nose and said, "You're too heartless. I'm leaving, and you don't even know how to lie to comfort me a bit." Su Qi came back to his senses and smiled. "Of course I will." "Haha, thank you for comforting me, young Master Su." Song Xiaoxiang smiled. "Is it something very important?" Su Qi asked again. Song Xiaoxiang was taken aback. From what she knew of Su Qi, he wouldn't say such things unless there was something unsaid. "For example, can you not go?"
She stared intently into Su Chi's eyes, those eyes that seemed to contain the galaxy appearing to have dimmed a few stars. Do you not want me to leave? Song Xiaoxiang suddenly asked. Yes. This time Su Chi did not avoid it, looking directly into Song Xiaoxiang's eyes. After all, he was just a mortal who had crossed over. Although he had gained immortality, he had only been cultivating for over 30 years. Even immortals have emotions, unless one cultivates the legendary path of indifference. How could Su Chi be exempt from such feelings? If he never encountered someone who moved his heart, he wouldn't feel regret. But if he truly met someone and did nothing, just waiting for the moment to pass, isn't that also a kind of regret? He always used to numb himself with the thought that there was still plenty of time. But now he didn't want to escape anymore. Song Xiaoxiang was once again taken aback, her small mouth slightly agape, seemingly not expecting Su Chi to be so bold and straightforward tonight. Then her brows and eyes brightened, her smile more radiant than the stars and moon in the sky. Then I'll come back after I finish my business, all right? Song Xiaoxiang asked. Su Chi nodded, turned his head, and looked up at the moon again. Aren't you going to ask when I'll be back? Song Xiaoxiang asked curiously. No need to ask. Su Chi said. Without expectations there will be no disappointment. Lu Chang'an's peach blossoms have bloomed for another year. He has been waiting year after year.